This is how I heard the story. When Alger Hiss got out of prison, he had a hard time finding a job. He was a graduate of Harvard Law School, had clerked for Oliver Wendell Holmes and helped charter the United Nations, yet he was also a convicted perjurer and notorious as a tool of international communism. He had published a memoir, but it was dull stuff and no one wanted to read it. His wife had left him. He was broke and hopeless. In the end, one of his remaining friends took pity on the bastard and pulled a string. Hiss was hired by a New York firm that manufactured and sold a kind of fancy barrette made from loops of piano wire. Feathercombs, Inc. had gotten off to a good start but had come under attack from a bigger competitor that copied its designs, infringed on its trademarks, and undercut its pricing. Sales had dwindled. Payroll was tight. In order to make room for Hiss, somebody had to be let go. In an account of my grandfather's arrest, in the Daily News for May 25, 1957, he is described by an unnamed coworker as the quiet type. To his fellow salesmen at Feathercombs, he was a Homburg on the coat rack in the corner. He was the hardest working but least effective member of the Feathercombs sales force. On his lunch breaks, he holed up with a sandwich and the latest issue of Sky and Telescope or Aviation Week. It was known that he drove a Crossley, had a foreign-born wife and a teenage daughter, and lived with them somewhere in deepest Bergen County. Before the day of his arrest, my grandfather had distinguished himself to his coworkers only twice. During Game 5 of the 1956 World Series, when the office radio failed, my grandfather had repaired it with a vacuum tube prized from the interior of the telephone switchboard. And a Feathercombs copywriter reported once bumping into my grandfather at the Paper Mill Playhouse in Milburn, where the foreign wife was, of all things, starring as Seraphina in The Rose Tattoo. Beyond this, nobody knew much about my grandfather, and that seemed to be the way he preferred it. People had long since given up trying to engage him in conversation. He had been known to smile but not to laugh. If he held political opinions, if he held opinions of any kind, they remained a mystery around the offices of Feathercombs, Inc. It was felt he could be fired without damage to morale. Shortly after 9 o'clock on the morning of the 24th, the president of Feathercombs heard a disturbance outside his office, where a quick-witted girl had been positioned to filter out creditors and tax inspectors. A male voice spoke with urgency that scaled rapidly to anger. The intercom on the president's desk buzzed and buzzed again. He heard a chime of glass breaking. It sounded like a telephone when you slammed down the receiver. Before the president could rise from his chair to see what the matter was, my grandfather muscled into the room. He brandished a black handset, in those days a blunt instrument that trailed 3 feet of frayed cord. Back in the late 1930s, when he wasn't hustling pool, my grandfather had put himself through 4 years at Drexel Tech by delivering pianos for Wanamaker's department store. His shoulders spanned the doorway. His kinky hair, escaped from its daily paste-down of Brylcreem, wobbled atop his head. His face was so flushed with blood that he looked sunburned. I never saw anyone so angry, an eyewitness told the news. You could almost smell smoke coming off him. For his part, the president of Feathercombs was astonished to discover that he had approved the firing of a maniac. "What's this about?" he said. It was a pointless question, and my grandfather disdained to answer it. He was opposed to stating the obvious. Most of the questions people asked you, he felt, were there to fill up dead space, curtail your movements, divert your energy and attention. Anyway, my grandfather and his emotions were never really on speaking terms. He took hold of the frayed end of the telephone cord. He wound it twice around his left hand. The president tried to stand up, but his legs got tangled in the knee-hole of his desk. His chair shot out from under him and toppled over, casters rattling. He screamed. It was a fruity sound, halfway to a yodel. As my grandfather fell on top of him, The president twisted himself toward the window overlooking East 57th Street. He just had time to notice that passers-by seemed to be crowding together on the sidewalk below. My grandfather looped the cord of the handset around the president's throat. He had maybe 2 minutes before the rocket of his anger burned up its fuel and fell back to Earth. That would be ample time. During World War II, he had been trained in the use of a garrote. He knew that, done properly, strangulation was short work. "Oh my God," said the secretary, Miss Mangle, making a late appearance on the scene. She had reacted quickly when my grandfather burst into her office smelling, she would recall afterward, like wood smoke. She had managed to buzz twice before my grandfather grabbed the handset away from her. He picked up the intercom. He yanked the handset cord from the base. "You'll have to pay for that," Miss Mangle said. When he told this story 32 years later, my grandfather put a checkmark of admiration beside Miss Mangle's name. But with his rocket only halfway up the slope of its parabola, he took her words as provocation. He threw the base of the intercom out the window of Miss Mangle's office. The chiming noted by the president was the sound of the intercom sailing through a spiderweb of glass into the street. Hearing a cry of outrage from below, Miss Mangle went to the window to look. Down on the sidewalk, a man in a gray suit was sitting looking up at her. There was blood on the left lens of his round spectacles. He was laughing. People stopped to help him. The doorman announced that he was going to call the police. That was when Miss Mangle heard her boss screaming. She turned from the window to run into his office. At first glance, the office appeared to be empty. Then she heard the tap of a shoe against a linoleum floor, a tap, another tap. The back of my grandfather's head rose from behind the desk, then sank again. Brave Miss Mangle went around the desk. Her boss lay sprawled on his belly on the polished floor. My grandfather straddled his back, hunched forward, applying the impromptu garrote. The president bucked and thrashed and tried to roll himself over. The only sound was the toes of his cordovan bucks trying to get purchase against the linoleum. Miss Mangle snatched up a letter opener from the president's desk and jabbed it into my grandfather's left shoulder. In my grandfather's reckoning, many years later, this action merited another checkmark. The point of the letter opener sank only half an inch or so into meat, but the bite of metal blocked some meridian in the flow of my grandfather's rage. He grunted. "It was like I woke up," he said when he told me this part of the story for the first time during the last week of his life. He unwound the cord from the president's neck. He peeled it from the grooves it had cut into the flesh of his own left hand. The handset clattered against the floor. With a foot on either side of the president, he stood up and took a step away. The president flopped onto his back and raised himself into a sitting position, then sledded backward on his ass into a notch between two filing cabinets. He sobbed for air. When his face had hit the floor, he'd bitten his lower lip, and now his teeth were dyed pink. My grandfather turned to face Miss Mangle. He plucked out the letter opener and laid it on the president's desk. When one of his rages wore off, you could see regret flooding his eyes like seawater. He dropped his hands to his sides. "Forgive me," he said to Miss Mangle and to the president. I suppose he was also saying it to my mother, 14 at the time, and to my grandmother, though arguably she was as much to blame as my grandfather. There was scant hope of forgiveness, but my grandfather did not sound as if he expected, or even wanted, to find any. At the end of my grandfather's life, his doctor prescribed a powerful hydromorphone against the pain of bone cancer. A lot of Germans were busy knocking holes in the Berlin Wall around that time, and I showed up to say goodbye to my grandfather, just as Dilaudid was bringing its soft hammer to bear on his habit of silence. Out flowed a record of his misadventures, his ambiguous luck, his feats and failures of timing and nerve. He had been installed in my mother's guest bedroom for almost 2 weeks, and by the time I arrived in Oakland, he was getting nearly 20 milligrams a day. He started talking almost the minute I sat down in the chair by his bed. It was as if he had been waiting for my company, but I believe now that he simply knew he was running out of time. The recollections emerged in no discernible order apart from the first, which was also the earliest. "Did I tell you," he said, lolling on his palliative cloud, "about the time I dropped a kitten out of the window?" I did not say, then or at any point until he sank into the cloud for good, that he had told me very little about his life. I had yet to hear about the attack on the president of Feathercombs, Inc., so I could not point out to him that I sensed a motif of defenestration beginning to emerge in his autobiography. Later, when he did tell me about Miss Mangle, the intercom, and the Czech diplomat, I would choose to skip the smart remark. "Did it die?" I asked him. I was eating a cup of his raspberry jello. Nothing else tempted his palate apart from a spoonful or two of the chicken soup my mother cooked for him, following the recipe of my late grandmother, born and raised in France, which called for a squeeze of lemon to brighten the broth. Even the jello was not of much interest to him. There was plenty to spare. "It was a third-story window," my grandfather said. He added, as if his native city were known for its adamantine sidewalks, "in Philadelphia." "How old were you? 3 or 4? Jesus, why would you do something like that?" He poked out his tongue once, twice. That was something he did every few minutes. It often looked as if he were passing clownish judgment on something you had told him, but it was really only a side effect of the meds. His tongue was pale and had the nap of suede. I knew from a few precious demonstrations during my childhood that he could touch the tip of it to the tip of his nose. Outside the window of my mother's guest bedroom, the East Bay sky was gray as the nimbus of hair around his suntanned face. "Curiosity," my grandfather decided, and stuck out his tongue. I said that I had heard curiosity could be harmful, in particular to cats. Too, as a boy, my grandfather lived with his parents, his father's father, and his kid brother, Reynard, my mother's Uncle Ray, in 3 rooms at the corner of 10th and Shunk in South Philadelphia. His father, a German-speaking native of Pressburg, now Bratislava, had failed in a series of dry goods stores and corner groceries throughout the 1920s and 30s. After that, he abandoned hope of enduring ownership and played out the string as a sales clerk in liquor stores, watching other men's cash registers get robbed. In my grandfather's recollections, his mother appeared as a strong back and a heart of gold, a saint, indentured to the service of her husband and sons. In photographs, she is a boxy woman, girdled with steel, shod in coal-black stompers, her bosom so large it might have housed turbines. She was all but illiterate in Yiddish and English, but obliged my grandfather, and later Uncle Ray, to read to her daily from the Yiddish press so that she could keep abreast of the latest calamities to beset Jewry. From every week's household budget, she managed to siphon off $1 or 2 for the push can. Orphans of pogrom were fed, refugees birthed on steamships to freedom. Entire hillsides in Palestine bore the oranges of her compassionate embezzlement. In the winter, the laundry froze stiff on the clothesline, my grandfather recalled. She had to carry it up all those stairs. Uncle Ray I knew as a playboy of the late 1960s in a sky-blue turtleneck and a gray tweed blazer. He drove an Alpha Spider and wore a raffish eye patch over his gnarly left eye. Sometimes when I looked at him, I thought of Hugh Hefner and sometimes of Moshe Dayan. As a boy, however, Reynard was studious and frail. It was my grandfather in the early days who ran wild. Throwing a kitten out of a window was only a warning shot. He wandered in the summertime from breakfast to dark, ranging as far east as the rancid Delaware and as far south as the Navy Yard. He saw an evicted family drinking tea on the sidewalk amid their beds, their lamps, their Victrola, a parakeet in a brass cage. He unfolded a packet of newspaper on the lid of an ashcan and found the eyeball of a cow. He saw children and animals beaten savagely and yet with patience and care. He saw a convertible Nash mobbed outside an AIM church. Marian Anderson stepped out of it and lit up his memory, 6 decades afterward, with the crescent moon of her smile. South Philadelphia was broadcast with Moonblatts and Newmans, those cousins who one day would people the weddings and funerals of my mother's and my childhoods. Their homes served as my grandfather's way stations. In threading his routes from one to the next, past blocks controlled by Irish and Italians, my grandfather laid the foundation of his wartime work. He cultivated secret contacts among the Italian bakers and grocers, running errands or working a broom in exchange for payment in pennies, lemon ice, or a twist of warm bread. He studied the nuances of people's ways of speaking and carrying themselves. If you hoped to avoid a beating on Christian Street, you could alter your gait and the cant of your head to look as though you were walking where you belonged. When that failed, or if, like my grandfather, you were not averse to scrapping, you fought dirty. Even Christian Street bravos squealed like babies if you hooked your thumbs in their eye sockets. Every so often, on the slope of a train embankment, behind the breast-shaped silos of the fertilizer plant, a battle would be pitched with bed slats, lengths of pipe, slingshots, and rocks. My grandfather lost a tooth, broke an arm, took uncountable stitches. On his left buttock he bore a pouty scar, the work of a beer bottle he sat on during a fight in a vacant lot behind the McCahan sugar refinery. 60 years later, the scar was visible whenever he used the bedpan, a silvery pucker, the kiss of violence. His absences and injuries caused consternation to his parents, who made efforts to curtail them. Bounds were set, borders established. My grandfather subverted them. Resolute in his refusal to give details or name names, resistant to corporal punishment, willing to forego whatever treat he was to be deprived of, he wore his parents down. In time they surrendered. "Nothing can be done about a boy who throws cats out of windows," said old Abraham, my grandfather's grandfather, in his Pressburger German. Abraham ruled from his corner of the parlor that doubled as a dining room, enthroned atop his hemorrhoid donut among his books of commentary. It was nearly dark, one of the last free evenings of the summer. "But what if he's lost?" my grandmother said for the 1,000th or 1,000,000th time. "He isn't lost," Uncle Ray said, issuing the finding that ultimately prevailed in the family Talmud. "He knows where he is. He was trapped under a train car, one of 6 wooden boxcars on a stub at the far end of a storage yard by the river. The boxcars were used last to rush Baldwin Felt's men to the Paint Creek mine war. Now they stood pastured against a hump of ground, and the mouths of a trumpet creeper devoured them. He was hiding from a railroad bull, a big man named Creasy with a film on his left eye, and patches of carroty hair growing on parts of his face where no hair ought to be. Creasy had already thrashed my grandfather soundly a number of times that summer. The first time he jerked my grandfather's arm up behind his back so hard the bones sang. The second time he dragged my grandfather by an earlobe across the yard to the main gate, where he applied his boot heel to the seat of my grandfather's trousers. My grandfather claimed the earlobe still bore the print of Creasy's thumb. The third time Creasy caught my grandfather trespassing, he strapped him thoroughly with the leather harness of his Pennsy uniform. This time, my grandfather planned to stay under that boxcar until Creasy moved on or dropped dead. Creasy stuck around, smoking cigarettes, pacing the weeds between the stub of track and the rest of the storage yard. My grandfather, flat on his belly, watched the bull's dusty boots through a scrim of dandelion and foxtail. Scrape, stop, pivot, return. Every few minutes a cigarette fell with a pad against the gravel and met its end beneath Creasy's right boot. My grandfather heard the twist of a bottle cap, a slosh of liquid, a belch. He had the impression that Creasy was waiting for somebody, killing time, maybe getting up his nerve. My grandfather puzzled over it. Creasy was supposed to keep moving, sweeping the lots for hobos, tramps, and pilferers like my grandfather, who had come to the Greenwich Yard that summer drawn by reports of coal for the taking, spillover from the cars as they trundled to the piers. The first time Creasy caught him, it was because my grandfather had been weighed down by 25 pounds of coal in a sugar sack. Why did the man not carry on now with the work the Pennsylvania Railroad paid him to do? Inside the boxcar over his head, my grandfather heard small animals in their nests, rousing themselves to their nightly business. According to his mother's natural history, he knew that business was to bite young boys and give them rabies. At last, Creasy trampled his fifth cigarette, took another swig, and moved off. My grandfather counted to 30 and then slid out from under the boxcar. He brushed the grit from his belly, where the skin prickled. He spotted Creasy carrying a knapsack, making for one of the little stucco houses scattered here and there across the lots. On his first forays into the Greenwich Yard, my grandfather had been charmed by the idea that railmen were cottaged like shepherds among the herded trains. He soon determined that the bungalows were no one's habitations. They had mesh grills over their blackwashed windows, and if you put your ear to their doors, you could hear a thrum of power and sometimes a thunk like the clockwork of a bank vault. Until now, my grandfather had never seen anybody going into one or coming out. Creasy fished a key ring from his hip and let himself in. The door closed softly behind him. My grandfather knew that he ought to head for home, where a hot supper and an operetta of reproach awaited him. He was hungry and practiced in deafness and the formulation of remorse. But he had come here today to stand one final time at the top of one particular signal bridge that he had come to think of as his own, and tell another summer goodbye. He cut across the storage yard and stole along a stretch of rail to his signal bridge. He scaled the service ladder and clambered out along the catwalk to its midpoint, 15 feet above the tracks. He raised up, holding onto the body of the central signal lantern. He jammed his feet in their canvas sneakers into the steel lattice of the catwalk. He let go of the signal lantern and stood balanced with arms outspread, hooked only by his ankles to the turning earth. Between him and the tenement on Shunk Street, the rail yard shuffled and sorted its rolling stock bound for New York, Pittsburgh, St. Louis. Trains and sections of trains clanged and rumbled and plowed furrows in the gloom. He turned his face to the east. Darkness piled up like a thunderhead over New Jersey. Beyond the river lay Camden, beyond Camden the Jersey shore, beyond the shore the Atlantic Ocean, and beyond that Paris, France. His mother's brother, a veteran of the Argonne, had informed my grandfather that in the cat houses of that city a man might cross one further border, where silk stocking met white thigh. My grandfather took the signal lantern in his arms. He pressed his hips against its smooth encasement and looked up at the evening sky. A full moon rose, tinted by its angle on Earth's atmosphere to a color like the flesh of a peach. My grandfather had spent most of that last Friday of the summer reading a copy of Astounding Stories of Super Science, found among some other unsold magazines in the back room of his father's store. The last story was about a daring Earthman who flew in an atomic rocket to the moon's dark side, where he found ample air and water, fought bloodthirsty Selenites, and fell in love with a pale and willing lunar princess. The moon was a tough neighborhood, and the princess required frequent salvation by the Earthmen. My grandfather regarded the moon. He thought about the noble girl in the story with her graceful, undulating body, and felt the swell of an inner tide reaching toward her, lifting him like Enoch in the whirlwind into the sky. He ascended the skyward tide of his longing. He would be there for her. He was coming to her rescue. A door banged shut, and Creasy came out of the little house and rejoined his evening route. He was no longer carrying the knapsack. He crossed a set of tracks, a hitch of stiffness in his walk, and vanished among the cars. My grandfather climbed down from the signal bridge. His path home did not run past the little house. But old Abraham had ruled correctly from his corner of the parlor. Nothing could be done for a boy who would throw a kitten out of a window onto a Philadelphia pavement just to see what would happen if he did. My grandfather approached the little house with its gridded black windows. For a full minute he stood and watched it. He put his ear to the door. Over the electrical hum he heard a human sound, choking or laughter or sobs. He knocked. The sound broke off. The house's mysterious clockwork clicked. From the marshalling yard came the trumpeting of lashed-up engines, ready to drag a long load west. He knocked again. "Who's there?" My grandfather gave his first and last name. On reflection he appended his address. There followed a prolonged spell of unmistakable coughing from the other side of the door. When it passed, he heard a stirring, the creak of a bed or chair. A girl peered out, hiding the right half of her face behind the door that she gripped with both hands, looking ready to slam it shut. The visible half of her head was a mat of peroxide tangles. Around the left eye, under a delicate eyebrow, paint mingled with mascara in cakes and blotches. She wore the fingernails on her left hand long, lacquered in black cherry. The nails on her right hand were bitten and bare of paint. She was wrapped loosely in a man's tartan bathrobe. If she was surprised to see him, she did not show it. If she had been crying, she was not crying anymore. But my grandfather understood Creasy the way you come to understand a man who repeatedly kicks your ass. The details of the hurt that Creasy might have done to this girl during his visit remained obscure, but my grandfather felt the outrage all the more vividly for his ignorance. He saw it in the ruin of her eye paint. He smelled it, a taint of Javla water and armpit in the air that leaked from behind the half-open door. "Well," she said, "state your business, Shunk Street." "I saw him come in there," my grandfather said. "That Creasy bastard." It was a word not to be used in the hearing of adults, especially women, but in this instance it felt fitting. The girl's face came out from behind the door like the moon from behind a factory wall. She took a better look at him. "He is a bastard," she said. "You're right about that." He saw that the hair on the right side of her part was cropped as short as his own, as though to rid that half of lice. On the right side of her upper lip, she had raised enough whisker to form the handlebar of a mustache. Her right eye was free of paint, under a dense black brow. Apart from a shadow of stubble universal on either side of the chin, an invisible rule appeared to have apportioned evenly the male and female of her nature. My grandfather had heard but disbelieved neighborhood reports of sideshow hermaphrodites, cat girls, ape girls, four-legged women who must be mounted like tables. He might have reconsidered his doubt if not for the fact that he saw, filling both sides of the loose flannel wrapper from the neck down, only womanly curvature and shadow. "The price of a peep is 1 nickel, Shunk Street," she said. "I believe you may owe me a dime." My grandfather looked down at his shoes. They were not much to look at. "Come on," he said, reaching for her arm. Even through the flannel of her sleeve he could feel fever on her skin. She shook loose of his grip with a jerk of her arm. "He won't come back this way for a while, but we have to go now," my grandfather said. There were whiskers on the chins of his own aunts, big deal. He was here by the power of a wish on an evening star. "Come on." "Aren't you funny?" she said. She peeked out of the doorway, looked to either side. She lowered her voice in a show of co-conspiracy. "Trying to rescue me." From her lips it sounded like the most pea-brained idea ever conceived. She left the door hanging open and went back inside. She sat down on a cot and pulled a stiff blanket around her. In the light of a candle guttering on an overturned jar lid, panels of black switches and gauges glinted. Creasy's knapsack lay neglected on the floor. "Are you going to take me home to your mama and papa?" she suggested in a voice that made him momentarily dislike her. "A drug-sick whore full of TB. I can take you to a hospital." "Aren't you funny?" she said, more tenderly this time. "You already know I can unlock the door from the inside, honey. I'm not a prisoner here." My grandfather felt there was more to her imprisonment than a lock and key, but he did not know how to put that feeling into words. She reached into the knapsack and pulled out a package of old golds. Something about the pomp with which she set fire to her cigarette made her seem younger than he had thought. "Your pal Creasy already rescued me," she said. "He could have left me lying there right where he found me, half dead with my face in a pile of cinders, right where those Ealing boys red-lighted me." She told him that from the age of 11 she had been traveling in the sideshow of the Entwistle, Ealing Bros Circus, out of Peru, Indiana. She had been born a girl in Ocala, Florida, but at puberty, nature had refashioned her with a mustache and chin fuzz. "I went over big for quite a little while, but lately I'm getting all this action from my girl department." She folded her arms under her breasts. "Body's been goofing with me all my life." My grandfather wanted to say that he felt the same way about his brain, that organ whose flights of preposterous idealism were matched only by its reveries of unfettered violence. But he thought it would be wrong to compare his troubles to hers. "I guess that's the reason I started on the junk," she said. "A hermaphrodite was something. It has a little poetry. There is just no poetry in a bearded lady." She had been nodding, she said, dead to the world, when management at last saw fit to throw her off the circus train as it pulled out of the yard, bound for Altoona. "Creasy found my valise where those assholes had pitched it, conveyed me to these comfortable lodgings." She adjusted her legs and, before she gathered the blanket more tightly, caught my grandfather trying to see into the shadow between them. "Creasy is a bastard, true, but he brings me food and smokes and magazines, and candles to read by. The only thing he won't bring me is a fix. Pretty soon it'll be all the same to me anyway. Meantime, he doesn't charge me more rent than I'm willing to pay." My grandfather contemplated the ashes of his plan. He felt she was telling him she was going to die, and that she planned on doing it here in this room that jumped in the candlelight. Her chest blood was all over a crumpled chamois rag, and on the woolen blanket, and on the lapels of the robe. "Creasy has his points," she said, "and I'm sure the folks on Shunk Street would be happy to know that he has been kind enough to leave me in possession of my virginity, in the technical sense." She squirmed against the cot illustratively. "Railroad men. They are practical fellows. Always find a way around." That started her barking into her scrap of chamois, which bloodied it some more. The violence of her coughing shook the blanket loose, baring her legs to my grandfather's inspection. My grandfather felt very sorry for her, but he could not keep his gaze away from the inner darkness of her robe. The spasm passed. She folded the blood-stained part of the chamois into the remnant that was still clean. "Have a look, Shunk Street," she said. She hoisted the hem of the tartan robe, opened her legs, and spread them wide. The pale band of belly, the shock of dark fur, the pink of her labia would endure in his memory, flying like a flag until he died. On the house. He could feel the turmoil in his cheeks, throat, rib cage, loins. He could see that she saw it and was enjoying it. She closed her eyes and raised her hips a little higher. "Go ahead, sweetheart. Touch it if you want to." My grandfather found that his lips and tongue could not form a reply. He went over and put his hand against the patch of hair between her legs. He held it there, sampling it with rigid fingers like he was taking a temperature or pulse. The night, the summer, all time and history came to a halt. Her eyes snapped open. She lurched forward and shoved him aside, covering her mouth with the bare hand while the painted one groped for the chamois. My grandfather took a crisp white handkerchief from the back pocket of his cut-off corduroys. He presented her with this evidence of the hopefulness invested in him by his mother, every morning afresh, when she sent him out into the world. The girl crushed the handkerchief in her fist without seeming to notice it was there. My grandfather watched her body tear itself apart from the inside for what felt like a long time. He worried she might be about to die right then, in front of him. Presently, she sighed and fell backward against the cot. Her forehead shone in the light from her stub of candle. She breathed with caution. Her eyes were half open and fixed on my grandfather, but minutes went by before she took notice of him again. "Go home," she said. He eased the day's inviolate handkerchief from her fist. Like a road map, he unfolded it and laid it against her brow. He sealed up the flaps of her robe around her and dragged the awful blanket up to her chin with its babyish dimple. Then he went to the door, where he stopped, looking back at her. The heat of her clung like an odor to his fingertips. "Come back sometime, Shunk Street," she said. "Maybe I'll let you rescue me yet." When my grandfather finally made it home well after dark, there was a patrolman in the kitchen. My grandfather confessed to nothing and provided no information. My great-grandfather, egged on by the patrolman, gave my grandfather a slap across the face to see how he liked it. My grandfather said he liked it fine. He felt he had earned a measure of pain through his failure to rescue the girl. He considered informing the patrolman about her, but she was by her own admission a drug fiend and a whore, and he would rather die than rat her out. Whichever course he chose, he felt he would betray her. So he answered to his nature and said nothing. The patrolman returned to his beat. My grandfather was subjected to lectures, threats, accusations. He bore up under them with his usual stoicism, was sent to bed hungry, and kept the secret of the two-sided girl in the train yard for the next 60 years. The following day he was put to work in the store, working before and after school on weekdays and all day Sunday. He was not able to make it back to Greenwich Yard until late the following Saturday afternoon after shul. It was getting dark, and the weather had turned wet the night before. Along the tracks, the reflected sky lay pooled between the wooden ties like pans of quicksilver. He knocked on the door of the little house until his hand rang with the pain of knocking. 3I came into my patrimony of secrets in the late 1960s, in Flushing, Queens. At the time, my grandparents were still living in the Bronx, and generally, if my parents needed to be free of me for more than a few hours, I would be deposited in Riverdale. Like the space program, my grandfather's business was then at its peak, and though later he became a strong presence in my life, in those days my clearest memory of him is that he was seldom around. My grandparents and their Martian zoo of Danish furniture shared 7 rooms in the Skyview, overlooking the Hudson. They lived on the 13th floor, though it was styled the 14th because, my grandfather explained, the world was full of dummies who believed in lucky charms. It was bad luck, my grandfather said, to be a dummy. My grandmother also scoffed. Though she personally had no particular fear of the number 13, she knew that bad luck could never be fooled by such a simple-minded stratagem. Left to ourselves, my grandmother and I might go to see a movie, one of the interminable candy-colored epics of the day, Dr. Dolittle, the Gnome Mobile, Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. She liked to shop every morning for that evening's dinner. Consequently, we spent a lot of time in grocery stores, where she taught me to look for tomatoes that still had a smell of hot sun in their stems, and then in her kitchen, where she taught me the rudiments and entrusted me with knives. If I have inherited it from her, then she must have found a mindful mindlessness in the routines and procedures of the kitchen. It tired her to read aloud in English, but she had a lot of French poems by heart and sometimes recited them to me in the ghostly language of her loss. I formed the impression that French poetry trafficked mainly in wistful rain and violins. She taught me colors, numbers, the names of animals, hours, chat, kachan. There were days, however, when being left with my grandmother was not very different from being left alone. She lay on the sofa or on her bed with the curtains drawn and a cool cloth folded over her eyes. These days had their own lexicon: cafard, algae, cries de foy. In 1966, the date of my earliest memories of her, she was only 43, but the war, she said, had ruined her stomach, her sinuses, the joints of her bones. She never said anything about what the war might have done to her mind. If she had promised to look after me on one of her bad days, she would rally long enough to persuade my parents or herself that she was up to the task. But then something would come over her, and we would leave the movie theater halfway through the show, conclude the recital after a single poem, walk out of the supermarket abandoning an entire cart of groceries in the middle of the aisle. I don't think I really minded, exactly. When she took to her bed, and only then I was allowed to watch television. Once she was down for the count, my only responsibility would be from time to time to run a little cool water on the washcloth, wring it out, and drape it over her face like a flag on a coffin. Outside of the kitchen, my grandmother's favorite pastime was cards. She detested the games Americans considered suitable for children: war, concentration, go fish. She found gin rummy dull and interminable. The card games of her own childhood were all trick-taking games that rewarded acuity and deception. When I was old enough to add and subtract in my head around the time I learned to read, she taught me how to play piquet. It was not long before I could nearly hold my own against her, though when I was older my grandfather told me that she was always careful to make mistakes. Piquet is played with a shortened deck of 32 cards, and before we could begin, my grandmother would strip a pack of bicycles or bees of all the cards from deuce to six. This was an operation she performed with a certain heedlessness. When someone came home after a long day at the office, say, hoping to relax with a few hands of solitaire, and went to the drawer in the cabinet where games were kept, he was likely to find half a dozen plundered decks awash in an indiscriminate surf of pip cards. Those were the only occasions when I ever saw my grandfather openly express irritation with my grandmother, whom he otherwise coddled and indulged. It drove me nuts, he remembered. I used to say, "One deck. Is that too much to ask? Could there be one goddamn deck that isn't ruined?" He made a duck's bill of his lips, narrowed his eyes, hoisted his shoulders. Bo! I remembered this Gallicism of my grandmother's. She wasn't ruining the deck, if you please, she was correcting it. He put on the Texan and Paris accent he used whenever he spoke French. Sinon, come on faire une petite partie. One afternoon when my grandmother sent me to get a deck so we could make a few parties, I discovered that since my last visit the drawer had been cleaned out and restocked with several new packs of poker decks, sealed and in their wrappers. It would be a worse outrage to my grandfather than usual, it seemed to me, to ruin one of these brand new packs. I opened some other drawers and poked around among the Yahtzee and Racco and Monopoly boxes, looking for any of the decks that my grandmother had previously stripped. Inside a tin that once held Barton's Almond Kisses, I found a deck of cards in a curiously drab box, pale blue printed with some words, which I took to be French, in a medieval-looking typeface like the one across the banner of the New York Times. It was thinner than an American deck, as if it contained fewer cards. Assuming that I had managed to locate an actual French piquet deck, I carried it into the kitchen, where my grandmother and I usually played. I thought she would be pleased to see that I had found a way to keep my grandfather happy. Instead, she looked alarmed. She was in the act of lighting one of the Winterman cigarillos that she smoked only while playing cards, but she stopped with the match halfway to her mouth. My mother used to complain bitterly about the stink of my grandmother's cigars in my hair and on my clothing when I was returned after a visit, but I thought they smelled wonderful. She took the unlit cigarillo from her lips and returned it to its little tin. She held out her hand, palm up. I surrendered the pale blue box. She opened its flap, tipped out the cards, and set it down on the table by the ashtray. She held up the deck and fanned it so she could see the faces. I saw only the backs, midnight blue patterned with crescent moons. She asked where I had found the cards. I told her and she nodded. She remembered having hidden them there long ago. She explained that she'd had to hide them because they were magical cards and my grandfather did not believe in magic. I must not tell him about the cards, she said. It would annoy him and he would throw them away. I agreed to keep the cards a secret and asked my grandmother if she believed in magic. She said she did not, but that, surprisingly, magic worked even if you did not believe in it. She seemed to have entirely recovered from her alarm at the thought that my discovery might be discovered. She held up the blue box and told me that the words printed there were German, not French, and that, translated, they read fortune-telling cards for witches. I asked my grandmother if she was a witch. I had the odd sensation that it was a question I had been holding at the back of my tongue for a long time. She looked at me and reached for the cigarillo she had put aside. She lit it, shook out the match. She shuffled the cards a few times with her long, pale fingers. She set the deck on the table between us. In putting down these very early memories of my grandmother, I have so far avoided quoting her directly. To claim or represent that I retain an exact or even approximate recollection of what anyone said so long ago would be to commit the memoirist's great sin. But I have not forgotten my grandmother's two-word reply when I asked if the reason she owned a secret deck of magical fortune-telling cards for witches was that she was herself a witch. Not anymore. I asked if this meant that she was no longer able or didn't remember how to tell fortunes. It was probably a little of both, she said. She would, however, be happy to show me how her magical deck of cards could be used to tell a story. All I had to do, she demonstrated as she explained, was cut the cards, cut them again, and then choose 3 from the top of the deck. I have never had success in tracking down or identifying my grandmother's particular deck, the fortune-telling cards for witches, or the witches' fortune-telling cards, or however the name was translated. It may be that things I heard afterward about my grandmother's brief television career as a witch corrupted my recollection of the deck's name. Maybe they were called Cards of a Gypsy Fortune-Teller, or the Sibyl's Fortune-Telling Cards. But I remember enough about the cards to conclude that it must have been a German variant on the standard Lenormand deck. The first time I saw a classic Mexican Leteria deck with its iconic imagery, El Sol, El Arba La Luna. After moving to Southern California in the mid-'80s, I recognized its kinship to my grandmother's. Her deck had a card called the Ship that showed an old-fashioned argosy under full sail beneath a sky filled with stars. The house was white stucco with a red tile roof and a pretty green garden. The rider in his red tailcoat rode a prancing white horse through yellow and green woods. The child in its neutering nightdress clutched a doll and looked afraid. As on the faces of most Lenormand decks, a small oblong panel, inset at the top of each card above the scythe or the birds or the bouquet, depicted a pip or court card with the German suits of hearts, leaves, acorns, and bells. I don't remember the first story she told me with her fortune-telling deck, or which set of 3 cards she drew it from. But after that first time, playing with the story cards became an occasional feature of our time together. There was no way to predict when the urge would come over her, though it came over her only when we were alone. In my memory of those occasions, the day outside the windows of the apartment would be gray, cold, and wet. The weather may have played a part in putting her in the mood. Anyone who has spent time in the company of small children knows that a crushing boredom can unlock great powers of invention. My grandmother would be drifting gray and unfocused through an October afternoon, unsettled in the kitchen, wearying of my prattle. And then the cards would come out of their hiding place in the empty can of almond kisses, and she would say, "Do you want me to tell you a story?" At this point, I always faced a dilemma. I liked the way my grandmother told a story, but the characters who emerged from her witch's deck unsettled and frightened me, and the fates that befell them were dark. From the 3 cards I turned face up on the kitchen table, my grandmother's imagination would wind a cryptic path to the narrative she unfolded. The lilies, the ring, and the birds, say, would not necessarily produce a story that had anything to do with either lilies, rings, or birds, and if it did, then it would reveal something terrible about them, some latent capability for malice or liability to perdition. In my grandmother's stories, wicked children received grim punishments. Hard-earned success was forfeited in one instant of weakness. Infants were abandoned. Wolves prevailed. A clown who liked to scare children woke up one morning and found that his skin had turned paper white and his mouth had twisted into a permanent grin. A widowed rabbi unraveled his tallies and used the thread and some of his dead wife's clothes to sew their child a new mother, a soft golem silent as a raincoat. The stories gave me nightmares, but while she was telling them I found myself in the company of the grandmother I loved best, playful, exuberant, childlike fay. In later years, whenever I recalled my grandmother to a close friend or a therapist, I would say that when she told a story, the actress in her came out. Her storytelling was a performance undertaken with ardor and panache. She did the different voices of animals, children, and men. If a male character disguised himself as a female, my grandmother would put on the funny, fluting voice that men affect in drag. Her foxes were suave, her dogs wheedling, her cows moronic. If I hesitated before assenting to a story, my grandmother would rescind the offer, and weeks might pass before she offered again. So most of the time I simply nodded, unable to resolve the question of whether the company of the teller was worth the toll in bad dreams. Almost 50 years later, I still remember some of her stories. Bits of them have consciously and unconsciously found their way into my work. The stories I remember tend to be the ones I re-encountered in the plot of a film or in a book of folktales. A few survived because some incident or sense impression of mine got tangled with or trapped inside the telling. That happened with a story she told me about an encounter between King Solomon and a jinn. Afterward, I remembered her introducing it as from the Hebrew Bible, but that turned out to be nonsense. Eventually, I did find some Jewish folktales about Solomon matching wits with jinn, but nothing like my grandmother's story. She told me that one day Solomon, the wisest king who ever lived, was captured by a jinn. On pain of death, the jinn demanded that Solomon grant him 3 wishes. Solomon agreed to try. He set a condition: granting the wishes must cause no harm to any living person. The jinn therefore wished for an end to war. Solomon reminded him that if there were no war, the swordsmith's children would starve to death. Solomon helped the jinn to envision the disastrous outcomes of 2 more apparently benign wishes, and in the end the jinn was obliged to set King Solomon free. Typically, the story did not quite have a happy ending, since afterward King Solomon himself could never again bring himself to wish for anything. I remember this story because after she was done telling it, my grandmother sent me to fetch something, a magazine, her glasses in her bedroom. Maybe I was just snooping around. When I walked into the bedroom, I saw a shaft of afternoon sunlight, slanting in through a window, strike the eternal bottle of Chanel No. 5 on my grandmother's vanity. A jinn kindled in the bottle. It was the very color of the way my grandmother smelled, the color of the warmth of her lap and enfolding arms, the color of her husky voice resounding in her rib cage when she pulled me close. I stared at the flickering fire imprisoned in the bottle. Sometimes I found pleasure, warmth, and comfort in that fragrance, and sometimes when she dragged me onto her lap, her perfume dizzied me and brought on a headache. Sometimes her arms would be iron bands encircling my neck, and the scrape of her laughter sounded embittered and hungry, the laughter of a wolf in a cartoon. My 5 earliest memories of my grandmother: the tattoo on her left forearm, 5 digits encoding nothing but the unspoken prohibition on my asking her about them, the jaunty 7 with its continental slash, a song about a horse sung in French. She bounces me on her knees, holding my hands in hers, clapping them together. faster and faster with each line, from a walk to a trot to a gallop. Most of the time when the song ends, she folds me in her arms and kisses me. But sometimes when she gets to the last word of the song, her lap opens like a trapdoor and she tumbles me onto the carpet. While she sings me the hoarse song, I watch her face, looking for a clue to her intentions. The crimson blur of a jaguar, a matchbox, a 3.4 liter, the same color as her lipstick. She has bought it to console me after taking me to an ophthalmologist who dilated my pupils with drops of belladonna. When I panicked about the loss of vision, she kept her cool, but now that I am happy again, she gives way to worry. She tells me to put away the toy or I will lose it. If I play with it on the subway, one of the other boys riding on our train will envy it and steal it. The world is a blur to me, but my grandmother sees it clearly. Any of the shadows populating the one train might be a covetous boy bent on thievery. So I put the jaguar in my pocket. I feel the jaguar cool against my palm, the elegant taper of its lines, the words jaguar and belladonna that she will own forever afterward in my memory. The seams of her stockings, running true as plumb lines from the hem of her skirt to the backs of her eye Miller pumps as she feeds bones to a soup pot on the stove. Golden bangles stacked for safekeeping beside a flowered marble pastry board on a countertop patterned with asterisks and boomerangs. The knob on the dial of her kitchen timer, finned and streamlined like a rocket. The luminous part in her hair, seen from above as she crouches in front of me, buttoning my pants. A lady's room, maybe Bonwit or Henry Bendel, a periphery of foliage and gilt. I am in English and French her little prince, her little gentleman, her little professor. Her coat has a fur ruff that smells of Chanel No. 5. I have never seen anything as white as her scalp. My mother would have sent me into the men's room to do my own urinating and zip my own fly, but I am aware of no insult to my dignity. I understand that with my grandmother a different law obtains. A phrase I have heard comes to mind, and along with it, a sudden gain in understanding. She will not let me out of her sight. For on December 8, 1941, unemployed, bored, and known as a shark in every pool hall within 100 miles of the corner of 4th and Rittner, my grandfather enlisted in the Army Corps of Engineers. Bequeathing his custom Brunswick Q to Uncle Ray, depriving the world, in time, of a T-Zadig, he boarded a troop train for Rapids Parish, Louisiana. After 6 weeks of basic, he was sent to a Corps base near Peoria, Illinois, for training in the construction of airfields, bridges, and roads. His hustler's instinct was to underplay and advertise nothing, but among the raw recruits of Camp Claiborne and the bohunks and golems of Camp Ellis, he could not conceal the caliber of his game as a soldier and an engineer. He was strong and durable. His frugality with words got interpreted variously, but to his advantage as manliness, self-possession, imperviousness. Inevitably word got around that he held an engineering degree from Drexel Tech, spoke fluent German, was all but unbeatable at pool, and on intimate terms with motors, batteries, and radios. One afternoon when he and his fellow trainees were out butchering a meadow along the Spoon River, some idiot drove a truck through the line that connected their field telephone to the switchboard. My grandfather improvised a new connection using a nearby barbed wire fence. When it started to rain, and the wet fence posts grounded the line, he cut a spare inner tube into foldable bits and sent men down along the fence for 2 miles to insulate wire from wood. The next day he was ordered to report to the commanding officer of his cadre. The major was a lean Princetonian, stained and yellowed by years of spanning chasms and draining swamps in malarial climes. His cheeks were all peeling skin and gin blossoms. He filled a briar pipe and took his time about it. Every now and then he sneaked a sidelong look at my grandfather, who stood uncomfortably at ease, wondering what he had done wrong. After the major had set fire to his pipe, He informed my grandfather that he was to be recommended for transfer to the Corps' Officer Candidate School at Fort Belvoir, Virginia. The atmosphere of life as an enlisted man was toxic with disdain for officers, and from the first my grandfather had breathed that atmosphere freely, without need of filter or adjustment period. "Sir," my grandfather replied after a moment of irresolution. He had nothing against this particular major. It was officers as a class whom he despised. "I'll swing a hammer until we've built a highway from here to Berlin. But all due respect, I'd rather be a dancing chicken in a box on the steel pier than a commissioned officer. No offense, sir. None taken. I understand what you're saying, and between you and me, your dancing chicken analogy is very close to the mark. Sir, all the same, are you aware that if you were to make the grade as a first lieutenant, it would add $50 to your monthly soldier's pay?" It happened that my great-grandfather's final enterprise, a lunch counter near Shibe Park, had recently gone under. He was working now at a package store, grappling in a hernia truss with steel kegs of Ewingling. For years my great-grandmother had taken in piecework, sewing ribbon and trim for a milliner. Now she had been obliged to get a job outside the house, boxing cakes and pastries in a bakery where the bakers, two half-brothers, burned off their mutual contempt by abusing the counter help. My grandfather knew that his parents would shoulder any work and stomach any companions to pay the upkeep on Ray's education, in which they lodged their dreams. "No, sir," he said, "I was not aware of that." 2 weeks later, the day before the men of his cadre boarded a train for Dawson Creek, B.C., where they pitched in to work on the Alaskan Highway, my grandfather was ordered to report to the Corps Ox at Fort Belvoir. It was a bitter journey. Far from the frozen north or the war's early battlefields, 3 hours from Shunk Street, more bored than ever, my grandfather began to brood. His years in poolrooms and classrooms inclined him to divide men into patsies, idiots, and shams, and there was little evidence at Fort Belvoir to debunk this taxonomy. Everywhere he looked he discovered laziness, incompetence, waste, bluster. In other soldiers, heart such discoveries bred cynicism, but in my grandfather's there arose a more or less permanent state of aggravation. Given the proximity of Fort Belvoir to Washington, D.C., it was only a matter of time before his exasperation generalized beyond the perimeter fence to encompass the seat of government itself. In spite of Pearl Harbor and the invasion panics it inspired, the capital had yet to lose its complacency toward enemies who were continents and oceans away. Anti-aircraft batteries were spotty. Elderly Curtiss biplanes patrolled sputtering overhead. A handful of Coast Guard tubs policed the rivers and bridges. Walking the streets one afternoon on a one-day pass, my grandfather nursed his anger and amused himself by planning the conquest of Washington. For verisimilitude, he enacted his role of Reichsmarschall in his grandfather's Pressburger German, debating strategy with the added relish its glottals afforded. He ordered that crack commando units be trained to crew U-boats. He landed 300 men on the Patuxent at the spot where the British had begun their invasion of 1814. His submarine Jaegers blew up the Potomac bridges and electrical power stations, seized radio towers, cut telegraph and telephone cables. They entrenched the orderly street grid with grenade craters and razor wire, piled up chicanes across the approaches to the city. 30 men sufficed to take the Capitol, a dozen to seize the White House. By the evening of the second day of his invasion, my grandfather stood in jackboots and peeked skirmootsy at the elbow of FDR, proffering his pen for the formal surrender. He returned to Fort Belvoir that evening alarmed by the clarity and elegance of his plan. Before retiring for the night, he formulated its essentials in a typed 3-page memorandum to his which was afterward mislaid, ignored, or possibly forgiven. In the darkness of the dormitory room he shared with an mid-educated civil engineer named Orland Buck, he laid out the scheme again. By pure chance, this Buck happened to be one of the few officer candidates not readily fitted onto my grandfather's three-part schema of humanity. Orland Buck was a Maine Brahmin whose father and grandfather both had died fighting to build heroic bridges in Argentina and the Philippines. A history of raising hell in genteel institutions and the weight of his patrimony inclined Buck to the arts of demolition, and he zeroed in on that element of my grandfather's plan. One bridge would do, he decided. Make it the Francis Scott Key, and you would get their attention. All right. Weeks passed without any acknowledgement of my grandfather's memorandum. Orland Buck and my grandfather spent their leave hours ostentatiously casing the Francis Scott Key Bridge with its arches in elegant cavalcade. Buck took documentary pictures of my grandfather taking pictures, unmolested, of the bridge's piers and abutments. Despite their efforts, no one questioned or even appeared to remark on the young men's fascination with the bridge, built by the Corps in the 20s, engineered by an associate of Buck's father. In demolition training sessions, the Corps daily broadened their expertise, and at night Buck and my grandfather studied official copies of the bridge's construction plans in the base library. It will teach them a lesson, Buck said, lying on his bunk in the darkness. A radio, tuned low, brought news of Rommel's capture of Tobruk. It will serve the bastards right. My grandfather wondered how long ago, without his having noticed, his bunkmate had passed from the conditional to the future in talking about their plan. He didn't believe for a moment that Buck wanted to teach anyone a lesson or had the slightest interest in seeing justice done. Buck was not a sorehead, a perfectionist, or a nurser of grievances. He was in it for fun, and only saying what he thought my grandfather wanted to hear. "Don't get carried away," my grandfather told him. "Who, me?" In a strongbox at the back of an old Mack truck that stood rusting without engine or wheels under a tarp in the motor pool, Buck and my grandfather had stashed 10 bombs of their own manufacture. The bomb's design was plausibly straightforward and effective. Empty wooden ammo boxes stuffed with gun cotton, which Buck and my grandfather had spirited away in amounts small enough to go unnoticed during demolitions training. A small amount of primer and cortex had been obtained in the same way, just enough for my grandfather to make his point harmlessly. Twisted to the end of each coil of cortex was a note typed by my grandfather that read "Nur zu Demonstrationszwecken." "I don't like it when people get carried away," my grandfather said. "Oh, no, neither do I," Buck said shamelessly. On the night appointed for the exploit, they strapped on tool belts, retrieved their store of demonstration bombs from the strongbox, zipped the bombs into 4 duffel bags, and went AWOL with an ease that bore out my grandfather's contempt for the way things were done at Fort Belvoir. They hiked through tall weeds and trash pine, across a service road, and into some woods that had been part of the original Belvoir plantation. They stumbled cursing in the dark of the forest until they came to the tracks of the RF&P, where they hopped a freight and rode an empty flatbed into Alexandria. They jumped off just before the train entered the rail yard, in a neighborhood of low brick houses. From the Potomac yard came a smell of diesel, an ozone scorch of pantograph sparkings. Those smells and the houses with their puzzled expressions stirred old yearnings and rancors in my grandfather's heart. He wondered, as in the past and for years to come, if this might be the night on which his life, his true life, began at last. They found an old model, a pickup parked in an alley. The rear window glass of its cab had been replaced by a sheet of pegboard. My grandfather stove in the pegboard with a jab of his left elbow and wriggled through. He had never hot-wired a car before, but the principle was trivial and the Ford unresisting. It took him under a minute to turn the engine over. He unlocked the door and slid across to the passenger side. Orland Buck got in behind the wheel and pawed it for a second or two. "You bastard," Orland Buck said happily. God damn you. Drive. A body slammed against the truck on Buck's side. Buck's window was filled with the eyes and red jaw of a dog. A man shouted from a house that backed onto the alley. Orland Buck laughed. He fought against the clutch and the gear shift. They lurched out of the alley under escort from the outraged dog before Buck hit the gas, and they left the animal in their dust. The truck was not going to afford them very much in the way of stealth. As they turned onto the Jeff Davis Highway, it sounded like they were dragging a sack full of clocks behind them. Orland Buck took himself in hand after that. He drove with care in the darkness, meeting the speed limit. They drove past the new airport, past the wasteland where they were putting up the new War Department building, past the cemetery where Buck's father and grandfather lay under their white crosses. They dragged their load of clock parts across the roadbed of their intended victim and turned left on the district's side. Upriver a little way from Georgetown, near the old terminus of the C&O Canal, Buck put the truck into neutral and cut the engine. They rolled into the gravel lot of Fletcher's boathouse. Before getting out of the truck, they blackened their faces with burnt cork and pulled dark watch caps over their heads. Orland Buck was in heaven. My grandfather was obliged to admit that he was also enjoying himself so far. Now, did you ever paddle a canoe? Said Buck, a veteran of many down east camps. I've seen it done, my grandfather said, thinking in particular of a silent version of The Last of the Mohicans he had taken in at the Lyric in Germantown. Bela Lugosi can do it, I can do it. The hasp on the boathouse door broke at a tap of his hammer and chisel. My grandfather eased the door open a foot on its rollers and slipped inside. The darkness smelled of old canvas tennies. Buck found the canoe Lucky No. 9, in which a War Department typist named Irma Budd once sucked him off. Bowed and loping, they ran it down to the boat ramp. My grandfather loaded in the duffel bags while Buck fetched 2 paddles. Ready to have some fun, Lugosi. My grandfather dragged the canoe to the bottom of the ramp and climbed into the stern as the hull scraped, then slid free. It was not the type of question he would ever bother to answer. In canoe No. 9, silent as Piscataways, they breasted the Potomac. This was the part of the exploit that would expose them most to public view, and they had decided it would be better to get across and hug the Virginia bank, in those days still half wilderness. Adventure silenced Orland Buck. It brought out in him the sober-sided Yankee, 2 wiry hands on a wooden shaft. For most of the crossing my grandfather was as useless as a Hungarian actor, though he did not give way to distress or embarrassment. By design they had chosen a moonless night, but the weather was clear, and over my grandfather's head the circuitry of heaven was printed in bright joints of solder. By the time Buck brought them around for the short downstream run to the Key Bridge, my grandfather was handling his own paddle with aplomb. He was as happy as he had ever been. The bridge seemed to hold itself in tension, straining at its tethers as Orland Buck and my grandfather slid beneath its haunch. It thrummed with the passage of a car overhead. My grandfather shipped his paddle and crouched, rocking the canoe a little as Buck eased them to the foot of the abutment that buried its massive burden in the soil of Virginia. Buck reached out to steady the boat. My grandfather zipped open one of the duffel bags and took out the first bomb and a roll of adhesive tape they had boosted from the infirmary. Given time and actual malicious intent, they would have holed the concrete with a pick or borer to sink the bombs, to give the blast some muscle. Concrete was a bastard, and my grandfather estimated that to bring the Key Bridge down in earnest might take 1,000 pounds of gun con. He taped the first bomb to the bridge's great concrete hoof. The strips of sticky tape, as he unrolled them, resounded in the arch like thunder cracks. "Next," he said. Orland Buck stroked at the water and they went farther in under the bridge. The water slapped against the canoe and against the abutment. The Francis Scott Key Bridge has 5 arches, 3 that take giant steps across the water, one at either end to anchor the bridge to land. Orland Buck and my grandfather took turns taping 3 bombs to each of the 4 central piers, 6 bombs per man. When they had finished, it was nearly 4 in the morning. My grandfather looked up at the belly of the bridge. He admired the way the gap between the top of each arch and the flat bridge deck was taken up by a series of daughter arches, each inverted U obliged to descend farther from the deck than the last as the mother arch curved down and away. The whole space hummed as the wind passed through it. Beyond the vault of steel and concrete, the vernal animals and heroes wheeled in the greater vault of the sky. Arch upon arch bearing up, craving the weight, crushed by the force that held it together. He looked down at Orland Buck in the stern of the stolen canoe. Buck was holding a time pencil and a 150-foot coil of cortex my grandfather had never seen and knew nothing about. "You probably want to grab a paddle and put some distance between here and this boat," said Orland Buck. My grandfather nodded. On some level he had suspected Buck was planning something of this nature. He sat down and deftly turned the canoe upstream. Buck paid out the coated cord with one hand, taking care not to dislodge the detonator pencil. When they had gone about 140 feet along the bank on the district's side, my grandfather swung the paddle up out of water and ensured that it made solid contact with the side of Orland Buck's head. Buck fell onto his face. My grandfather twisted the time pencil free of the cortex and tossed it into the river. He sat Buck up, made sure that his friend was unconscious and not dead, and laid him out in the stern of the canoe. Then he paddled back to Fletcher's. When they got there, Buck was still out cold. My grandfather returned the canoe to the shed by himself, leaving $3 to pay for the broken hasp. He shoved the empty duffel bags into a trash bin and loaded Buck into the cab of the stolen truck. When they were crossing the Key Bridge, Orland Buck made a noise and opened his eyes. He looked out the window and saw where they were. He experimented with his fingers at the site of his injury and groaned again. He shook his head. "Christ," he said with bitter respect. "You got carried away," said my grandfather. The next afternoon, when my grandfather returned to quarters after maps and surveying, there was an MP stationed on either side of his door. My grandfather braced himself to flee and then accepted his fate as it bore down on him. His cheeks, ears, and inner organs burned at the thought that his mother would now be obliged to let those 2 bakers shit on her head for the rest of her life. The snowdrops in their spotless helmets held still as he approached them. They stared death, hatred, and tedium at him, and my grandfather stared those things back. "Looking for me," he said, stopping in front of the door, equidistant to each of their throats. "No, son," said a voice from inside the room where he and Orland Buck had foolishly conspired to land themselves. My grandfather presumed in Leavenworth. It was a rich man's voice, lilting and soft but accustomed to being listened to. "I'm the one that's looking for you." A big man, past middle age, sprang up from the chair when my grandfather walked in. Broad at the shoulder like my grandfather, a bruiser gone old and fat. He wore a gray Glen plaid suit gridded with red, a red and silver silk tie, and wonderful black bucks. Though he looked like an English lawyer, my grandfather could smell the army on him. The man took the measure of my grandfather coldly and openly, top to bottom. What he saw appeared to confirm report or rumor. His eyes were extraordinary. Remembering them to me, my grandfather groped to define their color, comparing them first to sea ice, then to a lit stove ring. "I am sure it will come as no surprise to you, soldier," the man said in his Park Avenue drawl, "to learn that you are in trouble." "No, sir. No, indeed. How could it? You went looking for trouble and you found it. Consistent behavior produces predictable results." "Sir, I wasn't looking for trouble. I don't bother to deny it. One glance at you and I know the whole story. You've been looking for trouble all your life." "Sir, am I wrong, soldier?" "No, sir." "You stole equipment and materiel from the U.S. Army, went AWOL, hotwired a truck, purloined a canoe, planted live explosives on federal property. That part was not the plan, my grandfather said. The live charge. No, then how did it happen? It was clear that Buck had already confessed to everything, but my grandfather had not given up the whiskered girl in the train yard, and he was unwilling to give up his friend, even if his friend had turned out to be a rat. It was a breakdown in leadership, my grandfather confessed. The eyes went abruptly from ice to fire. My grandfather had the disconcerting sensation of being loved by the beefy old man. Orley Buck's father served in the Fighting 69th as my aide-de-camp, the old man said. He was always looking for trouble, too, and he knew that if ever he called out to me, I would hasten to his side and endeavor to get him out of whatever fix he was in, one way or another. I believe that is why, when those two snowdrops out there showed up to arrest him, Orley reached out to his old Uncle Bill. A scent of anecdotes, genealogies, and dark allusions let out by Orland Buck over the past few months cinched together all at once in my grandfather's mind and caught a darting hope. "Colonel Donovan, can you get me out of trouble, too?" my grandfather said. "Well, my boy," Wild Bill Donovan said, "you know, the truth is I probably could. But as we've already established, that's not what you really want now, is it?" Following his arraignment on charges of assaulting the president of Feathercombs, my grandfather spent a week in jail. The bail was steep, and he had no collateral apart from a $25 reflecting telescope and a 1949 Crossley sedan. Over that week, he telephoned my grandmother twice. In the first call, he misinformed her as to his whereabouts and said nothing at all about his arrest. The lawyer, Shulman, sent someone to pick up the Crossley from the garage on East 57th and drive it back to New Jersey. The driver was instructed to tell my grandmother only that her husband planned to go by train on an urgent sales trip upstate. On the fourth day of his stretch in the house of detention, my grandfather phoned again. He provided my grandmother with memories not previously shared from a trip the previous August, a view from a motel window overlooking the rancid Susquehanna, an Italian restaurant that had served spaghetti in a green sauce called pesto, a long afternoon making sales calls in the heat. He had hated the job from the day he was hired, but now that he had lost it, demolished it, there was a retrospective charm in the tedium of those days spent barnstorming upstate beauty counters. Tears came to his eyes as he leaned against the outgoing-only pay phone in his gray jailhouse twills, eulogizing the wife of a pharmacist in Elmira who at first had taken only a case of Feathercombs, but increased her order to 3 after he held up his demo mirror. He never considered telling my grandmother the truth. She was already teetering. He was afraid the truth would push her over the edge. That was how he explained his subterfuge to himself, and to me 32 years later. It was not, in my view, a complete explanation. My grandfather never would have lied to exonerate himself, make himself look good, or evade responsibility. Unlike my grandmother, he did not seem to find pleasure or release in telling lies. But while he was a family man and loved us all in his wordless way, he was also, to the core, a solitary. If there was suffering to be endured, he preferred to withstand it alone. If he made a mess, he would clean it up himself. Unlike his wife, he was uncomfortable with make-believe, but his fetish for self-reliance made him secretive. So though it was true that psychiatrists, who got paid to know such things, had instructed him over the years to keep upsetting news away from my grandmother, it was also true that this advice suited his furtive nature. She was always threatening rain. He had been born with an umbrella in his hand. The truth is that if he hadn't been so worried about his wife's mental state, my grandfather might have welcomed a couple of days in jail. Repentance is the most solitary of pursuits, and there could be no better place for penitence than shelved on a steel bunk in the tombs. But scenarios of imminent breakdown and disaster at home began to obsess him. Though he hated asking for help more than anything else, in particular from people who loved him, or would do it free of charge. My grandfather saw no alternative but to tell Shulman to try to track down his kid brother. Uncle Ray had been ordained as a rabbi at the age of 23, a wonder boy of learning. But sometime in the early 1950s, my great-uncle had begun to reverse himself on questions of chance and divine intention. He had resigned his pulpit in northwest Baltimore and now made a good living hustling pool and poker up and down the Delmarva Peninsula. To raise my grandfather's bail, Ray required a week's time, a supply of willing victims, and a surprise win by Hopeless Hope in the Fifth at Hialeah. My grandfather walked out of the tombs with enough money for a shave, a bus, a Zagnut bar for my mother, and coffee and a donut for himself when he reached the Patterson bus terminal. Through Shulman, coached to represent himself to my grandmother as a lawyer involved with your husband's business, my grandfather had arranged for his wife to meet his bus at 10:30. At 11:15 there was still no sign of her. He used his last dime to call the house. "I'm here," he said. "Here? Where is here?" "In Patterson, at the bus." "Patterson," she repeated. She might have heard rumors her tone suggested of there being such a place. She found her adopted homeland overburdened by places with preposterous names. "Didn't Shulman tell you?" "Shulman? Who is this Shulman?" "The lawyer, Shulman." "Shulman is the lawyer, yes, I see." You would have assumed she was jotting the words down for subsequent study. Patterson Shulman, lawyer. "And now tell me, please, who are you?" Only much later did my grandfather learn there had been a story in the Daily News, but he understood now that in spite of his efforts, word had spread. "Look," he said. "I don't know what to say. I'm sorry." "Are you? And why is that?" "Darling, I know. I did a terrible thing. I'll sort it out. I swear. I could not be more sorry. I know how worried you must have been." "Oh, but not in the least." Because of her French accent, there was always a showiness to my grandmother's sarcasm. "Every time I'm starting to worry, then I think of you jumping out of the airplane, bringing emergency hair combs to the disheveled dead ladies of Binghamtown, New York." He winced, recognizing in this distorted version the lameness of the cover story he had concocted with Shulman. To sell it, as she clearly understood, he had been counting on the marginality of Binghamton to his immigrant wife's disorderly mental maps. But as usual, she had seen through him and his stratagems. Like many of the spouses of the lucky ones, my grandfather had observed that what got labeled luck was really stubbornness married to a knack for observation, a fluid sense of the truth, a sharp ear for lies, and a deeply suspicious nature. They'd had the same type of luck in South Philadelphia, but there you could do more with it than merely survive. "Honey," he pleaded, "I just spent a week in jail. I'm filthy, I'm half dead, I'm in a bus station in Patterson. Please, come get me. You have eaten something." "I had a donut. How is she?" "She is at school." He had not asked for my mother's whereabouts. They could be inferred from the time of day and the day of the week, but he let it pass. His question had been as pointless as any other. "And this donut you ate," she said, "how big it was." "How big? It was a donut. It was donut size, darling, but it filled up your stomach." "Sure." "Good," she said just before she hung up on him. "Then you will have energy for the long walk home." He pleaded with a soldier bound for Trenton on leave and wasted the dime on another call home. My grandmother had taken the phone off the hook. For the soldier's benefit, he pretended, while listening to the busy signal, to hold a brief conversation with his wife in which he was forgiven and redeemed. He coughed to cover the clatter as the phone returned the dime, which paid for the bus to Ho-Ho-Cuss. It dropped him on Sheridan Avenue. He walked surrounded, for a long time, by tracts of new construction. Dirt lawns, planted saplings, houses like boxcars in snaking lines. When he drove past these new housing tracts at 45 miles per hour on his way to work every day, they had appeared harmless, contained. On foot he could not seem to get past them. Houses oozed without limit in every direction. Cornfields, orchards, stands of oak and hickory that had seemed untouchable by time or steel had all been dragged under. My grandfather felt a stirring of unease that grew stronger the nearer to home he came. He worried that in his absence the ooze would have spread to overtop their white house on its little green hill. He shook off the thought. He was irritated with himself for thinking it. But as he threaded his way among the housing developments, the image returned to plague him. His house, his wife and daughter, driven beneath the ooze. At last he turned off the county road onto a road paved with gravel and found himself safely among apple trees and shoots of corn. The panic subsided. But he could not seem to reassure himself that his family would not be drowned. The way I heard the story was that sometime after the fall of France, my grandmother, unwed, not yet 18, and pregnant with my mother, had been taken in by Carmelite nuns in the countryside outside of Lille, where her family were prominent Jewish dealers in horses and hides. On learning that she was pregnant, and with the bastard of a Catholic unappeased by knowing that the father was a handsome young doctor, her family had disowned her. It was the family of the handsome young doctor who had arranged things with the nuns. Shortly after my mother's birth, my grandmother's family was deported to Auschwitz, where they perished. After the handsome young doctor had treated the injuries of some local members of the resistance, the SS had shot him. All her life my grandmother's family looked askance at her interest in drama, poetry, handicraft. The nuns, by contrast, were sympathetic, aesthetic. They supported themselves by making and selling fragrant wreaths of laurel and dried flowers. They tended orchards and beehives and a meadow dotted with sheep. When I was 8 or 9, my mother had explained the concept of survivor's guilt to me, and told me that in her mother's case this was one of its sources. She had never been happier than with the Sisters of the Lille Carmel. My grandparents' farmhouse, on 11 acres outside Ho-Ho-Kus, New Jersey, had neither nuns nor sheep. But there was a meadow and an apple orchard, and my grandfather had spent their first winter building hives and honeycomb frames according to plans in a book from the public library. He had taken out a lease on the property in anticipation of my grandmother's discharge from her first hospitalization, from late 1952 to late 1954. He had hoped the place might carry her back to the remembered sweetness of the Carmel. The apples had proved stony. The special order French bees were prey to wanderlust and ennui. But from her first sight of the farmhouse, with its gingerbread, tangle of roses, and fresh coat of whitewash, my grandmother had conceded to my grandfather's logic. She emerged from that first time at Greystone in a fragile and quiet state, holding herself like an egg balanced on a spoon. But for the next 28 months they lived on the farm in relative contentment. No angel inspired her to bear the prophecies of her body to fellow passengers on buses or trolley cars. She abandoned the bouts of prolonged fasting that rendered her skin translucent to an inner light equivalent in her mind to the Christ of her guardian nuns. She found work, taking leads in 3 productions at the prestigious Paper Mill Playhouse, and being cast in a small role in a Broadway revival of Wilderness that closed out of town. Until the spring of 1957, the skinless horse had kept its jibes and railleries to itself. Sometime during the week preceding my grandfather's rampage at Feathercombs, Inc., her cruel familiar returned to take up residence in a grand hickory tree in the house's front yard. The precise moment of its reappearance, like the reason thereof, remained unclear to my grandfather. In hindsight, he recalled my grandmother once or twice having held herself very still, eyes closed, as if fighting down a bout of nausea. He remembered a shudder that she repressed, a smile that hung too long from the hooks of her face. For all my grandfather knew, the skinless horse might have been hanging around for months before it decided to occupy the tree fort my grandfather had built in the hickory tree as a 13th birthday present for my mother. The day he got out of jail, the first thing he saw, coming down the hill from the main road, was the tree. It was a 60-footer, planted well before the turn of the century by the house's original occupants, a fellowship of free-love Christians. At the height of summer, it would spread its leaves across the sky like a child's drawing of a tree, a perfect circle of crayon green. Hidden among its branches, the tree fort was my mother's galleon and keep. Now at the base of the tree, there was a burnt blotch from which 4 jagged streaks extended upward. It looked like the print of a giant paw. The eye-holes of the tree fort stared down at my grandfather as he circled around to the kitchen at the back of the farmhouse. They never used the front door. My grandfather hauled himself up the last 3 steps of his long walk home onto the back porch. The boards under his wing tips were new last summer. The previous porch was rotten and colonized by insects, and my grandfather had demolished it with a ferocity that approximated hope. Working alone or with my mother passing him nails from a bucket or bracing a plank with her bottom, he had cut, framed, and whitewashed the lumber of the new one, carpentering its Gothic lace under the guidance of another library book. The new porch felt sound and solid under the weight of him. Like the rest of the house, it was not and would never be his property, but in those years his ambition was not to own a piece of the world. Just to keep that piece from falling down or burning up around him would suffice. The spring afternoon had turned cool, but the back door was open. My grandfather smelled onions, bay leaf, simmering wine. He heard the trout quintet bubbling on the record player in the living room. The kitchen windows streamed with vapor. Behind them darted the shape of my grandmother. She was an excellent cook, never more calm or present than with her hand on the rosewood grip of a razor-sharp sabatier. In the early 50s, before her first hospitalization, she had been a frequent guest on Wham's Home Cooking, giving lessons in French cooking to Baltimore housewives, those with televisions at any rate, and briefly the host of her own program, La Cuisine, which aired 2 mornings a week. "Look who's here," my grandfather said, coming into the heat of the kitchen. She looked up from her bowl and whisk. She reached around to untie her apron. She had set her hair and put on her pearls. The pearls lay against the ruddy expanse between her throat and the cleft revealed by the scoop neck of her black sweater. The pearls seemed to radiate the absorbed heat of her skin. My grandparents forgave each other with the pragmatism of lovers in a plummeting airplane. There would be ample time for reproach in the event of their survival. "We have an hour before the school bus," my grandmother said. My grandfather took off his shoes, his suit and tie, his curdled white shirt, his socks and garters. My grandmother helped him out of his undershorts. She led him naked up to the bathroom so he could wash away the tombs. Hot water was a pleasure, but he did not linger under the shower. When he came into the bedroom, my grandmother had unfurled her naked body on the bed, propped on an elbow. Knowing that he liked the look of it, she had retained the string of pearls. A photograph of my grandmother posed in a bikini, taken in Florida when she was in her mid-40s, shows a Zoftig dame with impressive cleavage and dimpled knees. By then she had undergone the first-generation hormone replacement therapy, HRT, that softened her body and pacified her mind. When she took my grandfather into her arms on the afternoon of his release from the house of detention, her abdomen was rounded and firm under the watered silk of her stretch marks. Her waist remained narrow, her wrists and ankles thin. He took one ankle and used it to drag her across the bed. He pinned her upraised legs against him and entered her with his feet planted on the floor. The pearls shone against her skin in the failing daylight. As he was getting up from the toilet one morning in March 1990, in the master bathroom of his condominium at the Fontana Village Retirement Community in Coconut Creek, Florida, my grandfather heard something snap. He woke up bloody on the bathroom floor with a fat lip and a leg fracture. Later, the broken bone would prove to be the result of a bone metastasis. It turned out that for the past 6 months, without telling anyone, He had been declining to undergo treatment for a carcinoid tumor in his gut. But at first all we knew was that he had fallen, and that someone would have to look after him as he recovered from a broken leg. My mother, a public interest litigator, was in the midst of bringing a class action suit against a pharmaceutical company whose popular second-generation HRT drug appeared to be giving thousands of women ovarian cancer and killing them before they turned 60. My younger brother, embarked on a career as an actor in LA, had just booked a TV pilot, a proposed reboot of the 70s show Space, 1999. I was about to start a reading tour for the paperback edition of my first novel and was in the midst of an attempt, which turned out to be futile, to salvage something more than the material for a few short stories from the staved-in hull of my first marriage. There was also the shadowy lady friend. Pooling information, we discovered that my grandfather had said little to any of us about her. Her name was Sally. She was an artist. She was a recent widow. None of us had a phone number or even knew her last name. Sally called my mother on the day after my grandfather's accident and got right to the point. Though she and my grandfather had been dating only since September and were still getting to know each other, she was willing to help. But she had spent 3 brutal years nursing her late husband through his illness, decline, and recent death, and frankly, she was not sure she had the strength. My mother thanked Sally and said she understood. She had the sense that Sally already knew my grandfather well enough to imagine that he might not take to being nursed. So my mother flew to Florida to fetch the man who had been her father since she was not yet 5 years old. She hoped that, by bringing him to Oakland, she would be able to arrange for his care, and whatever therapy he needed, and still be able to do her job. She booked him a first-class seat over his strenuous objections for the long trip west, so that he would be more comfortable. She arranged for his mail to be forwarded and packed a suitcase with his clothes and papers. It was a big suitcase, with plenty of room for personal items, but my grandfather chose to bring only 5. Rockets, Missiles, and Space Travel by Willy Ley, 3rd edition, Viking, 1957. A history of rocket flight up to 1956, combined with a detailed, if ultimately mistaken, prognostication of a manned mission to the moon. I knew the book and its author were longtime favorites of my grandfather, but I had never seen this particular copy. It lacked a dust jacket and bore clear evidence tape stains, a tear on the paste down where a pocket for the date card had been, New York State Department of Corrections rubber-stamped along the top edge of its provenance. When I flipped through its pages, I noticed that throughout the book, someone, presumably my grandfather, had used a black marker to blot out certain words. I held up the defaced pages to the bedside lamp. Every blot covered an occurrence of one man's name, Werner von Braun, a Zippo known as Owenbaugh's lighter, which he had carried in his right pants pocket for as long as I could remember. He had quit smoking before I was born, but I'd seen him use Owenbaugh's lighter many times to light charcoal grills, chimney logs, campfires. On a smooth oval, set into a nickel finish otherwise pebbled to hide scratches, you could make out traces of an engraved representation of an organic molecule, a linked pair of hexagons whose vertices were CS, HS, and OS. Over the years, I had asked him a few times what molecule was represented, but the answer I received, maltose, or the reason for the answer, because it makes donuts taste good, struck me as so nonsensical and seemed to explain so little my grandfather didn't even like donuts that I finally concluded he was putting me on. As for the Zippo's eponym, my grandfather would only say that Owenbaugh had been an army buddy. A black and white photograph of my mother, taken in August 1958. In the photo, she was sitting bareback on a lean gray horse. She wore a beach towel around her hips and a one-piece swimsuit that she filled out more thoroughly than might be advisable for a girl not yet 16. She and the horse were angled away from the photographer, looking to his left. My mother held an archery bow with an arrow nocked to the drawn bowstring, ready to let fly at a target out of the frame. I had never seen the photo before it showed up among my grandfather's belongings. Neither he nor my mother would say much about it, except that it had been taken at a hotel in Virginia Beach during the period of her life, when she was remanded to the custody of Uncle Ray. My mother's hair was unkempt, and the look in her eyes, taking aim, struck me as murderous. A model moon garden, constructed from the lid of a to-go coffee cup, pieces salvaged from commercial model airplane and tank kits, a dozen small capacitors, and 4 links of a metal wristwatch band, glued together and spray-painted Tamiya, light ghost gray. It belonged to Lav 1, my grandfather's scale model lunar outpost, which he had spent the years since my grandmother's death building and reconfiguring. With its tunnels, pods, aerials, dishes, and domes, the Lav 1 model on its craggy scale model lunar surface covered most of the dining room table in his condo back in Florida. He only wanted the moon garden, my mother told me. I had to kind of tweeze it out from the rest of it. A publicity photograph, in a lucite box frame, of the last crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger. In this photograph, astronauts Michael J. Smith, Dick Scobie, and Ronald McNair sat at a table with their helmets in front of them like fish bowls from which they planned to draw lucky numbers. Behind them stood Ellison Onizuka, Krista McAuliffe, Gregory Jarvis, and Judith Resnick, cradling their helmets in their hands. The crew's flight suits, like the shiny cloth that covered the table, were a variation on the blue of the Florida sky in which they would soon be lost. Their 7 smiles mocked them, at least to my eye. At one end of the blue table, like a human skull in a still life, stood a scale model of Challenger strapped to its fuel tank and booster rockets. In the photograph, the model shuttle looked like a child's toy, albeit a splendid one. It was hard to see the fine detail that my grandfather had put into this particular commission, how the cargo bay doors opened to reveal the remote manipulator arm, how the engine nozzles could be made to pivot. You could pull open the nose of the fuselage and look into the crew cabin, rendered in faithful detail down to the buttons and switches of the instrument panels and the Sally Ride curtain over the toilet. Even if his scale model had not been selected by NASA for inclusion in the official mission portrait, my grandfather likely would have planned to attend the launch on January 28, 1986. He was a habitué of Cape Canaveral who drove up for almost every shuttle firing, as if trying to make up for his boycott painful to him to have to maintain. I knew of every Apollo mission. But that Tuesday corresponded to the 11th yahrzeit of my grandmother's death. At 11:39 a.m., when an O-ring failed and the shuttle began to break apart, my grandfather was at her grave in Jenkintown, Pennsylvania. He didn't learn of the disaster until he got back to his motor lodge in Center City and turned on the television. He sat without moving, without blinking or breathing, as a flower of fire bloomed on a stem of vapor. In that and subsequent replays, he watched fragments of the disintegrated spacecraft snake across the sky, wandering, doubling back, as if blindly searching for one another in the blue. As soon as I heard the news, I was then in graduate school at Irvine. I tracked him down through my mother. I had expected that when I reached him, my grandfather might sound low, even mournful, but I ought to have known better. "Too goddamn cold," he said. 36 degrees at launch. Idiot bureaucrats. Why didn't they scrub it? Because they're pencil pushers. Judy knew better than to launch in weather like that. The astronaut Judith Resnick was a particular favorite of my grandfather's. She was a brilliant engineer who had, on a prior mission, become the first Jewess in space. Her tangle of wild black curls had enacted Medusa feats in zero gravity. "Poor Judy," my grandfather said. I could hear the voice of a television reporter in the background, shouting to be heard over the wind gusting along a stretch of Florida beach. "I'm sorry I couldn't be with you," I said. "How was it? How was the cemetery?" Dumb question. "It was very festive. I'm sorry. Frankly." The grave looked untidy. I was shocked. The wind whipped up along the beach on the motel TV. "Grandpa, you there? Yeah, you okay? No, I know you miss her. I wish she were still here. I'm glad she isn't. If she saw what a mess her grave is, she'd be furious and she'd blame me, because I insisted on that cemetery. Oh, everyone else is already buried there. It was already paid for a long time ago." I knew my grandfather didn't mean that he was glad my grandmother had died. I knew how much he missed her. I didn't know, because he had not yet told me, that inside the crew cabin of his Challenger model, one of the webbed panels enclosing the sleep niches could be lifted on a hinge to reveal two miniature human figures. They had been the original occupants of Lav 1's moon garden before my grandfather enlarged the scope of that structure's function. A man and a woman, 5/8 of an inch tall, lay together in a sleep niche, naked in each other's arms. The male figure spread his body like a shield across the female. The female figure's long hair was painted a vivid shade of auburn. My grandfather never revealed the intention behind this Easter egg, not to me, at least. It may have been a gag, or never one to let an empty grave or a $3.99 model kit go to waste. My grandfather may simply have been economizing. When I look at the Challenger mission photograph now, I don't see the seven smilers, pretty Judy Risnick, or even really the model itself. I see the hidden lovers, fates entangled like their bodies, waiting for release from the gravity that held them down all their lives. She touched his leg and he woke up. The world around him was his bedroom and not a jail cell. My grandmother was taking her skirt and sweater from the valet on which she had neatly hung them. "10 minutes," she said. My grandfather put on a blue work shirt and a pair of chinos and went downstairs to find his mud-caked work boots. My grandmother had resumed work on her interrupted coq au vin. She stood at the stove with her head inclined over a wooden spoon that brimmed with steam. He came up behind her and touched his lips to her nape. She shivered. He felt that she expected him to say something. They had spoken very little so far, and he was not sure what he meant to say or what she needed to hear. He wrestled fiercely against the urge to say nothing at all. In his powerlessness to undo what had already been done or avert what lay ahead, he resorted to the usual inanity. "We'll be fine," he told her. "It'll all be fine." She did not contradict him, did not assent. She took a sip from the spoon. She made a sound that committed her to nothing. "Go," she said. "She is expecting to see you." My grandfather waited at the top of the drive to meet the school bus, ready with the Zagnut bar. The sky was promisingly blue. To occupy himself, my grandfather constructed an almanac of nights lost to the house of detention. The moon would be at 3/4 and waning. Tonight, after he had eaten his wife's good coq au vin and dried and put away the dishes, he and my mother would rejoin Oliver Twist in his interminable sufferings. My grandfather would lie beside his daughter and then his wife, in turn, until their breathing gathered into sleep. Then he would go to the top of the hill behind the house with his telescope and a thermos of tea and lose himself for an hour or two in contemplation of the Sea of Serenity, Algol and Deneb, Eridanus, the river of stars. "It will all be fine," he said aloud. When the bus pulled up, he watched my mother, 14 and lanky, slouch her way along the aisle down the steps. When her feet touched ground, she burst into a run. He pressed his nose against her hair and breathed in her school smell, a smell like the flavor of a postage stamp. Against her better judgment, he persuaded my mother to devour the entire candy bar before they got to the bottom of the drive, where the hickory tree fingered the sky, awaiting my grandmother's next attempt on its life. The candy bar spoiled my mother's appetite for dinner, but in the interest of peace, not wanting to betray my grandfather, she forced herself to clean her plate. 6. My grandfather saw my grandmother for the first time in February 1947 at Ahava's Shalom synagogue. She had been posed beside a potted palm, in a fox stole and sunglasses, under a banner that read "Try Your Luck." The fur was on loan from the president of the sisterhood. The dark glasses had been provided free of charge by the president's husband, an ophthalmologist, to treat a case of photophobia brought on by chronic malnutrition. I assume that the text painted on the bedsheet banner, part of the decor for Congregation Ahava's Shalom's inaugural night in Monte Carlo, was coincidence. The pose, however, had been calculated with utmost strategy. Without consulting her, the sisterhood had decided that even though she was a widow encumbered with a 4-year-old daughter, my grandmother, transferred safely to Baltimore from a DP camp in Austria, was the leading candidate for the position of wife to the new rabbi. Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society canteens, and then the kitchens of Park Circle and Forest Park had conspired to ensure that my grandmother regained her shape, her color, and what the president always referred to as that gorgeous head of hair. My grandmother was courteous, conversant with literature and art. She had ambitions and the talent, it was said, to be an actress on the stage. Her feline face and French accent, at times impenetrable, led more than one admirer to compare her to Simone Simon. In spite of suffering and loss, she laughed often, smiled easily. She strode into rooms with actressy shoulders and the humble swagger of a girl who had come of age among hardworking nuns. A few times, it was true, she had come out with utterances that made no sense whatsoever in French or English. It was also true that when she was not smiling, she fell into taut silences, seemed to listen for footsteps on the other side of doors, studied shadows in the corners of rooms. When taken to a Baltimore public library for the first time, it was reported she had made straight for the recordings of Highland reels. The first 2 peculiarities were put down to her being a relative newcomer to English and a girl who had endured and survived the unspeakable. Nobody could account for the love of bagpipes. If one sometimes sensed a weird crackle around her, a scorching like dust on a solenoid, it was believed by the sisterhood and seconded by many of their husbands that this mysteriously added to her allure. The new rabbi, freshly graduated first in his class from the Jewish Theological Seminary, had charmed everyone with his brilliance and elan, his tailored suits and his faint, delicious odor, unexpected in a rabbi of gardenias. But he displayed a troubling streak of self-will. All his life he had been the pride of his family and the joy of his teachers. As a result, he had learned to prefer his own ideas to those of other people, even with regard to subjects, such as the woman he ought to marry, about which he could be expected to know very little. Overt matchmaking attempts, each to a thoroughly eligible candidate, had not turned out well. The sisterhood caucused and agreed to authorize the use of wiles. To ensure that the target of the operation could not fail to notice her when he put in his scheduled appearance at night in Monte Carlo, the sisterhood had posed my grandmother beside the rented palm tree just by the main door of the synagogue's reception room. 2 sisterhood members were deployed here to pin my grandmother down. Mrs. Waxman, married to a judge, had been the chief sponsor of my grandmother's petition for refugee status. Mrs. Zellner, among the first Jewish graduates of Bryn Mawr, spoke excellent French. Playing on my grandmother's sense of obligation and her hunger to speak her mother tongue, the women were prepared to hold her on the spot for however long it took the rabbi to arrive, at which point they would merely put my grandmother in his way, so that afterward a key to the strategy he could operate under the impression that he had discovered his future bride for himself. The rabbi was late. The reception room filled with congregants who knew nothing of the sisterhood's maneuverings and were eager for the evening to begin. The chair of the fundraising committee stepped to the dais. He had prepared a welcome, studded with mildly off-color puns about spades and craps, but when the microphone gave him a mild electric shock, he was obliged to break off his speech. The sisterhood president shoved her husband toward the dais, where the hired musicians, Jews dressed as fanciful Cubans, loitered with their instruments. The ophthalmologist crouched down beside the chairman of the fundraising committee. He took the man's pulse and helped him unbutton his collar. Other male congregants offered assistance in the form of impromptu puns on the words shock, current, spark, what a revolting development this was, and so forth. The 15-year-old sound technician struggled to locate and swap in a new mic, a task in which he was hampered by his mother's constant reminders that he ought to hurry. A scrum kicked up around the table of dairy appetizers, awakening old antipathies and reinforcing new ones. Meanwhile, the thong of small talk and college French that the sisterhood tiger hunters were using to lash their goat to its stake stretched ever thinner. A second microphone was found and tested. The board president was certified fit to conclude his speech. "Please," he enjoined all those who had come to try their luck that night, "lose as much and as often as you possibly can." The lights were lowered. The dance band generated a supper club ambience. Over the cha-cha-cha, the chatter, and the rattle of dice and roulette balls, my grandmother's handlers found it impossible to maintain their grip on her. She took a package of Herbert Territons from her borrowed beaded clutch. "I find it is very warm in this room," she said, still unsuspecting her status as prey but conscious of the strain on the conversational tether. "Excuse me, please. Maybe I will have a look at the beautiful moon." All at once the moon of Mrs. Zellner's face was suffused with delight. In her relief she may have tipped her hand slightly. "Mais voilà le rabbin," she cried. All day my grandfather had busied himself finding reasons not to accompany Uncle Ray tonight in Monte Carlo. He was not ready to mix with regular people. He was uncomfortable making small talk with strangers. He lacked the funds and the appropriate attire. He had no use for synagogues. He would just get in his brother's way. Each of these reasons, with the aplomb of a born dialectician, Uncle Ray discounted, dismissed, disarmed, or batted to one side. He appreciated the challenge a return to civilian life must represent, he said, but in the end you just had to hold your breath and jump into the pool. Nobody, apart from traveling salesmen and the people who accosted you in bus terminals, was comfortable making small talk with strangers. He would happily stake my grandfather for the evening, to be repaid by the winnings or at a later date. He owned a very nice blazer, Harris tweed, that was much too big in the shoulders for him. A synagogue, when you came right down to it, was only a building. Great Jews from Abraham to Hillel had never laid eyes on one. And everyone, by design and almost by definition, was in a rabbi's way. When the time came to leave for the synagogue, the only card my grandfather still held was to make himself disagreeable, pick a fight and hope to be uninvited. The problem with this approach was Uncle Ray's satisfaction with himself and his opinions. Whatever position you adopted, Uncle Ray alighted on higher ground. Attacks on his person or character could have no basis in fact. The kid just laughed them off. My grandfather hit him with surliness, scorn, wet blanket inertia. Uncle Ray floated effortlessly above it all. But in the parking lot of Ahava's Shalom, as they were about to get out of his brother's brand new Mercury coupe, Ray already had his door open. My grandfather, in his desperation to give offense, stumbled at last on a viable approach. In the winter of 1947, no one least of all Uncle Ray was conscious of the creeping unbelief that afterward began to trouble my gray tuncle, and ultimately led him to exchange his pulpit for the pool halls and racetracks of Baltimore, Wilmington, and Havre de Grace. My grandfather seemed to have picked up on some early vibration of the crisis to come. From childhood he had suspected Uncle Ray of faking the whole boy teasatic thing to gain the attention and approval first of their parents, then of the greater Jewish world. A sibling's esp guided my grandfather's hand as it reached for the quiver, let fly the shaft. "You don't see the irony," he said. "Night in Monte Carlo. You don't see how disingenuous that is. The whole joint's already a fucking casino, Ray. A sideshow tent. Remember upstairs from Pat's Steak that crew came in and opened a betting office? Those grifters from Buffalo who fleeced Frank Osterberg. That's you. You're running a wire store, taking bets on races you're never going to have to pay off because you already know the result. The marks come in, you take their money. Promise them what? Forgiveness, eternity, a line item in God's account book. Then you just sit back and wait for the blow-off. Give them a few last words of mumbo-jumbo, plant their chump bodies in the ground." It was a long speech for my grandfather, who felt his argument take on more weight and conviction as it carried him along. Uncle Ray eased shut the driver's side door with an angry punctilio. He twisted around in his seat to face my grandfather. His elbow mashed the Mercury's horn. His freckles vanished into the overall redness of his face. "How dare you?" he promisingly began. With that opening horn blast and an encouraging flicker of guilt in his eyes, Uncle Ray mounted to the saddle of his high horse. He cited the humble piety of their long-suffering parents and grandparents, the good deeds and intentions of his congregants, the faithfulness and martyrdom of Jews the world over, the integrity of the rabbinate, the accomplishments of 5,000 years. From there he moved on to Maimonides, Hank Greenberg, Moses, Adonai. Evidently pleased with the effect it made, he pounded the horn a couple more times for emphasis. At one point he grew so heated that his saliva flecked the lapel of the Harris tweed jacket my grandfather had borrowed. But then, having instanced the Lord God of hosts, Uncle Ray paused. He narrowed his eyes. My grandfather, he realized, had offered no resistance or counterarguments. He just sat there with spider-like patience, letting Uncle Ray rage. "You almost had me." Uncle Ray grew calm, his tone measured. "You are coming in there with me," he said, "and you are going to be glad that you did. And do you know how I know you're coming in there with me? How? Because that is the Holy One's plan for you. Oh, really, God has a plan for me. About goddamn time." Home a month, my grandfather was out of work, depressed and scuffling. His college degree had been gathering dust for 6 years. His experience in Europe qualified him for nothing that was legal in peacetime. His Philadelphia homecoming had seemed to disappoint all participants, in particular his parents, whose keenest disappointment lay in discovering that, despite the captain's bars and the decorations for actions he could not discuss, they were still disappointed in him. "Everything that has happened to you in your life before now," Uncle Ray said, "was part of the plan, and tonight it's all going to come together and make sense. You know this. I do. God slips you the inside dope." Uncle Ray ran his hand along the tuck-and-roll upholstery under his thigh, his smooth chin adorned with the minute smirk of a man with a fix-in. "Christ, you are so full of it, Ray." "Yeah. So let's make a bet," Uncle Ray said. Only moments after his pious outburst, along the very lines my grandfather had employed to needle him, my great-uncle pointed unwittingly toward the exit door through which he and the custom Brunswick pool stick would afterward pass. $500 says you walk into that shul in the first half hour. No, in the first 10 minutes the Holy One's plan for you will be revealed. The reason you needed to show up tonight. "What horse shit," my grandfather said. "Brother, you are on." His discharge pay had been snarled in red tape, and he didn't have anything close to $500, but he figured you had to like his odds. My grandmother turned toward the doors of the reception room, curious to see the new-crowned princeling of Jewish Baltimore. She caught a glimpse of a slender young man in a navy blazer with buttons like gold coins. Under a velvet yarmulke, also navy blue, he wore his ginger hair half an inch too long. Entering the room, he was mobbed by a group of men, among them Judge Waxman, who teased and fussed over him like uncles ushering a virgin nephew into a brothel. The rabbi was soon lost from view. Mrs. Waxman coughed up a Yiddish imprecation or description of what lay in store for her husband when they got home. "I don't know," my grandmother heard the rabbi say. He was making a show of reluctance, letting the men pull him by the wrists into the room. "Gentlemen, I have my doubts." As he was swept, redolent of gardenia, past my grandmother, she heard him apologizing for his tardiness. "It wasn't my fault," he said. "Blame my date." "The brother," Mrs. Zellner said. She sounded doubtful of the identification, as if the visible facts did not conform with what she had been told. "A decorated war hero." My grandmother saw my grandfather lingering in the hallway outside the reception room, looking as if he harbored doubts far graver than his brother's. He kept his hands straitjacketed so fiercely in his pockets that they had begun to pull open the fly of his trousers. His knit necktie was ill-knotted, and his brown tweed blazer, worn over a chambray shirt that needed ironing, was too tight at the shoulders. Everything, the music, the lights, the rattle of wheels and dice, the outbursts of joy or disgust from the tables, his clothes, his skin seemed to fit the man too tightly. Only his eyes had found a way to escape. They leaped to my grandmother from the hollows of his face as though from the windows of a burning house. "He could stand a little more decoration," said Mrs. Waxman. For all the resistance he had put up to attending that evening's event, my grandfather had given no thought to what it would be like when he got there. It was worse than he could have imagined. Night in Monte Carlo. A sequined half-moon, swags of 10-watt stars, paper carnations and potted palms, all carted in to cloak machinery that had been rigged to grind everyone down to zero sooner or later. To my grandfather, post-war, it seemed a ham-fisted synopsis of the world as he had come to understand it. He sidled a little way into the room, hands stuffed into the pockets of his workman's pants, feeling fit for nothing. He lowered his head to avert his eyes from the gaudiness and blare, the unseemliness of his unscathed homeland and countrymen, the unseemliness of Baltimore and its 30,000 well-fed Jews. The girl in the black dress walked right up to him. He had not spoken to a desirable woman who was not at some level his enemy or a whore since 1944. "I was not ready for her," he told me. "I was totally unprepared." She was wearing sunglasses indoors at night. Around her shoulders, the remains of what had been a fox sank its teeth into itself. She came confidently, but hedging a little, head cocked to one side, as if only 85% certain they had met before and prepared to acknowledge her mistake. Between the fox stole and the bateau neck of the cocktail dress, on loan from the bored president's daughter, blazed an inch of bare white collarbone. My grandfather heard Mrs. Waxman and Mrs. Zellner disconsolately calling after my grandmother as she bridged the final 20 feet of linoleum mock parquetry that separated him from her. He registered the tick-tock oscillation of her hips, the amplitude of the curves divulged by the cut of the taffeta dress. During the war, he had come to depend on his pool hustler's gift for taking rapid readings of other people's eyes, and her sunglasses unnerved him. They struck him as unlikely. He wondered if she was in costume, starring later in a skit or pageant on the theme of night in Monte Carlo. He surprised himself by smiling, which unnerved him further. The girl's lips were painted red as bicycle hearts and diamonds, and they parted to reveal an Ingrid Bergman smile to go with the sunglasses. My grandfather heard a sound inside his head that he compared, years later, to the freight train rumble of an earthquake. He felt he was standing in the path of something fast-moving and gigantic that, in its blindness, was bound to carry him away. Swept off his feet, he thought. This is that. At the last moment he managed to return his gaze to his shoe tops and shook his head. "Unbelievable," he said, aware that he was still smiling, and that he owed his brother $500. Where the carport roof overhung the patio, my mother had set out a bird feeder, a lucite tube with an aluminum peg for a perch, packed with bird seed, dangling on a chain. My grandfather liked to keep an eye on the traffic through his window. He took particular interest in a squirrel he called the momser, which came every day to raid the feeder. The momser lacked grace, finesse, the power of flight. Once it had scattered the sparrows, it would approach the business end of the bird feeder with a fierceness and a purpose whose futility amused my grandfather. The momser was subject to gravity and the physics of a pendulum in ways a bird could not understand. It would begin with bold resolve, clambering down the chain from the overhang, hurling itself from a nearby trellis. But within seconds it would find itself clinging by its forepaws to the metal peg, or to the bottom of the tube, its tail madly switching, while the bird feeder bucked and gyrated and worked to shake the momser loose. As though he had yet to exorcise the demon that, decades ago, had urged him to drop a kitten out of a third-story window, my grandfather burst into laughter every time the squirrel fell, with a meaty thud, onto the flagstones of the patio. Sometimes he laughed so hard that I would have to take a Kleenex and wipe tears from his eyes. All those ladies in the sisterhood putting out their birdseed to catch a little chickadee, my grandfather said, but they caught a momser instead. According to my grandfather, my grandmother's first words to her future husband were, "Your head would look good on a fence." She had approached him with an unlit cigarette scissored between her index and middle fingers, one eyebrow, just visible over the rim of her sunglasses, arched in entreaty. My grandfather got the immediate sense, from the dumb show and from something else, a lack of gaucherie in her girlishness, that she might be a foreigner. He lit her cigarette with Owenbaugh's lighter. "Come again," my grandfather said. The lighter's flame stopped just short of the tip of his own cigarette. He replayed the remark in his mind. He decided he had heard her correctly, that she had indeed told him his head would look good on a fence. How so? My grandfather had seen human heads discarded or reposed in unusual places, though never, it was true, on a fence. Nevertheless, he felt this was a conversational gambit he would not have thought to attempt. Because he could not see my grandmother's eyes, he could not come to any solid conclusions about the spirit in which her observation had been offered. Only much later did he realize that in her weird way she had dispatched with one stroke the problem of making small talk with strangers. "Oh dear, I made a fault," she said. "I see you take offense." "It's my natural expression," my grandfather said. "You'd look like this too if somebody stuck your head on a fence." "Wall." The word burst forth from her, followed by a startling hee-haw of laughter. She clapped a hand over her mouth. "I am so sorry. I mean to say wall, not fence." "That changes everything," my grandfather said. His approach to the art of flirtation with women was founded on an impeccable poker face. "Wait," she said, trying to hold back another of her braying laughs. "Have you ever seen a, how do you say, cathedral?" With 3 sweeps of her white arms, she drew the walls, towers, and spires of a cathedral. She sketched with an efficiency of gesture that came as close as anything he remembered having seen to what poets and sports writers liked to call grace. As her hands soared and dived, the coal of her cigarette shed glowing threads of tobacco. The orange sparks were reflected in the lenses of her cheaters. She finished by miming a rose window, encircling her fingers over her chest, a zone to which my grandfather's attention had already been drawn. Braziers of the era were architectural affairs. In her bust, with its loft and scale and defiance of gravity, there was something cathedral-like that moved him. Then he saw that in gun-colored ink on the inside of her left arm she bore the recent history in 5 digits of her life, her family, and the world. He read its brief account and felt ashamed. "Yeah," he said, "I've seen some cathedrals." "On the walls," she said, "the ancient walls," she pronounced it hancient. "You see faces in the stone, that is the kind of the face you have." "Got it," he said. "I look like a gargoyle." "Yes, no, not And she came out with the French word for gargoyle, which my grandfather, after 42 years, could no longer retrieve. Those are to catch the rain, and they are animals, monsters, they are ugly. That is not the kind of the face you have. That was at least partly a lie. To one of her psychiatrists, she later confessed that she did think he was ugly, albeit in a way she found appealing, even arousing. When she first saw him, standing at the threshold of the reception room, contemplating departure before he had even arrived, she thought he had an American face and American body. Buick shoulders, bulldozer jaw. Only if you considered his eyes would you be forced to conclude, and she did conclude, that he was beautiful. "I am the one who looked like the gargoyle," she said. "Hardly." "Yes," she said. "On the inside." He let that one pass without comment, taking it for prattle, compliment fishing. His first misjudgment, his first encounter with the voice of the skinless horse speaking through her. "Can I ask you to do something?" he said. "Would you by any chance be willing to take off those glasses?" She stood very still, red lips pressed together. He wondered if he had made some kind of gaffe, if asking a Frenchwoman to remove her sunglasses violated a well-known Gallic taboo. "The eye doctor said I am not supposed to," she said. Her voice faltered. "But I will." This came out barely louder than a whisper. "It's all right," he said. "Never mind, you can just tell me what color your eyes are. That's all I really wanted to know." "No," she said. "I will take them off for you, but also you have to do something for me. Let me to do something, I mean to say." "Yeah, and what's that?" I don't know how many people could have seen my grandparents, standing there in the hallway outside the doors of the reception room, whether anyone was paying any attention. But even if they had been standing in an empty room, I imagine that neither my grandfather nor the mores of 1947 can have expected my grandmother to do what she did next. Looking back at that night from inside the soft gray nimbus of Diladid, my grandfather could only close his eyes, the way he closed them that night, as she reached out to the fly of his trousers and, tooth by tooth, zipped him up. "Say fate," she said. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lost for the first time in hers. They were the color of twilight in Monte Carlo, when the stars come out to twinkle like 10-watt bulbs, and the quarter moon fans her hem of sequins against the sky. "Blue," my grandfather said, falling back against the pillow of the rented hospital bed in my mother's guest room. After that it was a long time, hours, before he opened his eyes again. 7 just before midnight of September 29, 1989, my grandfather completed the model of LAV-1. It represented the latest thinking on lunar settlement design, the reason it had needed so many revisions, 14 years' work, and about 22,000 individual polystyrene pieces cannibalized from commercial model kits. At the center of the model, amid the half-buried tunnels, bays, domes, huts, landing strips, and radar arrays, there was a hole about 4 inches in diameter. Looking down into this hole, you could see through to the plywood substructure of the model's molded lunar surface. If you asked my grandfather the purpose of the hole, he would always give you some variation on "you'll just have to wait and find out." To be honest, there was not a lot of variation. After a while, no doubt, according to his plan, I stopped asking. He went to his workbench and took down a gaudy Romeo y Julieta cigar box. He removed a bundle of tissue paper from the box and unwrapped a circular structure fashioned from a take-out coffee cup lid. He had initially completed the Moon Garden in May 1975, pillaging tiny N and British U-scale model train kits to fill it with flowering shrubs, rose bushes, and vegetables grown in hydroponic racks. With a careful thumbnail, he lifted the lid's sipping flap, which he had reconfigured as an access hatch. He peered in to check on the family who had replaced the original lovers as occupants of the Moon Garden. On a sling bench and 2 sling chairs of his own design, Enjoying moist and oxygenated air sat figures representing my grandfather and grandmother, my mother and my brother and me. The figures were posed stiffly even for polystyrene people, as if for a formal photograph. Everyone safe and sound. My grandfather lowered the flap. He carried the moon garden to the model of Lav 1 and fitted it into the hole that awaited it. He was not aware of any great sense of accomplishment. It was a job he had left undone for too long, a promise too long unkept, and what he felt most was relief. 6 months later he would be dead. The next morning, well before dawn, my grandfather went out into the dense Florida darkness to load the trunk of his Buick LeSabre for a trip to Cape Canaveral. There had been no launches since the Challenger disaster nearly 4 years earlier. Now another shuttle, Discovery, was scheduled to lift off that morning at 10. He had filled a bait cooler with a freezer pack, a bottle of Michelob, a plastic food container of cut-up pineapple, and 2 meat salad sandwiches. Meat salad was a specialty of my grandfather's. You passed a piece of leftover roast through a meat grinder with some dill pickles, a couple tablespoons of mayonnaise, salt, and pepper. Like many of my grandfather's specialties, meat salad tasted better than it looked or sounded, served on a nice challah roll. He put the cooler into the trunk with a pair of binoculars, a second-hand Leica with a brand-new telephoto lens, the latest issue of Commentary, a transistor radio, a gallon of tap water, and a reclining folding chair, complete with a footrest and a sun umbrella you could attach to the chair's frame. He had made the sun umbrella himself, surgically replacing the handle of a rain umbrella with a C-clamp. Like any habitation of the elderly, Fontana Village was rich in insomniacs and early birds, but for the moment my grandfather had the morning to himself. Before closing the trunk of his car, he leaned against the rear bumper and listened to the silence. It was not perfect. It was never perfect. But he had come to appreciate how small or distant sounds could intensify it, the way a drop of blue paint intensified whiteness. The tick-tick of an insect or possibly a frog. A big rig downshifting out on I-95 mist effervescing in the beams of the security lighting. Underlying everything, the low-pitched tinnitus that was the sound of Fontana Village itself, a compound hum of air conditioners, vending machines, circuit breakers, swimming pool filtration systems, poorly insulated wire. A woman's voice far away calling out, "Ramon!" My grandfather straightened up. He angled his head, his ear a dish attuned to the cosmic background radiation. He shuffled the short deck of Ramones he had encountered in his life. None of them lived in Fontana Village. There were some Cubans living at Fontana Village, and they sometimes had first names like Adolfo and Raquel, but they were Jews like everybody else. Goldmans and Levies come to the promised land of South Florida along a different branch of the River of Exile. He did not know any of the Cuban Jews well. One of them might well be Ramon Lifskitz, Ramon Weinblatt. From time to time, some poor bastard with dementia went walkabout, and you would see his wife or the home care nurse running after him, shouting his name. "Ramon! Kitty kitty kitty." The voice seemed to be coming from the direction of the jungle, as the residents of Fontana Village called the wasteland that bordered the retirement village to the north and east. In the jungle, nuisance plants and Bermuda grass gone feral had been at war with native stranglers since the late 70s, contending for ownership over 500 acres that was briefly a golf course and country club. Somewhere in that tangle a devourer of pets, widely believed to be an alligator, plied its leisurely trade. Ramon. On the second syllable the woman's voice broke like a bar mitzvah boy's. There had been amusement in her frustration before, but that was gone now. My grandfather looked at his watch, which he wore with the face on the inside of his wrist. It was already past 5:30, and the trip north would take about 3.5 hours, 4 if he stopped for gas and a toilet break. The return to service of the shuttle fleet had attracted considerable interest in the media, and traffic might be heavy. He really could not afford delay. "God damn you, lady," my grandfather said. He opened the well that held his tire repair kit and took out the socket wrench without thinking about it or knowing why. He slammed shut the lid of the trunk. It thudded like a kettle drum in the humid air. He crossed the parking lot, nervously gripping and renewing his grip on the shaft of the tire wrench, to a walkway lit at intervals. If you went right, the walkway led past the swimming pool that served this end of the complex. To the left, it wandered around the back of the cluster that included his own two-bedroom unit to a service area with a charging station for the carts that village residents used to get around. Past the service area, you came to a fairly wide strip of lawn backed by a running wooden rail about a foot high. After that, things became primeval. My grandfather's leather sandals, imitation Birkenstocks of Israeli manufacture, slapped against the pavement. It was an angry sound. He was annoyed with Ramon, whom he pictured lean and cross-eyed, skulking into the jungle to meet his death, just for a taste of rat or nutria. He was annoyed with Ramon's owner for coming out to look for Ramon when it was still pitch dark and there was, at any rate, nothing to be done. There was nothing to be done, and yet off he went to try and do it. My grandfather was annoyed, most of all, with himself. The louder his sandals slapped against the pavement, the angrier he became. He found himself hoping that, when he reached the edge of the jungle, he really did encounter the alligator so that he could beat it to death with the socket wrench. That was the purpose, he now understood, for which he had taken the tool out of his trunk. He crossed the northernmost of the lawns serviced by the groundskeepers of Fontana Village. The soles of his sandals kicked up pinpricks of dew that stung his shins. He was wearing khaki shorts, one of 7 identical pairs he had purchased at Kmart, to go with the 7 polo shirts and 7 pairs of white tube socks, which he always wore with sandals, that constituted his daily uniform after my grandmother died. If it was somebody's birthday or some function he could not avoid, he would put on a Hawaiian shirt, decorated with bare-breasted hula girls, that I had given him as a joke. The shirt had scandalized some of his fellow villagers, but my grandfather had no regard for anyone who could be scandalized by a shirt. Out here past the service area, it was too dark to see. My grandfather took out Onba's Zippo and struck a light. Tiny beads of moisture in the air trapped the light before it could travel very far. Light enveloped his hand like a ball of St. Elmo's fire. "Hello," said the woman. "Who's that?" "Your neighbor," my grandfather said. The lighter grew hot against his skin and he snapped it shut. Retinal fire swam across the darkness. Then his eyes adjusted and he found that he could see. Dawn was an abrupt business in Florida. In another 10 minutes or so it would be morning. "Mrs. Winokur claims to have seen it. She calls it Alistair," said the woman. My grandfather heard her introduce herself as Sally Seashell. Later the last name turned out to be Sitchell. "But do you think it's really out there?" "Something's there," my grandfather said, never one to give false comfort. He thought Phyllis Winokur was full of shit, but he doubted that the cats and lapdogs of Fontana Village were vanishing voluntarily into the swamp in a bid for freedom, banding together out there like 4-legged Seminoles. "How'd he get out?" "My fault," she said. "I was dumb. I took pity on him. Back home he used to range so freely. He and I haven't been here long." "Where's home?" "Philly." It crossed my grandfather's mind to observe that Philly could be tough on cats too, but then he would have to explain. It had been a long time since he had attempted to explain himself to a woman. It felt like an insurmountable task. "What part?" he said. "Bryn Mawr." "Bryn Mawr ain't Philly." "Aha," she said. "Yes, I can hear it in your voice." As it grew lighter, my grandfather came to see that Sally Sitchell was a good-looking woman, tall, slender, but full-breasted. Dark complexion, long nose with a bump, a touch of Katharine Hepburn in the cheekbones. Maybe a couple of years younger than he was, maybe not. She wore a pair of men's pajamas, the kind that buttoned up the front, and duck boots coated in rubber the color of a New York taxi. She had not troubled to lace them up very well. Does he usually come when you call him? Always. How long has he been gone? All night. I probably shouldn't say this, Sally Sitchell said. We just met. But that piece of shit cat is more or less my only reason for living. My grandfather fought against an overwhelming impulse to say something along the lines of, in that case, maybe you ought not to have let him out of your house to be eaten by a half-ton reptile, or for Christ's sake, lady, it's just a motherfucking cat. He revised downward the favorable impression he had begun to form of her, an impression shot through with a surprising vein of lust. It had been a very long time. Anyway, you had to have reservations about somebody who walked around with her shoes untied. I know what you're thinking, she said. He was only a cat. Not at all. It's just I lost my husband very recently, and Ramon was really his cat. I see. They were very close. I understand, my grandfather said. I lost my wife. Recently, 14 years. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Sally Sitchell started to cry, standing there in her pajamas, arms crossed under her commendable breasts. Looking out at the jungle that had taken her husband's cat, the architecture of her cheeks glazed with tears. Her nose began to run. My grandfather took a chamois, which he used to wipe his camera lenses, out of the back pocket of his shorts and passed it to her. Oh, she said, blowing her nose into the chamois. He remembered as much in his loins as in his head or heart the circus girl who had spread her legs for him in the cottage at Greenwich Yard, Creasy's bloody chamois clutched in her hand. What a gentleman, thank you. He knew that it would also be gentlemanly to put a consolatory arm around Sally Sitchell's shoulder. Not just gentlemanly, it would be humane. But he was afraid of what might happen down the line. A widow and a widower, easing each other's passage from grief to passion in the autumn of their lives. The very triteness of it seemed to ensure its likelihood. From the time he'd moved to Florida in the mid-70s, the available women of Fontana Village had been giving my grandfather their best shot. While he turned out the beautiful and high-priced scale models that NASA and private collectors had commissioned, and explored the labyrinth of Lav 1 as it grew in intricacy and size on the dining room table, the available women of Fontana Village came to make their case. They sent scouts and embassies, plates of cookies and brownies and blondies, pots of soup, potato latkes at Hanukkah, cards, knit goods, pies, poems, oil paintings, cuts of meat, bottles of wine, and a dish of macaroni and cheese. I happened to be visiting when the macaroni and cheese showed up, and I thought it made a pretty strong case for its author, who had followed a recipe adapted from Horn and Hardart's. As he'd been licking his fork, awash in memories of the Broad Street automat, I'd thought my grandfather had looked more contented than I'd seen him in a long time. When the dish was empty, however, he had washed it out and dried it, dropped in a thank-you note scrawled on a scrap of legal paper, and left it on the woman's back patio at a moment when he knew she would be out. On a few occasions he had been cornered by some available and exceptionally persistent woman of Fontana Village, and just to get a little peace he had accepted her dinner invitation. More intimate invitations, some tempting, some issued with a frankness he could not help but admire, he had declined. It was not that he wanted to be celibate. He got ideas. He missed the contact, the skin-on-skin warmth of it. The property manager of Fontana Village, Corinne Radwin, had a way of touching your arm or your shoulder when she spoke to you. Sometimes he would feel a jolt of current. And yet, apart from one night in Cocoa Beach, Florida, in April 1975, my grandfather had kept his hands to himself since my grandmother's death. You could say this, or you could say that about the why or why not of it, but in the end it came down to this. He didn't feel like talking. He didn't feel like explaining himself. My grandmother used to complain sometimes about his silences, but only when there were other people around, when people started in with the banter and the repartee, and the opinions on Agnew or Sondheim, as if she were embarrassed for his sake because his silence might be taken for disapproval or thick-headedness. "Don't worry about him," she would say. "That's how he is every time we start an argument. I end up with a monologue. Or some husbands take lovers, mine he take the fifth." Then she might put a hand on his knee and insist, reassuring herself maybe as much as whomever they were with at the time, "But he is listening." After they had been married 15 years, around the time I came into the picture, there was nothing he could tell her that she didn't already know. That was all he wanted, to be known. He did not put his arm around Sally Sitchell. He kept it where it belonged, by his side. Just to make sure, he transferred the socket wrench over to that hand as ballast. Sally Sitchell went to the low rail, put her hands to her mouth, and screamed, "Ramu-hoo-hoon." A yellow bird hiding in the brush nearby startled and took wing. She held the ragged note of the lights came on in the units that overlooked the jungle. Calls were placed to the security office. My grandfather had not heard a woman scream that way. Holler might be a more accurate characterization for a very long time. Sally Sitchell hollered for Ramon in precisely the way that a peeved older sister would holler from a stoop on Shunk Street when sent out to call her jackass brother home for supper. After the echo died away, Sally Sitchell lowered her hands, stepped back from the wooden rail, and turned to my grandfather. She looked a little sheepish, but not very. With the coming of daylight, he could see the marks of care on her face, the shadows under her eyes, a tautness around her mouth as if she had bitten into something mealy. A fine-looking woman all the same. She folded the chamois in half, smoothed it against the swell of her hip, folded and smoothed it again. She handed it back to my grandfather, and he returned it to the back pocket of his khaki shorts. "Fucking alligator," she said. "He should choke on Ramon." For that, Sally Sitchell got a checkmark. "Let me look into it," he said. Sally Sitchell stepped back and gave my grandfather a careful once-over. The opinion she had formed of him now appeared to be in need of emendation. Doubtless she had noted the baggy shorts, the sandals worn over socks, the coral-pink polo shirt appliqued, as if out of sensitivity to the fate of Ramon, with a leaping fox, or possibly a wolfhound, in place of the usual crocodile. He looked like the retired director of a Zionist summer camp. Now she considered his hair, silver turning to white, straighter and finer than in younger days, but still a good head of it. She noted his suntanned, sinewy arms, his broad chest, the shoulders that over the years had borne up under the weight of pianos and other burdens. For some reason she had not noticed until now he was carrying a big iron wrench, his fingers flexing restlessly along its shaft as if he were itching to use it. "Let you look into it," she laughed. It might have been a bitter or even a mocking laugh, or maybe he had just cracked her up. My grandfather had spent his life saying things in earnest that struck people, women in particular, as funny. What does that mean? My grandfather supposed it was a strange thing to have said. A more honest formulation would have been that he intended to see what could be done in the area of kicking an alligator's ass. But that also would have been a strange thing to say. At best it would have sounded like swagger, at worst like psychopathy. If he failed to kick the alligator's ass, it would be an idle boast. That was the problem, finally, with saying things, in particular things that were true. Yesterday his doctor had shown him a couple of numbers on a blood panel that looked a little off, and said it might be nothing serious or it might be very bad. He wanted my grandfather to see a specialist. He had written down a name and a number on a card. The card was stashed inside the commentary, keeping company with an unflattering caricature of Hosni Mubarak. My grandfather was 73. Over the course of his life, the definition and requirements of manhood had been subject to upheaval and reform. Like the electoral laws of his adopted home state, the end result was a mess. A patchwork of expedients, conflicting principles, innovations nobody understood, holdovers that ought to have been taken off the books years ago. Yet in the midst of modern confusion, fundamental kernels of certainty remained. Representative democracy was still the best way to govern a large group of human beings. And when some lady's dead husband's cat got eaten by an alligator, a man looked into the matter. Even an old man who wore socks with his sandals and needed to see a specialist because something was off in the numbers that told the story of his blood. A man would see what there was to be done. I could research what the proper procedure is with alligators, my grandfather said. After all, alligators were dealt with every day in a variety of ways. They could be trapped, snared, hit with tranquilizing darts. They could be shot, butchered, skinned, and turned into steak and boots. I mean, if you like. I realize it won't be any help to Ramon. Sally Sitchell started to laugh, but this time she caught that my grandfather wasn't joking, and her mouth snapped shut. Her cheeks turned bright red, but it was not out of embarrassment because she looked him straight in the eye. "Why not?" she said. There was the whir of an electric cart. My grandfather looked toward the service area. It was Devon, the night guard, coming to find out who had been making all that noise. Devon was almost as old as the people he was paid to protect. He had been born and raised in the part of Florida that was really Georgia and Alabama. No one was sure if he was white or black. It could have gone either way, and those residents of Fontana Village who were deputized or inspired to ask found that in his presence, their nerve failed them or the relevance of the question dwindled away. He had been taught as a boy to regard the occasional Jewish salesman who passed through his native swamp as belonging to a race of lesser demons, horned and dealing in wonders. His manner toward the residents of Fontana Village was suitably tinged with wariness. Devon listened to the story of Ramon and the alligator, and it was not long before he started shaking his head. At first, my grandfather took Devon's head shaking for an expression of regret, commiseration, or disgust, but it turned out that Devon felt there was schooling that needed to be done. "That is not no alligator," he said. "Been telling Ms. Radwin almost 2 years now. I have seen its bowel movements. I know how a alligator bowel movement's supposed to look. And I know how a snake bowel movement's supposed to look." "A snake," Sally Sitchell said. "A snake that can eat a cat or a dog. Does Florida have snakes like that?" "It's probably somebody's pet boa constrictor that escaped," my grandfather said. "Once when I visited him, we had watched a program on Channel 12, the only channel my grandfather watched, about the problem of invasive animal species in the state of Florida. Boas, mynas, feral pigs, rare aquarium fish had escaped captivity or been deliberately released into the wild, where generally they had done well for themselves. The program had been an hour long, but my grandfather waited in vain for a discussion of what was to be done about the invasive species that was really the cause of the problem. If it's a boa constrictor, it could get big enough to eat a pig or a deer. Sally Sitchell, my grandfather, and Devon looked at the jungle. The idea of a giant snake that could strangle a pig or a deer and then swallow it whole slid cold and coiling through their hearts. Then Devon got into his cart and whirred away, back to the security desk in the village center. Let the day man worry about giant snakes and crazed old Jewesses wandering out into the weeds at the crack of dawn, hollering when they were supposed to be sleeping. "Speaking of eating a pig or a deer," Sally Sitchell said, "I could make you some French toast." My grandfather looked at his watch and his heart seized. He had forgotten all about the launch. If he left now, drove fast, and didn't stop, he would probably, with a little luck, just make it in time. He had been planning for months, since the return to flight was first announced, to do this trip up to the Kennedy Space Center. He knew the names and ranks of all 5 members of Discovery's crew. He could tell you the fields of their graduate and postgraduate work, their mission histories, their hobbies and foibles, their relationships and personal ties to the lost crew members of Challenger. He had followed the investigation into the cause of that disaster acutely, delving into its minutiae. During the visit of mine that had featured such a fine dish of macaroni and cheese, all my grandfather wanted to talk about was O-rings, ceramic tile heat shielding, and Dr. Richard Feynman, always referred to by full name and title. In Feynman's relentless common sense, my grandfather saw rare evidence of hope for the world. For months he had felt that it was not just the shuttle program that would be at stake when Discovery blasted off. It would be an entire vision of the future, shared by all the fading partisans of spaceflight, for whom the launch held the promise of collective redemption. Now my grandfather understood that his interest in the loss of Challenger and the fate of Discovery, his obsession with the modifications that had been made to its solid rocket booster, or to Commander Rick Hawke's vintage Corvette, amounted to nothing grander than Sally Sitchell's feeling that she was living only to care for her late husband's cat. There was nothing collective about it. It was purely personal, a seal to stop his heart against a leak of sorrow. Seen in that light, the whole business struck him as much less interesting. "I already ate," he told Sally Sitchell. "I really ought to get on the road." "That's why you were up and about." I wondered. "Where are you off to?" My grandfather checked his watch again. Almost 10 to 7. The darkness of his pre-dawn kitchen, the hum of the electric clock on the wall, the faucet dripping as he cranked out a brown dollop of meat salad, felt like a long time ago. "Nowhere," he said. "Never mind. French toast, still no French toast. All right, how about a cup of coffee? I wouldn't want you to go to any trouble." "I promise I won't," said Sally Sitchell. "Anyway, I get the feeling trouble is your department." 8 For a while after my grandfather got out of jail, the skinless horse appeared content merely to stalk my grandmother. When her daughter or husband happened to be around, and my grandfather, out of work and facing trial, happened to be around a lot, she drowned its nickering in a flood of chit-chat and palaver. When she found herself alone in the house, she had a record of Highland reels and marches that she played very loud, because for unknown reasons the sound of bagpipes kept the creature at bay. At all times, alone or in company, she fought to avert her face from windows that overlooked the hickory tree. When her strength failed, the skinless horse would be there, sitting on one of the lower branches, baring its square teeth, stroking its enormous blood-red penis. Was it a horse, though? I asked my grandfather on the second or third day of my visit home, or just a man with a horse's head? "I never saw it," my grandfather said dryly. "I guess it must have had hands. And a penis." He stuck his tongue out at me a couple of times. He stared out his window at a skein of fog wound around the eucalyptus and arborvitae trees. "The penis looked like a raw turkey neck," he said. Or so she said. To a psychiatrist who treated my grandmother in the late 50s, she once attributed the physical appearance of her tormentor to a picture book painting of bottom and titania that haunted her childhood dreams. Another time she described having witnessed the gelding of a draft horse in the stable of her family's tannery, and once she speculated about the weird comminglings of men and bleeding hides she had watched come and go across the tannery yard. In the pit of her worst ravings, she often claimed to have been raped by a stallion or a man with a stallion's head. There was a timelessness in these ravings that made it seem as if the childhood violation were ongoing, happening still. She cooked up all kinds of theories, my grandfather said. She used to read Freud and Jung. He pronounced it Young. Adler, all those guys, so she could tell the doctors what she thought they wanted to hear. My grandfather often felt frustrated or baffled by my grandmother's illness, but when it came to the origins of the skinless horse, he thought he understood. The skinless horse was a creature sworn to pursue my grandmother no matter where she went on the face of the globe, whispering to her in the foulest terms of her crimes and the blackness of her soul. There was a voice like that in everyone's head, he figured. In my grandmother's case, it was just a matter of degree. You could almost see the skinless horse as a clever adaptation, a strategy for survival evolved by a proven survivor. If you kept the voice inside your head the way most people did, there could really be only one way to silence it. He admired the defiance, the refusal to surrender, involuntary but implicit in the act of moving that reproachful whisperer to a shadowy corner of a room, an iron furnace in a cellar, the branches of a grand old tree. On the eve of the preliminary hearing of charges in the Feathercombs case, my grandfather took his telescope and a thermos of tea up to the top of the hill behind the farmhouse to have a look at the full moon. In his heart, he said, he knew that the horse was lurking. He could see the signs. There was the stream of observations, questions, and imponderables that had begun to pour out of his wife, drowning out silences almost before they could begin. Once, nearing home with the car window rolled down, he'd heard a ghostly skirl of bagpipes on the air. Another time he had caught my grandmother turning from the living room windows that looked out on the tree with a violent bloom of color in her cheeks and throat. He had been outside with his telescope for 2 hours, in his fur hat and Pendleton jacket, when wood smoke reached his nostrils. At first, he registered the smell without attributing or even identifying it. His right eye had full possession of his brain and was busy dazzling it. He had just pointed his telescope at Reiner Gamma, near the southern coast of the Sea of Storms. Of all the celestial bodies available for viewing to the backyard astronomer, the moon was the only one you could see in enough detail to imagine living there, ranging those Quicksilver Mountains in 7-league moon boots. Naturally, my grandfather knew the moon was inhospitable to life. When it came to astronomy, he might have been a layman, but he had worked throughout the late 40s and early 50s as an aerospace engineer, first for the Glenn L. Martin Company, then briefly at a firm of his own, Patapsco Engineering, designing inertial guidance and telemetry systems. The need for a guaranteed paycheck after my grandmother's first breakdown in 1952 had obliged him to sell his interest in Patapsco. Since then, the recession of 1953, bad luck, and in my grandfather's view the white shoe, genteel anti-Semitism that pervaded the aerospace industry had forced him gradually down the economic ladder, and at spare moments, ever deeper into the world inside his telescope's lens. In his imagination, he built my grandmother a city on the moon and escaped by rocket with her and my mother to settle there and live in peace. At first, it was a domed city to afford a stunning view with every earthrise of all the strife and unhappiness they had left behind. Over the years, as he read and researched, its configuration changed. To account for cosmic rays, he put buildings inside of craters and in tunnels underground. To assure reliable sunlight, he put my grandmother's moon garden in a bright spot near the North Pole. But two principles, two rules of the game, endured. On the moon there was no capital to grind the working moonman down. And on the moon, 230,000 miles from the stench of history, there was no madness or memory of loss. The thing that made space flight difficult was the thing that, to my grandfather, made it beautiful. To reach escape velocity, my grandmother, like any spacefarer, would be obliged to leave almost everything behind her. A moment after he smelled smoke, he became aware of a flicker at the edge of his field of vision, light leaking in. For a few seconds he ignored it. Then, with a jolt, he connected the orange flicker to the smell of firewood. He looked up from the oculus of the telescope, blinking away the ghost on his retina of Reiner Gamma, a luminous fish. In the yard beyond the farmhouse, the hickory tree stood rigged in sails of fire. The windows in the face of the tree fort shone with a malign glint. My grandfather's first reaction after disbelief was annoyance with himself. On his return from jail in the wake of the first fire, he had gone through the house from cellar to attic, rounding up combustibles and locking them in the tool shed. But he had relaxed his vigil, and his wife would have had ample time to replenish her stock of hair spray, lamp oil, paint thinner. In fact, it would emerge that she had improvised, showing an ingenuity he could not help but admire, by using a kitchen spoon to fling cotton balls larded in Vaseline, like tiny gouts of Greek fire, directly into the treehouse. The second thing my grandfather felt was rage. The persistence of his wife's madness was an insult, an act of defiance, a repudiation of the past 2 years of relative peace in their marriage. From the top of his hill, my grandfather shouted my grandmother's name like God summoning a prophet to a mountain of reckoning. Even 500 feet from the roar of the flames, his voice in his own ears sounded thin and feeble. Its very feebleness increased his anger. He strode down the hill at a vengeful clip. If he didn't find her already burned up and dead, then he intended to kill my grandmother. He held off on making the decision as to how the killing would be done until he got his hands on her and discovered which method promised the sweetest deliverance. By the time he reached the bottom of the hill, the tree was englobed in gases, spewing a long orange jet. It looked, my grandfather said, like a comet on an old map of the heavens. Between him and the tree hung a curtain of heat that turned his cheeks red for days afterward and singed the tips of his hair. His anger dissipated as he contemplated the shimmering curtain, a heart of fire pumping its lifeblood into the sky. There was nothing for him to do but stand there and marvel. My mother remembered none of this. Just the next morning, she said, the tree was this shriveled black stump, like a burnt wick on a candle. She had changed out of her work pantsuit into a turtleneck and jeans. She had more work to do on the class action suit, but she was taking a break to knit a stocking cap for her father, who often complained that his head felt cold. When she was through, it would have gold and crimson stripes and a green pom-pom. It was not the kind of hat anybody would want to die in, but maybe that was the point. Every night after work, my mother came in and sat with my grandfather while I cooked dinner and got a tray ready for him with some Jell-O and a cup of lemon tea. My grandfather had expressed impatience at the constant presence by his bedside of one of us or the night nurse. He understood we were there because we were afraid he might die when no one was in the room. He had promised us that he would cling to life, in spite of pain and all cancers primary and secondary, until at last, one day, the doorbell would ring, somebody would have gone to the toilet, and we would be forced in spite of our precautions to leave him unattended. Then and only then would he permit himself to die. Your mother dosed you with Benadryl, my grandfather told her. You slept through the whole thing. I think she used to put a pill in some pudding. She was always knocking you out any time you couldn't sleep. I watched the truth of this surface in my mother's eyes. Wow, she said. Her recollection of these years was riddled, an empty quadrant of space lit by infrequent stars. I used to eat a lot of tapioca pudding. I could tell she thought this explained why she had lost so much history from that period of her life. But I wanted to point out that amnesia, whether induced by drugs or by trauma, did not explain everything. It did not explain, for example, the constant gaps and erasures that she introduced into her accounts of the things that she did remember. My brother and I had grown up knowing that the destiny of our family was tied in some way to that of Alger Hiss. We knew that our grandfather had gone to prison, our grandmother to a state hospital. We knew that the time our mother had spent in the care of Uncle Ray had left her with a grasp of the intricacies of parimutuel betting, a couple of gaudy trick shots at 9-ball, and an abhorrence for racetracks, pool rooms, and their denizens. Those were all things worth knowing, I supposed, but they didn't add up to much. If her children studied her silence as she had studied their grandfathers, they could hope to learn only that silence, that old folk remedy, was at best a partial antidote to pain. Where was Mamie? I asked my grandfather. While the tree was burning down, my grandfather looked at my mother and out came his tongue, as if in distaste at my idiotic question. She was watching it burn, he said. Like most wonders, the fire in the hickory tree was of short duration, and when its meal was through, it winked out like a candle snuffed. The suddenness of its departure, my grandfather said, was a measure of how thoroughly it had consumed the available fuel. 1 minute it was there. A comet plunged to the earth, dazzling the January darkness, its heat so intense that it stopped my grandfather in his tracks. The next minute it was gone, along with the tree fort, the tree, and the cult of gentle New Jersey ecstatics who had planted it long ago. A few flames crackled here and there along the nubs that once were branches. Then they flickered out, too, leaving smoke, a whistle of steam, and a light snowfall of ashes. My grandfather found my grandmother sitting barefoot on the porch steps in a thin nightgown, outside the front door that was never used. Her cheeks were gray with ash, her eyelashes and eyebrows singed, her mouth expressionless. "Never mind," he said to her and to himself. He sat down beside her on the top step of the porch. The skin of her bare shoulders was cold, but she took no notice of the chill or of the arm that he put around her. After a while he got up and called the fire department. Then he came back and sat with her until the truck showed up, lights and sirens and 7 men in boots and helmets with nothing in particular to do. "Well, somebody went bananas," one of the firemen said. As my grandfather recalled the fireman's diagnosis, so many years later, his eyes filled with tears, as if to drown the fire of his own bitter memory. He closed his eyes against them. "Dad," my mother said after my grandfather had been lying still and quiet for a while with his eyes closed. Resting, sleeping, scudding across a soft gray sky of dilaudid, we watched his chest with practiced eyes for signs of respiration. "Are you tired? Do you feel like eating something?" "Grandpa," I said, trying to sound chipper. "Come on, let me make you something." He opened his eyes. I saw that the fire of memory had returned, inextinguishable. "Tapioca pudding for everyone," he said, "and lots of it." 9. I remember my mother telling me, when she was in the midst of settling my grandfather's estate, that 50% of a person's medical expenses are incurred in the last 6 months of life. My grandfather's history of himself was distributed even more disproportionately. 90% of everything he ever told me about his life, I heard during its final 10 days. Out of a scant handful of memories that he had shared with me when I was growing up, one of the few I heard more than once was of his first glimpse of my mother. He always put it more or less the same way. "The first time I saw your mother, she was crying her eyes out." This hardly qualified as reminiscence, since he never really enlarged upon it or added any detail. It was offered more in the way of an ironic commentary on some fresh instance of my mother's stoicism, pragmatism, or level-headedness, of her being a tough cookie, a cool customer. "They think they can crack her," I remember him saying during the days she was fighting with his assistants to disentangle herself legally and financially from the mess my father had made of our lives, "but she won't crack." After a pronouncement of this kind, my grandfather would often shake his head and add, savoring the irony, "Hard to believe the first time I saw her. She was crying her little eyes out, poor thing." The first time my grandfather saw my mother was a Sunday afternoon in early March 1947, a couple of weeks after night in Monte Carlo. He rode the number 5 streetcar from his brother's house in Park Circle to Ahava's Shalom, which was about to begin its observation of Purim. Technically, Purim had fallen on a Friday that year, but due to some Sabbath pettifoggery and the city of Baltimore not having been walled during the time of Joshua, it was to be celebrated today. My grandfather had no interest in the Jewish calendar or Uncle Ray's explanation thereof, and as for Purim itself, he could take it or leave it. Unlike the other Jewish holidays, it had been fun when he was a kid, and he still gave it credit for that. But somewhere between the Ardennes and the Harz Mountains, My grandfather had lost the taste or the capacity for celebrating an enemy's defeat, and it struck him as cheap and painfully mistaken to draw all the neat parallels that Ray planned to draw in his sermon between the would-be exterminator Hammond and the bona fide exterminator Hitler. Jewish wiles and bad luck, aka God, had put a stop to Hammond's plans. Hitler had simply run out of time. The annual celebrations of God's mercy, justice, and power, the feasts or fasts undertaken in praise of his name, the miracles he was supposed to have thrown our way over the centuries in my grandfather's mind. It was all nullified by the thing he had not yet learned to call the Holocaust. In Egypt, in Shushan, in the time of Judah Maccabee, God had intervened to deliver us with a mighty hand and outstretched arm. Big deal. When we were sent to the ovens, God had sat with his outstretched thumb up his mighty ass and let us burn. In 1947 there was, to my grandfather, one reason to continue calling oneself a Jew, to go on being Jewish before the world, as a way of telling Hitler fuck you. He was not on his way to Ahavas Shalom to celebrate Purim, endure his brother's preaching, or stamp his feet every time Hammond's name was read from the Megillah. He was not even going for the Hammontashen, though naturally he would not say no. He was going to the synagogue that afternoon because Uncle Ray had assured him that my grandmother would be there, and my grandfather was hoping to get into my grandmother's panties. The woman had passed through the fire without being consumed, but she had, my grandfather understood, been damaged. So he had decided that he was going to save her. Getting into her panties was a necessary first step. From the first, that was a part of his attraction to her. Not her brokenness, but her potential for being mended, and even more, the challenge that mending her would pose. He thought that if he took on the job of loving this broken woman, some measure of sense or purpose might be returned to his life. He thought that in mending her, he might also be mended. Ever since the late winter and spring of 1945, my grandfather had been suffering from a form of spiritual aphasia. No matter how many times he pored over them, he had trouble assigning sense or value to the things he had seen and done during the war. He had been assured many times by experts and authorities that his wartime actions had served a larger purpose, and furthermore, that some new purpose would be found for him in the afterwar. Until the night he met my grandmother, he had put no credit in such assurances. Now, as he returned to the synagogue on a mission of lust, he was more inclined to believe them. His lust itself felt like a form of belief. He understood that it was possible to define the word fool as one who takes on a job without knowing its true extent or difficulty. But after all, that had been standard procedure in the Army Corps of Engineers. If there was anything like wisdom to be gained in this world, maybe it was to be found in the hopeful, hopeless motto of the Corps, Escians. So, he didn't know how big or hard a job he was getting himself into with this woman. At least he knew where to begin. With her hips pressed against him, her legs wrapped around him, her body encompassed by his arms. Since Night in Monte Carlo, my grandfather had seen my grandmother 3 times. The first time was as the result of a kind of reverse ambush engineered by Uncle Ray. Mrs. Waxman, recovering swiftly from the failure of the sisterhood's first plot to ensnare the new rabbi, had invited him to a casual supper at the Waxman's floor-through apartment in the Riviera, on Udall Place, to which, secretly, she had also invited my grandmother. Uncle Ray was hip by now to the conspiracy against him, however, and aware that his brother had blundered head over heels into the trap the sisterhood had laid. Accepting the invitation, Uncle Ray showed up with my grandfather in tow, counting on a display of brotherly solicitude for the decorated vet with the 1,000-yard stare to earn him the forgiveness of the Waxmans. Awkwardnesses followed. A seating arrangement devised for pre-dinner drinks in the intimate drawing room of the vast apartment, where two Joseph Urban armchairs encouragingly faced an exceedingly narrow Hagenbund love seat, was spoiled both visually and tactically by the hasty interpolation of a crewel-work Eastlake side chair from the front parlor. Also, a leaf and a place had to be added to a kitchen table that was just the size, and had been set for 4. Also, the cook was obliged to reapportion 50 exorbitant grams of beluga caviar on the toast points with cream cheese that were the hors d'oeuvre. But the greatest awkwardness that night, undoubtedly, was my grandfather. Positioned alone on one side of the kitchen table, across from his brother, and at an angle to my grandmother, he barely spoke, introduced food into his mouth at mechanical intervals, and stared at my grandmother without art or restraint. When she caught him staring, he would even more artlessly look down at the food on his plate with a show of puzzlement, as if he kept forgetting what supper was and how it was supposed to work. What puzzled him, in fact, was my grandmother. When an engineer encounters his destiny or doom, it always takes the form of a puzzle. The elegant girl he remembered from Night in Monte Carlo had been lively and cosmopolitan but odd and flighty and possibly a bit of a nut. She had, for God's sake, zipped up his fly in a synagogue. The woman at the waxman's kitchen table was no less beautiful than that girl, but otherwise completely different in manner, in style, in energy. No more interested in the young rabbi than he was in her, she had chosen to wear a drab woolen suit dress of an outmoded military cut. She filled it out nicely but could not enliven it. Her conversation was measured, tentative, careful, even grave. It gave no evidence of nuttiness. It was more polished, couched more in American English than 2 weeks before. The absence of playfulness and flirtation in her manner brought out the languid solemnity of her feline face and eyes. The tangles of her hair had been combed and pinned close to her scalp and seemed more russet than auburn, with a sheen like the coat of a chestnut horse. The laugh he remembered as raspy, verging on braying, was a demure chuckle. At Night in Monte Carlo, my grandfather had pegged, maybe even a little bit dismissed her as a fetching but scatter-brained gamine trying to relinquish her dark and painful history into the hands of hairstylists, dentists, and couturiers. A bird of passage, hollow-boned. The woman he met at the waxman's that second evening seemed heavy at her core, subject to some crushing gravity. She was a vessel built to hold the pain of her history, but it had cracked her, and radiant darkness leaked out through the crack. When the conversation touched on the Carmelite convent where she had been hidden during the war, my grandmother's voice grew husky. It throbbed with sadness. Uncle Ray passed her his handkerchief, and they all watched her dab at her eyes as the kitchen filled with silence and the smell of gardenia. My grandfather was troubled and fascinated by this alteration from the girl of 10 days before. Had the flirtatious gamine in the Ingrid Bergman sunglasses been a pose adopted for the evening, while this shapely vessel-leaking sadness approximated something closer to the truth of herself? Or was it the other way around? Maybe neither version was the truth. Maybe self was a free variable with no bounded value. Maybe every time you met her, she would be somebody else. He became vaguely aware that he was experiencing pain, a pulsing in his left shin, and realized that his brother was kicking him under the table. Inferring or registering that Mrs. Waxman or Judge Waxman had just asked him a question, my grandfather looked helplessly from one to the other. No help was forthcoming from either direction. Uncle Ray was obliged to intervene. "Electrical engineering," he said in a dry tone of voice, sounding exasperated but not unamused. "He has a BS from Drexel Tech. And yes, Judge, he is very much looking for employment, sensitive as he is to the fact that his long-suffering kid brother would dearly love to have his couch back." Until very recently, my grandfather, on hearing this remark, would have shot back with something along the lines of, "Hey, you know what? I can be gone tomorrow," and would have meant it. For weeks he had woken up on Uncle Ray's couch every morning not knowing why he was still in Baltimore, and lay down on it again every night telling himself it was time to move on. "I'm interested in rocketry," he was astonished to hear himself declare. "Inertial guidance systems, telemetry. I'd like to find work out at Glen Martin if I could. I hear they might be starting to do some things in that area." Mrs. Waxman looked impressed, or maybe she was just taken aback. It was by far my grandfather's longest utterance of the evening. Judge Waxman said that, as it happened, one of his former law partners had a brother who was a vice president of the Martin Company. Perhaps there was something he could do to help my grandfather. "Are they building space rockets out there?" Uncle Ray said. During the war, Glen Martin had built a vast plant at Middle River in the northeastern wastes of Baltimore to manufacture thousands of B-26 Marauders and Mariner seaplanes. Because let me tell you something, this brother of mine, with his inertia and his telepathy, he might look like a chunk of cement with a flat top, but he wants to fly to the moon. Apart from this and my grandmother choking up about the Sisters of Carmel, my grandfather had no clear recollection, 42 years later, of anything else said by anyone at the table that night. The only other conversation he remembered came after dessert and coffee had been served. His feelings about my grandmother at this point were a confusion of curiosity, pity, ambition, desire. He felt that he needed, for the sake of clarity, to escape her gravity for a minute or two, for as long as it would take to smoke a cigarette. He slipped away from the table and, looking for some kind of back stair or terrace, found his way to a large porch enclosed with glass. It was unheated but furnished with wicker and an etager to hold plants, and on a spring afternoon must be a pleasant place to sit and have money and be a judge. It had a closed-up smell. He opened one of the casement windows, hoping to find some purchase in the cold night air. He had just lit a Pall Mall when the door clanged open. It was my grandmother, cloaked in a thick fur coat, sleeves dangling empty at her sides. The coat, like Mrs. Waxman, came enveloped in a formidable vapor of taboo. It must have cost the judge as much as the 1947 Cadillac 60 he had sent around to pick up his guests. "Hello." "Oh, hiya." She looked longingly at the cigarette between his lips. He passed it to her and lit another for himself. When he looked up again from the spark and flare of butane, still a little cross-eyed, he saw her shudder once, a traveling wave that passed from her hips to her shoulders and then across her face in a ripple of dismay. "You okay?" My grandmother made a funny sound, somewhere between embarrassed laughter and a yelp of pain, then ducked out from under Mrs. Waxman's coat like it was on fire. At the same time she tossed it in the general direction of my grandfather like she was the burning building and it was up to him, a fireman waiting with his life net to save it. He caught the coat by the collar. She put a hand to her chest, swallowed, and took a drag on the cigarette. She looked sheepish. "I'm so sorry," she said, "only I really don't like fur. Oh, when they cut away the skins, I have seen it. Yeah, and I never liked it." That was the first time she told him about the family tannery in Lille near the Belgian border. In her schoolgirl English, with almost nothing in the way of expression or emotion, she depicted a childhood haunted by blood and putrefaction and the piss stink of the tanning vats, by horses in the slaughter lot screaming like girls. She described the flaying of hides in terms of vivid color: silver blade, red blood, blue membrane, golden fat, white bone. He held the coat up between them. In the moonlit dark of the glassed-in porch, it seemed to shimmer with a ghost of animal motion. "That is hotter," she said. "Oh, yeah." He had no idea what she was talking about but felt abruptly that he was back on familiar territory with her, with the girl from Night in Monte Carlo telling him how his head would look good on a fence. "Many hotters. Mrs. Waxman says it takes 15 or 20 hotters." My grandfather could not help it. He laughed. "Otters," he said. "You know what this is, a hotter." "I'm pretty sure that was otter in the soup tonight." she frowned, less with her mouth than with her thick Jennifer Jones eyebrows. He liked what her eyebrows did, particularly when she frowned. "Oh, you are teasing me," she concluded. "I'm sorry. No, teasing me is not bad. Really. Yes, when you do it. I like if you do it." My grandfather felt himself blush. The only light came from Moonglow and a lamp at the far end of the drawing room. He wondered if it was enough for her to see that he was blushing. "I like you," he said. "I like you too." She said it in half a second and then added less than half a second later, "I have a little girl, did you know this?" "Right," my grandfather said, caught off guard. So there were two of them, two who would need saving. Essians. How old? 4 years, 5 years in September. "And you're, the father. I murdered him." When she saw my grandfather's face, she burst out laughing, then covered her mouth with her hand. She started to choke on the smoke of her cigarette. "No, I'm sorry." At first she kept on laughing, but as the coughing fit persisted, it seemed maybe she had started to cry. My grandfather couldn't tell. She held her breath, let it out. She pulled herself together. "That was a joke, but not funny, so why I was laughing?" That was a tough one to answer. My grandfather let it pass. She stubbed out the cigarette in a pot on the étagère that held dirt and a withered stalk. "The father is dead," she said. "In the war." She walked over to the casement window my grandfather had opened and put her face through into the cold air. She looked up at the moon, a day or two past its first quarter. She was convulsed by another shudder, then another. She was definitely crying now, and probably cold as hell. He slung the fur coat over one of the wicker chairs. He took off his blazer. It was the same one he had borrowed from his brother to wear tonight in Monte Carlo. He lowered the blazer over her shoulders. She leaned into it as if it were a stream of hot water from a shower head. She kept on leaning backward until she fell against him. He felt the shock of contact. The weight of her against his chest felt like something she had decided to entrust to him. He wanted badly, wanted only to be worthy of that trust, although apparently his penis, stirring, had its own ideas on the subject. "I want to fly to the moon too," she said. "Take me with you." "Sure thing," my grandfather said. "I'll figure it out." The next time he saw her, she was coming out of Silber's bakery holding a box tied with candy-striped string. She did not see him. He followed her down Park Heights to Belvedere, and then to the ragged lower end of Narcissus Avenue, keeping a careful distance, and watched her disappear with the box into the upstairs unit of a two-family house that was better maintained than its neighbors, and turned out to be a rental property of Judge Waxman's. The following night, around 2 in the morning, he got up off of Uncle Ray's couch, where he could not sleep for thinking of her. He got dressed and took the keys to his brother's Mercury and drove over to the two-family house on Narcissus. There was a light on in a window upstairs. His heart caught on some hook inside him. He nosed to the curb and cut the lights. It was another chilly night, but the lighted window was open and she was leaning on the sill, smoking a cigarette and looking up at the moon. He wondered if she was looking at the moon and feeling the cold air and remembering the promise he had made her, his chest unyielding against the weight of her. My grandfather heard a child's calling voice, too faint and far away for him to hear distress or complaint or urgency in it. My grandmother turned her head sharply toward the room behind her, stubbing out the cigarette against the windowsill. Sparks rained down into the shrubbery below. As he approached Ahava's Shalom that Purim Sunday with a clear sense of mission if not of operational plan, he saw a little girl sitting alone on a stone bench outside the glass doors, knees pulled to her chin, arms encircling her legs at the ankles. She was rocking back and forth, no more than 3 degrees in either direction, and making low sounds that at first, from a distance, my grandfather took for singing. She had on a green dress, green tights, and black patent leather Mary Janes. The dress had cap sleeves that left her arms bare, and even with the tights she must be awfully cold. My grandfather was wearing a hat, a scarf, and a wool topcoat over a cardigan sweater. He supposed that when he was 3 or 4 years old he might have felt like crying his eyes out too, bare-armed in 40-degree weather on a cold stone bench, but he liked to think that he would have had the sense to get up and go inside where it was warm. One of the synagogue front doors banged open. The girl stopped rocking and sat up straight. A Jew came out of the building, holding a small loden coat. The Jew had on an enormous trammel, a black caftan whose hem swept the concrete, and a beard like Edmund Gwen's in Miracle on 34th Street. My grandfather was surprised to see a Jew of this variety attending services at Ahava's Shalom, where the women sat with the men, and the rabbi was a fast-talking dandy who could not even raise a decent 5 o'clock shadow. The Jew in the big fur hat ignored or seemed not to hear my grandfather coming up the walk, and the girl ignored the Jew except to the degree that she was no longer crying her eyes out. She was no longer crying at all. After a moment, the Jew draped the loden coat over the girl's shoulders, settled the lapels around her neck with a few deft movements, and went back into the building. When the Jew opened the door again, a gust of air lifted the hem of the caftan, revealing a pair of bright red slippers with upcurving toes. My grandfather was even more surprised by the slippers than by the Jew's presence at Ahava's Shalom, but you could have filled a book with the things he did not know or frankly care to know about Orthodox Jews and what went on underneath their clothing. "I didn't realize they made Jewish Eskimos," my grandfather said to the little girl when he got to the front door of the shul. She looked up at him, heart-shaped face, lips chapped and puffy, upturned little chick's nose. Bottle-green eyes dry of tears. "It must have been the cold after all." "What?" she said. "Aren't you cold?" She slid her arms into the sleeves of the loden coat. She nodded. "So why are you sitting out here? I'm not allowed inside for 2 hours. "Oh, why is that?" "Because I was bad." "So you have to sit outside in the cold for 2 hours?" "Yes." "You must have been especially bad." "Yes." 2 hours in the cold for a misbehaving kid seemed excessive, but he knew even less about the disciplinary habits of these people than he did about their footwear. He looked through the glass door for the Jew in the big fur hat, thinking he might have a word. The walls of the lobby or vestibule, a large Spartan expanse with an angled modernist ceiling, had been papered with cut-out onion domes and pointed arches to evoke a Persian mood. A large banner slung between 2 raked poles just inside the entrance read "The Road to Shushan" in mock Arabic script. A few people were milling around by the door to the sanctuary, among them the Jew in the hat. A slender young woman stood beside the Jew, got up like a sideshow Salome in bangles and veils. "You need me to put in a good word for you," he said to the little girl. "I got an in with the warden." "What? Who said you have to sit out here in the cold for 2 hours?" "I did." "You did?" "Yes, because you were bad." "Uh-huh, so you're punishing yourself," she nodded. "What did you do that was so bad you had to punish yourself?" "Mama said I was discourteous." "Who to?" "The rabbi." "Really? How were you discourteous?" "I asked him why he wears the same perfume as our downstairs neighbor Mrs. Poliakoff." "Oh ho, what? What kind of perfume does Mrs. Poliakoff wear?" "Jungle gardenia." My grandfather laughed, and after a moment, with a degree of caution, the girl laughed too. "It's funny," she suggested. "It is to me, very." "Yes, it's very funny." The door opened again, and the Jew with the big fur hat was there, wearing a dime store Santa beard and a Chinatown Mandarin coat. "Look, all of the bad little children are here." My mother stopped laughing and looked away. "You know, I'm pretty sure Ray does wear jungle gardenia," my grandfather said to my grandmother. "I think this one has paid her debt to society. Maybe we can let her come back from Siberia, huh?" "I have been out here 3 times telling this to her," my grandmother cried. "There is nothing you can tell to this one." I said to her, "You were rude, please, for 2 minutes. Go and sit in a chair over there inside of the room, not outside of the building." "For 2 minutes." She says, "No, I am so bad I am going to sit outside for 2 hours." I have been begging to her, "Please come inside, you are going to catch a pneumonia." My grandmother pronounced the initial P. She turned to my mother. The beard flapped up and down. "Do you want to get sick and go to the hospital? Do you want to die?" She sounded exasperated, even angry, and yet at the same time there was a theatrical trill in her voice, as if she were only playing the part of an exasperated mother at her wits' end. Maybe that was just an effect of the comedy beard. "Is that what you want?" she said. "No," my mother said. "I'm glad to hear that, because if you die, then I will have to kill myself, and I don't want to die either." My grandfather thought this kind of talk might be carrying things a little too far, but he wasn't sure. He seemed to remember his mother engaging in rhetoric of this sort with him when she was at the end of her own wits. He was not sure how he felt about such talk, or he knew that he disliked it, but on this woman it fit. In her pain and her vividness and her theatricality, she seemed to have access to some higher frequency of emotion, a spectrum of light invisible to his eyes. At the mention of suicide, my mother looked up at her mother, intrigued. "Why will you have to kill yourself?" she said. "Because without you I will have no one and I will be totally alone, so what is the point then? I might as well die." Okay, my grandfather said. "Nobody's going to kill themselves and nobody's going to be alone." He looked down at my mother. "I've been telling the rabbi he smells like Mrs. Poliakoff since before the war, and I don't even know Mrs. Poliakoff. You think maybe I ought to spend the next 2 hours out here with you, punishing myself?" "No," my mother said. "I'll come in." "Then so will I," my grandfather said. He opened the door to the shul. "Come," he said. He held out his hand to my mother. He was not certain he had ever held out his hand to a child in this way. He wanted my grandmother to see that he could hold out his hand to her daughter, and that, when he did, her daughter would take it. If he could get the kid to relent and come in from the cold of a Baltimore afternoon, that would be another way for him to begin to mend what the war had broken. For a second or two my mother seemed to consider taking his hand. In the end, though, she just got up and scurried inside. My grandfather was disappointed, and disappointment filled him with resolve. He would work at the kid. He would do what he needed to do until he had gained her trust and hopefully her affection. "I'm sorry," my grandmother said. Even through the fake beard with the preposterous hat, her eyes sought his and searched his face and saw his disappointment and his resolve. My grandfather was not sure anyone had ever looked at him like that unless they were hoping to clean his clock. At the possibility of truly being seen, something in his chest seemed to snap open like a parachute. "It's fine," he said. He pointed to the beard, the caftan. "What's this?" "I am playing the part today of Mordecai, obviously, in the Purim spiel. That explains the shoes. Your brother is Vashti, in the veils." That was Ray flouncing around outside the door to the sanctuary, vain and imperious as a queen of Persia. "Typecasting, hey." He put a hand on her arm. Even through the sleeve of the Chinese coat the charge of contact was there. "Doesn't that thing bother you?" he said. He pointed at the sh trammel. As he recalled, a proper sh trammel was made with the tails of some furry little animal, a marten or a mink. My grandmother looked confused by the question. "You got something like 18 mink tails on your head there." She did not look horrified by this information. The memory of screaming horses and peeled hides did not rack her like a fever. Instead she looked. It was hard for my grandfather to describe. It would have been easy enough for him, considering what came after, to recall the look that passed across my grandmother's face that afternoon as one of embarrassment, discomfiture, the look of someone caught out in a moment of self-contradiction. But in the end the word that he settled on was impatient. She pursed her lips and gave her shoulders a little Gallic shrug, as if to suggest that he must already know the explanation for her tolerating the touch of death against her skin. "It's for the play," she said. 5 minutes before the end of Devon's next shift, my grandfather showed up at the security desk wearing rubber waders over stained chinos, holding an empty 1-quart Ziploc. He carried a blue NASA knapsack, meant for children, into which he had placed a thermos of lemonade, a first aid kit, and a field guide to snakes and reptiles from the Coconut Creek branch of the Broward County Library. In his right hand he carried a blackthorn walking stick, never used, that Sally Sitchell had bought for her husband, Leslie, when his fatal disease first enfeebled him. Until yesterday afternoon, the walking stick had been surmounted by a sterling silver duck's head. In the Fontana Village metal shop, my grandfather had, with Sally's permission, removed this and replaced it with the iron head of a 3-pound maul. As he walked across the grounds from his unit, swinging the stick, my grandfather had ignored a number of puzzled looks and 2 direct queries. But Devon understood at once what my grandfather had in mind. "It was me," he said. "I'd go with a machete." Devon chopped at his left wrist with the edge of his right hand. "You want to decapacitate it clean and quick." My grandfather made a mental note to see Prefecto Tient, the chief of the landscaping crew, about borrowing a machete when the time came. He held up the Ziploc bag. "You said you saw its droppings," he said. "I'd like you to help me get hold of some. Right now." Devon looked skeptical. "Isn't your shift over at 8? "Yes, sir, it is. But then, see, I'm kind of on Devon time." "Yeah, and what happens then?" "On Devon time." Devon rolled his eyes to the ceiling. He seemed to be consulting a long menu of pastimes and pursuits. "Well, for one thing, not picking up a snake bowel movement, putting it into a baggie." "Never." "No, sir." My grandfather and Devon stared at each other. The mechanism in the clock on the wall behind the counter advanced with a loud thunk into the next minute of their lives. "I suppose I might be willing to pay you for your trouble," my grandfather said. Devon smiled. He found it a comfort to see a show of miserliness in a Jew. He assumed that my grandfather was a millionaire. "How much?" he said. 25, but only if I get something to put in this bag." When the day man came in, Devon pulled on his billed cap with the Fontana Village logo and picked up his zippered nylon briefcase. My grandfather followed him to his car, a 1979 Cutlass Supreme. It sat creaking in the employee lot, vinyl top bleached and peeled by years in the heat of Florida. Devon opened the trunk and put in his briefcase, minus a peanut butter and potato chip sandwich that he folded over twice and rammed with a fingertip into his mouth. He unbuttoned his uniform shirt and hung it on a hanger from the valet hook inside his car. His belly sloshed in the wineskin of a ribbed undershirt. His bare shoulders were ivory yellow and densely freckled. The freckles, like his hair and eyelashes, were the color of a Nilla wafer. He stuffed the billed cap into the briefcase and from atop the rear dash took out a straw cowboy hat whose brim curled up sharply at the sides. At the very back of the trunk, under the rear dash, he opened a toolbox of molded plastic and dug around until he found a machete as long as his forearm in a leather sheath. Balancing it flat across his upturned palms, he contemplated my grandfather. He was still chewing the sandwich, lips pursing as his jaw worked up and down. "Doubt you going to need it this morning, but," he said, "you welcome to borrow it if you want." "I don't like to borrow," my grandfather said. "I'll rent it from you." "Suit yourself then." My grandfather got into the car. It was an oven. He rolled down the window and the trim of the handle burned his fingers. The air conditioning wheezed. Its breath smelled of mildew tinged with peanut butter and potato chips. "Time I really got a good look around in there," Devon said. "It was with Finlay Gadbois. You remember Finlay?" My grandfather recalled a blonde pompadour behind a motocross magazine, 2 black brogues propped up on the security desk. "Finlay's brother was an investigator for some real estate lawyers, got tangled up in the whole mess over there for a while. Took me and Finlay for a tour one time. We went right in the front gate. The droppings was all over the front porch of the clubhouse." "Show me." "It's all chained up though." "Show me." "With a padlock." My grandfather settled the NASA backpack on his lap and looked out the window at the expanse of Fontana Village. The scene never varied except for the transit of rain, people, and golf carts across it. Shadows of eaves and dormers moved slow as our hands across the blank faces of the units. Stucco, palm trees, concrete walks, lawns that never seemed to grow or fade, inverted over everything a glass bell of sky. Shake the whole thing a couple of times and you would stir up a flurry of glitter. My grandfather was tired of looking at it, to a depth of his soul that made him wonder if there might really be something wrong with him. The name and number of the specialist were still keeping company with Hosni Mubarak in the latest issue of Commentary. As soon he had taken care of this snake problem, he told himself he would make that appointment. "When I feel like I've got my $25 worth," my grandfather said, "then I'll stop telling you what to do. Show me." Devon put the car in gear. He drove out of the gates of Fontana Village. They made 3 left turns, bending around a vast South Florida city block. Devon turned into the driveway of the abandoned country club. Grass crazed the driveway. They did not get far before they had to stop. The property had been fenced all around with chain link drowned in a surf of kudzu. Rusted signs warning away trespassers had been fixed to the fence by the city and by the defeated successors to the original losers of the country club. Among the warning signs stood a gate cabled and locked with a heavy padlock. My grandfather got out of the car and notched the walking stick up under his arm. He took off his belt and fed it through the loop on the machete's holster. He put the belt back on. He didn't think he was going to need it this morning either, but you never knew. Sometimes a hunter could get lucky. Beyond the gate, the driveway carried on to an arch in a pink stucco wall. Kudzu had strung its green banners across the archway and worked its fingers into 1,000 cracks in the pink stucco. On a frieze over the arc between a pair of cartographic dolphins, a plaster triton sat on a compass rose, blowing a conch trumpet. The triton had lost its face. The leering dolphins were blackened with grime or mold. The name of the country club was Manville. "That's where you want to look for him," Devon said, pointing at the cracked blacktop between the chain-link gate and the archway. "Middle of a nice hot road like that, end of the day when the air's starting to get cool. Where's this clubhouse?" "Through the arch up the road. You can kind of almost see it, something pink there. Long way to go." "I see it. A shard of pink in green shadow. A forlorn pink, the pink of a tattered flamingo in a roadside zoo. Look there." Devon was pointing to the left of the gate, just beyond the fence, under a sprawl of rhododendron. My grandfather grabbed the hilt of the machete. His hand craved the bite of its blade into muscle. But there was no snake drowsing in a coil under the rhododendron. There was only what appeared to be a scrap of upholstery batting, a rude nest woven of gray twine and ashes. At one edge it devolved into a tuft of down that might once, my grandfather supposed, have been Ramon. It lay on the far side of the fence about 3 feet beyond the limits of either my grandfather's or Devon's reach. My grandfather handed Leslie's stick to Devon. "What you call this thing?" Devon said, hefting it. "It's a snake hammer." Devon nodded knowledgeably. He got down on his belly and poked the stick under the fence toward the twist of scat. Grunting and cursing, he steered its steel tip to within an inch of the scat, but no closer. He let go of the stick on the wrong side of the fence and it slid away from him. His body went slack against the ground. "Shit." He looked at my grandfather, awaiting reproach. "Decent snake hammer's going to set you back more than $25, my grandfather said. He took Devon's place on the ground and managed, straining, to retrieve the stick. His arms were long in proportion to the rest of him, but he had no better luck than Devon in reaching the remnant of Ramon. He stood up. Vertigo swept over him. Fire drew arabesques at the back of his eyes. "Shit," he said. "Name of the game," Devon said. My grandfather sat in the car with the door open and drank some of the lemonade from the thermos. A small plane droned toward the Atlantic, trailing a banner lettered in red capitals. He struggled to make out the distant text with an urgency he knew to be misplaced. "See and ski," Devon said. My grandfather nodded. He took out his wallet and paid Devon in full. "Sorry it didn't work out," Devon said. "Care to make it 50, my grandfather said. Devon drove my grandfather to a hardware store and waited in the car. My grandfather bought a Yale padlock that appeared to be nearly identical to the one cabled to the chain-link gate. He gave some thought to a pair of bolt cutters, but they were expensive and bulky, and he knew the sight of them would spook Devon. As it was, Devon eyed uneasily the paper bag in my grandfather's lap. When they got back to Manville, my grandfather climbed out of the car and shut the door. The temperature was 95 degrees. Across the Faro golf course on the other side of the fence, a million insects played a one-note tone poem entitled Heat. My grandfather leaned in through the window on the passenger side. "Go park the car down the street," he said, "by the lawn and garden store. I'll meet you there in 2 minutes." "What you going to do?" My grandfather walked over to the fence. He matched the padlock to the business end of the snake hammer. "No," Devon called. "No way, 2 minutes. It's crazy. Why you don't just go in from the Fontana Village side? Fence. Have to have a hole in it somewheres. All them pets get inside no problem. What do I look like, a Shih Tzu or an old man? A old man. Here's where there's a paved road. You told me yourself they like to lie on hot pavement. So you going to just walk in there in broad daylight? I'm going to need to come back." Probably a number of times. He hefted the brown paper bag with the lock inside it. "I want to make that easier to do." "You going to get us arrested," Devon said. "I can't have that. I'm an old man too, and I need this job. I didn't plan for no financial future like y'all. 2 minutes. If I get caught, I'll say I walked here. I won't say a word about you. They might put you in jail." "I've been in jail," my grandfather said. "I got a lot of reading done." Devon looked surprised. His gaze drifted down to my grandfather's feet in the rubber waders and back up to his blue and white canvas bucket hat, souvenir of a visit to an Israeli kibbutz that he and my grandmother had made not long after the Six-Day War. "I might like to re-estimate my opinion of you," Devon said. He leaned across to roll up the passenger window, then backed the car down the driveway. My grandfather watched Devon pull away. He raised the head of the walking stick and brought it down on the padlock. The impact rang up his arm to the elbow. The lock held firm. It took 7 more smacks with the hammer to crack it. He yanked it open. He tried to swing aside the chain-link gate, but the kudzu vines held it fast. He pried it open an inch or two with the shaft of the walking stick, but not enough to squeeze through. He unsheathed the machete and brought it down. The tendrils snapped like guitar strings. Pain twanged in my grandfather's shoulder. The gate swung open without a sound. My grandfather found his fingers trembling as he tore open the packaging of the new lock. After he put the new lock into place, he stooped to pick up some bits of the shattered one. He fitted them into the blister of the packaging with the rest of the old lock and put it in the paper bag. Then he stepped into the snake's domain. He looked around, listening for a dragging sound, a pop of twigs. He was under the impression that snakes gave off a musk, and he sniffed the air. Twice dapples of sun on shade stopped the blood in his veins. He lowered himself to stoop for the snake hammer, then walked over to the rhododendron and crouched down beside it. He used the tip of the walking stick to slide the scat into the Ziploc bag. When he tried to stand again, his knees had locked. He planted the stick in the gravel and, grateful not to find himself mocked by the smug expression of a sterling silver duck, pulled himself up along its length. On his feet once more, he made for the gate and locked it. He slipped the key into an outer pocket of the knapsack alongside the baggie. Then he walked down the street to the lawn and garden store to settle his account with Devon and to inquire about the going-day rate for a machete. "What was it for?" I said. "What did you do with the snake poop?" "There was a professor at Miami, in the biology department, a herpetologist. He agreed to take a look at it. And he felt confident it was not the fecal matter of a boa constrictor. So it was an alligator. It was a python." "A python? Don't pythons get really big?" My grandfather shrugged. The shrug said, "Define big." It said, "Compared to an ankylosaurus, not so big." "Can they get big enough to eat a cat?" He stuck out his tongue once, twice. I handed him a mug of apple juice and he took a measured sip. "A python can swallow a deer," he said. "Jesus." "A cat," to a python. Like a handful of nuts, I resisted the urge to point out that snakes did not have hands. So last year, I said, like right after I visited you, and we watched that PBS thing about exotic pets taking over the Everglades, you basically went out into the jungle and started hunting a python. Another shrug, it passed the time. So did you use one of those, like, new sauna stick things they had? I mimed the thrust-and-tug action of the snare tool a park ranger on the program had employed to bag a boa constrictor. I had no interest in capturing him, my grandfather said. I wanted to kill him. With a gun. My grandfather screwed the left side of his face into the comedic half-mask he adopted when he was trying to conceal his disappointment in you. Maybe you should be taking notes, he said. He handed back the mug of apple juice. I had a snake hammer. Why would I need a gun? 11 for their sins. Wild Bill Donovan recruited Orland Buck and my grandfather into the Office of Strategic Services. They were sent to study mayhem and spycraft at Area B, an OSS training facility in the Maryland mountains on the present-day site of Camp David. The U.S. military had long disavowed the practice of espionage and deception as beneath its gentlemanly dignity. Many of the instructors at Area B were Brits. They had spent their lives subverting insurrections and infiltrating rebellions. They did not care if you forgot to salute them. They thought that training to shoot at a target while standing straight up with your arms sticking out like a turnstile was about as useful as learning how to joust. They were unobtrusive and ferocious men whom my grandfather could not fail to admire. He learned to work with a compass, a garrote, and a one-time cipher pad, and to crawl a long way on his belly under live machine gun fire. He learned to forge and alter documents, to hide intelligently, and to parachute off the top of a 90-foot platform, though he never jumped from an actual plane. For a while he was the target of Jew hate by a couple of bigots in the class. Buck pleaded with him to get a little bit carried away just this once. The next day during hand-to-hand training, my grandfather broke the jaw of one of his tormentors, and after that the other ran out of things to say. On graduating, Buck and my grandfather were given 3 days leave in Baltimore, where Buck got my grandfather so drunk that he was able to directly experience, if not to communicate, some of the unlikelier effects on time and space called for by Einstein's special and general theories of relativity. They said goodbye at Baltimore Penn Station, where they boarded trains bound in opposite directions, Buck for New York City, my grandfather for Washington. A week later, Orland Buck was dropped by parachute into Italy to cause trouble ahead of the Allied invasion. This he did, moving north and east with violence and aplomb until December 1944, when he and some Titoist partisans inadvertently blew themselves up along with a bridge on the Cuba River. One of the few people ever to have really seen my grandfather's potential, Bill Donovan had something different in mind for the other principal in the Key Bridge affair. In a memo recommending him to the Deputy Director for Special Projects, Stanley Lovell, Donovan portrayed my grandfather as capable, it might be, of genius-level thinking, calm and analytical in temperament, if bloody-minded. With the invasion of Italy underway and plans for the invasion of Normandy being drawn up at Cossack headquarters in London, Donovan foresaw a need for men qualified to go in behind the eventual invasion force and pick Germany's pocket. The prize would be German scientists, engineers, and technology miles ahead in many areas of research, of anyone or anything in the U.S. at the time. The ideal agent would have both the technical knowledge necessary to fathom the secret laboratories and proving grounds of the Reich and the operational skill to find and loot them. My grandfather, Donovan wrote, suited to a T, but until the invasion could be arranged, he would need to be distracted, his mind kept activated, lest he get himself killed out of sheer boredom. From the middle of 1943 until just after D-Day, when he was assigned to one of the new T-Force units and sent to London for training in the high arts of plunder. My grandfather worked for Stanley Lovell in research and development, which occupied the cramped basement of the OS campus at 23rd, and E. Donovan had recruited Lovell, a chemist and patent lawyer, to equip clandestine OS operatives in Europe, North Africa, and the Far East. Lovell and his R&D team set to work devising the fountain pen pistols, lipstick cameras, and cyanide-filled shirt buttons that have featured ever since in the panoplies of movie and television spies. They found new approaches to infiltration, sabotage, and secret communication. They hit on ways to kill the enemy with cunning and panache, with exploding pancake flour and incendiary bats. I jotted down some of the names of the devices and tools my grandfather remembered having contrived during his time at 23rd, and it was a fairly long list, with many annotations, scrawled inside the front cover of the book I was reading that day, Salinger's 9 Stories. Decades later, having recommended For Ismay with Love and Squalor to my elder daughter, I went looking for 9 Stories, one of a number of titles that had been duplicated on the shelves of my first marriage in graduate school. At the sight of the cover with its grid of colored blocks, the memory of that afternoon returned to me. A slant of submarine light through the eucalyptus outside the guest bedroom, my grandfather's brown face against a white pillow, the sound of his Philadelphia vowels at the back of his nose like a head cold. But when I opened the book, the inside cover was blank. In making our terminal inventories, my ex-wife and I must have exchanged copies. I had lost to estrangement and carelessness the only document I possessed of the week I am now trying to reconstruct. And I can recall only 5 of the projects my grandfather claimed to have originated. A crystalline compound dubbed wizite, that, when mixed with an operative's own urine and added to the fuel tank of an airplane, truck, or panzer, caused delayed but complete and irreparable damage. A small, irregular pyramid of steel that, when wedged against a rail along a stretch of track from which the opposite rail had been loosened, not even removed, was guaranteed to derail any locomotive moving less than 30 miles per hour. A flexible, expandable garrote made of piano wire sheathed in an ordinary shoestring. Fairly reliable, my grandfather remembered. A pair of convertible bifocals, the lower half-moons of whose lenses were ground in such a way that, with a few twists of the frames, they could be arranged to form a serviceable spyglass. A magnetic paint that would, for example, permit a limpet mind to be affixed to wood or glass. That one never quite came together, my grandfather said. Could have made a fortune if it had. My grandfather enjoyed his time with Lovell, for the most part. Kept out of the action once again, he welcomed the chance to lose himself amid solutions to the novel technical problems that crossed his desk every day. It was important work, in its curious way. But ultimately, it was an office job in the world capital of office jobs, a city whose bureaucratic fecklessness my grandfather once dreamed of repaying with conquest and shame. No one was more thrilled than my grandfather when the news came from Omaha Beach that it was time at last for his war, for his life, to begin. After Glenn Miller set one of the last the bandleader played before his plane went down over the English Channel on December 15, 1944, Lieutenant Alvin Owenbaugh returned to the billet he shared with my grandfather, the smallest flat with the fewest windows on the highest floor of the Mount Royal Hotel, Oxford Street, London. He was whistling Moonglow, and there was a telltale bulge at the hip pocket of the cardigan his sister had knitted for him. They were orphans, Owenbaugh and his sister. She was like a mother to the guy. He took off the sweater only when directly ordered to do so. The commanding officer of their unit was regular army, but he understood that he had been put in charge of a bunch of oddballs, and for the most part the sweater never left Onbaw's body. It had a shawl collar, toggle buttons, and a sash that Onbaugh left untied because he felt self-conscious about having womanly hips. When he wore it, he looked fittingly like an engineer with a Ph.D. in food production from the University of Minnesota. His field of expertise before the war had been the mass manufacture of donuts, or what Onbaugh called industrial-grade edible toy. He spoke German and French, read Russian and Latin. He was 200 pages into the writing of an analytical biography of Auguste Kekulé done entirely in limericks, entitled A Rolling Autophagus Snake. Apart from one or two professors at Drexel, he was the first intellectual my grandfather had met who was not a pool hustler, a criminal, or a rabbi. "Lo, I bring you tidings of great joy," Onbaugh said. "So put down the pornography, Rico." My grandfather put down the book he was reading, a bound edition of the Zeitschrift für Angewandte Chemie for 1905 containing a key text in the history of gas warfare chemistry, J. F. Haber's Überzündung des Nalgases durch Wasserstoffatom. He lay uniformed but for necktie and shoes. "Find something good. I only drink the best." Onbaw's alcoholism was riddled with morality. He believed it was less sinful to drink good liquor than to drink hooch. As you know, the supply of good liquor, like the supply of everything else, was subject to gluts and shortages. Lately, it had been tough to come by, given a choice. He fished a fifth of something out of the hip pocket of the sweater his sister had knitted. "Where'd you get it?" "I distilled it myself, as a matter of fact." Onbaugh uncapped the bottle, stuck it under his nose, inhaled. From a fine mulch of bomb debris and uneaten portions of creamed mock kidney on toast. Onbaugh often resorted to false cheeriness in the bleak hours between dusk and inebriation. He was by nature a cheerful man, but he was homesick. He missed his dog, his cat, his books, his record collection, ice fishing, and his sister Beatty. The world had been plunged into fire and darkness, and a scarcity of good liquor imperiled his soul. On top of all that, there was English wartime cuisine, which substituted plentiful inedibles for scarce ones with vile inventiveness. In the canteen at lunch today, in the maze of Great Cumberland Street where their mission was headquartered, the role of creamed kidneys had been played by something called neeps, seethed in a cornstarch slurry. "Best neeps yet, I thought," Onbaugh said. "The neeps were top-notch. I would have sworn those kidneys were unmock." "Well, they use real urine," my grandfather said. "Gives it that tang." He folded his hands behind his head and flexed his toes pleasurably in his regulation socks. Unlike cornstarch and neeps, grain coffee, or beetroot fudge, Onbaw's ersatz cheer was a reasonably effective substitute for the real thing. "Speaking of urine," Onbaugh said, "it's time for your sample, Rico." He looked around in vain for something to pour the whiskey into. The firm that supplied the Mount Royal with glassware and crockery had been hit by a doodle bug. The Flats ration of monogrammed Mr. Glasses had been pilfered by a waif of my grandfather's brief acquaintance named Marigold Reynolds. Beakers were requisitioned from a lab at Great Cumberland Street, but then Onbaugh had needed them for an ongoing in-house experiment aimed at devising a cure for airsickness. He had spent the flight over from Langley with his face in a pail and the color of his uniform shirt, making sounds that were variations on the theme of his last name. He was dreading the short hop to Paris tomorrow. "Oh, shish kebab," he said. "I meant to swipe a couple of glasses from the bar." Shish kebab. Sugarloaf. Sheboygan. Whenever life called for foul language, Onbaugh broke into a reserve of quaint Midwestern euphemisms. There seemed to be hundreds, rarely repeated. My grandfather had met few Lutherans. He wondered if they were handed some kind of list to memorize as children. Right then, Onbaugh set the bottle down on a dresser. "See if I can't scare us up a couple of tankards, what?" he said, putting on his C. Aubrey Smith voice. "Do something about that beastly sobriety of yours." Just one tankard, my grandfather said. He patted the Zeitschrift. The Haber paper was 8 pages long. He had been reading it for a month. Each of its sentences, dense with formulae, was a mile that must be crawled across shards of glass. My grandfather was on page 6. Got to keep my wits about me. I might need to conjugate the future perfect of de subutinissieren. Nonsense, old boy wouldn't hear of it. Ornball went back out to the flat sitting room where the experiment in antiemesis was underway. My grandfather heard him say, "Fudge bucket." "I'd suggest you just drink from the bottle," my grandfather called. "But I wouldn't want civilization to collapse." Stoppers popped. A pipette chimed. Glass clinked against glass like a lover's toast. Ornball came back into the bedroom holding 3 beakers, each half filled with sludge of varying translucence and color, from roast beef drippings to crankcase fluid. One key stage in the preparation of the antiemetic had involved boiling some old ginger snaps with a handful of weeds Ornball had found growing in a bomb site. "Is it ready?" "Has to be." Ornball set the beakers down on the dresser beside the bottle of whiskey. He poured off the contents of 2 beakers into the third, leaving their bottoms tinged with a glaze of antipuke formula. "How was the show?" "Glenn say hi." Whenever he and his wartime band of soldier musicians came through London, Major Glenn Miller also lived in the Mount Royal Hotel and played nightly. Over the past few months, Ornball had managed to engage his hero in 2 or 3 short conversations, all touching on the London weather, about which of course it was best to say nothing. For Ornball, these had been encounters with a Mahatma. They brightened his existence for days afterward. "The show was depressing," Ornball said. "To be honest, I can't explain why exactly. Playing was off, note perfect. The great Jerry Gray arrangements, those pop-popping short phrases, everything as tight and good-sounding as that time at the Mayflower." He poured 2 precise fingers of whiskey into each of the beakers. "I don't know what's wrong. I'd almost say the heart seems to have gone out of old Glenn. You better have a word with him, Rico. Set him straight." Training with their T-Force unit, my grandfather, as was his habit, had offered very little in the way of information about himself, even to Ornball. The tale of his career before his recruitment to this arm of U.S. intelligence was a farrago of quarter-truth and rumor. It was said that he had worked as an enforcer for various New York and Philadelphia gangsters, that, as a rite of mob initiation, he had shot himself in the stomach with a bullet rubbed with raw garlic to make the wound more painful. He had been known, it was reported, to bite off the ears of his enemies and feed them to stray dogs. And if he ever smiled at you, this rumor was Ornball's personal favorite. That smile would be the last thing you ever saw. Ornball had made my grandfather smile often enough to laugh at this hyperbole, and with enough intimacy to tease him for the seed of truth it contained. There might or might not be something menacing in my grandfather's reticence that was really up to you, but when he did speak or show emotion, it had a persuasive effect. It was Ornball who had nicknamed my grandfather after Cagney's gangster hero in The Public Enemy. As far as I know, this was the only nickname my grandfather was ever given or ever tolerated. "I'll see what I can do," he said, realizing that the heart might be going out of Ornball and wondering what he could do. "Now then," Ornball said, giving each beaker of whiskey a stir with the pipette to mix in the dash of airsickness dope. He handed a beaker to my grandfather. "Drink up." My grandfather took the beaker and set it down on the nightstand between his bed and Ornball's. He picked up Zeitschrift für Angewandte Chemie. "Darn it, Rico, now come on." Ornball tugged the book out of my grandfather's hands and tossed it over his shoulder. It opened in flight with a rustle of indignation and smacked against the wall. The wallpaper was patterned with modern circles and lines that often tormented my grandfather by seeming to diagram the structures of impossible aromatics and polymers. "You're seeing phantom heterocyclics in the wallpaper again, aren't you?" "No." I'm serious, man. Any other night, not tonight. What's special about tonight? Onba composed himself. His forebears, with patience and faith, had endured crop failures, cattle plagues, and iron winters. He could handle one exasperating Philadelphia Jew. Well, let's see. For one thing, tomorrow they are strapping your Heinz 57 into a C-47 and shipping it off to a place called Germany, where, from what I've heard, it is very likely to encounter a large number of armed men who will try to decorate it with a swastika made out of bullets. That's tomorrow. We are talking about one drink, for gosh sakes. My grandfather shook his head. Why not? And don't give me that bullwiz about how you don't like to lose control. I don't. There is no control. Onba knocked back the beaker of whiskey. He sat on the edge of his bed and set the empty beaker on the nightstand. He picked up the one he had poured for my grandfather and toasted my grandfather's health. He knocked that one back, too. He let out a sigh that did not sound entirely bereft of pleasure. Good. Wonderful. He put down the beaker and rose, looking heavy on his feet. He went to pick up the book that he had thrown. He smoothed its pages and handed it back to my grandfather. It's just the illusion of control, Onba said with his accustomed gentleness. You know that, right? There is no actual control. It's all just probabilities and contingencies, wriggling around like cats in a bag. Yes, I know that, my grandfather said. But when I'm sober, I never have to think about it. There was a thump. A pressure felt somewhere deeper than the eardrums, rooted in the ground. It was like the turbulent boom that rumbled windows, walls, and floorboards when a bomb hit the house down the street, the office block next door. But it could not have been a bomb. A bomb gave warning of its approach. It heralded its own arrival. It fell whistling from the belly of a junker, or keening, or humming, or with a yell of inhuman high spirits that got louder and more ecstatic as it fell. If it was a buzz bomb, a doodle bug, then it prowled overhead, restless and muttering to itself, before its counter hit zero and its servo was cut. Then you heard a loud silence as the doodlebug surrendered to gravity and fell to its appointment with fire and destruction. My grandfather just had time to think rocket, when the unheralded explosion gave way to a roar and a clatter like the Central pulling in to Marble Arch Station. A second boom unfurled across the neighborhood, an uncoiling peal of thunder with a stinger in its tail. At 4 times the speed of sound, the concussion and the turbulence of the rocket's approach would always show up late for its detonation. We heard it, said Onba. That means we aren't dead. My grandfather laced up his boots and tied his tie. They got their top coats and hats. Onba grabbed a camera. They took the stairs down to the basement of the hotel to avoid whatever hysteria might be loose in the lobby. They went down a long hallway with a checkerboard floor. Through the open door at the end of the hallway you could feel the heat of the fire and the cold of the night. Cooks and dishwashers in their white coats and black trousers were going in and out, speaking French and Polish and English. Into the kitchen, out the door, out of the kitchen into the street. It looked purposive, a relay, a bucket brigade, but they were just wandering around like idiots with nothing to do. A fat cook stood in the doorway looking out. There was firelight on his belly and his face. My grandfather pushed him out of the way. He and Onba ran out into Oxford Street and unoriginally stood there like idiots with nothing to do. The physics of the rocket's detonation had sucked the show windows from the front of Selfridge's. The windows had been decorated for the season with ice floes and ice mountains of pasteboard and sequins. A frolic of pasteboard Eskimos and penguins. The aurora borealis or australis in arcs of colored foil. A mannequin Father Christmas in Scott Expedition drag. Now the sidewalk was buried in snowbanks of shattered glass. Christmas trees lay scattered like tenpins. Their needles drifted down onto my grandfather's hat and the epaulets of his greatcoat. When he hung up his trousers that night before bed, cellophane snowflakes snowed down from the upturned cuffs. Pasteboard Eskimos and penguins, headless, torn in half, continued their inaccurate cohabitation. Father Christmas was found the next morning in a dovecote on a nearby rooftop, intact and unharmed apart from a holiday frosting of pigeon shit. Selfridge's was not on fire, but the building beside it was. A fire brigade came around the corner in a wheezing old calliope of a pumper, followed by two teams of air raid wardens in Crossleys. The wardens in their shaving bowl helmets made their way back along the street toward the corner, barking at hotel guests and patrons of the ballroom, telling them to get out of the way and please let the crews do their job. An ambulance nosed its way in among the bystanders and ruination. It was driven by a breathtaking young woman, blue eyes, black hair tumbling from under a narrow-brimmed hat, packed hastily into some man's shirt, and trousers under her green WVS coat. He never saw her again, but 44 years later, my grandfather remembered her vividly. Her necktie, the swell of her breasts under the shirt, her gabardine trousers into the tops of her Wellingtons. She told him and Onbaugh that the spirit of volunteerism was commendable, but it would be best for them just to get out of the way and let her mates and her do the job that the ARP and the Jerrys had trained them to do. It was a harrowing job. If blood and pieces of what had until recently been citizens of London were something you wanted to see, you could see them. Penguins with Eskimos, Onbaugh said contemptuously. Remembering this line years later, my grandfather burst out laughing, even though it literally hurt to laugh. What the hell are we fighting for, Rico? They went back inside and up to their room. Onbaugh poured more whiskey into the beakers and passed one to my grandfather. It was graduated in milliliters. The whiskey went to 92. My grandfather raised it and proposed a toast. Cats in a bag, he said. He drank it all in one swallow and held it out for Onbaugh to fill again. Probabilities and contingencies. It's a metaphor, Onbaugh said. The bag is Newtonian physics. I missed that, my grandfather said. 12 sometimes they would roll into a town or village so hard on the heels of the armor and infantry that they encountered people uninstructed on the difference between liberation and surrender. An old man in a clock tower with a deer rifle, say, or 5 murderous Boy Scouts sharing a burp gun, or the last joker in town with a death's head on his hatband, insisting with tedious punctilio on standing them to a round of pointless slaughter. Lives and time would be lost trying to clarify the matter. "This is bullshit," said Diddens. He was talking about the arrow in his left foot. It was a fine piece of pine and goose feathers. A second arrow had lodged with a thunk in a window box several feet wide of my grandfather, just before he dragged Diddens to cover behind a pile of rubble in the main thoroughfare of Vellinghausen. It had taken Diddens a minute to get past incredulity. "I mean, what kind of thing is that?" Diddens was squatting on his right haunch with his left leg stuck out in front of him. He was an Alabaman, a chemist who had worked in Dow's pesticides division before the war. He was not prone to hysteria, but the arrow had him a little keyed up. "A fucking arrow. At least it makes a change from bullets," my grandfather said. "Fuck you, it's not sticking out of your foot. You have a point." "This is bullshit," Diddens said again. This time he yelled it, but his cry had nothing to resound against and it failed to carry. Vellinghausen had undergone a week of shelling by both sides, followed by a pitched 2-day tank battle before the Germans conceded the town for good to elements of the 8th Armored Division. Almost all the buildings were badly damaged. Most of the main street of Vellinghausen was gray sky. "Calm yourself," my grandfather said. He understood that from Diddens's point of view, it seemed absurd to have come across France and 400 miles into Germany without being touched by artillery or small arms fire, only to be shot with an arrow. On the other hand, there was a venerable school of thought that taught when a conquering army showed up in your hometown at the head of a trail of death and destruction, you were supposed to do what you could to make conquest expensive, using whatever came to hand. That type of behavior was the stuff of poems and heroes. In the past 3 months, my grandfather had seen poetry and heroism of this nature cost the lives of several Germans, 3 first-rate Jeep drivers, 2 radio men, and Lieutenant Alvin P. Owenbaugh, Ph.D. This Diddens was Owenbaugh's replacement, and he was all right, but I don't think my grandfather ever recovered from the loss of Owenbaugh. He would not tell me the circumstances of his friend's death other than to say that it came in the back of a Jeep while my grandfather was trying to keep him upright and talking until they could find an aid station. Did it hit bone? My grandfather asked Diddens. The question seemed to give Diddens something to focus on. He gritted his teeth and studied his heavy boot. He was moving his foot around inside it. No, I don't think so. Can you put weight on it? Diddens put a hand on my grandfather's shoulder and raised himself off the ground. He drew in his left leg and lowered himself onto the left foot. He gasped. No. He stuck his foot back out. This time he just sat down flat on the cobblestones as if now were any kind of time to take a rest. Geez, it really hurts. I think the point must be coming out of the bottom. Is it coming out of the bottom, can you see? My grandfather frowned. They were already behind schedule. Vellinghausen was not even supposed to be a stop on their route. They were supposed to be following the 3rd Armored Division, but a map failure, a moonless night, an unexpected panzer movement south of Lippstadt had entangled them with the 8th. Forward regiments of the 3rd were already a day or more ahead of them, headed for Paderborn, a day or more closer to Nordhausen. My grandfather reached for the gun at his hip. At the same time, he bent over and grabbed hold of the shaft in Diddens's foot. He jerked the arrow backward. It slid loose with a moist pop. The head emerged streaked with purple from the hole it had made going into the boot, just to the left of the laces. Diddens let out a yawp of outrage and shock. "What?" he said. My grandfather stood up and came out from behind the heap of plaster chunks, roof tiles, and plaster dust that had been hiding them. He raised the gun and swept the street with his eyes, thinking about angles and sight lines. He noted without lingering on them a black and orange cat, a bicycle that concussion had twisted around a hitching post to symbolize infinity. Behind the rubble pile, Diddens clutched his foot and diverted his thoughts from the pain by describing in Alabaman detail the unnatural use that my grandfather had made of my great-grandmother. Up the street on the right, a bakery occupied the ground floor of a stucco townhouse, painted the color of lemon custard. The houses this side of it had paid off the tank gunner's luck with jackpots of rubble like the one they had taken cover behind. My grandfather traveled his gaze up the pale stucco to the 3rd story. Its paired windows seemed to be at about the limit of the effective range of an archer. "What are you doing?" Diddens said. "Get down, are you fucking nuts?" My grandfather knew he was taking chances. In general, it was best, for example, not to try to remove a sharp object from a puncture wound, because it might be acting to plug the hole it had made in some major vein or artery. But there were no major veins or arteries, as far as my grandfather knew, in the human foot. As for stepping into the middle of the street when you knew somebody out there was trying to kill you with a bow and arrow, he had decided to test a personal theory that since the arrow had gone into Diddens's foot and not his head or his throat, the archer must not be much of a marksman. "No," my grandfather said, "just in a hurry." In the ruins of Köln, he and Owenbaugh had interviewed a captured Wehrmacht truck driver, irrespective of what it said on their bills of lading. All truck drivers carried information who reported having hauled a shipment of machine parts in mid-March to a group of professors at Nordhausen. One of the professors he claimed to have seen there was a thick-set young blonde whom the driver described as clearly the man in charge. As it happened, my grandfather, along with all the other hunters in the unit, was recently issued a detailed inventory of thousands of leading Nazi professors. It was codenamed the Black List and was said to have been compiled from a German original found by a Polish janitor at Bonn University. half flushed down a toilet in the mayhem of the German retreat from that city. My grandfather's orders were to track down the scientists, technicians, and engineers whose names appeared on the blacklist and capture them before the Russians could. At the top of the blacklist was the name of a physicist said to be the inventive mind behind the V-2 rocket, one of which had come close to killing my grandfather and Owenbaugh that night in London. According to the limited intelligence the Allies had on him, this rocket man was a beefy blonde fellow. My grandfather had never wanted anything more than he wanted to be the man who brought in this Wernher von Braun. Or maybe at that point, he told me what he wanted more than anything was to see one of von Braun's rockets. That desire was, at the moment, the only certainty he possessed, apart from a strong intuition that one of the Russian hunters traveling west from Poland behind the fast-moving Red Army would never sit around crying because he had an arrow in his foot. Something whispered in my grandfather's left ear, and just behind him a mallet struck a block of wood. The flower box, planted only with mud and ash, had taken another hit. The time had come to test his hypothesis about the archer's marksmanship. So far the man was shooting 1 for 3. The fourth arrow hummed in low and whistling and clattered against the cobblestone street about 15 feet in front of my grandfather. It skittered along, struck some jut in the cobbles, and bounced. Its vector was deformed by the impact, and it shot up at an 80-degree angle to the street. It tumbled interestingly through the air toward my grandfather, end over end and moving slightly to the left of him. He reached out as it came cartwheeling and managed to snatch it as it went by. It was not that my grandfather felt no fear. I was afraid the whole time, he told me. From the minute I got there, even when no one was shooting at me or trying to drop a bomb on my head. But whenever they did shoot at me, what happened was it made me angry too, and the anger trumped. It was, it flooded over me. Yeah. It just washed everything else away. That was the time. In my whole life, that was the time I got some use out of it. When somebody was shooting at me. He twisted his mouth. But I didn't know until that day it worked with arrows too. He caught the arrow in mid-flight and turned to the yellow house, looking up. Swagger in the angle of his head, taunting the archer, a red needle of Philadelphia climbing inside him. He saw a flicker of white in one of the third-story windows. A shirt front, a brown sleeve, a pink hand, a gaping mouth. A man leaned out of the window, propped at the hip against the window ledge, half bracketed with a dark brown bow. Something loose and careless in the way he was hanging himself out the window suggested that he was not much older than my grandfather. He dangled an arrow like a long cigarette between the fingers of one hand. He knocked the arrow and shifted himself a little. My grandfather raised the gun, and then, to satisfy the strange code duello of Vellinghausen, they fired off their respective shots. A sharp hammer, or maybe a pickaxe, took a sudden whack at my grandfather's helmet, front and center. The archer sagged and let go of the bow. It dropped and hit the street with a twang. The archer listed and hung balanced on the window ledge for what felt to my grandfather like a very long time, as if making up his mind whether to go after the bow. Then he tumbled from the window and hit the cobblestones with a doubled sound, a drum crack, a carpet beater smacking against wool. My grandfather holstered his gun and took off his helmet. It looked like the prop from a movie comedy, some kind of farce in which geese fought Indians. He turned the helmet upside down. The arrow had pierced to a depth of not quite an inch. Later, he would find a dot of dried blood beaded at the center of his forehead. He yanked out the arrow and put the helmet back on his head. He walked up the street to the bow and picked it up, then turned to the young man. My grandfather guessed he might be about Ray's age. He lay twisted into a swastika under the bakery window. His skull leaked blood at the back where it had smacked against the stone street. He wore dark suit trousers, a dark tie, and a shirt with a tab collar and pearl snaps. There was nothing about his clothing or face to suggest that he was the kind of man who would try to kill you with a bow and some arrows. My grandfather was about to kneel beside the young man to see if he was dead when he heard from behind a long, soft exhalation that might have been despondent, angry, or both. There was no time to draw the pistol, so he raised the bow and fitted the nock of the arrow he'd caught to its string. He was ready to let fly. He had never shot an arrow, but he was willing to try. He had managed okay, after all, with a canoe. It was an old priest in a cassock that reached almost to the tops of his pointed shoes. White dust patterned the black cassock in big splotches like continents or the spots on a cow. He was standing by the white bicycle that the shock wave of a bursting shell had wrapped around a pole, mourning its loss. He reached out to run his spider hand along the tubes of its frame. He might have been bidding it farewell or trying to puzzle out the geometry of its torsion. He did not seem aware that in principle he was within arrow-shot of an American soldier. "Good morning, Father," my grandfather said, lowering the bow. The white-haired priest looked up. His mouth fell open. He took note of the bow and arrow, and his eyes went a little dull with understanding. He closed his mouth. His gaze traveled the street until it found the body of the archer. "Is he dead?" the priest said. "I don't know." "I think so." The priest approached the body. He moved quickly for a man of his age and with a doctor's officiousness. Screwing up his face, he worked himself into a crouch alongside the body and laid a ruddy hand on the archer's chest. He lowered his head to the archer's until his left ear nearly brushed the archer's lips. My grandfather heard a scrape behind him. Diddons limped up the street, his left foot printing the paving stones with roses. "He dead," Diddons said. There was a first aid kit back in the Jeep with the driver who had completed his medic's training. Unless, of course, the driver had been killed by an arrow, or a blunderbuss, or some retired merchant seaman with a blowgun. The archer opened his eyes, 2 pannikins of water stained with 2 blue droplets of gouache. "Apparently not," my grandfather said. The archer's face was aimed at the sky, but he fixed his pale eyes on the old priest's head, the pink pate, the milkweed-tufted hair. This gave the archer a downcast or shy expression. The old priest's ear was angled to catch the sentences emerging from the archer's lips in softly popping bubbles of blood. The words were spoken too low for my grandfather to hear, and in any case, seemed to be in the local dialect, which gave my grandfather difficulties. The old priest nodded, said something, nodded again. He folded the archer's hands between the bones of his own, clasped them, and began to speak. It was not a reply, or not a direct one at any rate. The old priest spoke the requisite Latin and drew a hasty cross with his fingertips curled at his chest. He reached into a slit in his cassock. His hand moved around inside the dusty fabric. He wore the universal expression of a man searching his pants pocket for something that must be there. When his hand re-emerged, he was holding a small brown medicine bottle with a black cap. His right hand shook as he worked to get the bottle unstoppered. In the gray and cold of that place, the smell that came from the little bottle alarmed my grandfather. It was overripe as fruit and acrid as summer. It made the heart leap. It smelled the way the word sacrament sounded. The bottle shook as the priest dripped a dime of golden liquid into his left palm. Now the left hand started to shake. The oil trembled. It found a crease in his pink palm that drained it all down the side of his hand. It drizzled down onto and stained the dying man's white shirt. "Shit," said the old priest. Onbaugh would have been scandalized. "Idiot." The priest smeared a thumbprint of oil onto the dying man's forehead. The archer made a sound of animal contentment. As a young man, my grandfather seems to have had no higher regard for religion than he displayed in the days when I knew him. I have his old black hardback copy of The Magic Mountain, his favorite novel. Across its front flyleaf in block capitals, under his name and the date, March 11, 1938, as though announcing to the world some kind of solemn verdict or choice, my grandfather printed the word humanism. By the spring of 45, he had lost that all-cap certainty about his choice of worldview. Cold, hunger, darkness, and blood, and the random assignment of death as the coefficient to victory and defeat alike had conspired to bankrupt his humanism. The only choice that seemed to remain, 7 years after he inscribed his copy of the Magic Mountain, was a choice between faith and numbness. At close range, he had been exposed to the horror of the human body's fragility, its liability to burst open, to be ripped in two, to deliver up its pulp through a split in the outer peel. He had suffered bombardment, gun barrage, loneliness, foolish commanders, and a 2-month case of the geese. He had lost Audiobook. He had killed a boy who was shooting at him with a burp gun. Apart from the fact that he was, as a result, still alive, that was one person more than he ever wanted to kill again. Along the way he had captured, or had a hand in the capture of men of science, one who had taught chemistry at Princeton before the war, another whose medical research had been funded by a Rockefeller in laboratories and proving grounds dedicated to the cultivation of fatal toxins and missile-borne plagues. In the face of all that, my grandfather had come down on the side of numbness. Even when Audiobook had died in the back of that Jeep, blood soaking his cardigan, calling for his sister Beatty in a voice of boyish plaintiveness, my grandfather had permitted himself to shed only a few tears. Now, watching the old priest comfort the dying man in low, musical Latin, my grandfather felt some inner tether come unlashed. His cheeks burned. His eyes stung. For the first and only time in his life, he felt the beauty that inhered in the idea of Jesus Christ, in the message of comfort that had managed to survive, reasonably intact, despite having been so thoroughly corrupted and profaned over the past 2,000 years by Christians. Relief spread across the face of the dying man. He closed his downcast eyes. The old priest looked up at my grandfather without apparent reproach or emotion of any kind. He tried to get up from the paving stones beside the corpse, but did not seem to have the required flexibility. My grandfather offered his hand and hoisted the old priest to his feet. The priest studied my grandfather's face for a moment, his jowls powdered with plaster dust, his expression unreadable but not unfriendly. He reached again into the slit of his cassock, felt around. My grandfather took a step away, thinking this time the priest might be reaching for a gun. He reached back to put a hand on Diddens's chest, ready to shove the Alabaman to safety. The old priest's hand re-emerged from the slit in the cassock holding a white handkerchief, ironed flat with crisp corners. He passed it to my grandfather. The fresh linen smelled of lavender. "I'm sorry," said my grandfather. He meant to apologize for spoiling the handkerchief, but it came out sounding like regret for the body at their feet. That was all right with my grandfather. The priest looked at the damp bit of linen and then searched my grandfather's face. "Keep it," he said. What was he saying, father? Diddens's German was more correct but less fluid than my grandfather's. He pointed to the dead man. "What was he telling you?" The old priest glanced over his shoulder at the body of the archer. "What was there to say?" he said. 13. The old priest's name was Father Johannes Nickel. He had been the rector of St. Dominicus until the Lord, in the form of an 88 Michel from a king tiger, had seen fit to deprive him of his home and place of employment. For the past week, he had been living with his aged sister, a widow, on her farm a few miles to the northeast of Vellinghausen. The farmhouse was a long walk for an old man, but not so far. Here Father Nickel heaved another sigh on a bicycle. My grandfather offered the services of their jeep and driver, Private Anthony M. Gatto, who was susceptible to spasms of prayerfulness. Gatto and Father Nickel solemnly shook hands. "It will be dark soon," Father Nickel said. "I invite you to stay the night with my sister and me. There is no room in the farmhouse, but you would be more than welcome to sleep in the hayloft. The straw is clean and you would be warm." In his fitful eastward progress through Belgium and Germany that winter, My grandfather had shared all manner of billets, with dog faces and officers, in misery and in comfort, in attack and in retreat, and pinned down by snow or German ordnance. He had bedded down under a bearskin in a schloss and in foxholes flecked pink with the tissue of previous occupants. If an hour's sleep were to be had, he seized it, in the bedrooms or basements of elegant townhouses, in ravaged hotels, on clean straw and straw that crawled with vermin, on feather beds and canvas webbing slung across the bed of a half-track, on mud, sandbags, and raw pine planks. However wretched, accommodations were always better or no worse than those on the enemy's side. If that was not written down in the field manual or stipulated by some tribunal in Geneva, it was nevertheless an iron law. When Allied soldiers came knocking at the door of a German farmhouse, they would not be planning to sleep in the hayloft. If the farm folks did not relish a night in the barn, there was always the cellar. "That is very kind of you, father," my grandfather said. He found the old priest's self-regard oddly touching. "Unfortunately, we need to keep on. Your friend's foot is injured. Nevertheless, when I left the house this morning to come here and look for my bicycle, my sister was killing a chicken. I believe she plans to cook it in a stew. There are carrots and potatoes and a bit of flour for dumplings." My grandfather turned to consult Diddons and Gatto, knowing what he would find in their faces, yet surprised all the same by the depth of its canine abjection. "Lieutenant's foot is hurting pretty bad," Gatto said. Diddons nodded. "Ow," he said. "It's better not to travel after dark," my grandfather said. The Germans were in retreat north and east, and the general feeling was that they would not be returning to Vellinghausen any time soon. The town was held by some bone-weary somnambulists from the 7th Armored Infantry and a few bewildered-looking sappers from the 53rd Combat Engineers. Troops were few and scattered, and to a passerby it might appear that the invasion had been conducted not by soldiers but by clouds of smoke, the gray sky pouring into the roofless houses, and a hunger so profound it had gnawed the houses to their foundations and the trees to stumps. Here and there a baker or a butcher had opened for business, but this apparent optimism or bravado was nothing more than the robotics of habit. There was nothing to buy, nothing to sell, nothing to eat. Smoke had left the eye sockets of houses with black eyebrows of astonishment. Cats hugged corners, leaving brushstrokes of ash on the stucco. Gatto steered their jeep around the blown carcass of an M4 tank, a human-legged German, in a gray pant leg and a black boot, a bathtub with its feet in the air, and an erect dame whose high-buttoned shoes and widow's weeds must have dated from the Franco-Prussian War. The old lady had her hands over her mouth. She was staring at a heap of rubble, pipe, and wire that to the observer looked no different from any of the other heaps that artillery fire had spilled into the street. Staring old people, staring children, staring women and girls, staring amputees on crutches. The stares did not seem hostile, sullen, or resentful, nor were they the stares of people watching their fondest wish come true. Some people smiled. Others turned bright red as though fighting tears or shame. Some did both at once. One night the month before, back on the other side of the Belgian border, Onbaugh had delivered a lecture on the etymology of the word war. He said that he had looked it up and it came from an ancient Indo-European root signifying confusion. That was a foxhole night, bitter cold. The 5th Panzer Army was making its last great push west. You had to hand it to those Indo-Europeans, my grandfather thought, rolling through Vellinghausen. Confusion shone on the faces of the townspeople. War confused civilians every bit as surely as it did the armies who got lost in its fogs. It confounded conquest with liberation, anger with heartache, hunger with gratitude, hatred with awe. The 53rd Combat Engineers looked pretty confused, too. They were milling around at the edge of town, contemplating the long stretch of road between there and beautiful downtown Berlin, trying to figure out if they ought to mine it or clear it of mines. In a smaller square a little to the north of the main street, the priest begged Gatto to stop the jeep in grave but halting English. The square was pegged with the stumps of what might have been elm trees. The stumps were cut clean and all to the same height. They had been felled by axe and not artillery. The cuts looked recent but not fresh. "We've had a very cold winter," the old priest said. He was sitting up front next to Gatto. Everyone agreed that this was unquestionably the case. I gave out the pews and reredos and so forth. The beautiful oak pulpit which a professor-doctor from Tübingen dated to the 13th century. I told them to take the crucifix too. It was quite large. Used prudently, it might have heated a dozen homes for a night or two. But there they drew the line. They were shocked, I think. I tried to explain that if he would give his life to save their souls, he would not mind parting with his image to warm their bones. He shook his head, looking at the ruin of his church. Of course, in the end it went to waste. The stray 88 had knocked the square tower off the shoulders of St. Dominic's church. The beams holding up the roof, which was clad in metal, had collapsed and caught fire. In their collapse, the roof beams had formed a kind of bowl or funnel into which the metal roof, now a molten pool, had poured. The glowing drizzle had burned a hole in the sandstone floor, then flowed through to fill the crypt. What missed the hole spread in ripples across the floor, setting fire to everything it touched that was not made of stone. The dislodged tower, with lacework iron steeple, had slid onto the parsonage behind the church, landing square on its four corners like a gymnast sticking a dismount. Half the old half-timbered house had been flattened, killing the old priest's housekeeper, but sparing Father Nickel for as yet unknown purposes. When the tower sat down, the counterforce of its impact with the ground had sent the steeple heavenward in a skewed arc that ended, as with so much of St. Dominic's business over the centuries, in the churchyard. The steeple broke into 3 large and many small pieces, some of which still smoldered in the churchyard. Smoke rose in plumes to haunt the gravestones. "So he is in there, buried under all of that," Father Nickel said. Saying, "Tusk, Tusk, silly people now, why didn't you burn me when you had the chance?" The American soldiers exchanged looks. Private Gatto helped the old priest down from the jeep, and Father Nickel promised to return in a few minutes with something they would be happy to have for the celebration. He had decided that the German retreat across the Ruhr meant the war was over, and he was not interested in counter-argument. He dismissed Diddens's half-hearted insistence that in fact they were still enemies, saying he could not speak for Diddens, but that a priest could not have enemies any more than a hog butcher could be a vegetarian. He had gone half the distance to the gate of the churchyard when he seemed to remember something, a possible difficulty. He turned back to the jeep, considering the 3 Americans. He pointed to my grandfather. "You will find a shovel in the tool shed," he said. "An excellent shovel with long experience." The iron gate of the churchyard hung half-hinged and twisted, like the bicycle, into a glyph signifying something unknown. Father Nickel lifted the latch nevertheless, and swung it open with a certain ceremony. My grandfather went to fetch the gravedigger's shovel from the tool shed. One of the headstones was engraved with a name and dates that made some kind of learned Latin joke, one my grandfather did not understand. My grandfather hesitated a moment when the old priest encouraged him to start digging at its foot. He was concerned not about desecrating a grave, but about detonating a possible mine that this old coot knew to be buried here. "You speak German with the accent of Pressburg," Father Nickel said. "I was born in that city in 1864, under the reign of Emperor Franz Joseph. My grandfather explained that his grandfather and father had been born in that city as well, though he was unable to provide dates. Did they tell you that a Pressburger is incapable of deceit?" My grandfather was forced to confess that they had neglected to mention this fact. Nevertheless, he started to dig. The hole he dug was not wide, and before long the shovel struck metal, less than 2 meters down. "Well," said the old priest. "Excellent shovel," my grandfather said. The minute Father Nickel heard that Allied soldiers had set foot on German soil, he had sent for his former sexton and gravedigger, Ulwa. Ulwa had grown up a ward of the parish. It had been his job as a boy to prepare the church's most valuable relic, a bone from the body of Saint Dominic, for its yearly presentation. At 18, Ulwa had enlisted and been shipped east to Smolensk, where a Limonka had taken his left ring finger and pinky and his left eye. He was returned to Vellinghausen suffering from shell shock that gradually deepened into black depression. He would not return to his former employment at St. Dominica Skirch. Every night he drank himself into unconsciousness and slept where he fell. While drunk, he would repeat foul blasphemies he had learned in the army. These did not offend Father Nickel, who had heard everything, but he knew that God was less forgiving, and he worried about the fate of his former protege's soul. Hoping to distract the young man as much as to protect the church's treasures, he had asked Ulwa to build a strongbox that could be buried in the churchyard, disguised as an actual grave. Ulwa still had a strong back and clever hands. Despite his injury, he could wield a hammer and shears. To the old priest's delight and relief, Ulwa, guided by lingering reverence for his former charge, the holy relic of Saint Dominic, had accepted the commission. He persuaded the late housekeeper, Maria, to part with an old cedar chest. Then he went to the parish henhouse, which had stood empty for over a year, and pried loose the corrugated sheets of zinc that roofed it. He cut the zinc to measure and nailed the pieces to the outside of the cedar chest. He had carved the jocular headstone to Father Nickel's specifications, then buried the strongbox, filled with the wealth of St. Dominica Skirch, at its foot. Now the chest sat looking impregnable and snug at the bottom of a 6-foot shaft dug with machine precision to fit it exactly. "How heavy is that thing, Father?" 73 kilograms. My grandfather started to question the precision of Father Nickel's reply, then realized. Ulwa weighed it. He made a complete inventory, which I mailed to the congregation for divine worship at the Curia for safekeeping. My grandfather felt that he would have liked to meet this tragic but admirably methodical young man. He hesitated, believing he already knew the answer to the question he was going to ask. "Maybe Ulwa has some thoughts about digging up the box," he said. "Where is he?" "No doubt he would have done," Father Nickel said. "Unfortunately, the young man you killed today in the street, to whom I gave extreme unction." "Ah," said my grandfather, "I'm sorry about that." "I was able to comfort him at last," the priest said. "As you saw, my grandfather had seen something he was not prepared to concede or even acknowledge." He managed a nod. "He had been shooting at you with the bow." "That's right." My grandfather nodded back toward the jeep. "Diddens appeared to have fallen asleep. Diddens got an arrow in the foot. I had to remove it. Ulwa was a fine archer. You're lucky that the injury to his hand spoiled his aim. You have some Russian trooper to thank for your life." My grandfather nodded. Then he and Father Nickel went back to staring down into the hole in the ground. My grandfather made out a groove running down the right side of the shaft. There was a similar faint groove down the left side. He used a block and tackle, the one he used for the coffins. He passed it around the bottom of the chest through those grooves. Father Nickel nodded. He anticipated my grandfather's next question. "It was made chiefly of wood," the old priest said with an air of regret. "Ah, I'm afraid we also burned the rope." My grandfather had Gatto back the jeep through the churchyard gate and around the edge of the burial ground. Gatto threaded the gaps among headstones until he was alongside the hole. Outside Bonn, Owenbaugh and my grandfather had come upon the wingless but otherwise intact fuselage of a small flying bomb, a guided missile. We would call it today, jammed into a frozen pond like a cigar butt into the sand of an ashtray. It was of a design no one had ever seen. It was stuck fast in the ice. So Owenbaugh and my grandfather had gotten hold of a welding torch and improvised a winch out of salvage, spare parts, and a length of chain. They freed the Enzian, as it later would turn out to have been codenamed, packed it up, and shipped it back to Wright Field. Now my grandfather paid 10 feet of chain from the drum mounted to the front of the Jeep. He tossed it over the limb of a bare chestnut tree that must shade the church wonderfully in summer, then passed it around Gatto's waist a few times. He cinched it at the back, leaving about 7 feet free at the end. He tied a piece of stiff fence wire to the loose end of the chain and gave it to Gatto. He and Diddons picked up Gatto and turned him upside down so that he dangled headfirst from the branch of the chestnut. A dagger trimmed in nickel with a black scabbard fell out of Gatto's pocket and hit the ground with a thump. It was decorated with a silver eagle. Diddons got in the Jeep and backed it up a little closer to the tree. Gatto swung over the hole. A silver ring ornamented with a death's head fell out of his pocket, and then a wristwatch whose face, when my grandfather retrieved it, had a pair of lightning bolts in the 12 spot. "I'm sorry," Gatto said. "Tell him I'm sorry." Father Nickel said that it was nothing, but my grandfather thought the old priest looked scandalized. My grandfather wrapped his arms around Gatto's hips and aimed him. Diddons paid out more chain, and Gatto's head went into the hole. "No," Gatto said. "No, God damn it. I can't do it, take me out." They winched Gatto back up out of the hole. He was crying. My grandfather took his place. Diddons and Gatto turned him upside down and fed him down into the hole. His shoulders barely cleared the sides and his body blocked most of the light. My grandfather thought he could smell springs stirring in the darkness of the hole. It was a meaty odor, a smell of worms. He dangled from the taut end of the chain. He put out his hands. His fingers touched the cold zinc that clad the chest. He braced himself with his left hand and with the right hand fed the wire through the groove in the right wall of the shaft. He poked it through the underside of the chest and then kept pushing until the tip of it emerged through the groove in the left-hand wall. He tied a knot in the chain and called out that he was ready. Nothing happened. He called out again, louder. He kicked with his heels at the chain that held him suspended. It thrummed meaningfully. Still he dangled, a Jew on a chain sharing a straight grave with the bone of a saint. The smell of worms began to cloy. It had the wet blanket heaviness of his own exhalations. He was suffocating. The Luftwaffe had been all but knocked out of the fight, but every once in a while a stray messer would fly overhead with its MG-131 chattering and flashing. Maybe Diddons, Gatto, and Father Nickel had been strafed. Maybe the old priest had decided to punish him for killing Owa, and Gatto for looting the corpses of dead SS men. But as blood filled his head, it seemed to bring an odd tranquility. Suffocation was reputedly gentle and quick so long as you did not struggle against it. He thought about the sense of profound relief that had spread across Owa's face as he was dying in the street. Then he felt a painful jerk at his waist. In under a minute he was out and on his feet. The evening was upon them in the west. In the east the sky was going from gray to black. The Jeep hit a pothole. My grandfather's head jolted against something metal. In his dream he was a boy knocking a soup can off a fence post with a brickbat. He woke up. The tires were spattering fresh mud onto the old snow along the roadside. The road skirted a broad stream or narrow stretch of river. Call it the Ruhr. On the opposite bank of the stream, my grandfather could make out the remnant of a railway line. The tracks had been raked up badly by ordnance, artillery, bombs, or both. They would need to be repaired. That was something for the engineers to tackle once they had resolved the road mining conundrum. My grandfather had not eaten in nearly 3 days. He had not slept more than 4 hours at a stretch since leaving London. He was dehydrated. Likely he was in a kind of delayed or ever-compounding shock. The idea that the 53rd Engineers would soon be called upon to repair that stretch of track on the opposite bank of the Ruhr became confused in my grandfather's mind with memories of the Corps of Engineers training camp in Illinois long ago. The thought that he was going to be handed a maul or a mattock and put to work was more than he could face just then. There was so much torn-up track, and Berlin was still so far away. He went back to sleep. When he woke up the second time, he was sitting propped in the softest bed in Germany, on the cleanest sheets. Father Nickel was at his bedside, smoking a ghee cigarette. The heavenly bed was built into an alcove of a candle-lit room that turned out to be the only room in the house. The bed alcove took up a quarter of the premises. The kitchen and hearth, with a wooden table and dining chairs, took up another quarter. The rest was books in crates and piles. A refugee kingdom of books hastily evacuated after the collapse of St. Dominic's, a library in exile. "Ah," Father Nickel said when he saw that my grandfather was awake again. "Here he is." "Hey," a chair leg scraped. Diddons loomed out of the flickering shadows. His face was veiled in steam from a bowl of chicken stew that he held in his palm. In his other hand he gripped a steel spoon. The stew smelled leafy, a meadow smell, almost like mint. When my grandfather encountered it again in my grandmother's cooking, it turned out to be an herb called summer savory. "You okay, Rico?" Diddon said. "Fine," my grandfather said. "How's the foot? The old lady patched me up." Yeah, her name's Frayeline Judith," my grandfather nodded at the stew. "Pretty good." "Oh yes," Diddon said. He went a bit teary-eyed. "Don't worry, Lieutenant, we left you plenty," Gatto said. He was hunched over his own bowl at the table. "Have some." A smaller, stouter, older version of Father Nickel rose up from the darkness beyond Gatto, her head wrapped in a dark kerchief. She was reaching toward my grandfather, holding out a bowl and a spoon. "Perhaps in a minute, ma'am," my grandfather said, nodding to the old woman. Her nose and ears were pinches of bread dough, her dark eyes two currants in poked holes. "Thank you." "Yes, in a minute," Father Nickel snapped. His tone softened as he turned back to my grandfather. "First a little of something very nice." The old priest had been sitting on the chest from the churchyard. Now he crouched beside it the way he had crouched beside a wad dying in the street. With an air of tenderness he lifted the lid on the crate. He took stock of the situation within. When he emerged from behind the lid, he was holding a big green bottle with a long neck and a squat bottom. "It is cognac," Father Nickel said. He pronounced the word with reverence and a French accent. "Very wonderful cognac." He handed the bottle to my grandfather. The label was all heraldry and the kind of clerical script you saw lettering diplomas and pound notes, a bunch of French verbiage. Lean and raffish lions flanked a quartered escutcheon. The vintage was 1870. "Before the phylloxera," my grandfather said. Father Nickel sat back down on the crate. The muddy skirt of his cassock rode up. The soles of his high black boots were holed and patched with tar paper. His high socks were hand-knit and curiously festive, socks that might have been worn by the grandfather in Heidi. "That's right," he said. "Just before, so you take an interest. Purely scientific," my grandfather said. He shook his head and handed the bottle back to Father Nickel. "But you go right ahead, please, Father." Father Nickel seemed to consider taking offense. "You think I put poison in it?" "I want to see it properly enjoyed," said my grandfather. Father Nickel took a small oblong glass with a wide foot from a hutch by the table. He filled it halfway with cognac. He took a long swallow. He gasped pleasurably. When he lowered his head to my grandfather again, the offense seemed to have been forgiven. "Your friends are too trusting. They ate the soup. They took some wine." The old priest filled a second glass with cognac and handed it to my grandfather. Diddons and Gatto raised their glasses. There was a dark green wine bottle on the table between them. If it had come out of the ground with the cognac, it must be something special. Diddons and Gatto appeared to find it palatable. My grandfather took a sip of the cognac. It came on crackling and hot, like the first hard pulls on a cigar as you were getting it lit. After the blaze of a flavor like tobacco, he tasted something between butter and walnuts, and finally, a bittersweet sparkle on his tongue, like a squirt of oil from a crushed grapefruit peel. "Well, wonderful," my grandfather said. "The real treasure, eh?" The old priest tapped the crate between his legs. "The rest of it isn't much. Some old silver plate, a telescope, a gold monstrance, an old Bible bound in Vezent leather. Beautiful but so fragile it can't even be opened, let alone read. All of it the work of men, but cognac." He took another long swallow. He did not need to finish the sentence. His expression made clear his belief in the divine provenance of champagne brandy. "What about the relic?" "St. Dominic's bone." "Ah, yes," the old priest said. "The left stapes of St. Dominic, no doubt, no doubt, a very precious treasure indeed." It sounded half-hearted. His hand caressed the cognac bottle. "A telescope," my grandfather said. "Is that what you said?" "Yes, my son." "Is that a relic too? Is it some kind of holy telescope?" "No, it is a Zeiss telescope. It is my personal property." He smiled. "I did not wish it to fall into enemy hands." The old priest poured another glass of brandy that had been put into a cask 75 years ago. "Are you an astronomer?" "An amateur," Father Nickel said. "I have contributed a few insignificant observations, chiefly lunar. I also take an interest in astronomy, in addition to vine blights." "That's right. Then you come under the protection of Dominic, my son." "How is that?" "Saint Dominic de Guzman is the patron saint of astronomers." The old priest looked a little melancholy. "As to the value of that protection at this juncture, I would not care to hazard a guess." 14. The soldiers slept in the bed, each in his one-third share of heaven. It was the barn for the old woman and the priest. Diddons had taken pains to calibrate the amount of wine he consumed so that it counterbalanced the pain in his foot. Courageously, Private Gatto had volunteered to scout ahead, as it were, and locate the point where analgesia gave way to excess. Now my grandfather lay staring at the darkness as Gatto and Diddons took shifts working the stops and pedals of the pipe organ they appeared to have smuggled into the bed. Whenever they fell silent for a few minutes, there would be no sound but his own tinnitus and the intermittent booming of the war at night. It sounded very far away. My grandfather could take no comfort in that distance. He was accustomed by now to feeling grateful that when death settled like a flock of birds around him, it was other men and not him on whom it perched. This gratitude never had anything to do with happiness. After what felt like 2 or 3 hours, he gave up. He extricated himself from the dog pile of Gatto and Diddons and climbed down from the bed in its niche. In the profundity of the rural dark, he groped for his trousers, his boots, somebody's overcoat. At sunset, the weather had shown promise of clearing, and my grandfather thought about opening the crate to look for the telescope the old priest had mentioned. He found the top front edge of the crate with his shin. He knelt beside it and felt for the hasp. In the end, he could not bring himself to lift the lid, discouraged in a way that he found mystifying by the presence of St. Dominic de Guzman's stirrup bone. He went out into the yard between the barn and the farmhouse. Father Nickel sat hunched on a tall stool, his telescope pointed at the sky. For a city boy like my grandfather, the number of visible stars had always been only a dim fraction of the 5,000 or so he knew were visible to the naked human eye. Even in Rapids Parish, there was ambient light enough to conceal the true madness of the heavens. On a clear night in blacked-out countryside in between bomber runs, when the tracer fire ceased and the searchlights went dark, the stars did not fill the sky so much as coat it like hoarfrost on a window pane. "You looked up and saw the starry night," he told me. "You realized that Van Gogh was a realist painter." Tonight, however, as my grandfather joined Father Nickel at the telescope, the stars were lost in the dazzle of a full moon. Also, of course, a large swath of Westphalia was on fire. Smoke cobwebbed the vault of night. "You should rest." "No doubt." My grandfather reached into the left hip pocket of the coat he was wearing and found a 10-pack carton of Luckies. So it was Gatto's coat. He tore open a pack and offered a Lucky to Father Nickel. Neither of them had a light, My grandfather crept back into the house with a piece of straw and lit it in the embers of the hearth. Once he got his cigarette going, he lit Father Nichols and carried it back out to the priest. They looked up at the moon hung from the sky like a mirror. "Permit me to show you my little mountain," Father Nichols said. My grandfather hunched over the oculus of the telescope. It was an old but excellent telescope, lovingly maintained. Father Nichols had fitted the eyepiece with a lunar filter to reduce the glare of moonlight. The resultant detail came as a shock. The rays of craters were sharp as cracks starring a mirror. The edge of the lunar disk was toothed like the blade of a circular saw. Somewhere in the center of the Montes Apenninus, according to the old priest, rose little Mons Gallienus. "You see Mons Hygens," he said. "You know it." Yes, I see it. Now look perhaps 3 degrees of arc to the southeast. You will see a shadow, a patch of gray. To my mind it resembles the print of a deer's hoof. Right. Now from there look, let us say, 2 degrees of arc to the northeast. Okay, it is there. Right. It has an almost castellated appearance. Ah, you see it. Yes. Father Nichols clucked his tongue. "You don't see it," he said, not without a trace of bitterness. In fact, due to the Earth's rotation, the image of the moon had already drifted out of the eyepiece. The telescope would have to be slewed. "I'm sure I did," my grandfather said, standing up. "Castellated is the perfect word." Father Nichols grunted. They lit 2 more cigarettes from the ends of the first and smoked them. They looked at the moon with their unaided eyes. My grandfather shivered and worked himself more deeply into Gatto's overcoat. The snoring was faintly audible from the house. In a coop at the far corner of the farmyard, the remaining chicken, a rooster, muttered to itself, their comrade in insomnia. My grandfather heard a sound like a breeze through treetops, but there was no breeze, and after a moment he decided it must be the river he had glimpsed earlier from the back of the car. The war, a thud of gunnery, was something he felt rather than heard, a pulse at the hinges of his jaw. My grandfather, taking Father Nichols' long silence for hurt feelings, regretted his failure to see Mount Gallienus and was about to apologize, but it turned out that Father Nichols' thoughts were elsewhere. "In the 20s there was a kind of rocket mania here," the old priest said. "In Germany. The newspapers and magazines were filled with rockets, rockets to deliver mail, rockets to the moon. Fritz Opel built a rocket car. Every tinkerer and charlatan was going to the moon." My grandfather mentioned Hermann Oberth, whose Die Rakete zu den Planeten, published in 1923 and discovered in the Oss Library during the months he worked for Lovell, had comforted him when, on the hooks of his restlessness, being safe and comfortable and well out of the fight was the worst fate he could imagine. "His book was the start of it, I believe," Father Nichols said. "All the rocket madness. Hermann Oberth, yes, a remarkable man, a very advanced thinker." And then, as if the next words followed logically, "No doubt he is now dead." He tapped his cigarette as he pronounced the words tot ist. Glowing orange threads of tobacco scattered from the end of his cigarette. "Oberth worked with Fritz Lang, yes, to make a film," Frau I.M. moaned. "A silly film in many ways but technically impressive." The particulars of a rocket voyage to the moon were presented in a way that made the business seem credible, not at all far-fetched. After the film, oh well, he shook his head. For a moment, Germans, to the left, to the right, it didn't matter. Everyone lifted his gaze, just for a little moment, to the heavens. The old priest squinted up at the brilliance of the moon. There was earnest discussion about the imminence of lunar travel. One felt that it might come very soon, in a matter of a few decades at most. Certainly I felt this way. My grandfather had seen the Lang film in the early 30s, under its American title of By Rocket to the Moon, at the Model Theater on South Street. In the film, the lunar journey had been effected by the means of a multi-stage rocket, just as described by Hermann Oberth, with what turned out to be remarkable prescience. In Die Rakete zu den Planeten. Problems of payload, the Earth's gravitation, and the weightlessness of space were presented and solved by ingenious and plausible means. If my grandfather had heard someone predict, as he walked out of the theater on that winter afternoon at the bottom of the Great Depression, that it would require as many as a few decades to conquer the moon, it would have struck him, then 18 or 19, as absurdly pessimistic. It was very well done, he agreed. At that time, I prepared a memorandum, the old priest said. I wrote to the Curia, proposing that the Mother Church ought to prepare itself for the eventuality of a human presence on Luna. I suggested that, at every level from the liturgical to the eschatological, profound questions must arise from mankind's attainment of that neighboring world. Does the papal doctrine of discovery, for example, apply to the moon as it did to the Indies in the time of Columbus? What will be the fate of the souls of the first Catholic lunar colonists? Almost certainly no more than a handful. To begin with, if the sacraments, Holy Communion, confession, and so forth are not available. When we speak of Rex Mundi or Salvator Mundi, is it to be made explicit, or is it already implied, that we intend to say Salvator Mundorum? If we should encounter Selenites, though, given the moon's apparent barrenness, that seems unlikely, but very well let us say that having made use of the moon as a way station, humanity proceeds outward to the planet Mars, where it encounters sentient, civilized creatures. Let us say, furthermore, I am quoting myself, you understand, the words of my memorandum. My grandfather said that he has assumed as much. Let us say, then, that in outward form, and even in the internal construction of their organs, these Martians are not so very different from us. Indisputably, they are part of God's creation. Presumably, they are in possession of immortal souls. Can their salvation be assured or even conceived on a world whose feet have never been trod by the feet of Christ? And if it can be conceived, and if we might assure it, then is it not our urgent and solemn duty to carry the word of the Lord across the black gulf of ignorance and damnation as soon as possible, and so on and so forth? Interesting, my grandfather said. Oh, do you really think so? Well, that sort of speculation, it's not something I ordinarily go in for, but it was all rubbish. Ah, pretext, I should say. Any nonsense I could dream up, any sophistry that might persuade the Curia to put its considerable resources into sending a holy mission to Luna. At that moment, as I said, such a voyage seemed far from impossible or impractical. It seemed to be only a matter of time. Naturally, I proposed myself as the prelate of this mission, despite my age. I was strong and healthy. I still am, considering. And to fly in a rocket through the void of space to the moon like a hero out of Verne or Wells. To stand there, gazing up at the fat turquoise globe in the heavens. My calling to the priesthood came only in my 20s. A trip to the moon is something I have longed for all my life. For the first time in what felt like years but could have been no more than 5 weeks, since 2 or 3 minutes before Alvin Owenbaugh caught the bullet that killed him, my grandfather laughed. Please, laugh, Father Nichols said with a show of generosity. Laugh at your foolish old enemy. My grandfather saw moonlight welling in the old priest's eyes. He put a hand on Father Nichols' shoulder. The only difference between you and me, Father, my grandfather said, is that I never wrote it all down. 15 somewhere out there, beyond the tempered glass visor of his helmet, a fire bell clanged. This did not concern my grandfather. There was no oxygen here to feed a fire or to carry the vibration from the tongue of a bell. Here the enemies were cold and silence. He was warm in his moon suit, however, and he could hear his own heart beating, bounding along the lunar surface in long arcs, 500,000 miles from the Earth and its fires and alarms. Let it burn. Let it melt. Let its rafters give way. Let the whole thing collapse under the weight of its own sad gravity. The only thing spoiling his lunar idyll was the infernal itching at the back of his neck where the helmet attached. impossible to scratch in his suit and gloves of rubberized silk. And that rich smell of compressed air from the tanks on his back, so oddly reminiscent of warm dung. Herr Lieutenant, my grandfather opened his eyes in the dark. A recent disturbance among the cows below reverberated in the clanging of their bells. A straw from the bale he had been using for a pillow was jabbing him in the neck. He discerned Father Nickel's head and neck peeping over the edge of the loft, hands gripping the ladder. My grandfather scratched the back of his neck. He was glad to have been wakened, contemptuous as ever of the happiness to be found in dreams, displeased with himself for having fallen prey to it once again. "I am sorry to wake you, Lieutenant." There was something concealed in a fold of the old priest's voice. My grandfather sat up, shaking loose the last lunar strands of gossamer. "Didn't? Asleep. Private Gatto, too. They are both well, do not worry." My grandfather looked around for the old woman. When he had climbed into the loft a few hours earlier, he had tried without success not to wake her. He had apologized, and with the twang of the local dialect, Fraulein Judith had apologized for her brother's rudeness. She referred to Father Nickel as the little Pasha. She said that having been born a baby and finding he enjoyed it, he had never bothered to stop. The light of the moon filtering in through a chink painted two portraits of itself on the old woman's eyes. "He will die without ever having spent a night on anything but goose down," she had said. My grandfather had assured her that the switch was all his idea. "The bed is much too comfortable," he had explained. Evidently, there had been truth in this, since after spreading Gatto's overcoat across his body, he had immediately fallen into sleep with all its treacheries. At some point, the old woman had crept out of her blankets and down the ladder without his even noticing. "She went to draw water," Father Nickel said. "She will have our breakfast for us when we get back." "Oh," my grandfather said, "are we going somewhere? That is up to you." In the darkness, my grandfather could not read the expression on Father Nickel's face. The tone of the old priest's voice was hard to interpret. Anticipation might be doubt. Urgency might be mischief. It sounded as if the old priest had made up his mind to do my grandfather a kindness that he feared he would live to regret. "Come," he said. "I have a gift for you. Come see." He lowered himself back down the ladder. My grandfather reached for his boots and dragged Gatto's coat to the edge of the loft. He swung his legs over but then sat without moving at the top of the ladder. Reason, common sense, and experience conferred and came to the conclusion, not without regret, that the night was taking a decided turn toward the fucked up. Regardless of how long ago the cognac you had drunk was put into its bottle and how many chickens had died for the sake of your stew, the war was not over. Father Nickel was the enemy. "I'm sorry, Father. Unless you tell me right now, it's a rocket, fool," the old priest said. "A damned rocket." My grandfather climbed down from the loft and pulled on Gatto's coat. The cows made way, pots and pans, a bovine fart. The old priest went out. My grandfather followed, wondering if his ability to smell something off about a situation had deserted him. The night, an hour before dawn, was very cold. My grandfather buttoned up the coat and jammed his hands into the pockets. Father Nickel appeared to be headed toward an outbuilding at the back of the farm, a garage by the look of it. My grandfather relaxed a little. The rocket that the old priest intended to show him must be a bit of handiwork. Solid fuel, battery ignition, welded from a section of pipe, the kind of thing they printed plans for in Popular Mechanics. The story began to write itself in my grandfather's imagination. For a year, 2 years, 5 years, the old priest had waited for some response to his memorandum from the Curia. And then one day, just as hope began to tip into disappointment, he had run across the article in a magazine or a Sunday newspaper. The fascinating new hobby of amateur rocketry. Detailed instructions, step-by-step photographs, a list of materials. Like a group of exiles recreating a lost homeland in a few city blocks, the old priest had been able to replicate his lost hope in miniature, to build a scale model of his dream. And now all this nocturnal hugger-mugger because, with the outbreak of war, as was the case in Britain, the Nazis had outlawed amateur rocketry. My grandfather felt a renewed squeeze of affection for this lonely old humanist, holing up night after night in his sister's garage to engineer, at least in his imagination, the means of transport and escape. Just before they reached the old garage, Father Nickel cut abruptly to the right. He tramped past the ruins of a pig pen, past a squat water tank, past a garden whose beds were still cloaked against the winter in sheets of burlap. At the edge of the farm, what appeared to be a large forest stretched away into the distance of the night. Pine and fir trees stood together as if conspiring to keep out the moonlight, hiding a profound darkness behind their backs. Father Nickel headed directly toward those trees and that darkness. Some trick of the moonlight made it appear to my grandfather's suddenly spooked imagination as if the trees had all at once, just a moment before, stopped in their tracks. They held an air of restless hesitation. My grandfather came to a halt. Half of the American soldiers killed or wounded since D-Day had come to grief in woods like this. "What rocket?" he said. "Whose rocket?" "Your rocket, my son," Father Nickel said. When he saw that my grandfather continued to linger, he said, "Listen, I know you are hunting for rockets." "Now," said experience, common sense, and reason. "Christ, you idiot, what the fuck is it going to take?" Gatto kept a carton of Lucky Strikes in the left hip pocket of his overcoat. In the right hip pocket, apparently, he kept a looted Walther PPK, wearing its shark-like leer. My grandfather had never held one before. You could feel the homicide trapped inside it. He had told the old priest nothing about his work, the mission, unless he had blabbed about it at some point in his sleep. That was the kind of thing that happened in spy novels and romances, muttered revelations of conspiracy, adultery, crime, but it struck my grandfather as unlikely. A creation of novelists and screenwriters, like total amnesia and hand-to-hand combat between men who were carrying guns. In his experience, the things people said while they were asleep were even less intelligible than the things they saw. At any rate, except for the occasional appearance put in by his Yiddish-speaking mother, my grandfather dreamed in English. It was hard to imagine that if he had talked in his sleep, the words would have come out as German. There was no telling, however, what Diddens or Gatto, drugged on chicken stew and drunk on wine, might have confessed. After a certain number of years, a priest probably came to elicit confessions without even trying. Apologies. Entschuldigung, to my grandfather's ear always the most beautiful of German words. Away to the north and northeast, the war pulsed at my grandfather's temples and the hinges of his jaws like a headache coming on. "I must insist, father, that you tell me where you are taking me." Now, in the moonlight he could not be entirely certain, and no doubt his conscience or 40 years of accumulated retrospective tenderness influenced his impression, as reported to me, that when Father Nickel saw the gun in my grandfather's hand, he looked heartbroken. But he simply nodded, and when he spoke, his tone was patient and forgiving. In the winter, you see, in December or January, they started to route the trains this way. From somewhere up in the Harz Mountains, I believe, to the rail yards at Soest and thence west. At some point they were loading them on the beds of special lorries, camouflaged under netting, and driving them within range of Antwerp and, of course, London. For the trains to deviate this far to the south before turning west, well, it's very much the long way around, isn't it? I presume the more direct routes were bombed. And then, when the retreat from Belgium began, there was no other way. In time things became chaotic around Soest, which has been bombed very heavily, very heavily. Often the trains passing this way were obliged to stop. There is a siding along the river just down the hill from here. They would sit and wait on this siding for an hour, 2 hours. And then, you see, one night when the train carried on, one of them had been left behind, abandoned. I still do not know why. I must assume that it was damaged in transit or found to be somehow defective. No doubt they are fragile. Deadly things often are. Come. You're saying that on the other side of these woods there is a V2. Yes. An intact V2 rocket. If this turned out to be true, it would be, as far as my grandfather knew, the first such capture by any of the blacklist teams. It would be a spectacular prize. Yes, yes, through these woods. And then down the hill. There is a path with the snow all gone. It's nothing, a walk of 20 minutes perhaps for a young man. Twice that, since you shall be in my enfeebled company. Come. Just before he followed the priest whose ward and beloved sexton he had murdered only a few hours before, into the darkness at the back of the trees, my grandfather took a last look up. It might be at the stars. The moon was down, and they had reclaimed the whole of the sky. At that hour all across Europe, if the local skies were clear, people who believed, knew, feared, or hoped they were about to die were looking up at the stars. From Finland to the Balkans, from the Black Sea to the doorstep of Africa, across Poland and Hungary and Romania. Looking up, maybe, through a pane of perspex or through lenses that corrected for myopia. Through a tangle of razor wire, a gun slit, a grid of tracer fire, the blown hatch of an M1. Standing, stumbling, kneeling, dead on their feet or running for their lives. From open fields, street gutters, and foxholes. Atop a pile of rubble, in a fresh-dug ditch, on a Turkish carpet in a house that had no roof, on the deck of a ship on fire. No doubt some of these people looking up at the stars sought the lineaments of God's face. Many saw no more than what was to be seen, the usual spatter of lights, cold and far away. For some the sky might be a diagram captioned in Arabic and Latin, a dark hide tattooed with everyday implements and legendary beasts. At least one man, looking up at the stars that night from the edge of a forest in the Westerwald, saw an archipelago of atomic furnaces in a vacuum sea, omnidirectional vectors of acceleration, radiant from a theoretical point of origin that predated humanity by billions of years, as unperturbed by mechanized mass slaughter on a global scale as by the death of one individual. This was my grandfather's line of thinking, and he found both comfort and guidance in it. He could trust or mistrust Father Nickel. Either way, the outcome would mean nothing to the stars. So why not for one night lay down the weary burden of mistrust? For an hour, say, and no longer, just long enough to see the rocket. After that he would shoulder the burden again. So what happened? I said. What'd he do? I had been schooled by now in the ways of South Philadelphia and the world that was, in my grandfather's view, its macrocosm. I was expecting treachery, mischance, one debt incurred when another was repaid. He showed me the rocket, my grandfather said. A V2, you saw a V2 rocket. I saw more than one, this was just the first. And what was it like? He pursed his lips and angled his face toward the window. He considered the question for long enough that I began to wonder if he had forgotten it. It was tall, tall. The old man said it was as tall as the steeple of his church. Okay, I said. I hadn't pictured them as being so tall. But I mean, how did you feel? What did you think? I don't know how to put it into words. Were you disappointed? On the contrary, afraid? Of what? It wasn't going anywhere. It occurred to me that neither disappointment nor fear was an emotion my grandfather ever really struggled to express. Both could be stated plainly and left behind. Did it make you happy? I said. The word seemed to catch him a little off guard. Something like that, he said. In children's drawings, all houses have chimneys, all monkeys eat bananas, and every rocket is a V2. Even after decades of step-back multi-stage behemoths, chunky orbiters and space planes, the mid-century modern enterprise, the polyhedral bulk of imperial star destroyers and Borg cubes, the orthocycline disk of Millennium Falcon in our deepest imaginations, the surest way to the nearest planet remains a trim cigar tapering to a pointed nose cone, poised on the tips of 4 swept-back axial fins. By the time I became conscious of rockets and I grew up at the height of the space race, Surrounded by the working models and scale models my grandfather's company manufactured, by photographs and drawings of Saturns and Atlases and Aerobes and Titans, they had progressed well beyond von Braun's early masterwork, in design as in power, size, and capacity. But it was a V2 that would carry me into the outer space of a fairground ride that labeled the spines of the public library's science fiction collection. A V2 was the weenie or visual anchor of Walt Disney's Tomorrowland. In the V2, form and purpose were united, as with a knife, a hammer, or some other fundamental human tool. As soon as you saw a V2, you knew what it was for. You understood what it could do. It was a tool for defeating gravity, for escaping the confines of Earth. For my grandfather, I believe, the war was everything that happened to him from the day he enlisted until the moment he walked into a clearing in the woods outside Vellinghausen, Germany, in late March or early April 1945. It was everything that resumed happening, the awful things he saw and the revenge he contemplated, from the moment he walked out of the clearing until the German surrender 6 weeks later. The 30 minutes or so that he spent with the rocket in the woods, however, was time stolen from the war, time redeemed. He would leave the clearing with that half hour cupped in his memory like an egg kept warm in the palms. Even when the war had crushed it, he remembered the pulse, the quickening of something that might break free and take to the sky. When they walked into the clearing, the old priest sat down on an upended packing crate, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette. The far-off pounding of artillery came to a momentary halt, and in the interval before the first birds, as the darkness deepened, some power seemed to enter and flow across the clearing. After a moment, my grandfather identified that tide as silence. Then a bird sang, and the sky lightened, and you could begin to see the rocket aspiring to heaven on its mobile launch table. My grandfather divined its purpose with an upward leap of the heart. Of course, my grandfather knew that, from the point of view of German command, of Allied command, of Hermann Göring and General Eisenhower, and the people at whom it was to have been launched, the rocket was only the war. The clearing had been cut by soldiers. The rocket had been transported here by soldiers. Soldiers would have armed, primed, aimed, and fired it. Like its fellows around 3,000 between September 1944 and March 1945, it had been fitted with a warhead that contained 2,000 pounds of a highly explosive form of TNT that would detonate on impact. Its manufacture had been ordained and carried out not to bear humankind to the doorstep of the stars, but to atomize and terrorize civilians, destroy their homes, shatter their morale. If some unknown mischance had not intervened, this rocket would have joined its fellows in racing the sound of its own arrival toward the city of Antwerp, where, on December 16, to take the worst example, a V2 had fallen on the Rex Theater in the middle of a showing of The Plainsman, killing or injuring nearly 1,000 people. None of that, however, could be blamed on the rocket, my grandfather thought, or on the man, von Braun, who had designed it. The rocket was beautiful. In conception, it had been shaped by an artist to break a chain that had bound the human race ever since we first gained consciousness of Earth's gravity and all its analogues in suffering, failure, and pain. It was at once a prayer sent heavenward and the answer to that prayer: bear me away from this awful place. To pack the thing with a ton of amytal, to hobble it so that instead of tearing loose once and for all from the mundane pull, it only arced back to earth and killed the people among whom it fell, was to abuse it. It was like using a rake to whip egg whites, a dagger to pick your teeth. It could be done, but to do so was a perversion. Furthermore, ineffective. As a weapon, a tool of strategy, it was clear to everyone by now that the V2 had failed. Yes, 4,000 or 5,000 hapless Frenchmen, Belgians, and Englishmen had been killed by the rocket bombs. Tens of thousands more had been left wounded, homeless, or afraid. But in the end, bombs of the ordinary variety had killed, maimed, and frightened people in far more terrible numbers. And now here were the Allies, deep into Germany, and the rockets were impotent and no longer fell. My grandfather felt sorry for Wernher von Braun, whom he could not help envisioning as shy, professorial, wearing a cardigan. His pity for and anger on behalf of the imaginary von Braun tapped the reservoir of his sorrow over the loss of Owenbaugh. Alvin Owenbaugh, with a hint of Paul Henreid, the poor bastard. He had built a ship to loft us to the very edge of heaven, and they had used it as a messenger of hell. "Lieutenant," Father Nichols said. He put a hand on my grandfather's shoulder. My grandfather averted his face. Automatically, he moved to shrug off the old priest's hand, but in the end he left it where it was. Between him and Father Johannes Nickel, as between two stars, lay unbridgeable gulfs of space-time. And yet across the sweep of that desolation each had swum, for a moment, into the other's lens. Poor von Braun. He needed to know my grandfather felt that he must find him and tell him that such a thing was possible. Scattered in the void were minds capable of understanding, of reaching one another. He would put his hand on von Braun's shoulder the way the old priest's gnarled paw now lay benedictive on his own. He would transmit to von Braun the only message lonely slaves of gravity might send. "We see you, we are here." 16. In 1972, Uncle Ray recruited my father, then employed as team doctor to the Washington Senators, to invest in his latest undertaking, a chain of fancy billiards clubs called Gatsby's, that served liquor and welcomed female customers with Tiffany-style lamps and foofy cocktails. At its peak, just preceding its complete extinction, the chain encompassed 5 locations in Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Pittsburgh. In decor, the clubs combined elements of Gentleman's Club, traditional chop house, and the then popular Fern Bar. In concept, the undertaking combined elements of pipe dream, tax dodge, money laundering scheme, and irretrievable mistake. Uncle Ray was not entirely forthcoming to my father about the identity of their silent partners, and my father was not entirely forthcoming, it seems, about the extent to which he was already a focus of attention for having failed to report income to the IRS. Anyone who cares to waste a few hours among the archives of the Post, Sun, Inquirer, and Post-Gazette may trace the fragmentary outlines of their disaster, which cost my great-uncle a beating that left him hospitalized for weeks and made my father a quasi-fugitive for the rest of his life. I don't have the space or the stomach to go into the details here. And anyway, the Gatsby's debacle was barely a footnote, if that, in the history of the Philadelphia mob. In my family, naturally, it proved of more significance. With Uncle Ray facing criminal charges and my father in the wind, my grandparents and my mother were left holding a variety of bags. My grandfather constructed a defensive array of high-impact lawyers, but even with this shield in place there were penalties, liabilities, and liens. To raise the necessary funds, he forced a reluctant Uncle Sammy to buy out his interest in MRX, and the happiest, or at least the most productive, period of his life came to an end. Less than a year after he lost the company he loved, he lost my grandmother, too. By the time he met Sally Sitchell, almost nothing of value was left apart from the condo, which my grandmother had been able to visit only once after its purchase, and 57 model spacecraft built to a rigorous scale from premium materials. From his private stock, my grandfather culled 10 of the best, including a sweet little Sputnik PS2 that obliged you, if you lifted a hinged panel, to contemplate the awful fate of a tiny Leica, a modified Husky Pinch from an N-scale Alaskan Railroad kit. 3 days after meeting Sally, he sold all 10 of the rockets to the Bluestein twins up in Cocoa Beach. He used the proceeds to pay Devon and purchase the supplies he would need to hunt down the snake that had eaten Ramon. Every night at 9 except Sunday, Devon would meet my grandfather at a Waffle House, drive him to Atlantis, and drop him at the gate with its gaffed lock. My grandfather would schlep off into the darkness laden with his gear canvas sack and work gloves, flashlight, and the panoply of special tools he had crafted. Snake hook, vinyl-coated storage hook welded to the end of an old golf club. Snake stick, a length of narrow-gauge PVC pipe fitted with a noose of nylon cord. And of course, snake hammer. Precisely 2 hours and 35 minutes later, he would return carrying his waders so as not to muddy Devon's car. Then Devon would drive my grandfather back to the Waffle House before starting the midnight shift at Fontana Village. Every night, except Sunday. Sunday Devon went to church. I must have talked to you during that time, right? I'm on the phone with you and you're telling me you had rice pudding for dessert or whatever, and meanwhile you're getting ready to go snake hunting. He registered my pointless question and then looked away. Fine, I said. Why? You saw the show, Alien Invaders. It wasn't eating just pets. It was eating a wide and troubling variety of native birds and amphibians. Oh, really? Endangered species and house cats. It was an alien invader. It didn't belong there. Humans don't belong there either, I said. Why didn't you hunt them? I don't know, he said. I guess I never get around to it. But I mean, it was really all about Sally, wasn't it? What was about Sally? What are you talking about? The snake had been eating pets for months. You didn't care. Then you met Sally. All of a sudden you want to kill the thing. You were doing it for her sake. Was I? Grandpa, come on. Maybe, totally. Well, my grandfather said, there are worse reasons for killing, believe me. My grandfather took Sally to an overpriced crab house in Boynton Beach, a rope-trimmed tourist trap that my grandmother had despised. On the way home, as though her ghost had poisoned his chowder, my grandfather experienced cramps. As a rule, he avoided shellfish and pork because, while he had long since left his religion in the Neolithic where he felt it belonged, he retained, in his words, a kosher belly. The trouble in his stomach embarrassed him obscurely, so he kept it to himself. It would be a matter of getting to a toilet as soon as possible. On the way home from the crab house, he obliged himself to drive patiently. The effort required kept his mind off the pain. Good Lord, I just remembered, he said. He had parked the Lesabre and they were walking towards Sally's cluster of units through the luminous Florida dark. She had invited him to come have a look at her place. Curiosity about the interior arrangements of one another's units was a kind of currency at Fontana Village, one in which even my grandfather traded. There was not necessarily anything more to her invitation, he had decided, than that. I think I might have forgotten to unplug my soldering iron. That afternoon, he had recapped a buzzing old Zenith at the request of his neighbor Pearl Abramovitz. There was nothing he had been able to do for Pearl's other complaint, that increasingly, all the people singing and talking on her radio seemed to be doing so in Spanish. He had, however, remembered to turn off the soldering iron. It was not even a question of remembering. He had made a habit of it. That was the purpose of habit in my grandfather's view, to render memory unnecessary. He could see that he had let Sally down, but she covered it with a joke. I've only known you 3 days, she said, but that doesn't sound like something you would forget. This was undeniable. No, but if I don't check, of course, I totally understand. I'll be over in 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Go. He hurried back to his unit and repaired to the bathroom, where fighting, though fierce, was mercifully brief. He washed up and discharged 3 precise bursts of Alpine summer air freshener. He went back out to the living room. The yellow sofa, the whitewashed wicker etager, the expressionless walls had a disintoxicating effect on his imagination. He saw the elaborate scale model of Lav 1 on its mound of simulated lunar surface, on which he had lavished thousands of hours and dollars, for what it was. 5 pounds of painted plastic scrap sitting on $10, worth of plaster cloth and chicken wire. What was he doing chasing after Sally Sitchell, asking her out so improbably on a date? The recliner they'd had since Riverdale, in which my grandmother used to sit watching Jeopardy, and yelling deliberately incorrect guesses at the screen as though trying to throw the contestants off their game, leveled its mute reproach. Sit, it seemed to implore him. Stay. Slacken. Vegetate. The telephone rang. It was Sally. "You all right?" said, and for a moment he thought she had inferred from a grimace, a sharp intake of breath, the uproar in his belly. Had he groaned or, God forbid, farted without realizing it? "Did your house burn down?" "I'm fine," he said. "I had turned it off." "I see." Her tone was distinctly disbelieving. This irked my grandfather for a moment until he recalled that in fact he was lying to Sally. She was an observant person, a noticer. There was no human quality that my grandfather held in higher regard. "Well," she said, "that's too bad." "It's too bad." "Yes, a little fire might help with the cold feet." This remark puzzled my grandfather. His feet were fine, but then he understood. Sally had no idea that his dinner had given him a cramp. She supposed he was just running away from her, that he was afraid of having, as he put it to me, feelings in that direction. Once he understood, he was shocked. It came as a worse shock to discover, on searching the feelings he was afraid of having, that Sally's supposition was correct. There had been nothing wrong with his stone crab chowder apart from too much salt. The cramp was a case of nerves, not food poisoning. "Okay, okay," he said, glaring back at the haunted recliner. "I'll be right over." The unit did not belong to Sally, but to an old friend who was living now with a daughter in Tel Aviv. The friend and her late husband had bought the unit, remodeled it, and furnished it with lots of raffia and glass. And then a week after they moved in, the husband had keeled over on the Fontana Village tennis courts and died. Everything that was not raffia or glass had been painted, covered, or tiled in soft tones of rose and ash gray, a modish palette that Sally didn't care for. A bedsheet had been tacked to the large white wall by the patio doors, where it struck a discordant note, because it was patterned with green and gold dandelions, and because it was a bedsheet. "You have one of your paintings under there." Sally shook her head. She turned to the bedsheet on the wall and lifted it with both hands. My grandfather went and stood underneath this impromptu canopy to look. It was a large photographic portrait in black and white, mounted and matted in a black metal frame. It was a close-up shot of a moon-faced beauty and a handsome fellow with satiric eyebrows, both around his age. They were posed with their heads together, their eyes twinkling with acceptance and wisdom. "Little did they know," my grandfather said. She nodded. "They stepped out from under the bedsheet and she let it fall." "I have to keep it covered," she said. "I don't have the patience for hindsight." "Too much like regret," my grandfather said. A viable moment had arrived. Sally leaned in to kiss him. He got a late start and then misjudged her angle of approach. There was an unfortunate encounter between her teeth and his chin. She clapped a hand to her mouth, her cheeks ablaze, and made an adjustment to her dental work. My grandfather dabbed at the bite mark on his chin, checked his fingertips for blood. "Wee wow," he said. "Shit," Sally said, having restored order in her mouth. "Is this going to be a disaster?" My grandfather had a hunch about it, but he kept it to himself. She reached out and took hold of his chin and examined it, then used her purchase on his chin to guide her mouth toward his. There had been pink grapefruit in her salad at dinner, and he thought he could taste it on her lips. "How about we give it one last try?" Sally said. "If you wouldn't mind," said my grandfather. But 13 minutes later, when she emerged from the master bath having made it plain that she intended to fuck him, the expanse of her naked body, lavishly freckled and presented without modesty, overwhelmed my grandfather. An inner coaxial was cut, and his head filled with white noise, and then he passed out. When he came to his senses, he was on his back on the bed in possession of what felt like a monstrous erection. Stretched out alongside him, Sally reached to take hold of it. Before her fingers even brushed against his skin, however, my grandfather came. The spurt was so abrupt and unadvertised that it had the character of a practical joke. Sally flinched and looked slightly offended. My grandfather's sense of humiliation was acute. It took everything he had not to get up and leave. Pack his car, drive to California without stopping. Only California would not really be far enough. Sally went back into the bathroom. This time when she came out, she was wearing a robe. "I'm sorry," said my grandfather. "Maybe it was a little too soon. Too soon is better than too late, dear." "Yeah, what if it's too soon and too late?" "Oh, it is," Sally said. "Definitely, too soon for that type of talk." She sat down on the bed beside him and gave him a brief but not perfunctory kiss on the lips. "And too late for backing out now because I like you, Sally." Now was the time at last to talk to her, to tell her about the blood panel and Dr. Mubarak, as my grandfather had come to think of the specialist. Now before like turned to something stronger and it really was too late. "How do you feel about rum raisin ice cream?" Sally said. "I'm the only person I know who likes it." "Not anymore. How about Spencer Tracy? In my opinion, the best." "I agree. So Channel 12 is showing Boys Town at 9. Yeah. You know, I remember when it came out it was showing at the Stanley, but somehow I missed it." "That's what I'm telling you," Sally said. "It's never too late." 17 many years later, when my mother was packing up to move out of the house where my grandfather had died, she came upon some liquor boxes in a crawl space. "It's just a lot of your old junk," she reported when she called me. Knowing that I had a weakness for old junk in general, but especially my own, she brought the boxes over one afternoon to consign them to the mercy of my nostalgia. The first one I opened was a Captain Morgan rum carton that held 50 or 60 letters and postcards from friends, lovers, and writing teachers of the 1980s. Buried under the old mail were some cassette recordings I had made from a friend's father's collection of Bob and Ray albums, a baggie that held a loose joint, a Hot Wheels Beatnik Bandit, and my brother's vinyl copy of Moving Pictures. "Good box," I said. In the next one, Gilby's Gin, I found a plastic shopping bag from New Rose Records in Paris. It once held either Fire of Love or a Johnny Thunders live album, depending on which visit to New Rose it was from. Now it contained a floppy black felt hat with a wide brim. That, an unopened box of blank TDK cassettes, and an Aquarian deck of tarot cards bought at Spencer Gifts in the Columbia Mall when I was 13 turned out to be all there was in the Gilby's box. I scowled at the hat, trying to place it. "Blonde," my mother said, tweezing a long strand from the nap of the wide felt brim. Simultaneously, we recalled having seen this hat on the head of my fair-haired ex-wife. I pointed to the third carton, which once held a dozen bottles of Old Crow. Its cardboard was more brittle than the others, its typography antiquated, its cartoon crow a raffish jazz-age dandy. It had been sealed with old-fashioned packing tape, the kind you used to have to moisten with a sponge. "I'm pretty sure that one's not mine," I said. "It looks really old." "Oh," my mother said, slicing through the packing tape with her house key. "Huh." I thought I caught a note of unease or at least wariness in her voice, but that may be a detail contributed by hindsight. The first thing to come out of the box were some children's books, small hardcovers without jackets. The Black Stallion, Misty of Chincoteague and King of the Wind, National Velvet, and one called Come on Seabiscuit. Beneath these lay a manila folder and a zippered fabric pouch. The folder was full of color photographs of thoroughbreds clipped from magazines, pasted onto cardboard backing, and cut out to make horse paper dolls. The zip pouch held the moldering remains of miniature tack my mother had fashioned for her paper horses out of bits of lanyard and leather thong and scraps of what looked like brown naugahyde. "That's what velvet did," my mother explained, "in the book. So I made my own. But then your grandpa made these for me." From the old crow box, she took 9 little wooden horses, each balled up in a page from the Baltimore Sun for November 12, 1952. As she unwrapped each one, she set it on my kitchen table. The horses stood about 3 inches at the shoulder, carved the first 2 with a pocket knife, my mother recalled, the rest with a set of carving tools from soft, lightweight wood. Each had been fitted with a mane and tail made of brush bristles, then painted. Bay, chestnut, brown, dappled gray, dun, black, white, piebald, midnight blue. The modeling of the brown and the bay was crude, simplified almost to the point of abstraction, but after the first 2 my grandfather's skill had improved along with his tools. There was real likeness, if not realism, in the arcs of the other horses' necks, in their streamlined heads and balletic poses. I held up the blue horse. Kinda whimsical for Grandpa. That's Midnight. He knew how to fly. Midnight, I said. Ooh. I flew Midnight in a figure 8 over the heads of the other horses and brought him in for a landing. I was surprised to discover at this late date that some part of the business of her girlhood had been conducted in my mother's imagination. When she told a story from those days, it was usually an account of something observed, overheard, endured, or undertaken, as though her formative years had been spent entirely in the world outside her own head. In self-portrait, she was a child without daydreams, without fears, fantasies, doubts, longings, or unaskable questions. When I was a boy, my most routine flights of fancy and invention always seemed to leave her shaking her head, looking up at God or the kitchen ceiling, making a face that said something along the lines of "Where does he get this shit?" When I heard about Midnight, it made me wonder if she had been sandbagging all this time, pretending to be ignorant of a language in which she was conversant if not fluent, concealing her origins, safely assimilated into a daylight country of earthbound horses. "What else you got in there?" I said. She glanced into the old crow box and looked away. She swept up all the blown blossoms of newsprint and shoved them crinkling down into the box. "Well," she said, and I understood that there was something else in the box. She turned to the little painted remuda on the kitchen table. Her eyebrows tangled above the bridge of her nose, and her mouth was pursed as though the horses presented her with a problem. At first I thought she might be debating whether or not to make a present of them to my younger daughter, who was then on the cusp of the velvet brown years, but my mother's eyes seemed too far away and fretful for that. "Well," she said again. She folded the flaps of the box and picked it up. "I can leave all that here for the kids if you think they'll want it." "Great. What?" "No, nothing." "I know," my mother said. I saw her push herself to say the next word. "Horses. A whole box of them." "You think that's weird because of my mother?" "No, I mean 1952, so you were 10 when all this got packed up." "Yes, I went to live with Bub and Zaid. These were her names for my grandfather's parents, dead long before I was born. They were over in Camden by then. It was only supposed to be until he found work, but I ended up finishing the school year in Camden. It took him a while to get a job. He ended up in New York. On Radio Row, right? The World Trade Center is. He worked for Arrow as a store manager, and then when Arrow started selling parts to companies, he went into sales because the money was better. I went to live with him in Queens." "Where was Grandma?" I said, though I guessed the answer to my question the moment I asked it. "November 52, my mother said. That was the first time." "Ah, they dropped me with Bub and Zaid, and then he took her to the hospital. She was really, something was really out of whack." She was looking at the midnight blue horse. The bristles of its mane and tail were ivory white. Its head was angled skyward as though in aspiration. Any kid could have seen, I thought, that it was the magic one, the one that might be able to fly. "I mean, all girls have the horse thing around that age," I said. 10, 11, 12. It's super common." My mother said, but it didn't sound like she was agreeing with or even humoring me. She was pitying me. She thought that I was kidding myself in denial. "Because, did you know about the skinless horse?" I said. Before she went into the hospital the first time, she set the box back down on the kitchen table. I started the tea kettle. I had some drambuie on hand. I assured her that it was not too early in the day to add a slug of the stuff to one's cup of Earl Grey. Before that, she said, did I know? I mean, I sensed. She paused, reluctant to carry on in this vein, trucking with things that could merely be sensed. I knew she was afraid of something I couldn't see. I poured tea from the pot into her mug and doctored it to her specifications. She took a sip and then, a moment later, took another, longer sip. Good, she said. She didn't say anything else after that, and she probably would have liked to move on. So when you were 10, I said, November 1952, you packed it all up in that box. Yeah, it kind of looks like you never unpacked it again. I never did. How come? Because I stopped liking horses. Because you found out about the skinless horse. No, my mother said. She drained the cup of spiked tea. Then she opened up the flaps of the old crow box again and started rooting down through the crumpled flowers of Baltimore to the bottom. Because I saw it. My grandmother was an on-air personality star, would be overstating the case on Station WAM from around 1948 to 1952. In those years, relatively few Baltimore households owned television sets. Growing up in the Baltimore area 20 years later, I rarely encountered people who had seen my grandmother on TV. From time to time when I was a kid, a former housewife of the 50s might recollect the pert, impeccably coiffed Maine-edger who calmly disjointed rabbits or whacked cutlets with a tenderizer while wearing pearls and a Dior dress supplied by Hutzler's, the sponsor of La Cuisine. My mother is now my only surviving authority for Channel 13's, having aired a French-language instruction program taught by my grandmother on Sunday mornings after the Christophers. And nobody ever seemed to remember Fay-Beau the French weather maid, promising sunshine or warning of storm fronts on news at noon in her black livery and starched white cap and apron. To this day, most of the people who remember my grandmother on television were kids at the time, my mother's age or a little older, and what they remember is a mass of dark hair teased into a feathery cowl around a dead white face, eyebrows like a raven's wings, dark sleeves restlessly flapping and swooping in a dry ice fog, as my grandmother stalked the set of the crypt of Nevermore, an antebellum Gothic fantasia of toppled columns, tilted headstones, and iron gingerbread. They remember her as Nevermore, the Night Witch, and they are unanimous in recalling that if you were allowed to stay up late on a Friday night during those years, and tuned in to Channel 13 for the 45 minutes before WAM's 12:45 sign-off, my grandmother would freak you the fuck out. Television's first horror host is generally agreed to have been Mela Nurmi, aka Vampira, who emerged a couple of years afterward from some murky Hollywood borderland of cheesecake, soft porn, and Maya Deren-esque surrealism to introduce and heap ridicule upon Z-grade thrillers on Cabk and Lowe's Angels. Others in other cities: Zacherle in New York, Ghoulardi in Cleveland, Marvin in Chicago emerged toward the end of the decade, after the classic Universal horror films were packaged for television, and though they had their own gimmicks, they all more or less followed the pattern laid down by Vampira: camp, innuendo, and the airing of movies ripe for mockery by the host of the show. Nevermore, the Night Witch, wasn't like that. She didn't show movies. There were no horror movies licensed to be shown on television, and if there had been, the brothers who owned the station, more friends of the ubiquitous Judge Waxman, would not have seen the value in acquiring them. She hammed it up pretty good, my grandfather told me. But she played it straight, not for laughs. The accent helped. She lived in the Usher family crypt, that was the shtick, name over the door. He closed his eyes, and they sank into the purple shadow that surrounded them. He reran the grainy kinescope of memory. She's there pattering around the graves. She turns and looks at the camera. Oh, his voice went half an octave up and took on a certain slinkiness. I see you have dared to return, right? Then she invites you in. The camera, what do you call, zooms in on the iron gate of the crypt. Meanwhile, she has to quick run around to the other half of the set, where it's supposed to be the inside of the crypt. Cut to the other camera, she comes in, sits down in a chair, more like a throne. I think they got it from a church. She picks up a book and she reads. Out loud, ghost stories, weird tales, that type of thing. Never my cup of tea. The Crypt of Nevermore, broadcast live, aired weekly from October 7, 1949, the centennial of Edgar Allan Poe's death, to October 24, 1952. Baltimoreans who sat down at midnight on October 31, 1952, to watch the Night Witch's presentation of Poe's Metzengerstein, as promised by TV listings in the Sun, were surprised to find only a static shot of a jack-o'-lantern posed on a wooden stool in a fog of CO2. The holes of its face had been hacked in haste with some dull tool, and as its candle guttered and flared, the jack-o'-lantern displayed an expression of torment that many viewers, according to a subsequent report in the Sun, found disturbing. There were complaints. On the following Friday at midnight, an old March of Time newsreel was shown. Neither the Crypt of Nevermore nor my grandmother ever returned to the air. Around 5:30 that Halloween Friday, my grandfather was in the kitchen of a rented house on Main Avenue in Forest Park. On first walking in the door that evening home early for a change, he had wrapped 3 potatoes in foil and stuck them in the oven. Now he had a steak frying in a cast-iron skillet and a pot on the boil for some wax beans. He stood at the range, sleeves rolled, still in suit pants and necktie, wearing an apron patterned with tomatoes on a background of yellow plaid. Pancake turner in one hand, tumbler of scotch in the other. Every Friday night he poured 2 fingers of Johnny Walker over an ice cube. That would be the extent of his consumption for the week. As he cooked, he lost himself pleasantly in the task of trying to find flaws in a completed design for an improved accelerometer feedback circuit that he and Milton Weinblatt, his partner at Patapsco Engineering, had been working on for the past several weeks. 6 months earlier, Weinblatt and my grandfather had quit their jobs in the instrumentation division of the Glenn L. Martin Company to open their own shop. Jews, malcontents and restless men, they were frustrated by the timid pace of iteration at Martin and by having been passed over for promotion year after year, while Gentiles of lesser ability were made project managers and department heads. He and Weinblatt had sunk all their savings into their venture. The technology of inertial navigation systems, which enabled a rocket or missile to navigate and make course corrections on its own without external input or guidance, was in a fairly primitive state. Weinblatt and my grandfather were betting that the pace of innovation in computer circuit design, already rapid, was going to increase, soon making it possible to build non-mechanical solid-state, or, as we would say now, digital navigation systems. If their bet turned out to be correct, Patapsco would be ready to take advantage of the innovations, and its proprietors would cash in. My grandfather felt in the soles of his feet that there were people climbing the front stoop of the house. The doorbell rang. It was a little early yet for trick-or-treaters, but he presumed that as she had done every Halloween since her first as the Night Witch, my grandmother intended to answer the door in costume. He slid the wax beans into the boiling water and forbade himself to touch the steak until his internal timer had registered the passing of another 2 minutes. He was aware of a thread of anxiety pulling at his belly when he thought about this year's front stoop theatrics, but the truth was, this made him anxious every year. He was uncomfortable with the whole Crypt of Nevermore situation in general. The weird sexuality of the Night Witch, and of the stories she presented on the program Blackwood, Le Fanu, Lovecraft. Freud would have a field day with the stuff, reflected a little too closely the nature of my grandmother's sexuality as he experienced it, and worse, the importance of that weirdness, that witchiness, to the hold that she had over him. The doorbell rang again. He heard a buzz of little voices from the stoop. He flipped the stake and turned down the flame. He went to the front door. The vacant living room troubled him, unaccountably. There was no reason for the living room not to be vacant, but it did not feel empty. The luminous dial grinned on the front of the big RCA console. Its automatic tone arm return did not always work properly, and he heard the stylus worrying the record label SKRCH, SKRCH, SKRCH. Record sleeves lay scattered across the top of the console. The record spinning on the Arcaz platter was a 10-inch LP by pipe band of His Majesty's Scots Guard, 2nd Battalion, from an album called Marches, Strathspeys and Reels. Lately, my grandmother had been in the grip of a mania for bagpipes. He did not even attempt to begin to understand it. He lifted the tone arm and switched off the console. "Honey," he called up the stairs. He had not seen my grandmother or my mother since walking in the door, but that was not unusual. Each of them seemed to spend increasingly longer periods alone, my mother in her bedroom, my grandmother in the room that my mother remembered as a studio, and my grandfather as a sewing room. When he was home, they would hang around whatever room he happened to be in, but when he was not around, they seemed to avoid each other. He opened the front door, where the cast for an impromptu Peter Pan had assembled by chance. A pirate, an Indian princess, a fairy, and a little fellow in green whom my grandfather supposed was meant to be Robin Hood, but made a serviceable Pan. The accidental Neverlanders offered to withhold from committing a ritually unspecified act of mischief in return for a bribe of candy. My grandfather was ill at ease with this custom, relatively novel in the early 1950s. In the South Philly of his childhood, Halloween was a night when masked Irish hooligans threw eggs and flour bombs and wrote obscenities and slurs in soap on people's windows. He looked for the bowl, filled with loose pieces of Brack's autumn mix of candy pumpkins, corns, and cats' heads, that ought to have been placed by the front door. It was not there. "Just a minute," my grandfather said to the trick-or-treaters. He called again for my grandmother and my mother but got no answer. Maybe they had gone to the store for candy at the last minute. "Huh," he said. "I don't know what to tell you kids." The children regarded him with careful and, in the case of the fairy, sharp expressions. My grandfather got the idea that his enactment of confusion struck them as insincere. He took his coin purse out of his pocket. He found 4 quarters inside it. In 1952, a quarter could buy 5 candy bars. The children went away content. Back in the kitchen, the steak was nearly done. He turned up the gas for another minute, gave it a poke with his finger, then slid it onto a plate. He returned the pan lacquered with amber drippings to the fire and glugged some Johnny Walker into the pan. There was a hiss and a billowing of vapor that stung his nostrils. He took out Augenbaugh's lighter and ignited the vapor. As the whoosh of ignition faded to a simmer, he heard somebody scream. The sound arced like a skyrocket and burst with a yawp, almost a sob. My grandfather decided not to be alarmed. It had been an implausible scream, a Hollywood coloratura, somebody having fun of the season. One of the neighbors scaring the evening's foot traffic with a haunted house sound effects record album. He gave the bubbling reduction a couple of stirs to deglaze the pan. He listened. The scream was not repeated or followed by a creaking crypt door, a howling wolf, chains dragging across a dungeon floor. He poured the whiskey reduction over the steak on the plate, buttered the wax beans, and snatched the potatoes out of the oven with a mitt. Once again there was no reply when he called out, this time adding the information that supper was ready. He had cut the steak into 3 pieces and buttered his baked potato when my mother, 2 months past her 10th birthday, walked in, wearing old dungarees and a loden shirt with the tails untucked. He was a little surprised to see that she was not in her Halloween costume, velvet brown, winner of the Grand National, in her jodhpurs and her gold and magenta silks. No doubt she had reckoned correctly that if she showed up at the table to run its steeplechase of sauces, condiments, and other hazards in the beautiful costume my grandmother had sewn for her, she would have been sent back to her room to change. "Where's your mom?" My mother glanced at the plate of bleeding steak between the two of them and looked away. Her features were arranged to give an effect of unconcern, but it was easy to see she was upset about something. He recalled that she had planned to go to school as Velvet Brown for a parade around the neighborhood. He wondered if the costume had suffered some mischance. Maybe she had been teased. Behind the effort of her indifference he sensed consternation. If the problem was the costume, her eyes said that it had been spoiled. Her eyes said that it had been taken from her and torn to shreds. "What happened?" he said. She watched his hand and the fork it held convey her chunk of steak to her plate. She shook her head. "Nothing. I thought you would have your costume on." Tears rolled like beads along her eyelashes. They scattered when she blinked. "Did something happen to it? Did you get it dirty?" "Nothing happened. I changed my mind." "What? You don't want to be National Velvet? Why?" Her reply was rapid and muttered so as to render it unintelligible, but there was nothing unusual in that. Lately, she did not really speak words to him so much as spirit them hastily and furtively out of her mouth like a bank robber tossing his gun and stocking mask out the window of a getaway car. "Mumble, mumble, mumble," he said, as if quoting her. "I said I'm not going trick-or-treating. Okay." She was regarding the bleeding steak on her plate with unconcealed revulsion. She looked like she might be about to throw up. "So I heard somebody scream about maybe 10 minutes ago," my grandfather said. "Now I'm wondering if that might have been you." That morning my grandmother had sent my mother off to school with an assurance that Velvet Brown would have her pie. Even as the promise was tendered, my mother could not help feeling that something dreadful lay coiled at its bottom. Her mother, she knew, had endured terrible things during the war and after. She had been taken from her family, and then her family had been taken from her. The Nazis had also killed the handsome and heroic young doctor who was my mother's real father, and who was usually played, in her imagination, by James Mason. Her mother had fought her way through the confusions and indignities of life as a refugee, through homesickness, shock, mourning, professional struggle, and the storms of exaltation and fury that blew through her head with the inconstant rhythm of hurricanes. All this while never losing the air of cheerful bitterness that, for my mother, defined bravery. When my grandmother promised my mother a Halloween horse, her tone had been terribly cheerful. She would allow that she was not wild about horses. "I don't have to love them," she would tell my mother, "because you love them enough for both of us." But my mother suspected that in fact my grandmother had a horror of them. If my grandmother was walking downtown and saw that a mounted policeman or an Araber with his horse-drawn fruit wagon lay in her path, she would cross to the other side of the street. When she could not avoid contact with horses, my grandmother would hold herself still the way people did when it hurt too much to move, and take breaths in small sips through her nostrils until the animal had passed her. If they happened to pass on a drive, one of the many horse farms in the countryside around Baltimore, my grandmother would lower her voice or stop talking entirely, as if she thought the horses in the pasture might be listening. All day at school my mother was in Mrs. Hamp's fourth-grade class at Liberty Elementary, though she tried not to think about it. Her thoughts kept returning to the horse she had been promised, or rather, to the dread that mysteriously was its passenger. It was like when you lost a tooth and your tongue kept finding and probing at the tang of blood in the gap. She knew from experience that whatever its nature, the horse her mother constructed for her would manage to be both beautiful and disappointing. She hoped, though this seemed unlikely, that it would not also be strange. Parading with her classmates in her gaudy silks through the streets of Forest Park after lunch, Velvet Brown had felt an odd bereavement, an emptiness between her knees. She felt unhorsed. For this sense of loss, my mother blamed my grandfather, who had made the original promise to provide her with a pie for Halloween. "I didn't even want a horse," my mother told my grandfather. She was lying face down on her bed, having abandoned her supper, still in her dungarees and wool shirt. "I was fine. I apologize," my grandfather said. "I thought that I would have the time." Emboldened by his success with the set of carved and painted horses, my grandfather had proposed to complete my mother's costume that year with a stick horse whose wooden head would be modeled on that of the horse from the movie version of National Velvet. From the start, the impulse was unduly freighted with guilt. Back at Martin, my grandfather's work had often cut into his time with my mother, but since going out on his own, he was almost never home. The theory behind the stick horse was that if my mother consulted on her horse's design and helped with its construction, my grandfather would no longer be neglecting her. Like many promises born of a guilty conscience, this one had fallen prey to the failing it was intended to rectify. The push to develop a closed-loop accelerometer meant that my grandfather rarely got home before 8, usually closer to 8:30, my mother's bedtime. In the last 2 weeks, as he and Weinblatt found their designs taking a promising tack, his work on the pie had all but come to a halt. "A stupid head on a stupid broomstick," my mother said. Her eyelashes were soaked with tears and fury blotched her cheeks. Filaments of snot cobwebbed her face to her pillow. "Like I'm a baby, like I would ever want my friends to see me with that." "I know." My grandfather was standing by the side of bed looking down at her. "I'm sorry. You and your stupid idea, enough. I was fine without a horse. Enough." My grandfather rarely raised or felt the need to raise his voice with my mother, as if to compensate for the erratic and unpredictable behavior of my grandmother. My mother had fashioned herself by will and instinct into the most tractable child in the city of Baltimore. She left off yelling at him and lay crooning into the crook of her arm. "What happened?" my grandfather said. "Where is your mother?" "I don't know." Now the poor girl just sounded tired. "She wasn't here when I got home. A record was playing. Her handbag was gone. I did my homework. I cleaned my room. I heard you come home. I wanted to see what she made. I went to look." "And?" My mother pressed her lips together. Her chin trembled. She shook her head and then buried her face in the pillow. She was not giving anything else away. My grandfather stood a moment looking down at her. He wondered if the bigger misfortune was to have the crazy woman for a mother, or the father who was crazy enough to love her. He wanted to stroke my mother's hair or give her shoulder a pat, but he felt angry with her for throwing his failure in his face. His hands dangled at his sides like inoperable tools. He knew he was being selfish and unfair to a child whose only mistake had been to put her trust in him. "I'll look into it," he said to the back of my mother's head. He wondered if he had ever said anything so useless. My grandmother's domain was a room off my grandparents' bedroom that must have been a porch once. It was small and low-ceilinged, with a ribbon of mullioned windows running around 3 sides. My grandmother had found room in it for a sewing machine, a small work table, a floor lamp, and a dressmaker's dummy. To the left of the door as you came in, my grandfather had built some shelves for my grandmother's notions, her supplies, and her disorderly row of paperbacks, most with French titles. On the wall to the right of the door, over a steel typist's table, hung a bulletin board shingled with art postcards and photos clipped from magazines. Neither my mother nor my grandfather could provide me with much in the way of specific works or artists, apart from Van Gogh and a Delacroix tiger, but they remembered the imagery of the postcards and clippings as creepy. My mother, or typical, my grandfather. Still lifes of meat, coin-operated automatons that told fortunes, a family of musical dwarfs who had survived Auschwitz. One morning, the previous June, my grandmother had found a Luna moth expiring with languid wingbeats on a tree in the backyard. That got stuck to the bulletin board, too, its viridescence fading with time to dull dollar green. The relative order or disorder of my grandmother's studio was as reliable a gauge as any of the tenor of her mind. There were others. Whether or not she greeted him by name when he walked in the door or called out a goodbye on her own departure. Whether she was in the middle of her cycle or a week before the end. If she brought him coffee in bed, that was a good sign. If she felt appreciated by the world. If there were cut flowers in the vases and jars, if the flowers were fresh. Good signs. Empty vases were bad and dead flowers worse. If she touched her fingers to the back of his neck, as though noticing it for the first time, as though noticing him for the first time, that could be a good sign. If it was not February. If she did not get out her deck of fortune-telling cards and waste hours laying them out in crosses and grids. If she did not linger in the cave mouths of Catholic churches but only passed them by. If she was not lost for the 100th time in Vincent's letters to Theo or the Fioretti of St. Francis. If it was not a Sunday, Sundays were the worst. Every day had been a Sunday during that summer of 1952. Days of lassitude, nights of insomnia. Horrific dreams whose contents she refused to divulge, swallowing them whole on waking like a spy who feared capture. The sewing room filled with stacks of magazines she never got around to clipping, with sacks of grapes and cherries that rotted when she forgot to eat them, and left the whole upstairs of the house smelling of vinegar. She would hang an old shawl across the doorway and stay in there for hours at a time. With a show of black humor, she would confess that she was in hiding but would never say from what or whom, and did not really seem to be joking. She checked out the usual bunch of weird records from the Pratt Library, Indonesians banging on the local plumbing with hammers, G.I. Gurdjieff droning away at his harmonium, those fucking bagpipes, and played them over and over on a portable record player. She rarely ate and never cooked. When she emerged from behind the shawl and went out, she became a magnet for proselytizers and truth possessors. Copies of the Watchtower and the Theosophist, tracts and pamphlets dense with references to soul travel and vril, replaced the sacks of rotting fruit. In late August, my grandmother covered the sewing room's window panes with squares of black paper, so that she could not be observed by the shadowy wickering thing of which my grandfather then knew relatively little and understood less. The night before my mother started 4th grade, 2 policemen had brought my grandmother home, barefoot and wearing a man's fishing jacket. Somebody had seen her, partly unclothed and moving erratically, down by the harbor and thought she might be contemplating or risking suicide. Just as the police had arrived on the scene, she was seen to set fire to the pages of a book and throw it into the water. From the description supplied by the witness to police, my grandfather recognized the book as having been one of the marbled notebooks in which his wife's sketches of the latest Paris prêt-à-porter looks alternated with her notes, reflections, and dreams, jotted hastily in French and reading, as far as my grandfather could tell, like hallucinatory telegrams. The cops thought about bringing her to Hopkins for observation. Once she'd set her notebook on fire and thrown it into the harbor, however, she no longer seemed distressed or unbalanced. She was cool, contrite, embarrassed by her behavior and state of undress, and lovely. One of the policemen recognized her from television. He loaned her the fisherman's jacket and they brought her home. After that night she had seemed distinctly sane and unburdened. She lost herself in mothering. She returned to my grandfather's bed and opened her legs to him with her accustomed readiness. She had tidied up her sewing room. Now, abruptly, it was a mess again. 3 empty bags of Brack's autumn mix lay on the floor, slit open, amid mounds and scatterings of vivid candy. The worktable was strewn with her fortune-telling cards, the ones she had been given in the DP camp at Wittenau by the requisite old gypsy witch woman never seen again. face up, face down in a flat pile, as if built into a tower and then knocked down. A snarl of brown fabric jammed the platen of the sewing machine. A full cup of tea with milk, the surface opalescent with congealed fat. An open bottle of aspirin. 3 inches of ash that had been a cigarette, preserved in the notch of an ashtray like fossilized proof that my grandmother had abandoned the job in haste. Incomplete on the floor in the center of the room, amid the scattered candies, lay the pie. At the moment it looked more like a kite than a horse, a strange coracle of brown oilcloth stretched over bent tomato steaks. An oval frame that curved upward at one end, partly covered in oilcloth skin. The green steaks slid into and were held in place by thin sleeves my grandmother had sewn into the fabric. They were lashed together at key junctures with wire ties. In its partial state it took my grandfather a moment to understand. The oval of the body, the upcurving of the neck. It was something you might see in some old-fashioned mummer show, a pantomime horse to be worn around the hips. My grandfather had just formulated the thought, I wonder what she planned to do for the head, when he noticed the buck-toothed skull sitting on the typist's table under the bulletin board. A bone zeppelin, bleached, splintery as driftwood, formerly the property of a small horse or pony. 18, it's really just the eyes, I said. Mostly. My mother didn't say anything. She was looking down at the horse skull on my kitchen table. She pinched her chin between 3 fingers as if to keep from averting her face. I mean, it's all of it, obviously, but especially the eyes. The skull lay on the outspread towel in which it had spent the past 50 years, folded and stuffed into the old crow box, under my mother's books and the painted wooden horses wrapped in newspaper. The towel must have been white once, but time and humidity had dyed it with streaks of brown and rust red. A broken nib of mildew had spattered it with black. In the sunlight coming through the kitchen window against the dingy towel, the unwrapped thing was radiant with strangeness. The incisors protruded to form a cruel beak, as if the skull had belonged to some monster bird of the Pleistocene. The jaws on either side, with their ridged molars, grinned like a pair of gaping zippers. The nose bone narrowed over the nasal cavity to a wicked prong. And into each orbit my grandmother had socketed a millefiori paperweight, multicolored cells honeycombed within a dome of clear glass. When I was a kid, the millefiori glass my grandmother kept around her apartment had always reminded me of bright handfuls of fancy hard candies. Cast in the unlikely role of eyeballs, however, the paperweights were like the kaleidoscopes of madness itself. I can't believe she thought you would wear it, I said. How was it even supposed to attach to the neck? I don't know if it was. But didn't she make it for your costume? That's what my father thought. But you didn't. If you were making someone a horse costume out of sticks and fabric, is that how you would do the head? No, but maybe this was like how she saw it, her version, the night witch version. My mother was having none of it. The silks she sewed me were so pretty, perfect copies of the ones Elizabeth Taylor wears in the movie. They didn't have, I don't know, bat wings on them or anything. Yeah, no, I get it. They were beautiful. I loved them. She knew how to make me a pie. So if it wasn't part of the costume, what was it for? At the time, I think what I thought was that my mother, she had all these pamphlets and tracts lying around that she had collected. Religious tracts, Catholic prayer cards, but also things about Atlantis, Mayan religion, the what is it, transmigration of souls. All kinds of nonsense like that. It felt to me like that thing, she pointed vaguely at the skull, came out of all that religious mystical crap. You mean like it was almost kind of a something she prayed to, an idol? Not, I don't know, I mean, I was 10 years old, I guess I thought you thought she was worshipping a horse god. I don't know if I went quite that far in my thinking. But now I don't think about it. Yeah, I know. You don't approve. You think I should just keep dredging it all up all the time. All the time, just like every 10 years or so. My lame attempt to lighten the moment failed. She was looking at the skull straight on, and I saw that it was simply hateful to her. "Mom," I said, "forget it." She made a Gallic noise of my grandmotheress for which there is no good onomatopoeia, so I suppose harumph will have to do. If she were a woman of my generation, she might have said as if. "I understand," I said. "Oh, okay." That sounded patronizing. "You want to know what I think now?" She surprised me by grabbing the skull, swooping it off the table and shoving it toward me snout first. I jumped back, knocking over a kitchen chair. It's possible that I may have screamed. She wasn't worshipping the skinless horse with this thing. She was trying to ward it off. "Whoa," I said. "Mom." I picked up the chair I had knocked over. "You scared me." "Right," my mother said. On the fur floor in the upstairs hall at the edge of the Chinese runner, my grandfather noticed a drop that looked like blood. It took the print of his finger and left a taste of salt on his tongue. In the doorway to the upstairs bathroom, a droplet had starred the wooden transition strip between fur and tile. In the bathroom, across the grid of black and white tile, 4 asterisks pointed like the handle of the dipper to a blood arcturus in the space between the toilet and the bathtub. My grandfather's heart lurched. He turned to confront the bathtub. It appeared to be empty, clean and dry, but he forced himself to stare at it long and hard. He felt that if it contained my grandmother's body steeped in a tea of her lifeblood and Baltimore tap water, he could not trust his eyes to report nor brain to comprehend the fact. Shock could be a kind of plate armor. He gave horror, pain, and loss all the time they needed to pierce it. But there was nothing, only the shine on white porcelain and her flask of emerald bath oil, its note of benzoin a lingering sting in the air. My grandfather went to the toilet and lifted the seat. On the underside of the left-hand branch of its U at the tip, he found a comma, a little fish of blood. He folded some toilet paper, dipped the paper in the bowl, and wiped away the little fish. He ran some water on a washcloth and wiped away the stains on the floor. Then he stared down at the crossword puzzle tile. Ruminating, only half aware that he was also taking a long-deferred piss, he considered clues and hints. He ransacked his store of experience of my grandmother and her behavior. He penciled in a few possibilities. My grandmother had been attacked, in or just outside the bathroom, and carried off by some intruder. She had suffered internal injuries or fought back and bloodied her assailant. In the absence of other physical evidence, this did not seem a likely scenario. Yet even after he had searched the house from cellar to attic, finding no sign of intrusion, he could not shake the feeling that there had been someone in the house. My grandmother had injured herself, accidentally or on purpose. She was not accident-prone, but she had gone through periods during which she bit her cuticles or scratched her shins with her fingernails until she bled. On one occasion she had plucked her eyebrows clean, and though this produced no blood, it had struck him at the time as a kind of self-injury, or, better, self-vandalism. She had been surprised by the onset of menstruation, or by a flow that was unusually heavy. If she was menstruating, and in particular if more heavily than usual, this might have triggered some kind of psychological disturbance to explain both her absence from the house and the presence in her sewing room of a horse skull with paperweights for eyes. It had long been apparent to him, though at a level of consciousness too low for observation and plotting of data, that there was some kind of association between his wife's monthly cycle and the ebb and flood of her sanity. Following on this third possibility, he caught the flickering of a fourth at the horizon of his thoughts, but like a lightning strike, it was gone by the time he looked its way. In the meantime, in some other part of his mind, my grandfather's pessimism and the brute force denial that he deployed in place of optimism contended over the question of whether he was making a mountain of a molehill here. Big deal, a few drops of blood, a hastily improvised and unhappily conceived horse costume, an absence that was not usual but hardly unheard of, especially when my grandmother had a show to do that night. He shook off this line of thinking and its appeal to his reptile brain optimism. Something was wrong, felt wrong. He had known it as soon as he'd seen the bagpipe records on the console. In general, my grandmother in the grip of a mood was inclined to hole up, shut down, or curl inward. But sometimes the woman would just bolt. Taking off that night when the police picked her up, ill-shod, ill-dressed, booking along the sidewalk with a forward cant and her arms held fixed at her sides, conversing with invisibilities of pain, presenting like a classic urban nutcase, flying her night witch hair like the flag of madness. My grandfather went back into my mother's bedroom. She was sitting up, rocking back and forth at the edge of her bed, holding the carved horse that, working in the driveway one evening long after dark, he had inadvertently painted blue instead of black. He had been annoyed by the fuck-up. Naturally, that one turned out to be the favorite, the one on which she bestowed the power of flight. The girl was a labyrinth to him. Only by chance and error did he ever stumble blindly into her heart. Her face was puffy and she wore a stoical expression. The rocking reminded him of the little girl he had met for the first time on a bench in the cold outside Ahava's Shalom, defiantly serving out the inhumane term of a punishment she had imposed on herself, confusing obedience with rebellion and vindication with endurance. "Come," he told her, "put your costume on. We'll find your friends and you'll go with them." My mother shook her head. "I have to go out," he said. He decided to lie to her. "Your mother's up at the studio. She forgot the book she's going to read tonight. I need to take it to her. I'll come with you. You know Pat'll be working the desk tonight. You know how he is about kids hanging around. I'll wait in the car. You don't want to go trick-or-treating?" "No." "Okay, listen. I tell you what. Your behavior recently, your manners, your schoolwork, I've been meaning to tell you, they've really been very good." He realized as he offered this praise that he had no idea if it was accurate. She had never been anything but compliant and well-mannered, however, and he assumed, though he had not paid much attention lately, that this remained the case. Her first quarter report card had boasted the usual cordillera of as. "So," he said, "if you want to go with your friends because you've been such a good girl lately, how about we say whatever you bring home you can eat? No matter what. As much chazarai as you can stand. All right. You can have it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. All of it. Until the whole bag is gone." Before the razor blade scares of the 1960s, before industrial confectioners cottoned on to the market for small, individually wrapped pieces of brand-name candy, the loot a kid brought home from trick-or-treating was made by the lady of the house where it was given out. Popcorn balls, candy and caramel apples, cookies, marshmallow treats, toffees. Such items quickly went stale or lost their appeal, and after a week or two, whatever a kid had not managed to consume was ready to be thrown away. Since, as a firm rule, my mother was never permitted more than one treat per day, the bulk of what she collected on Halloween ended up in the garbage can. My grandfather's extravagant offer had no precedent. It was transparently a bribe. "What's wrong with Mama?" my mother said. Her voice deepened to a woeful contralto. "Nothing." "I know it's something bad." "Nothing is wrong." She forgot her book. My mother nodded as though reassured. She shuddered. My grandfather handed her a handkerchief. She wiped her eyes and blew her nose and handed it back to him. He put it, snot and all, into his pocket. "I know you're lying to me," she said. "Oh, is that right? And I'm not going." "No, I don't want to. I hate candy apples anyway." "So you'll trade with your friends. You like popcorn balls." "It's bad for your teeth. Your saliva turns the sugar to acid, the acid dissolves the enamel, and you get a cavity and have to get a filling. With a drill and a bunch of shots in your mouth, I don't want that." "So you'll brush." She held the blue horse up to her face at eye level and moved it through the air in arcs and dives. She half closed her eyes, a technique he remembered from his own childhood, making the horse and its flight more real through some enchantment of perspective and the lensing effect of lids and lashes. "Look, honey. I have to go out and I can't leave you here alone, with all the people coming to the door. You don't know who's going to show up. All kinds of hooligans out causing trouble tonight. You remember last year they smashed every pumpkin on the block. The blue horse dipped and banked through the air between them. She was finished with the conversation. Where other, less tractable children might have openly rebelled or thrown a tantrum, my mother had learned to withdraw, to abstain, to retreat from a scene of conflict without moving a muscle. My grandfather knew better than to waste any more breath trying to persuade her. When she checked out, there was nothing to be done but compel her physically or else back down. My grandfather loved my mother and was reasonably certain that she loved him in return, but there was some negotiated basis to their relationship that she understood more clearly than he did. His fatherhood was a kind of grant that she bestowed on him, a tenancy of which she was the lessor. Actually, the sugar gets eaten by bacteria that live in the mouth. My grandfather could not prevent himself from pointing out before he turned and left her alone in the bedroom. Bacteria excrete the acid that eats the teeth. He went downstairs to the kitchen and made 7 telephone calls. The first call was to the switchboard of WAM. No one at the station had seen my grandmother since Tuesday morning's broadcast of La Cuisine. Next, he dialed the number on a card left behind, in case they ever needed any help, by Officer Sharkey, the policeman who had loaned my grandmother his Pendleton fishing jacket and kept her out of the psych ward. Officer Sharkey had the night off. The next 5 calls my grandfather made in turn were to a pool hall in East Baltimore, a bar in Fells Point, the home of a woman who sounded disgracefully drunk, the home of a woman who sounded abominably sober, and thanks to the latter, another pool hall out in Dundalk. A knock on the door, a carillon of little voices on the porch. The candy still lay scattered on the floor of the sewing room. My grandfather knew that he ought to take a bowl up there and retrieve it, but he did not want to have to look or avoid looking at the horse skull. He dug around in his trouser pockets. He was out of quarters. He had 3 nickels and 4 pennies, but there turned out to be 4 trick-or-treaters, the Grumman children from 2 doors down, disguised as a shepherd and his 3 sheep flock. Clifford Grumman, accurately, was fleeced in black. My grandfather pocketed the nickels and deposited the pennies in the children's palms, taking no notice of whether the Grummans went away pleased or not. In 1952, a penny could buy you a piece of bubble gum, a candy cigarette, or a licorice whip. He found 3 50-cent rolls of pennies in a kitchen drawer. He put on his suit jacket, made sure he had his wallet and car keys, and went out to the front porch to wait. He sat down on the metal glider, lit a cigarette. The hinges of the glider were rusted and creaked atmospherically in the dark. In the half hour that followed, 3 cowboys, 2 Indians, a Mad Hatter and White Rabbit, Jesse and Frank James, a queen, just a queen, and a number of hobos along with 5 mothers, 2 fathers, and a dog wearing a Pierrot hat came tripping up the porch steps. Once my grandfather had gauged the pace of visitors, he increased his payment to 2 pennies per trick-or-treater, flicking them from the roll with his thumbnail into each waiting palm. He did not consider, but in hindsight would concede that he might not by his manner or his fare be spreading waves of Halloween joy. My grandfather had just lit his 5th cigarette when the first in what became a long series of unreliable red roadsters, a brand new Jaguar XK 120, rumbled onto the street and stopped in front of the house. Its driver cut the engine, and then sat as if marshalling patience or resolve. Uncle Ray was 2 years free of the pulpit that had fit him as poorly as the clothes he was wearing now, some kind of English hunting get-up, baggy tweed pants, and a tweed jacket with large front panels of plaid wool. In later years he would switch to alphas and more of a Maastrichty resort wear vibe, but in snaps from the early 50s, he looks like he's planning to go off and shoot some partridges or appease Hitler. Uncle Ray lit a cigarette of his own and then came up the walk to the porch. The smirk and the swagger that had unaccountably chosen this man as the vehicle for their conquest of the world, or at least the Delmarva Peninsula, had reached some kind of new pinnacle of insufferability. "So where is she?" he said as he and my grandfather shook hands. "I don't know. She didn't leave a note." My grandfather shook his head. He stood up and fished his car keys out of the hip pocket of his jacket. "Where's the kid?" "Upstairs. She ready to go get her uncle some taffy. Says she doesn't want to. She's upset." Uncle Ray opened the front door. "Hey, Velvet," he called out. "Post time. Ray, I have to go, so go." At that moment another party of trick-or-treaters approached the house, followed by another, and by the time my grandfather was through dispensing pennies, his brother had returned. "She's getting her costume on," Uncle Ray said. He looked down at the split roll of coins. "Pennies. No candy. It got spoiled." Uncle Ray took the half roll and the two intact ones, and my grandfather started down the steps. "So where are you going?" "Hospital." "You think she's hurt?" He spoke in a whispery rasp. "You think she hurt herself?" "I don't know," my grandfather said, lowering his voice too. "What happens when you have a miscarriage? She was pregnant." I wouldn't know." "You wouldn't know." "I didn't know. I don't know." "Were you trying?" My grandparents had been trying to produce a child almost from their first night together. Purim 1947. At the beginning, it was an unarticulated hope, expressed only in a mutual disregard of birth control. A hope shared by many survivors of war and calamity to counter general death with a particular life, to light a candle in the universal night. Once they were married, they embarked on the project openly and deliberately, with a fixity of purpose that over time had faded in vigor as it became more awkward and painful to them both. The thought that my grandmother might finally have conceived their child was so welcome, so eagerly anticipated for so long, that for an instant the joy of it outweighed the concomitant dismay of understanding that, in this instance, a pregnancy would be only the necessary condition for its loss. "It's been discussed," my grandfather said. "So she's upset about that. It's natural. She'll just need a little time." I know, I'm sure you're right." The idea returned to him more clearly that the state of her mind was connected in some way to her menstrual cycle. Had the improvement in her mood since September been caused by an unsuspected pregnancy? Abruptly, he remembered her having woken him last night. She was sitting up, speaking French with the odd clarity of someone asleep and dreaming. When he asked her what was the matter, she had switched to English and told him they had to call someone to come take away the furnace in the basement right away. She could not or would not tell him why, but he must trust her that it had to be done, or something very bad would result. In a patronizing tone, it now made him wince to recall, he had assured her that he would put someone on the task of removing the furnace the very next morning. My grandmother had nodded and a moment later was lying down again, easing back into normal sleep. Or so my grandfather had assumed. Certainly he had gone back to sleep. But what if she had been up for the rest of the night after that, poor thing? What if her midnight outburst had marked the ebbing, along with the incipient life inside her, of whatever chemical benefit that pregnancy bestowed? He thought of her lying there, feeling herself sliding inexorably back to the place she had been last summer, frightened, alone, making disordered plans of escape, and it made his heart hurt. What did she think was happening in the basement? "You look worried," Uncle Ray said. "Don't worry." "I'm not worried," my grandfather said. "About what?" said my mother, coming out to the porch. She was wearing some old corduroy overalls over a pair of long johns, carrying a burlap sugar sack. Bare feet, an inverted metal saucepan for a hat. "No shoes," my grandfather said. "I saw the cartoon," my mother said. "He was barefoot. In this weather. Take it up with Walt Disney." "What a little brat you are," Uncle Ray said tenderly. "Candy apple seed." My mother reached into the sugar sack and took out a book, Worn Black Boards, No Jacket. "Here," she said to my grandfather. "What's this?" "Mama's book, for you to take to the station, the one she forgot." It was a tattered hardback copy of Tales with the marvelous Redon illustrations that my grandmother used when she read Poe on the crypt of Nevermore. "Right," my grandfather said. Uncle Ray's ear was attuned to the coded conversation of hustlers, cheats, and their confederates. "Nothing against Johnny here," he said. "But what happened to National Velvet?" He looked from my mother to my grandfather and back. "What?" "Sore subject," my grandfather said. In 1952, in Baltimore, an autumn haze was closer to smoke, and though the moon was high and nearly full, its light hung diffuse and opaque as if moonlight were only an inferior brand of darkness. As he patrolled Forest Park in his car that Halloween, looking for my grandmother, a check of nearby hospitals and police stations had turned up nothing. Most of what my grandfather saw was shadow. Then into a cone of streetlight or a lighted porch, there would burst a doctor and a dead man and a robot and a carrot and Abe Lincoln and a werewolf and a pharaoh and a fly. My grandfather had never seen so many kitchen broom witches, bedsheet ghosts, popgun sheriffs, a giant baby holding hands with a pint-sized gorilla, a tramp with a monocled millionaire, a dreamlike river of children coursing in and out of shadow, pooling on stoops, and out there somewhere a woman with a crack in her brain that was letting in shadows and leaking dreams. He sat stopped at a traffic signal, a turbulence of historic personages, zoo animals and career aspirations boiled surrealistically through his headlight beams, Viking horns, a giraffe's neck, a pink tutu, a Mounties campaign hat. My grandfather rolled down his window and called to ask if anyone had happened to see Nevermore, the Night Witch. Of course, they thought he was kidding around. "Ah," said the giraffe, dipping its papier-mâché head to sprint the rest of the way across the street in halfway mock alarm. "The Night Witch." "Don't scare me," said the Viking. With every corner my grandfather turned, his hope of spotting my grandmother would rekindle, and at the end of every block his heart would sink anew. After a while he noticed that the coveys and duckling chains of little kids were starting to give way to lurking platoons of older boys without costumes who loped crookedly, dragging cartoon burglar pillowcases from house to house and flicking furtive eggs at passing cars. When an egg was thrown, there would be a burp of tires, shouts of grievance and malediction, coyote yips of laughter. The night turned authentically menacing. My grandfather could not bear the thought of my grandmother abroad in it, hurting from the inside. Emptied out. She had been pregnant and she had miscarried, and then the voice or the thoughts or the memory that tormented her had returned. Her hidden history of loss, loss upon loss upon loss unending, flooding back into her body as that tablespoonful of life leaked out. Her true companion, her lover with his bleached bones showing and his maddened eyes. The view through the windshield swam. My grandfather pulled over to the curb, blocking someone's driveway, and cut the engine. He fought against the tears. They were nothing but tears of panic, and of all the emotions there was none more contemptible. He closed his eyes so that he would not have to see his breakdown witnessed by a world that had the strength to make him cry. After a minute he opened his eyes again. He lit a cigarette, and the nicotine seemed to organize his mind. Onbaw's lighter was cool against his palm, and from its engraved face a comforting gaze seemed to stare back at him through the pince-nez of Maltose, the imperturbable gaze of the man who had passed the lighter on to him, two glucose rings hooked together by a glycosidic bond. He lit another cigarette and began to conduct a review of methodology, as if it were not a lost woman he sought but simply a better means of seeking, a heuristic against loss. The effectiveness of a search of this kind depended on the amount of information available about the area to be searched, the number of searchers, and the cost in time elapsed. He knew Forest Park and the surrounding neighborhoods well enough, but he was alone and in a hurry. Was it best to start at some arbitrary perimeter and work inward toward an indefinite center, or to proceed by quarterings? The grid of streets to be covered was a mishmash of orthogonals and diagonals, and searching it posed interesting problems in topology. Clearly, any useful algorithm for maximizing the number of individual blocks searched at the lowest cost in time would have to integrate a Euclidean metric of distance, as covered by transverse streets, with a non-Euclidean metric of the zigzag distance, imposed by square city blocks. In this instance, the topological problem was complicated by the likelihood that the goal was not stationary, and indeed, at this moment might be riding the 33 streetcar, or getting into a murderer's Pontiac, or lying like a smashed kite at the foot of the Bromo-Seltzer Tower, or sunken, drowned, tugged along the bottom of the Patapsco River by the tide. In the meantime, it was almost 11 p.m. He had been driving around uselessly for hours. He decided to head toward the studios of WAM. Even when she was struggling with her moods, he thought, the woman never lost sight of her duties and commitments. In a dark period, her pain was usually intensified by the consciousness of falling down on the job as a mother, a wife, an employee, a friend. Sometimes knowing that she had some place to be or someone depending on her was enough to lift her above the darkness for an hour, for a day, for as long as the job was not done or the errand unaccomplished. However near to the edge of the map she might have sailed today, it was always possible that her Friday night gig was beacon enough to turn her back. Maybe she was there now, whitening her skin with a sponge of pancake makeup, painting ragged feathers along the ridge of her eyebrows. As he drove, he lit another cigarette with the flare of the lighter, and his thoughts found their way back to heuristics algorithms that offered shortcuts to solutions of complex problems, and an article he had read in Scientific American about a problem in the mathematics of graphing. You were a traveling salesman whose territory obliged you to cover N cities, with your heavy sample case and your fallen arches and your weariness of diner food and hotel beds. Because you missed your wife and your daughter, you wanted to visit each city in your territory only once and then return home, having traveled the shortest distance in the least amount of time. There were N1 possible routes, and if N wasn't too big, say 5 towns, you could sit down with your map and your distance table and your pencil and your incipient case of heartburn, and add it all up and see which of the 24 possible routes was the shortest. But once N got up into even the low 2 digits, the job of calculating the distances for each possible route, even if you were superhumanly quick with a sum, might take hundreds or thousands of years. With only 15 cities, there were 1 trillion possible routes. What you wanted, poor wandering and footsore salesman, was some kind of algorithm, an operational shortcut that would let you find the most efficient route without doing 1,000 years of math. So far, it turned out, there was no such algorithm. But my grandfather had read that a cash prize was being offered by the Rand Corporation in Santa Monica to the first person who came up with a workable heuristic that would solve the traveling salesman problem. Its solution, Rand felt, would open up all kinds of possibilities in the burgeoning field of operations research, a field that, as it happened, overlapped with the work he and Weinblatt were doing. He felt the faint stirring of an idea then, an approach to inertial navigation systems that would involve the heuristics of topological algorithms. It was a marvelous idea, and he backed away from it, giving it space. You could blow on a fire to stoke it, but if you blew on a little flame, it would go out. He headed up into Woodbury toward the studios of WAM. He imagined that he was the one who solved the traveling salesman problem and collected the cash prize. Clearly, the answer lay in the mathematics of linear functions. He might brush up on his Hamiltonian mechanics, dust off his knowledge of set theory. He saw himself accepting a check for the prize winnings, and then it was not at all unreasonable to imagine a job offer from his awestruck fellow boffins at Rand. Please, they would beg him, come out to Santa Monica, we need you. Come and work on this application of topology to navigation. Would he go? He pictured them, my grandmother, my mother, and himself, standing on the wooden deck of a house near the ocean. California. Nothing but sunshine and horizon, a place without shadows, far from the darkness of Europe and its history, that endless Halloween. He saw them walking down the beach with their trousers rolled. A child, their child, ran ahead of them, a brash little boy scattering seagulls. His heart swelled. It was all very pretty. It was as pretty as the solution to a problem in topology that would never be solved. He had reached the television studio up on its hill at the heart of town. It was a composite building, two boxes shoved together, a windowless stucco packing crate that held the studio floor next to a brick shoe box built in the style favored at the time for public schools and libraries, the bricks in long horizontal courses, the windows a horizontal strip. At this hour, most of the windows were dark. There were only two cars parked by the entrance, the crew parked in a garage at the back. In the lobby, the night man, Pat, ignored a banquette sofa and a coffee table shaped like a footprint with no toes. A selection of trade publications and magazines lay scattered across the coffee table. Pat was dressed like a policeman but in gray, with a peaked cap and a black necktie. With his blue eyes, gin blossoms, and dignified bearing, he reminded my grandfather of a seedier Bill Donovan. Pat took his job very seriously, believing, according to my grandmother, that when the local cadre got the word from Moscow, they would have orders to seize control of Guam. To repel the attack, poor Pat had been entrusted with only a letter opener in a leather pen cup, a flashlight, and a key ring, though tonight his arsenal had been supplemented with a pumpkin and a sheaf of Indian corn, which likely explained why he was always kind of a sourpuss. "I've been at my post since 8 o'clock, sir," Pat informed my grandfather. "I have not seen your wife, and you are not the first to come asking. Mr. Roberts been out here twice, see if she got here yet. Mr. Khan, too." My grandfather asked Pat if maybe he could speak with Mr. Roberts, the floor manager, or Mr. Khan, the director, or, seeing as how they were busy men who already had enough to worry about, if maybe he could just have a look around. Maybe his wife had come in earlier to find some prop or a music cue in the record library and fallen asleep in a chair in the artist's room. He believed in this possibility as he offered it, but as soon as it left his lips, it sounded unlikely, and Pat's face told him that he was talking nonsense. My grandfather had not only come here expecting to find his wife, he reminded himself. He had also come, complementarily, to strengthen the case for her having really disappeared. My grandfather remembered the book. "She's going to need this," he said. "When she gets here, she's on her way, be here any minute." He held up the collection of Poe. "Yeah," Pat said. "What's on tonight?" "Metzengerstein. Never read him, he any good." "Tune in tonight," my grandfather said. "Judge for yourself." He pointed to the big 21-inch RCA television mounted in a heavy oak cabinet behind Pat's desk. Permanently tuned to Channel 13, presently showing a movie my grandfather didn't recognize. John Wayne was underwater, bare-chested, fighting a giant octopus with a knife. "Oh, I don't watch your missus anymore," Pat said. "I have to turn down the sound when she comes on. Nice lady, pretty lady, but she gives me a fantod, meaning no offense. Pat, please, I need to find her." "Well, all right then, you have a seat," Pat said. "I'll go find Mr. Khan." Pat went through the door that led to the main corridor running between the two halves of the TV station. My grandfather lingered at the counter, running his fingers across the tuck-and-roll surface of the pumpkin. He wondered why one hemisphere of a pumpkin always seemed to be as smooth as polished stone, while the other was always streaked and warded with some mysterious cement. After a minute, Pat had not returned. My grandfather went to the banquette with its legs of bent rebar, and though sitting was the last thing he wanted to do, he forced himself to sit. He shuffled through the magazines, broadcast news, sponsor, advertising age, a ring, a couple of old New Yorkers. One New Yorker somebody had left open to an advertisement with a cartoon drawing of a dismayed fisherman reeling in a boot. My grandfather sympathized. Then, in the column of text that ran down the page alongside the advertisement, his gaze caught on the hook of a capital V, separated by a hyphen from the numeral 2. The article was entitled, "A Romantic Urge." Its author's name was Daniel Lang. Over the course of several pages in the middle of the issue for the week of April 21, 1951, over a year and a half ago, Lang revealed to the literate, Dunhill-smoking, triple-sec, drinking American public that the man behind Germany's fearsome V-2 rocket was now living happily in Huntsville, Alabama, and working as a top scientist along with many other former Nazi men of science in the U.S. Army's guided missile program. My grandfather had heard reports of something like this, with no mention of Wernher von Braun, and they had been vague enough for him to dismiss from his mind. It appeared, however, that not only von Braun, but the better part of the German rocket program, more than 100 men captured by the U.S. military's wartime Operation Paperclip, had been transplanted to El Paso, and then to Huntsville, where they were now being paid excellent salaries, learning to eat tamales and grits, driving around in their Chevys wearing cowboy hats, and providing the United States with a missile capable of putting a nuclear warhead in the middle of downtown Moscow. Lang characterized Operation Paperclip as having been a treasure hunt and its operatives as talent scouts. Lang was charmed by von Braun, with his blonde hair and his buoyant manner, and his protestations of innocent indifference to the strange ways of generals and Führers. Von Braun was quoted to the effect that it made as much sense to blame a rocket scientist, who had wanted only to blaze a trail to other planets, for the deaths and destruction caused by the V-2 as it did to blame Einstein for the bomb. Lang characterized the man my grandfather knew to have held the rank of SS Sturmbannführer Major as a civilian, a man of peace, a reluctant warrior with his head in the clouds. He referred to the mechanized slave pit Nordhausen, where the V-2 rockets had been assembled as a production plant staffed by Russian POWs. "This is not good," Bari Khan said. My grandfather looked up. The director was a good-looking kid, one of those new post-war intellectual young Jews who dressed like a hoodlum in motorcycle jackets, rolled dungarees, never a tie. Behind him, Pat stood shaking his head, looking at once reproachful and satisfied, as if he had predicted that nothing good would come of him going off to look for Mr. Khan, or of my grandfather marrying a woman like my grandmother. "Where the hell is she, man? What am I supposed to put on the air in 25 minutes? The telephone behind the reception counter rang and rang again. Pat went around behind the counter and answered on the fourth ring. "Wham!" He listened. His yellowed eyes, forked with pink, rolled toward my grandfather. "He's right here." Pat handed my grandfather the receiver. "It's your brother." Less than a minute later, having spoken fewer than 5 words to the individual on the other end of the call, the husband of Nevermore, the Night Witch, hung up the phone. He turned to Bari Khan. The tough-looking young Jew took a step backward, stumbling a little in his haste. His gaze was fixed on the point of the letter opener my grandfather held in his right hand. The blade of the letter opener was smeared, as with gore, with a film of orange pulp. "Easy now," said Bari Khan. In 2014, when I interviewed Khan at his daughter's home in Owings Mills, Maryland, the phrase he used to describe my grandfather at this moment was almost identical to the one employed by the anonymous witness who would be quoted on May 25, 1957, in the New York Daily News. "I've never seen anyone so angry in my life." My grandfather took a folded handkerchief from his hip pocket and used it to wipe the pulp from the blade of the letter opener, then dropped it back in the leather pen cup. He turned to Bari Khan and handed him the pumpkin. "Here you go," he said. While he'd been on the phone hearing the news that Uncle Ray tracked him down to pass along, my grandfather had used the letter opener to carve Punch Out, really a ragged parody of a human face. It had holes for eyes, a slit for a nose, a bent, moronic leer. "What's this?" Khan didn't want to take the pumpkin. He took it nevertheless. "Her understudy," my grandfather said. He went to the coffee table and picked up the April 21, 1951 issue of the New Yorker. He held it up and took Ornbaugh's lighter from his pocket and set fire to a corner of the magazine. When the magazine had caught, he dropped it in a metal wastebasket by the station's front door. "Happy Halloween," he said. A fire blazed up in the wastebasket. The metal rumbled with heat and then fell silent as the flame died away. The Carmel, corner of Caroline and Biddle, an eminence of brick behind an iron gate in a high brick wall, windows like slits behind heavy jalousies, steep roof castellated with dormers, a house of refuge or penitence, but either way a house built to estrange its occupants from the world. On the roof the tall white cross, that high diver with arms outspread. My grandfather had been instructed to use the back door. He parked the car on Caroline and found the alleyway promised by the prioress of the Carmel. It was an old East Baltimore alleyway paved unevenly in stones that made him wobbly at the ankles. The prioress had said to look for a steel door with a granite step. Beside the door he would see a little crank for the doorbell. On no account was he to crank it. At this hour of the night, she had told him, the Carmel was ruled by silence, or under a rule of silence, or words to that effect. They would hear him coming before he even had time to knock. The prioress had struck him over the phone as a woman accustomed to taking matters in hand. "It was hard to know how best to serve your wife when she got here," she had told him when he'd called the number she'd left with Uncle Ray. "I settled on a cup of tea and a pillow." Everything was as the prioress had promised. Steel door with a sheen of moonlight, wide stone step for the leaving of deliveries, donations, and foundlings. Crank like the handle on a pepper mill below a plaque that bore the duplicitous suggestion "turn." As my grandfather raised his hand to knock, a bolt slid back and the door swung inward. In the open doorway, surrounded by shadow, a round face hung pale and disembodied, a full moon painted on a theater drop. Mother Mary Joseph, the face twisted with amusement, annoyance, or disdain. Its owner drew back a step, and my grandfather saw that she was barely out of her teens and likely nobody's mother in any sense of the word. It was the flowing brown scapular that had made her face seem to hang bodiless in the dark. The scapular gave off a clean smell of lavender and steam. The young nun invited him in with an awkward chopping gesture, like someone trying to wave away a bee. He stepped over the threshold of the Carmel. Snow shovels, sandbags, a hand truck, rolls of strapping tape, some old bicycles, all labeled, everything stacked on shelves or hung from hooks. A menagerie of overshoes, Wellingtons, and galoshes. And a second nun, an ancient woman, swarthy and whiskered and crooked like a finger. The moment my grandfather came through, this tiny personage hurled herself at the heavy door and shoved it to, and the young nun drove home the deadbolt. With the breach sealed, the air in the Carmel's basement corridor seemed to thicken with silence. It was like putting in a pair of earplugs. You could hear yourself swallowing, the click of your neck bones. The nuns slid past him, keeping their eyes downcast, away from the service entry. "I'm here to see my wife," my grandfather said. His voice was a blare, a racket. He started to apologize, but the nuns were moving away from him down a hallway of painted cinder block. Bare bulbs, a green and white chessboard of linoleum polished to a high shine, as from constant sweeping by the hems of habits. The nuns were heading toward a stairwell at the far end. They went with a kind of slow urgency, like they were carrying iron kettles full of boiling water. At the bottom of the stairwell they stopped. This was as far as they planned to travel in my grandfather's company. The old nun unbent one gnarled hand and uplifted its palm. My grandfather nodded, pointlessly since they had yet to look at him. He started up the stairs. The unspoken apology lingered at the tip of his tongue. "I'm sorry," he said when he reached the first-floor landing. The prioress was waiting for him, a handsome woman tented in a great volume of brown serge like a pylon planted in the doorway to block his path. Her voice was barely louder than a whisper, yet not the least bit soft. It carried. It expected to be heard. "Are you now?" she said. And why would that be? She had 3 inches and 30 pounds on him, and she looked him right in the eye. She wore a pair of men's eyeglasses, circular black frames with thick lenses. "For the intrusion," my grandfather said. "For the late hour. There's nothing to apologize for. I told you to come." He followed her down another hallway. The flooring here was some kind of hardwood, spotless and redolent of beeswax. Her habit trailed the same good smell of serge, freshly laundered and ironed. She led him past unmarked doors, a radiator, a statuette of some naked martyr in ecstasy or torment, a framed portrait of a beautiful nun interrupted, while writing in a book with a quill pen, by the appearance of a giant human heart in the blue sky over her head. The airborne heart was being pierced by a giant arrow. Maybe she was writing about that. The pipes of the radiator rang with steam hammers, and the hallway was uncomfortably warm. Down toward the end of the hall was a door with a tin plaque that read "Infirmary," black letters on white enamel. "Wait," the prioress said. Again she interposed her body between my grandfather and the place where he needed to go. She opened the infirmary door enough to look in, and gave a little grunt, somewhere between enlightenment and annoyance. She closed the door and turned to face my grandfather. Behind the lenses of her eyeglasses, the look in her eyes was compassionate without being friendly. "Come with me, please. Is she in there?" "Yes, come with me. Sister, please." She was pointing to the next door down the hall. It stood ajar. "You have a decision to make, and right now too little information for making it." By chance or instinct, she had hit on the type of reasoning that could move my grandfather. After a moment of hesitation, he gave in and followed her into the room next to the infirmary. It was unmarked. She switched on a bare light overhead, revealing a desk and 2 bentwood chairs, a tall shelf crowded with dull-looking texts, an empty mesh wastebasket, and a metal filing cabinet. The surface of the desk was bare but for a blotter, a dreadnought telephone of the 1930s, and a framed photograph of that era's Pope sitting smugly on a throne, wearing a hat that looked like a white yarmulke. My grandfather took the seat across from hers. "It's a very long time, I've no doubt, since a man set foot in this room," she said, her tone disapproving and a touch melancholy. "Ordinarily, you and I ought to be separated by a screen of some kind. Is that the information I'm going to need to make my decision?" The smart remark seemed to take them both a little by surprise. The prioress looked at him through half-lowered eyelids. "Maybe so," she said mysteriously after a moment. "Now, I gave your wife some tea. You mentioned that. Valerian tea. It has sedative properties." "Yes. And now she's gone and fallen asleep." "Ah," she was wrung out. "I know you're anxious to see her, my friend, but tonight we must let her sleep. Sister, of course it's inconvenient. You came all the way over here, and I'm sure you're very concerned. Of course you are. I see it on your face. But you'll agree, won't you, that it would be an unkindness to wake her? Please, go home. Come back in the morning or as soon as you can tomorrow. We'll look after her until then." "Sister, truly, I appreciate the concern and the care you've already taken with her, but I just want to take her home. Tonight, now. I see. And are you sure that she'll want to go home with you? What are you getting at? Don't take offense, please. I may be a nun, but I am also a woman, and thus very sure that I know much more about men in general and husbands in particular than you do. My question was reasonable. If she wants so very much to be at home with you, then why isn't she there at home with you right now?" It was a fair question, he had to admit. "She went out, she left. She was upset." "Friend, let me tell you something. Your wife wasn't upset. She was out of her cotton-picking mind. She seemed to listen to the echo of the phrase as it faded. She looked satisfied by the sound of it. Did you actually see her? Did you witness her behavior at any point this evening? No. Did you hear her? Did you hear the language that came flying out of her mouth? I was at work, my grandfather said. When I got home, she had already left. I didn't realize right away. I see, the prioress said. Listen, do you know how I found you tonight? How I happened to know your name, how I came to have your telephone number? I assumed. I figured she asked you to call. She did not say one word about you as a matter of fact, not in my hearing. I knew your name because, when was it, maybe 2 or 3 months back, your wife left a check for $500 in our charity box, drawn on your joint checking account. I never cashed it. It was so much money. I felt it might be taking advantage. In any case, I kept the check. Your name was printed on it. That's how I knew how to reach you. You're saying she's been here before. Your wife has been coming to our special Sisters in Prayer service. It's open to all women of faith, one Sunday a month for, it must be a year now. The compassion that had never entirely left her eyes, even when she was exercised and aggravated with my grandfather, now seemed to give way to outright pity. You didn't know, she said. No, but you do know. Forgive me, my friend. You do know that your wife isn't just upset. You do understand that she's mentally ill. He did understand it, but he had never said the words aloud or to himself, or even permitted himself to squarely think the thought. The thing she was saying tonight, the prioress closed her eyes and shook her head a little, calling herself a witch, a night witch, if you please, calling herself liar, bad mother, whore, and worse, telling me I killed my baby tonight. Saying she had, if you please, been violated sexually by a horse that had no skin, and that after it was over she went to the toilet and looked in and saw her baby floating in there. These words came out in a rush as if the prioress could not wait to get them out of her mouth and be done with them. You've never heard talk like that from her. She never put it like that. Finally, well, I had enough, I suppose. I'm sitting with her, right beside her. I give her the tea and I tell her, now that's enough, no more of that talk, and she does calm down and she looks at me and she takes my hands in hers. I feel safe here, she says. I only feel safe here, I want to stay. I have a vocation, mother, she says. I'm called. My grandfather surprised both of them. He laughed. That is crazy, he said. First of all, she's married to me. Second of all, she has a daughter who's 11 years old. And third, she's a Jew. The prioress wanted to remind him that many women born Jewish had lived out their lives in orders. He could see it on her face. No doubt there were plenty of nuns who had children and ex-husbands too. It's not necessarily crazy, the prioress said. But in this instance, I happen to agree with you. She may very well have a vocation. It isn't for me and you to say if she does or she doesn't. She can't stay here, though, not like this. And yet, please, my friend, let's be honest with each other and with ourselves. She can't go home either. My grandfather started to protest, but she raised a pale hand. Her palm at the base of each finger was studded with calluses like ivory buttons. My grandfather closed his mouth. I'm not a psychiatrist, the prioress said, and you are her husband, and so naturally and rightly it must be your decision, and I will defer to it as I must. But I am a trained nurse, I'll have you know. And I do have experience in these matters. And I can tell you without a nickel's worth of doubt that your wife needs to be under a doctor's care, a psychiatrist's care. Your wife needs to be in a mental hospital, friend, getting medical treatment, while I and all the sisters in this house pray for her recovery. A floorboard creaked. The prioress looked up and my grandfather turned to the door. A nun stood in the doorway, small, thin, something mouse-like in her long nose and the front teeth that showed in the parting of her lips. She lowered her eyes to the floor when my grandfather looked at her. Is she awake, Sister Cyril? Sister Cyril nodded. And she seems happy. She looked up, a flash of defiance in her voice, and met my grandfather's gaze. Sister Cyril lowered her head again. She says she wants to tell him about her vocation. The prioress regarded my grandfather, who sat in the chair knowing that he needed to get up and go to his wife and grab her and take her out of this place, unable to proceed any further in his thought or action than that. He didn't know where to take her. He did not have the faintest idea where a woman like my grandmother could ever possibly belong. "What do I do?" my grandfather said. "What do I say to her?" The prioress waved a hand at Sister Cyril. "Sister Cyril, please return to your duty." "Yes, mother. You may tell her that her husband will be in shortly to see her." The prioress waited until Sister Cyril had retreated from the room and the creaking of the floorboards in the hallway had faded away. "What do you say to her?" "Well, friend, not as a matter of policy, but just for the moment," Mother Mary Joseph said, "I might encourage you to lie." The small room was all crosshatchings of shadow, like a lesson in shading a sphere, an arc of darkness wrapped around a circle of gray with a bright spot a bit off-center. The bright spot was my grandmother. All the light in the sad little room seemed to be radiating from her. She was sitting up in the iron infirmary bed, hands reposed on the bedsheet where it had been folded back over the wool blanket. No makeup. Hair tied back with an unmistakable severity. He had never seen her look more beautiful. "You really do understand?" "Yes, darling, of course. This is the only place I can be safe. I know. I want us all to be safe. I want our daughter to be safe. Yes, it is too dangerous when I am outside of this place. I understand. Yes, you are a soldier. You understand about a calling. One have to make a sacrifice." He knew he ought not interpret or take to heart anything she said while in this state. He could almost hear the prioress advising him so. He knew my grandmother was under the delusion that she was about to take orders as a Carmelite novice, and that the sacrifice implied was of worldly ties and not of their daughter, as on some pagan altar daubed with the blood of a mare. He could not keep the image out of his head, a knife, my mother's pale throat. He shuddered. "Okay. It's really okay, of course." She lifted her arms from the bed and he stepped into them, a smell of Castile soap, a hint of mothballs. "You are so good," she said. "Thank you." He stood hunched over, a crick in his neck. Her cheek was wet against his. On a chest of drawers by the bed, next to what he recognized as her copy of the Fioretti, there was a portrait of Jesus Christ. It was a modern litho, rendered with photographic realism, propped up in a metal 8x10 frame. Jesus looked like Guy Madison with a beard and Lauren Bacall's hair. His gaze was leveled at my grandfather. No doubt his expression was meant to be compassionate, but to my grandfather it looked merely pitying. He remembered how, in the war, he had watched an old priest administer last rites to a dying German civilian and been moved by the Latin words and the message of peace he could sense encoded in them. But this pretty boy Jesus just gave him the creeps. "You had your shot, Buster," this Jesus seemed to be saying with those smoldering Guy Madison eyes. "You lost her." My grandfather worked himself free of her arms and drew back until he could look her in the face. If her expression had been vacant, the way books led you to expect nobody home, it might have been easier to bear or at least to accept. When something was gone, it was gone. But my grandmother's eyes were not vacant. They were filled to overflowing. Her face was busy with all the usual traffic in intelligence and feeling. At some level, surely, she must know that all this vocation business was nonsense, impossible, a charade. She must know that tomorrow, next week, after a couple months of rest and soothing chats with a top psychiatrist, it would pass. "You know this will pass," she said, stopping his heart. "I see how you are so sad. Jesus sees, too. He will comfort you." "No need," my grandfather said, resisting the urge to address the picture of Jesus. "I'm fine. We'll be fine. I'll see you tomorrow." She laughed. She thought that was adorable. "It doesn't work that way, silly." He couldn't take any more. She held on to his hand. "I want to show you something." "What's that?" "It's our sweet baby," she said. She reached for the little brown Fioretti and allowed it to fall open between her hands to a place marked by a playing card. blue-backed with a pattern of white crescent moons. Deftly, her fingers dealt him the card, but he did not care to see its face and would not turn it over. When he got home that night, my grandfather found Uncle Ray and my mother asleep on the couch in front of the television set. It was long past sign-off. Random sample ants of wild signal swarmed the screen. All the lights were out, and the gray radiance of television static bled the room of color. Uncle Ray was sitting up at one end of the couch with his chin sunk to his chest. My mother lay across the cushions in her corduroy overalls, knees pulled to her chest, head in Uncle Ray's lap. Her lips were stained a dark shade of what my grandfather presumed, judging from a half-eaten candy apple that lay upside down and stuck to the coffee table, to be red. Uncle Ray's outstretched right arm lay along the length of my mother's body from her shoulder to her hip. It was an innocent, tender scene. It disturbed my grandfather. The glow of the television disturbed him. It made him think of will-o'-the-wisp, the radiance of decay. Ignis fatuus, the light of an old magazine full of old news burning in a trash bin, the flicker of genius insight that had caught in his mind that evening as he was driving around Forest Park looking for my grandmother. He tried to rekindle it now. A phantom boy scampering down the beach at sunset. The Rand Corporation, the traveling salesman problem. Topographic heuristics applied to the problem of dead reckoning in inertial guidance. He chased the foolish fire a moment longer, verging on it. And it winked out and was gone, never to return. What did it matter? It was going to cost a fortune to hospitalize my grandmother, get her the care she needed. The adventure of Patapsco engineering was over for him. He would have to get Weinblatt to buy him out and find more reliable work, a regular paycheck. He went to the television. Just before he switched it off, the foam of entropy brimming from the screen seemed to reverse, to organize itself into a familiar pattern. For a few seconds my grandfather stood motionless, the hair standing up on the back of his neck, as a coherent image appeared on the television screen. Holes for eyes, nose a slash of black, jagged jack-o'-lantern grin. When he read in the paper afterward that for the final transmission of the Crypt of Nevermore, Bari Khan had taken the butchered pumpkin, put a candle inside, and let the play of the little flame fill the next 45 minutes of dead air, my grandfather wondered. He wondered if an image could be retained by the phosphor coating of a cathode tube, or if it had bounced off some angle of the atmosphere and returned, an electronic revenant. He switched off the television. The face lingered in negative on his retinas until, like a will-o'-the-wisp, like a flash of insight, it faded and winked out. After that, until his eyes adjusted, the room was dark. Remember that book I used to love, strangely enough? I asked my mother that afternoon at my kitchen table as we stood looking down at the grinning horse skull with its mad mandala eyes. Strangely enough, by C.B. Colby, a nonfiction collection of pieces about unexplained incidents and paranormal events, had been a staple of the Scholastic Book Club in the 1960s and 70s, and among the key texts of my childhood. There was a piece in there, something kind of similar. A transmission, the call sign of a TV station in Houston, Texas, appeared one day out of the blue on televisions over in England, I think it was. But like years later, after the station that broadcast it had gone out of business, nobody knew where the signal came from or where it was before it reappeared. Huh, my mother said. So maybe what Grandpa saw was something like that. My mother looked at me. She'd had a couple of slugs of Drambuie by then, and the look in her eyes did not trouble to be merciful. Maybe not, I said. She put the skull back into the middle of the stained towel and wrapped it up. She set the bundled skull into the old crow box. I found a roll of packing tape, and she sealed the box along every seam as though to prevent any future exposure or possibly escape of its contents. She left with the box under her arm, and I have not seen it, and we have not discussed it since. There were a lot of painters living at Fontana Village. They painted detailed oil portraits of World War II aircraft, still lifes with seashells, nostalgia-browned scenes of shtetl weddings. They exhibited their work in the lobby of the Activity Center at the annual holiday art fair. Sally Sitchell was not that kind of painter. She had studied at Pratt and taught painting at UC Davis with Arneson and Thibaud. Joan Mitchell was the bridesmaid at her first wedding. Her work was not well known. My grandfather, whose idea of great painting began with Winslow Homer and ended with Analog magazine cover artist Kelly Freas, had never heard of her, but she was hardly unknown. Her canvases hung in museums and on the walls of collectors as far away as Japan. Back when SF MoMA was still in the War Memorial Veterans Building, they used to keep a small Sitchell in a dim corner, where I paid it a visit once not long after my grandfather's death. Like most of Sally's work from the 60s, it seemed to be rooted in some dense and private mathematics. Its lacework of parabolas and angles red-orange against titanium white confused the eye. Retinal afterimages turned the white regions to jumping blue-green neon. When she met my grandfather, she had been a widow for less than 2 months, but she had been alone and grieving for much longer than that. Leslie Port, her third husband, had succumbed, slowly at first and then in a dizzying rush, to an unspecified disease that my grandfather only later came to realize must have been AIDS. The disease was poorly understood at the time, and Leslie's care was a prolonged bout of expensive flailing. Though Les had worked for years at Hewlett-Packard, he helped to invent the screen-end button interface used by ATM machines and gas pumps all over the world and made a good living. In time, his treatment devoured his savings, along with all of Sally's mental and emotional resources. Along the road to his death were wild switchbacks in diagnosis, prognosis, and prescription. Leslie's first wife and 3 adult children with their spouses and ex-spouses formed a repertory company of guilt, cluelessness, and resentment that seized upon each reversal to stage marathon productions. Sally told my grandfather she had not touched a paintbrush in 3 years. "I haven't had the time," she said. "Or if I had time, then I didn't have the energy. I was too tired. I'm still tired." They were lying on their backs in my grandfather's bed, a queen. My grandfather lay on the side, the left, that had been the haunt of his insomnia, dreams, and cares for all the years of his marriage and then widowhood. In that long desert region of the mattress, there was now, astonishingly, the warm body of a woman and a smell of amber and cloves. It was their second night together. She had begun with her head nestled against his shoulder, but his shoulder was too bony and her cheek was too hot. The name of her perfume was opium, and he found the smell of it alarming, but he liked the rasp of her low voice in the dark. She had been telling him her life story in scattered chapters with footnotes and asides. Her story was 72 years long. He still had not made an appointment with the specialist, nor said anything to Sally about the funny numbers on his blood panel. That was all she needed, another sick man on her hands, but he had a feeling he would not live to hear the whole Megillah. "Do you miss it?" my grandfather said. Sweat prickled on his skin as it evaporated in the air conditioning. He shivered and moved a little nearer to her. "Not really." She stopped talking. My grandfather regretted having interrupted the flow of her autobiography with an unnecessary question. Then she said, "I take it back. I do miss it. How interesting. I didn't realize until you asked me. Sorry." "For what?" "Giving you something new to miss." "That's all right," Sally said. God knows it's better than missing Ramon. The next day he drove her to an art supply store in Fort Lauderdale. She bought an easel, a drop cloth, a roll of canvas, stretchers, gesso, brushes, several tubes of cadmium, alizarin, and cobalt paint, and 2 cartons of titanium in pots, one bleached, one unbleached. He lifted the cartons out of her shopping cart and set them on the counter for the cashier to ring up. "What's with all the white?" he said. Sally raised an eyebrow. Her hair was tied in a scarf patterned with blue and green Matisse cutouts, and she was wearing a faded shirt with a button-down collar, blue pinstripes on white. The collar was unbuttoned enough to betray the scalloped lace trim of her brassiere. "Think I'm just going to come out and tell you," she said. Just like that. It had been years since my grandfather had been competently teased by an attractive woman. This turned out to be a thing he had not known that he was missing. "Is it a secret?" "Of course it's a secret. Don't you know anything about art?" "Art, Carney. Oi, you promised no puns. I know next to nothing about art. Even I don't know the reason why all the white, that's how secret it is." They drove back to Fontana Village, and my grandfather helped Sally carry her supplies into her house. The still unfurnished guest bedroom had a sliding glass door that filled it with morning sun. They put all of the supplies in there in an orderly jumble. Sally laughed her raucous laugh. "This is such bullshit," she said. "Come back in 2 weeks, I guarantee you it will all be sitting there like that, untouched. So long as you don't go untouched that whole time." "My God, you are such a pervert. Stop. Go kill your snake." "No." My grandfather put his arms around Sally's hips and pulled her toward him. She was wearing a pair of loose white pasha pants with an elastic waistband. His hands plunged past that and the lace waistband of her panties. He availed himself of 2 handfuls of her ass. It was not an inordinately large ass, yet the heft of it seemed to connect him to an immense source of gravitation, one for which he was belatedly grateful, as though for a long time he had been weightless and drifting. "I was planning to feed you first," Sally said. "All right," said my grandfather. He reached out with a foot to hook the canvas dropcloth, bundled into its plastic package. He slid it across the floor and eased himself down onto it, kneeling on this impromptu cushion at her feet. "Good Lord," Sally said, and then, "Oh my." He pulled down her pants and panties and contemplated the graying hair that thatched her belly. It grew sparse but long and very soft against the fingers. He put his cheek to her belly. The soft gray-blonde hair rustled in his ear. The smell of her cunt reached his nostrils, not yet familiar, no longer strange. He tried and failed to compare it to the remembered smell of my grandmother's cunt. It had simply been too long, too goddamn long. "Feed me," he said. "No puns," Sally reminded him, lowering herself with a certain careless care onto the floor of the borrowed condominium. "You promised." 21, my grandfather took Diddins to see the rocket in the clearing and reported the basic details of its location and condition. He indicated that he planned to act on further V2-related intelligence without mentioning von Braun, and left Diddins in charge of bagging and tagging the rocket for shipment west. He left Diddins in ignorance of his actual plans as much and as long as he could. He told himself he would move faster and smarter alone, but the truth was that he was grieving for Onbaugh, and like a lot of grieving people who keep a habitual distance from their emotions, he thought that being alone was what he needed. He shook hands with the old people in turn. He put 2 cartons of Chesterfields and a cigar of unknown provenance into the old priest's hands. The priest kissed my grandfather on the cheek and blessed his journey in rapid Latin. Frayeline Judith received 2 cans of sweetened condensed milk, a box of saltines, and the February 7, 1944, issue of Life, which had mysteriously appeared in my grandfather's rucksack the day after he and Onbaugh followed the 104th Infantry into Köln. The cover was a picture of George Bernard Shaw. In return, my grandfather received a cold stare, a granite handshake, and a small, dusty wheel of cheese. "What the hell?" Diddins said. "Where are you going?" He had woken feeling tender and green at the gills, but having thrown up a few times in the pigsty, polished off the last bottle of wine, and had a tramp through the woods to see the magnificent beast of legend, he seemed back to his old querulous self. "I'll be back," my grandfather lied. "I just want to have a look around." You wait for the transport crew to show, help them get the firecracker loaded. My grandfather had given Diddins credit for the find. It was the arrow in the foot that led them to the priest who had led them to the V2. "You have a job to do," Diddins warned my grandfather. Only reason you're here in the middle of all this shit. I'm going to get that Von Braun, he said. That's my job. Yeah, what are you gonna do when you find him? Hey, kiss him on the lips. He put on a Southern Belle voice. Sweet Wernher, baby, your rocket gives me such a hard-on. Let me suck it. Probably. Oh, Wernher, your Von is so brawn. My grandfather never saw Diddens again. He walked out of the farmyard and down the road as far as the first crossroads. Almost immediately, he heard the rumble of engines and the crunch of a truck transmission being skillfully abused. 2 half-tracks, an armored car, and a deuce-and-a-half mess truck belonging to the 869th Field Battalion of the 65th Infantry Division rolled past. They had become separated from the rest of the division in the night and were heading to Paderborn, where the cooks riding in the deuce-and-a-half had orders to provide every ghee they could find with a pancake breakfast. Paderborn was more or less on the way to Nordhausen, the last known whereabouts, to my grandfather at least, of von Braun. My grandfather climbed into the back of the deuce-and-a-half with sacks of flour, stacked cartons of powdered eggs, 2 steel drums of corn syrup. He fell asleep before he could even finish cautioning himself not to fall asleep. When he woke up, the truck was grinding and bucking, and he could hear the driver swearing up in the cab. When he'd flagged down the deuce-and-a-half, my grandfather had noted the insignia painted on its front passenger door, a red spot on a gold shield. Beneath this a legend crudely lettered in white paint informed the curious that this truck, whose name was Big Leg Woman, had been driven continuously since June 1944, from Omaha Beach to the Ardennes, by Corporal Melvin Fish, of the Red Ball Express. Corporal Fish would be accustomed to driving on fucked-up roads by now, but this one seemed to be giving him trouble. My grandfather poked his head out of the back of the truck. It appeared that some brave tactician had decided to toss a stray unit of motorcycle infantry over his shoulder to cover the SS retreat from the neighborhood. 2 or 3 dozen bikes with sidecars, a couple of squat Kubelwagens, a unit of 105 priests on a hilltop to the west had caught the German cyclists on a stretch of open ground. For 100 yards the road was a chicane of wrecked machines and dead men sunk in a churn of mud. It had not rained for several days, and this was not natural mud. It had been compounded by truck tires and caterpillar treads from dust and blood, and whatever homebrew sauce the Krauts were putting in their engines as it leaked from busted fuel tanks to puddle in the ruts. There was hair in the mud. The soldiers, insofar as my grandfather could distinguish their features in the impasto of their bodies, had been the greenest of boys. For the moment my grandfather was more interested in the condition of the motorcycles. Even before the artillery got to them, they must have been a sorry sight, fruit of the scrap yard, hybrid freaks. Bicycle parts pressed into ad hoc service, a sidecar that seemed to have been formed from a galvanized steel wash tub, tires piebald with patches. Bicycles, arrows. Soon they would be throwing bricks and rocks. They were already throwing the bodies of their children. A little way up the grassy slope that had served the gunners for a bowling alley, a German officer sat on his bike. As Big Leg Woman skidded and fishtailed past him, his left eye seemed to fix on my grandfather, hanging out of the back of the truck. The right side of the officer's skull and most of his face, apart from the staring eye, had been shot away. A spray of fine hair clung like dry grass to the blackened cliff of his parietal bone, fluttering in the breeze. His caked boots were planted solidly on either side of what appeared to be a nicely intact motorcycle, low-slung, and painted an incongruous shade of khaki. He had a grown man's build, broad shoulders drawn back to lend his posture a hint of defiance. His gloved fists were locked around the grips of his motorcycle's handlebars. Maybe he had peeled away from his unit up the rise, hoping to draw the fire of the guns, or had hoped to rally his teenage fusiliers for a suicidal uphill charge toward them. As the convoy of trucks weaved and ground their way through the wreckage, one of the geese predictably took offense at or could not resist the remnant of that blond head on those arrogant shoulders. He drew his Colt and took a few half-hearted pot shots to no effect. Then he got serious and the head burst into red mist. The carcass with no head stayed smartly upright, straddling the motorcycle. My grandfather jumped down from the back of the truck, sinking into the grim slurry to his ankles. Like the mud itself, the stench of the mud was an amalgam only war could concoct, like the smell when MP delousing crews made POWs take off their clothes and boots, and the rancid butter gas of unwashed feet combined with armpit and the naphtha burn of bug spray. My grandfather found Corporal Fish's puzzled face in the right-hand rearview mirror. He waved his thanks for the lift. The road sucked at his boots. He reached the shoulder and scrambled up to the headless officer. A dense mesh of flies busied themselves in the air just above the decapitated stump, as if attempting to weave themselves into a makeshift head. Apart from the stump, which revealed more than my grandfather cared to learn just then about the structural anatomy of the throat and upper vertebrae and the appetite of flies, there was nothing to suggest that the officer, a lieutenant like my grandfather, was prepared to relinquish the motorcycle. Even without his head, he maintained his rigid posture, his air of having dug his heels in. "Enough already," my grandfather said. "We get it." He took a breath. He worked his arms around the upper torso from behind, turning his face away from the meat and the frenzy of flies. Powerful impulses of his nervous system urged him just to yank the carcass loose and drop or even hurl it to the ground. He forebore. He worked the hands free of the grips with a few gentle twists. He eased the carcass off the seat, hoisted it up, and swung it until the farther leg came away free. He laid the body supine on the grass like he was helping a drunk to bed. Still holding his breath, my grandfather stripped the body of rifle, cartridge box, and gloves. Black leather gauntlets, heavy and cuffed, very Nazi. He pulled them on. The black leather was spattered with blood. He wiped his hands on the dead officer's uniform trousers. He went back to take a look at the motorcycle, a Zundap. It was filthy but appeared to have been well maintained. It was an uncomplicated machine. Engine and gearbox hung on a skeleton like the spread finger bones of a bat. A shaft drove the rear wheel and, he noted, the sidecar's wheel. Ignition on the gearshift mount. 4 speeds. Canvas cover over the sidecar as if the late operator had been accustomed to solitary rides. Apart from the black rubber grips, the seat and tires, and the steel caps of the jerrycans, the whole thing was painted a matte shade of desert tan. Stenciled on the nose of its sidecar, a cute little white palm tree hid modestly behind a white swastika. The Zundap had an air of misplacement, a Central Park polar bear in August. In 1990, as in 1945, my grandfather was willing to devote a minute to pondering the mysteries of the Zundap's journey from the Maghreb to the Westerwald, and the long downward journey of the Wehrmacht itself from the days of Rommel and the Afrika Korps. He climbed on. The driver of a passing Willys tapped his horn, and my grandfather lifted a gloved hand. He sat a moment, coming to terms with the bulk of it between his legs. He turned the ignition switch, opened the throttle, stepped on the kickstand. The engine rattled to life. Within 10 miles of setting out, he had fallen in love. He had driven a motorcycle only once, for an hour during which he never got comfortable on the BSA belonging to a pool player from Jersey. He remembered contending with alarming phenomena of pitch and torque. There had been a constant sense of lurching. Vibrations were transmitted directly to his bones and joints. This bike, poised on and steadied by its third wheel, just went. It flowed through upshifts and hugged the road in tight turns. The engine was loud but did not weary the ear. The ride was bouncy but not jarring. The fuel tank between his thighs was nearly full with potato peel ethanol or distilled shoe polish or whatever it might be. It was an excellent machine, though it had done nothing to help its previous owner hold on to his head. Later, my grandfather would remember thinking, as he headed for Nordhausen, that he could not wait to show it to his new friend Werner von Braun. They would tool around the autobahns of a post-war Germany, von Braun riding in the sidecar like a gentle-natured bear. Was he still there? No, no, he was gone by the time I got there, long gone. But you found him. He didn't answer. He was sitting up, face angled toward the window. His breathing looked steady, but it was past lunchtime, and he had not eaten anything all morning but a few bites of Jell-O. I figured he was feeling a little weak. "Grandpa, you okay?" "Fine. Want a little soup? Mom made you some." He kept his eyes on the window as if something interesting were happening at the bird feeder out of my line of sight, another doomed attack by the Momser. Only he wasn't smiling. "I'm talking too much," he said after a while. "I'm sorry. We can stop. You should rest." "Rest your voice." He made a face, dismissing the suggestion. He was not talking more than he had voice or strength to handle. He was talking more than he believed to be wise or suitable. Since, in his view, he reached the limit of conversational daring at the end of a 3-minute Jeremiad on the world's failure to recognize the superiority of the Wankel rotary engine, I didn't take this admonishment, or self-admonishment, too seriously. I felt like it was, if anything, a tad melodramatic. "I'm glad you're talking," I said. "Melodrama was all right with me. That's just why I shouldn't be." "What? Why? You're too glad." "I'm too glad, too interested." "Oh no, I'm bored out of my skull," I said. "Really, I'm just being polite." On the street, a crew was topping trees to open a view for somebody higher up the hill. All that afternoon, a chainsaw started, stopped, started again. Views in the Oakland hills are graded on a scale of visible bridges from 1 to 5. The San Mateo, the Dumbarton, the Bay, the Golden Gate, and the Richmond. My mother's living room and bedroom scored a respectable 2. From my grandfather's bed, however, the only visible span was the swag of black coaxial cable strung from a corner of the house to a telephone pole up by the street. "You think this explains everything," my grandfather said. He freighted the word "explains" with as much contempt as it would bear before exhaling it from his mouth. "Me and your grandmother, your mother, my time in prison, the war." He turned from the window. In his eyes, through the haze of hydromorphone, I saw a flash of something I took, based on the historical record, for anger. "You think it explains you." "It explains a lot," I said. "It explains nothing. It explains a little. It's just names and dates and places." "Okay." "It doesn't add up to anything, take my word for it. It doesn't mean anything." "I get it," I said. "Oh, you get it. What do you get?" "I get that you're a big all-fucking nihilist." That raised a smile, or maybe the Momser was back. "Richard Feynman," I said. "Dr. Richard Feynman." "What about him?" All he wanted was to find the answer to the question, why did Challenger explode, right? And that answer was never going to be, because it was all part of God's plan, or, I don't know. Challenger exploded so that some little kid somewhere would get inspired to grow up and become an engineer and invent a safer, more durable propulsion system for spacecraft. Or even, because humans and the things they make are prone to failure, or shit happens. The explanation was always going to be something like, because the weather was too cold, so the O-rings became brittle and failed, and fuel leaked from the fuel tank and ignited, which caused the shuttle to accelerate beyond its intended structural tolerance so that it broke apart. The answer was always going to be dates and names and numbers, and that was good enough for Feynman because the point was to find out. The meaning was in the inquiry. "It was the solid rocket booster," my grandfather said, "not the fuel tank." "Right." He kept on looking at me without speaking, but whatever had blazed out through the cloud cover was gone. A tear rolled down his cheek and he turned his face to the window again. I got up and pulled a Kleenex from the box. I started to try to wipe away the tear, but he pushed my hand aside. He took the Kleenex. "I'm ashamed," he said. "Grandpa, I'm disappointed in myself, in my life. All my life, everything I tried, I only got halfway there. You try to take advantage of the time you have. That's what they tell you to do. But when you're old, you look back and you see all you did with all that time is wasted. All you have is a story of things you never started or couldn't finish. Things you fought with all your heart to build that didn't last, or fought with all your heart to get rid of, and they're all still around. I'm ashamed of myself. I'm not ashamed of you, I said. I'm proud. He made another face. This one said that what I knew about shame, what my entire generation, with its deployment of confession as a tool for self-aggrandizement, knew about shame would fit into half a pistachio shell. Anyway, it's a pretty good story, I said. You have to admit. Yeah, he crumpled up the Kleenex, having dispatched the solitary tear. You can have it, I'm giving it to you. After I'm gone, write it down. Explain everything. Make it mean something. Use a lot of those fancy metaphors of yours. Put the whole thing in proper chronological order, not like this mishmash I'm making you. Start with the night I was born, March 2nd, 1915. There was a lunar eclipse that night. You know what that is? When the Earth's shadow falls across the moon. Very significant. I'm sure it's a perfect metaphor for something. Start with that. Kind of trite, I said. He threw the Kleenex at my head. It bounced off my cheek and fell on the floor. I bent to pick it up. Somewhere in its fibers it held what may have been the last tear my grandfather ever shed. Out of respect for his insistence on the meaninglessness of life, everyone's eye threw it into the wastebasket by the door. So, I said, you went to Nordhausen. He shook his head, but he was going to give way. We both knew it. Yes, God damn it, I went to Nordhausen, he said in a tone that sounded more defeated than angry. At that moment, I knew, knowing nothing, that it had been the worst place on earth. And a part of my nature that had lain dormant for a long time snapped open like an eye. I had been raised among quiet people who repressed their emotions. I knew my father to have been a big talker, a bullshit artist, and an epithet I remembered hearing my grandfather throw in his face, a loverboy. But that was hearsay, and given his record, distinctly an argument in favor of repression. I was aware that in some remote age my grandmother had been a source of fire, madness, and poetry, but those days were misty legend. One could only infer them from traces in the geological record. In my family, in my lifetime, we preferred to leave the business of feeling and talking about feeling to people with nothing better to do. Youthful rebellion, therefore, had required my wholehearted embrace of poetry, fire, and madness, and of all those Rimbaud, Patti Smith, Syd Barrett, the girls I went after who trafficked in them. Long after rebellion cooled, I flew the flag of self-expression. I had emerged into adolescence toward the end of the 70s, that great unbuttoning. As I came into young manhood, the ascendant recovery movement was at work normalizing the idea that redemption lay in the sharing of experience and feeling, and that in denial there was something like damnation. Right up to that afternoon at my grandfather's bedside, prodding him to tell me about Nordhausen and the beefy young blonde man, I believed, and for the most part believe still, that silence was darkness, and that naming shone a light. I believed that a secret was like a malignancy and confession a knife, a bright hot beam of radiation that healed as it burned. I believed it was good, this being among the few things that truly did go without saying, to get it all out. Then, I heard the bitterness of defeat in my grandfather's voice when he said that he had gone to Nordhausen. I thought about how, when I was a kid, as my big-talking, sweet-talking, fast-talking father was in and out of courtrooms, tax dodges, marriages, and my life, the constancy of my grandfather's silence had been just that, a constant. It was, like him, something I could always rely on. And really, where was the proof that 2 decades of national yammering, of getting it all out, had brought about an increase in collective national happiness? I had recently read something in Scientific American about the Roman city of Herculaneum, buried by Vesuvius, uncovered by archaeologists. How exposure to light and air was destroying what centuries of darkness had preserved. And radiation treatment. A textbook example of a situation where the cure was worse than the disease. On balance, most of the time in the ordinary course of life, it was probably best to say what was in your heart, to share what was on your mind, to tell the people you loved that you loved them, to ask those you had harmed to forgive you, and to confront those who had hurt you with the truth about the damage they had done. When it came to things that needed to be said, speech was always preferable to silence, but it was of no use at all in the presence of the unspeakable. "I think maybe I'll have a little soup after all," my grandfather said. I went into the kitchen and ladled some of my mother's chicken soup into a bowl from the big Tupperware in the refrigerator. While the soup heated in the microwave, I opened the legs of the breakfast tray and wiped it down with 409. I folded a napkin and set a spoon on the napkin. I found the salt and pepper shakers shaped like terriers, one white, one black. Sometimes my grandfather liked to sprinkle his soup with those little yellow Israeli soup croutons, he called them mandolin, and so, for the extra calories, I poured a handful into a saucer and set that on the tray. When the soup was hot, I eased it from the microwave to the tray and carried the tray to the bedroom. The broth was gold. The carrot and celery and onion were gems. A filigree of golden fat adorned the surface. In the steam coming off the bowl of soup was the hint of lemon, a memory of my grandmother. Really, it smelled very good. We got him propped up and into position. Then I set the tray across his body and tucked the napkin into the collar of the long t-shirt he wore. He leaned forward to put his face, his nostrils, in the path of the steam coming off the bowl. He closed his eyes and inhaled. He picked up the spoon, and I watched him put away most of the bowl. The taste of it seemed to come as a kind of relief. "Okay," he said. He put down his spoon. "Werner Magnus Maximilian Freiherr von Braun." After the name, he added something acrid in Yiddish. "All I got was onion," I said. "Something your great-grandmother used to say, a Yiddish curse. He should grow with his head in the dirt like an onion. That what's going on there." I picked up the copy of Rockets, Missiles, and Space Travel, purloined 30-odd years earlier from the library of the Walkill prison. In the Willy Ley book, somebody blotted von Braun's name out over and over again. "Me," he said, adding dryly, "it didn't work." He sprinkled a few mandolin onto the soup and took another spoonful. I heard the tiny crackers crunch between his teeth. "And then, I remember how you wouldn't watch the moon landing. How you got up and left the room. Even though that was pretty much something you had been waiting your whole life to see." "Yeah. Did that have something to do with your feelings about von Braun?" "Yeah. So, obviously, something must have happened." Another spoonful of soup went into his mouth. He swallowed it. His eyes were fixed on mine, watchful and withholding, challenging me to justify the logic of my inference. "Because that morning when you took off on that motorcycle, it sounded like, at that point, you were feeling almost like you and von Braun were kindred spirits." "Yeah, but then later at a certain point, he was still watching me with less apparent tenderness than I could ever remember having seen in his eyes. He had put down his spoon. It kind of seems like you pretty much decided you hated the guy's guts." "Pretty much," he agreed. "Why?" "When I was a boy and fell prey to what he regarded as an inherent weakness for stating the obvious, my grandfather had a certain voice he would use to repeat whatever I had just said. To me, it sounded like the voice that Mel Blanc used to do dim-witted bloodhounds, yetis, and muscly-bound dumbasses in the old Warner Bros. Cartoons. My grandfather probably thought of it as the voice of Lon Chaney, Jr., playing Lenny in Of Mice and Men. I had not heard it in a very long time, but now it resurfaced, stammering, at once low-pitched and infantile. "Something must have happened," he said in his moron voice. I waited. He picked up the spoon and tilted the bowl toward himself. It looked like he was going to polish off the rest of it. I imagined the account I would make to my mother when she got home from work. He loved the soup. I got him to eat a whole bowl. There was a clang as he flung down the spoon. In a man so frail and narcotized, the gesture felt inordinately violent. He pushed the bowl away. Later I would find a chip missing from its rim. "You want to know what happened at Nordhausen?" he said in his regular rasp. "Look it up." 22, when my mother got home, I went down to the library, a storybook-style cottage on Mountain Boulevard that stayed open late on Thursday nights. I started with Gravity's Rainbow, which I had read at Irvine for Mike Clark's graduate seminar on the modern novel, and which was the accurately researched, it turned out, source of most of the little I had ever known about the V2. I spent an hour flipping through and skimming the relevant passages, starting with the book's epigraph, then following its secondary character of Franz Perkler, a young engineer whose career traces the history of spaceflight in Germany. The Weimar period of Rocketport Berlin and the starry-eyed Verein für Raumschifffahrt, Frau Im Mond and the rocket craze, the militarization of rocket research that came with Hitler's rise, Peenemund, and I was jolted to discover Nordhausen, where the book's protagonist, Tyrone Slothrop, also turned up at one point. I remembered having read these passages some absurd, some harrowing set in and around the rocket's mountain lair, but the name of the site in the Harz Mountains had gone out of my memory completely. I wondered if my grandfather knew or had ever tried to read Gravity's Rainbow. I wondered how he would have felt about the book's depictions of the European theater of operations, the horror of Nordhausen, the experience of rocket attacks, and so many other things Pynchon had never lived through or seen. It all felt convincing to me, but what did I know? Apart from so-called hard science fiction, which he read, as with The Magic Mountain, for its artful packaging of big ideas, my grandfather regarded most fiction as a bunch of baloney. He thought reading novels was a waste of time more profitably spent on nonfiction. Beyond the Pynchon, there was not a lot. A brief Britannica entry on Nordhausen and its Mittelwerk rocket factory, cross-reference to entries on the V2, the facility at Peenemund, and the Dora Mittelbau concentration camp. Mentions of Peenemund, the Mittelwerk, and KZ Dora Mittelbau in a few general histories of World War II. Some of the grimmest pages, toward the end, in a book about the 3rd Armored Division's year-long slog from Normandy to Dessau. A Pentagon-approved 1971 book on Operation Paperclip that made careful reference to the 1947 acquittal, on charges of war crimes, of a V2 project middle manager named Georg Ricke. Finally, the jackpot, an article in the New York Times from March 1984, which I read on microfilm. It summarized an exposé of Operation Paperclip in the latest issue of Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. The author of the exposé, the Times said, had made extensive use of formerly classified documents released under the Freedom of Information Act to establish in detail that the post-war history of American technological accomplishment, particularly in the realm of biological warfare, aeronautics, and spaceflight, had been rooted in heinous Nazi war crimes and an elaborate American cover-up of those crimes. Following decades of inaction and denial, the article said, the U.S. government had stripped the citizenship of a prominent rocket scientist, Arthur Rudolph, and deported him to his native Germany. Rudolph had declined or been unable to contest direct evidence linking him to numerous atrocities during his tenure as managing director of V2 production at Nordhausen. Along with Wernher von Braun, the article said, Arthur Rudolph had been the lead designer of the mighty Saturn V, the rocket that had borne the Apollo missions toward the moon. Altogether, it was not a lot, but I got the general drift. Until August 1943, the plan was for V-2 rockets to be manufactured, once they became operational, at the same top-secret facility, on the remote island of Peenemünde off the German Baltic coast, where their research and development had been carried out. The prototypes and test rockets had all been manufactured in Peenemünde's workshops by hundreds of foreign workers, prisoners, housed in an adjacent concentration camp, most of them Poles. The prisoners had already begun construction of a new factory when, during the full moon of August 17, Peenemünde became the target of a massive Allied air raid. The secret of Peenemünde had been discovered, intelligence gathered, reconnaissance carried out. The aim of the raid, codenamed Hydra, and the hope of its planners, among them Churchill's son-in-law Duncan Sandys, was to strangle the V-2, or A-4, as it was known then, in its cradle. To that end, 600 Lancasters, Halifaxes, and Sterlings dropped 2 million kilograms of high-explosive bombs in what was believed to be the general vicinity of the workshops, the experimental stations, and the living quarters of the scientists and engineers. At that time, the science of bomb targeting was less than precise. As the raid unfolded over Peenemünde, errors navigational, calculative, aeronautical compounded, while measurable damage was done to the workshops and experimental stations. The greatest part of the bombs that did not fall harmlessly fell onto the adjacent concentration camp. 700 of the foreign workers died within a few minutes. German researchers killed by the bombs of Hydra numbered 2. Afterward, both Allied and German damage assessments agreed that the raid, which also cost the lives of 200 British airmen, had set the rocket program back by 8 weeks at most. If Hydra had been ineffective, it was not without result. The V-2 program was now demonstrably vulnerable, and Heinrich Himmler seized on that vulnerability to bring it under control of his SS, in which Werner von Braun had risen to the rank of Sturmbannführer. Clearly, the projected factory was at grave risk. It could not be built on an expanse of open seacoast at coordinates well known to the enemy. It must be moved and protected against further attack. It would be kept secret, as Peenemünde had been, but that was insufficient. The factory must be hidden as well. A new site, the Mittelwerk, was commissioned and constructed in the Harz Mountains, just outside the town of Nordhausen. In a display of the kind of inventive audacity that characterized German military research, the new rocket factory was constructed inside of a minor mountain. Fresh gangs of Poles, along with Frenchmen, Russians, Czechs, and Ukrainians prisoners of war, political prisoners, were conscripted from KZ Buchenwald 50 miles away and detailed to excavate and expand a tunnel system under the Kohnstein, site of a disused gypsum mine. The Mittelwerk's lattice of tunnels served as factory floor, administrative offices, staff dormitory, and at first as a subterranean concentration camp for the laborers who worked, ate, slept, and died in them. When they died, their bodies were shipped back to Buchenwald for cremation. A steadily increasing rate of V-2 production demanded more inmates than the Mittelwerk could accommodate. The SS forced the prisoners to build a camp for themselves outside the south entrance to the tunnels, code-named Dora, which in time spawned further subcamps, centered around the Mittelwerk and known collectively as Mittelbau. A subcamp in the town of Nordhausen, called the Boll Kaserne, was used as a dumping ground for inmates too enfeebled or sick to work. From the start of excavation and the first shipments of Buchenwald prisoners in September 1943, until the capture of the Mittelwerk and the liberation of Dora Mittelbau in April 1945, an estimated 60,000 prisoners were put to work building the 7,000 V-2s that eventually rolled off the line. The men who built the rockets lived in filth, underfed, malnourished, and brutalized. Packed into the barracks of Dora in their striped uniforms, in bunks stacked 4 high, the workers froze in the winter, roasted in the summer, and died by the tens of thousands all year round. They were worked beyond their capacity to endure in primitive and dangerous conditions. The tunnels were hot, dark, cramped, crowded. They were filled with fumes, smoke, and the racket of machinery. Discipline was severe and the guards bestial. Minor infractions were punished by kicking, beating, torture, mutilation. Fear of insurrection resulted in regular mass executions. The condemned would be hanged 6 at a time from a massive crane used to transport rocket assemblies from one part of the line to the next, in full view of the workers on the factory floor, and of the project's scientists and engineers from von Braun on down the line. Bodies were left to dangle instructively overhead. Sabotage, though subject to swift and savage retribution, was rife, and along with the abysmal conditions and demoralized workforce, may have led directly to the relatively high rate of failure experienced by the V2. In time, a crematorium was built at Dora to save the trouble and expense of sending dead inmates all the way to Buchenwald. The 104th Infantry, Timberwolf, and the 3rd Armored Spearhead Divisions rolled into Nordhausen on April 11, 1945, and found it abandoned by the enemy. They stumbled first across the subcamp in the town itself. Ravaged by an untreated outbreak of typhus, the Boel caserne had also borne the brunt of an Allied air raid the week before that killed 1,500 inmates and wounded hundreds more. The death marches, forced transports, mass burials, and other attempts by the evacuating Germans to conceal the enormity of Nordhausen had left only the most enfeebled and grievously maimed in the Boel caserne. The liberators had not even begun to grasp what they were seeing when they came upon Dora. These were among the first U.S. troops to enter a concentration camp. Photographs and film footage, they took their featured in newsreels and on front pages all over the world. Even after the name and the business of Nordhausen had been carefully mislaid by history, at least in the adopted homeland of Werner von Braun, the imagery of its horror endured. The dead ranged in corduroy roads to the vanishing point, bone men slumped and staring. In the tunnels under Konstein Mountain, among incomplete rocket assemblies and machines left running, the liberators found the men of the Middleworks' final shift, abandoned by their captors, too weak to move, let alone try to escape. Heaps of sticks atop which solemn heads stood regarding them like owls. In the infirmary, the bodies of the Middleworks' last on-the-job fatalities lay naked on tile slabs, drained of blood, and awaiting transport to the crematorium. Having come 600 miles through some of the most brutal combat and one of the bitterest European winters of the 20th century, the liberators were as inured to the routine of battlefield horror as any men have ever been obliged to become. When they saw what there was to see in the camps and under Konstein Mountain, according to their own subsequent accounts, followed closely by Pynchon, when he had his engineer Perkler tour KZ, Dora, a considerable number of these men, with their 1,000-yard stares, broke down in tears or turned away to vomit. The liberators could not have endured so long and so much, however, without having learned the knack of repressing futile emotion. They soon moved on to anger and a desire to impose some measure of justice, or, failing that, retribution, if clear distinction could be made between the two. They looked around for someone to lay their hands on. The SS guards and functionaries had all fled the area, along with the Middleworks personnel. I couldn't find anything to suggest that the liberators contemplated trying to punish, or even gave much thought to the brains of the operation, the men with slide rules and soldering irons whose great invention, only incidentally the first long-range ballistic missile, was a process by which horror could be converted into terror by dint of cruelty. At any rate, Had the liberators of Dora made this imaginative leap, there would have been no way to act upon it. Von Braun's rocketeers were miles away, scattered across southern Germany and Austria. In the end, the townsmen paid the debt of horror. The liberators returned to Nordhausen from Dora and the Mittelwerk, rousted the men from their houses, and ordered them at gunpoint to fetch shovels and start digging until all the dead of KZ Dora Mittelbau were buried. That is what I found in the public record that night at the Montclair Public Library when I went to look up Nordhausen. Between the impressment of the local citizens as gravediggers and the beginning of the end of my grandfather's war, I can offer only informed speculation, combined with a few little facts that he inadvertently dropped over the course of the next few days. I know that he arrived at Nordhausen the day after its liberation, along with the news that FDR was dead. He steered the Zundap through the empty streets of the town. With every barrier lifted and every gateway open to him as a result of his Eisenhower Pass, he had no trouble entering the various subcamps or the factory under the mountain. Like the men of the Timberwolf and Spearhead divisions, he had been hardened by prolonged exposure to violence. Like them, I imagine what he saw around Dora Mittelbau may have brought him to the point of tears or nausea. It was clear from what he told me afterward that, like the liberators, he looked around to find a fitting object of his rage when his tour of this particular hell and its environs was complete. What he saw that day, and what he heard from the survivors he questioned, persuaded him that there was no way Wernher von Braun could have been technical director of the V2 program, while remaining unaware of how business was conducted in the Mittelwerk. Von Braun could not be crowned with the glory of the rocket without shouldering the burden of its shame. All the suffering my grandfather saw had been amassed, and all the cruelty deployed at the prompting, and in the service of von Braun's dream. It turned out that the V2 was not a means to liberate the human spirit from the chains of gravity. It was only a pretext for further enchainment. It was not an express bound for the stars, but a mail rocket carrying one simple message, signed in high-explosive amytal with the name of Baron von Braun. Maybe the man's dream had begun as something beautiful and grand. For a time, maybe, its grandeur and its beauty had blinded von Braun to all the ways in which he was busily betraying it. That was only human, the common lot. But once your dream revealed itself, like most dreams, to be nothing but a current of raw compulsion flowing through a circuitry of delusion and lies, then that was the time to give it up. That was the time to damn your dream and trust your eyes, and maybe cock your revolver. Over the course of that long day in Nordhausen, my grandfather trusted his eyes and gave up the dream he had shared with the Wernher von Braun of his imaginings. Along with it, he surrendered the memory of a rocket in a clearing, a half hour of something that had felt like peace, a midnight conversation with the rector of Our Lady of the Moon. When those things were gone, there was a bad moment as my grandfather found himself confronted once more with the void that surrounded the planet of his heart for 1,000 parsecs in every direction. After that, as with the liberators of Nordhausen putting away their disgust and useless anguish, there was only the matter of his anger and where to point it. I went to track him down, my grandfather said, like I was supposed to, more or less. More or less. Well, I wasn't supposed to go solo, but that didn't make any sense to me under the circumstances. I wasn't sure whether he was talking about a specific, local set of circumstances or the general ones under which, like some gumshoe, he always preferred to work alone. He had made an exception in the case of Ornbaugh. He would never entirely recover from the lapse. I nodded, but I must have looked confused. The circumstances being that when I found him I was planning to, he said, kill the guy. Right. On the other hand, I did have a fair amount of latitude. I had an Eisenhower Pass signed by Ike himself. All of us CO's guys did. I had been given a degree of discretion, he said, which I totally abused. 23 in the town of Nordhausen, an intelligence officer attached to the 3rd Armored Division told my grandfather of being approached by one of the locals, who had hinted that he might be persuaded to betray certain of his neighbors. This fellow did not know exactly what behaviors the Americans might be looking to punish or secrets they hoped to extract, but he was certain they would find something in his inventory to suit their needs. He kept a shop in town that, appropriately enough, sold hunting and fishing gear. In the early morning of his second day in Nordhausen, my grandfather went to the shop with cigarettes, spam, chocolate, and he recalled a miraculous bunch of bananas, the hand of a golden Buddha ablaze against the gray morning. He found the shop on a street that bore signs of damage from the RAF raid the previous week, the one that had killed 1,500 inmates of the Bowl casern. The shop had 2 display windows. One was covered over with a stained oilcloth tarpaulin. The other was intact, but its shade had been lowered to hide, or spare the passerby from having to see, that there was nothing to display. If you turned around, you could see a corner of the walls of the Bowl casern rising down at the end of the street. No doubt it had carried sounds and odors to the doorstep when the wind was right. My grandfather went around to the back door. He did not care if his visit endangered the shopkeeper's life, but he wanted it to seem as though he did. He rang the bell and showed his Eisenhower pass. They spoke in riddles and allusions, and then the shopkeeper let him in. The shopkeeper explained to my grandfather that he belonged to some minor Christian sect that had been first frowned on and then harassed by the Reich. Recently, his stock of excellent Mannlicher rifles had been requisitioned by the local Volkssturm during a short-lived moment of planned resistance, in exchange for worthless promissory notes. He was garrulous and priggish, and it was a wonder his neighbors had not done away with him years ago. He turned down the cigarettes and chocolate as immoral indulgences. The bananas and spam were welcome enough but struck the shopkeeper as perhaps, on their own, inadequate payment. My grandfather said that if his question got a useful answer, he would try to come up with a few more cans of spam and maybe a tub or 2 of corn syrup. If that would not do, my grandfather proposed hanging the shopkeeper by the ears on a couple of fish hooks from his heaviest gauge fishing line, giving him a push to get him swinging, and inviting those neighbors whom the shopkeeper was so eager to betray to come and test their marksmanship using whatever blunderbusses the Volkssturm had left on the shelves. A breeze blew in through the smashed window. The tarpaulin rustled and snapped like a sail. The shopkeeper suggested that my grandfather try the Herzog farm on the road to Sondershausen. Herzog was an infantryman killed during the course of the long retreat from Italy. His widow had taken up with one Stalsman, an engineer from the Mittelwerk who was now living at the farm and posing as Herzog. My grandfather rode the Zundap out to the Herzog farm. The sidecar rode empty beside him. He crossed a stream, and just before the road made a bend to the south, entered a birchwood. The birches congregated in the fog, wrapped in their bark with its cryptic inscriptions. They reminded my grandfather of monuments in a graveyard. He felt a premonitory shiver and, a second later, a sharp tug at the left elbow of his army coat. He heard a crack of rifle fire, small caliber, by the sound. Someone was shooting at him from the cover of the trees north of the road. My grandfather glanced back and to his left but saw only trees and a bright dot of daylight in the wool at the elbow of his coat. My grandfather felt foolish, which bothered him, since he would prefer to die in the grip of any emotion, no matter how abject, than in the knowledge of his own stupidity. If the dealer in sporting goods would betray his own neighbors for some canned ham and bananas, then it was likely he would not hesitate to betray an American soldier for less. The bastard probably had arranged for an ad hoc ambush as soon as my grandfather left the shop. My grandfather opened the throttle and let the beautiful engine do what its designers had engineered it to do. There was another rifle crack, but this time the shot went wide. The road left the birchwood and made its bend to the south. There was no more shooting after that. When he saw the promised farmhouse and its stand of poplars about a quarter-mile ahead on the left, he slowed the motorcycle and killed its engine. The farm had the appearance of prosperity, neither untouched nor entirely diminished by war. The stucco farmhouse was large and new, with a second story and signs of modern plumbing. The large ground-floor windows had leaded lozenges in their upper panes. There was half-timbering, a red-tiled roof, and an overall air of ersatz medievalism that my grandfather supposed to be good Nazi style. The barn was capacious, with a metal roof in fine repair. The Alsatian bitch who came bounding and chesty across the meadow to give my grandfather a piece of her mind had a lustrous coat. It had been a long time since my grandfather had seen a civilian dog who did not slink around corners with the ribcage visible and the head lowered in shame or calculation. This bold specimen was frankly asking to be shot, but in addition to the headless officer's rifle and walther, my grandfather had come armed with a small can of Vienna sausages. After a moment's quick work with the can opener of his folding knife, a truce was agreed to. My grandfather fed the sausages to the dog at 1-minute intervals until he gained some measure of adoration. She followed him to the house but gave no warning of his approach until he was almost to the kitchen door. In the spotless kitchen, he found Frau Herzog trying to help a boy of 9 or 10 to adjust his artificial leg. She was a good-looking woman with a remarkable bosom who displayed mild anxiety at an American officer's sudden appearance in her dooryard, but nothing that was not called for. She explained that the boy, her son, suffered from diabetes and regrettably would have to decline the proffered Hershey bars. The boy, fair and slender, stared at my grandfather, fear showing unbribed and plain on his face. The bulb of his stump reminded my grandfather of the nosecone of a V2. The skin over it looked chafed and sore. The prosthesis was too big, too long. At one time it might have been the property of another, larger amputee child. My grandfather had planned on confronting the widow Herzog to cut the bullshit and just ask for Stalsman, but he was derailed by something in the face or the gestalt of the wide-eyed silent boy with his legs dying out from under him. Herr Herzog? My grandfather inquired. Alarm deepened the groove between Frau Herzog's eyebrows. She apologized. She said that she hoped there was nothing amiss. She said that her husband was an infantryman and that he had stepped on a German mine in a place called San Gimignano. Now he was out of combat and of no danger to anyone. In the midst of making this statement, she glanced at the boy. My grandfather did not hear a lie in her voice but noted the ambiguous phrasing. If her husband was dead and she was covering up for this Stalsman, my grandfather could not help but admire her apparent reluctance to tell an out-and-out lie in front of her child. "My business is not with your husband," he said, answering her ambiguity with his own. "I'm in a hurry and would like nothing better than to leave all of you in peace as soon as I have the answer I need." The bitch came in through the open door and with a loving tongue addressed herself to the fingers my grandfather had used to serve the Vienna sausages. She sat down at my grandfather's side and yawned. Frau Herzog stood with her arms folded under her bosom, which my grandfather could not help but admire too. He could see that, although it was likely she had never wanted anything more than she wanted him to leave them in peace, that would still be insufficient payment in her view for what he was asking in return. Then he thought of something she might want even more. "I can get you insulin," he said. "Say 3 months' supply, if the man of the house answers my question." Frau Herzog carried the boy to the bench of a refectory table and posed him there with the leg beside him. 6 months, she said. She led him out to the barn. where a man dressed in duck overalls was busy delivering a pair of calves, so persuasively that my grandfather began to doubt the information he had been given by the shopkeeper. The overalls fit, and so did the face, lean and raw-boned with patient blue eyes. Before Frau Herzog called out to him and interrupted his work, the man's face wore an expression of blissful absorption in the procedure and its proper execution, usual enough with engineers but presumably not unknown among farmers. The man in the overalls inquired as to the nature of my grandfather's business. My grandfather turned to Frau Herzog. Speaking in the most formal German he could muster, he made the polite suggestion that her son was no doubt wondering when she would be returning to the kitchen. He made the deliberate mistake of addressing her as Frau Stalsmann. A blush filled in the pale skin between her freckles and spread to the hollow of her throat. My grandfather took it for embarrassment, but it might just as well have been rage. "Go," Stalsmann told her. She seemed to be about to try to remonstrate or make some case, but in the end she kept silent and left the barn. Stalsmann turned back to the parturient animal in the stall. It was working over its pale pink firstborn with its tongue, raising moist spikes and whorls in the dappled tan coat. The cow lifted its head as if hearing a sound that alarmed it. It made an oddly human sound of uncertainty. It clunked drunkenly 2 steps to the side. A smell of iron filled the barn. Veiled in its pearly amnion, the second calf squirted out of its mother. The sound was like a boot being pulled from the mud. "She had twins," my grandfather said. "Is that common?" "Not very common, no," Stalsmann said. He tended to the newborn, squatting beside it. He moved with deliberation and apparent calm, but my grandfather could see that he was stalling for time, going over his story, his head twitching a little from side to side as he aired it to himself. My grandfather waited him out. At last the cow seemed to lose patience with Stalsmann and brought the charade to an end by interposing itself between him and the calves. Stalsmann tumbled backward and sat down hard. My grandfather almost laughed. When Stalsmann stood up and turned to my grandfather, he had his face arranged to represent what he must have hoped would pass for rustic matter-of-factness, calves safely delivered, another chore done out of the day's long schedule. He saw the walther in my grandfather's hand. He sighed. He wiped his hands on the coveralls. They left long, bloody streaks. "I'm looking for a colleague of yours," my grandfather said, lowering the gun, "at the middle work." "The middle work," Stalsmann repeated. His tone committed him to nothing. He might have heard of the middle work once or twice. He might just have been trying the word for the sound of it. He might have been trying to imagine what type of middle was manufactured in this peculiar-sounding work. "We know you were employed there. You have been identified by witnesses." By trial and error, my grandfather had learned that when he needed to tell a lie in the course of an interrogation, the technique that worked best was to sound like what he was saying bored him to tears. "We have the paymaster's ledgers and your name appears there." He fished a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and put one to his lips. "If you please," Stalsmann said, sounding considerably less noncommittal. "No fire." He gestured to the hay bales stacked man-high in the stall behind my grandfather, in the stalls to either side of him in the loft. My grandfather lit a match, held it to his cigarette, then gave it a shake. He tossed the match over his shoulder without looking to make sure it had gone out. "I want you to understand," he said. "I would gladly burn down this barn and everything in it if doing that would bring me one step closer to Freiherr von Braun." A muscle twitched at the hinge of Stalsmann's jaw. Understanding leaked into his eyes, along with a hint of contempt. At the time, my grandfather was not sure how to read that contempt, but later thought he understood. Stalsmann had been looking down on him, a filthy and haggard American dog-face, and on the backward empire whose army he served in, bent on stealing the stars they could not attain on their own. "Tell me where he is hiding," my grandfather said. "I urge you to cooperate, or I will be obliged to see that you are arrested and imprisoned." "If you must," Stalsman said, working hard in his own right to sound dreadfully bored. "Do your duty, Lieutenant. Obviously, I am at the mercy of you and your country now, and its prisons." "Oh, not our prison," my grandfather said in his sleepiest tone. "I'm going to have to hand you over to the Russians." Stalsman blinked. He gestured to my grandfather's cigarette and put out a hand. My grandfather handed him the pack and said he could keep what was left. Stalsman lit a Lucky with the careful flame of his lighter. He cupped a hand under the end of the cigarette to intercept any coals that might fall out. He inhaled without bothering to conceal his pleasure in the quality of the cigarette. "I've never heard of this von Braun, I'm sorry." My grandfather made a rough and hasty estimation of Stalsman's weight, his reach, his agility, preparing for violence, but Stalsman's eyes flicked to his right and he looked abruptly irritated. There was a scrape. My grandfather turned around. Frau Herzog was carrying the boy, hugging him against her. The chunky brown shoe of the artificial leg protruded from the cuff of his trousers. My grandfather could not see either of her hands. "Tell him," she said to Stalsman. "Help him, he is going to help Martin." "Go back to the house," Stalsman said. She set the boy down. She was holding my grandfather's M1911, which he had exchanged for the Walther. Her finger snaked around the Browning's trigger. She raised her arm and took aim. But it was Stalsman she was pointing the gun at, not my grandfather. "Tell him," she said again. "Yes," my grandfather said, "tell me." Stalsman smoked attentively, watching the coal at the end of his cigarette. My grandfather could hear the lapping of the mother cow's tongue. The widow moved the gun a little down and to the right, aiming for Stalsman's shoulder. She pulled the trigger. Stalsman cried out and looked suitably surprised but suffered no other ill effects, since the magazine of my grandfather's gun was empty. My grandfather did not like the smug smile that crept across Stalsman's face. He asked Frau Herzog for the Browning and took an extra clip from a pocket of his coat. He gave her back the gun. He hoped she would not use it to shoot him. Frau Herzog raised the Browning and, having already demonstrated her willingness to put a bullet into her paramour, took aim at Stalsman's shoulder again. Stalsman's smile was retired for the evening. "Werner is not hiding," Stalsman told my grandfather. "He is being hidden." "By whom?" my grandfather said. Stalsman and Frau Herzog eyed each other and engaged in a telepathic exchange that ended when she racked the slide of the Browning. "By the SS," Stalsman said, "to ensure that you don't find him. They're afraid that von Braun will surrender as soon as the opportunity presents itself and offer his services to the American government. Why would he do that? Even with the end of his dream of von Braun's company in a motorcycle sidecar or the cold, empty reaches of space, and even with his horror at what had been done to the workers of the Mittelbau in the name of rocketry, my grandfather could not believe that the man was prepared to betray his country as smoothly as the shopkeeper his Nordhausen neighbors. "So he can get to the moon," Stalsman said. "The SS know it. 2 years ago they arrested him because they thought he was trying to divert resources from weapon development to space flight. They don't trust him. And where are they holding him, please? I haven't the slightest idea." Frau Herzog raised the Browning again. Its eye maintained its lidless vigil. Her fingers looked admirably relaxed on the grip. "In Bavaria, in the mountains, but I don't know precisely where. Why would I know? Anna," he appealed to Frau Herzog. Frau Herzog nodded and lowered the gun, looking disappointed. My grandfather grabbed the gun away from her and then she looked afraid. "I'm sorry," she said. "Please, Frau Herzog, I will get you the insulin, a 6 months' supply, the Bavarian Alps." It was not enough, but it was something. A long way from Nordhausen, 300 miles or more. He would have to check his maps, but even without looking he knew he would have to cross territory not yet occupied by the Allies to reach mountains where, according to rumor and U.S. intelligence reports, alike teenage Nazi fanatics known as werewolf, bred to kill, had been equipped, and provisioned to hold out for 5 years in an impregnable fortress called the Alpenfestung. To the tally of crimes reckoned against von Braun by my grandfather, he added the offense of making oneself a pain in the ass to find. In his current state, which today would likely be diagnosed as post-traumatic shock, this felt like the most unpardonable offense of all. He told himself that he was only going to apprehend von Braun and turn him over to the authorities to be hanged as a war criminal, but offered the slightest pretext, my grandfather knew, he planned in his heart to shoot the bastard. "I would have brought you the insulin anyway," he told Frau Herzog and Martin, "even if he had told me nothing at all." He had just adjusted his chin strap and was pulling on his right glove when he heard a loping tread in the mud and turned, expecting to see the dog. It was Martin in his rough woolen trousers and patched jumper. He had a plain face and watery eyes that narrowed to a pair of blue slits. "He has a buried treasure," Martin said. "That sounds exciting." My grandfather pulled on the left glove. He grabbed the handlebars, the throttle, kicked the engine to life. If he could get hold of the insulin promptly, he could be in Nuremberg by dark. The boy was standing there, talking over the motorbike's rumble. My grandfather cut the engine. What? Because of the tall blonde man. A tall blonde man. He came with 2 other men and told them to bury the treasure, and Herr Stalsmann said maybe there was a cave where they could bury it. Stalsmann didn't want to tell my grandfather about the buried treasure in the cave. When my grandfather and Martin went back into the barn, interrupting a quarrel between Stalsmann and Frau Herzog, Stalsmann tried to persuade my grandfather, Frau Herzog, and Martin himself that the boy was prattling and, he suggested, mentally defective. "But I heard you talking to the tall blonde man," Martin said. "He told you to put it in a cave and bury it." "Nonsense." Frau Herzog went to a nearby stall, picked up a pitchfork and plunged it into Stalsmann's thigh. It was done with grace in a single continuous motion. 3 of the 4 tines found meat. She jerked them out and holes in the fabric of Herzog's coverall bloomed purple. Herzog grabbed at his leg and fell down. "You are not mentally defective, Martin," Frau Herzog said. "I know," said Martin. In the kitchen, my grandfather treated Stalsmann's wounds. He found a bottle of apple brandy and poured a glass for Stalsmann, who drained it in one draught. My grandfather poured him a second one. "There is no treasure," Stalsmann said. "Just papers, miles of them, thousands of kilos, enough to fill 20 file cabinets. All the documentation from the V2 program, every diagram, every report on research and testing. He asked me and 2 colleagues to hide it all just before he was evacuated to the south. I helped them load the documents, and then one of my colleagues found an old salt mine and they put them in there. They used some of the miners' dynamite to seal the opening of the cave. Did the SS know about this? Of course not. Von Braun wanted something to bargain with. I imagine the United States of America would very much like to put their hands on these files." "I imagine you're right," my grandfather said bitterly. He got out his map and had Stalsmann show him the location of the salt mine, but Stalsmann had not been there when the documents were buried and could give him only a vague location, around Bleicher Road. My grandfather went out into the yard and lit a cigarette. He had to make a choice. The intelligence man with the 3rd Armored had told him that after the war, Nordhausen was due to be handed over to the Russians along with this whole chunk of Germany. The Russian army was already on its way. If he went after von Braun, as his heart and his desire to punish von Braun urged him to do, then the documents, a virtual recipe for building a V2 rocket, might fall into Russian hands before he could return. If he stayed to pursue the documents, then von Braun might elude capture, fall into Russian hands, or surrender to the Allies, but my grandfather would have had nothing to do with it, and there would be no chance for von Braun to give my grandfather the pretext he was hoping for. If von Braun surrendered to the Allies before my grandfather had managed to locate the documents, Then the German would be able to negotiate the terms of his surrender and maybe avoid punishment entirely. And if the Russian army overtook my grandfather in his efforts to find the salt mine, then there was a strong possibility that all would be lost. He could not report Stalsman's information and then take off after von Braun. People would want to know just where he thought he was going. When they heard, he would be ordered to stick around Bleicher Road or sent after von Braun as part of a team. He did not want to hunt von Braun with a team. When he finished his cigarette, he went back inside the farmhouse. Stalsman had passed out in the bedroom. Martin and the dog were sharing a can of Vienna sausages. Frau Herzog scanned my grandfather's face and picked up some bit of information that led her to reach for the bottle of Applejack. She poured 2 fingers into the glass and handed it to my grandfather. It burned with a harsh and clarifying fire all the way. "What will you do?" she asked him. "My duty," my grandfather said, and then added in English, "God fucking damn it." On May 2, 1945, high above the Adolf Hitler Pass in the Austrian Tyrol, Werner von Braun convened his inner circle on a sunny terrace of the house in Jeborg Hotel. Hitler was dead. The war, as they were all aware, was lost. The fall of Berlin was imminent. Regrettably, then, the time had come to surrender. Forward elements of the U.S. Sixth Army were already at the foot of the mountain on the Austrian side. The Russian army was mere miles to the east and moving fast. If they did not act now, von Braun told his companions, among them his brother Magnus, General Walter Dornberger, the former commandant of the rocket research facility at Peenemünde, and Husel and Tessman, the 2 men whom Stalsman had helped to conceal the Mittelwerk files, they would lose their freedom to decide. It was a strange kind of freedom, to choose one's captor, but preferable to being the prisoner of chance. Von Braun had long since brought his companions around to the view that America was a fitter repository for his gifts than the Soviet Union. The decision was made. The next morning, equipped with a bicycle and a basic grasp of the English language, Magnus was sent down the mountain to bring the Americans the excellent news. Halfway down, the younger von Braun brother was challenged by a sentry, Private Fred Schneekert of Sheboygan, Wisconsin, who proved both ignorant of and unimpressed by the exalted nature of the prize he was being offered. There was some comedy of mistranslation and regimental head-scratching, but in time the name of von Braun found its way up the chain to an intelligence unit, where it landed with the proper éclat. A couple of weeks before, there had been a report, received through channels from an operative in Nordhausen, alerting them that von Braun might be hiding in the Bavarian Alps. A few hours later, Werner Magnus Maximilian Freiherr von Braun became a prisoner of the 44th Infantry Division. In less than a quarter century, this uncharacteristic act of submission would lead, as von Braun alone had always known, that it must to the imprinting of a human footprint in the soft, dark dust of the moon. Von Braun was 33, tall, fair, gregarious, and good-looking, with his left arm and shoulder bandaged in a cast as the result of a recent automobile accident. Von Braun posed with his GI captors for an odd photograph that ran the next day on the front pages of newspapers across the United States. In the photograph, von Braun looked startlingly dapper for a prisoner of war, in a double-breasted suit and a long coat. But the first thing you notice is the cast, a monstrosity of plaster that forces von Braun's arm to jut out at a bizarre angle, buttressed by a metal rod. It looks like a comedy prop, something you would see on Moe Howard when you cut from a scene of him challenging an old lady to an arm-wrestling contest. The second remarkable element of the photograph is von Braun's expression, a smile variously interpreted over the years as one of relief, high spirits, or a remarkable, even defiant smugness. It was probably the latter, As far as von Braun knew at the moment of his capture, he was sitting on the secret to the location of 24,000 pounds of documents of incomparable scientific and strategic value. As my grandfather had assumed, von Braun planned to use this secret to negotiate the most favorable terms imaginable for his surrender and post-war career. There is no photographic record of the expression on von Braun's face when he learned subsequently that the documents had been located and successfully disinterred from the salt mine near Bleicherode where Tessman and Husel had buried them. As for the U.S. intelligence officer who, just ahead of the Russian takeover of Nordhausen, had located and supervised the excavation of the Mittelwerk files, there is likewise no photographic record of the look on his face when, in the lobby of a Baltimore television station, he learned about the post-war clover in which, even without the cache of documents, Wernher von Braun had landed. But there was a testimony, and my grandfather made it to me. 2 days before my grandfather surrendered to the New York State Department of Corrections, he drove my mother from New Jersey to Baltimore to entrust her to his brother's care. It was by no means the ideal situation, but nothing ever was, and he felt he had no choice. His mother and father had died of cancer within a couple of months of each other in the winter of 1954. "Keep your eyes peeled," my grandfather told my mother. "It's going to be on your side of the street." My mother had not seen Baltimore in 5 years, and it looked strange to her. The row houses had 2 stories clad in white siding upstairs, red brick down. They made my mother think of gums crowded with teeth. Most of them had flat roofs, but every so often one had a peaked attic. Those were the Eideth. The houses had shallow porches held up by white pillars. They ran on for blocks unvaryingly, like a vista you might drive past in a dream. "I forgot the number," my mother said. My grandfather sighed. He took his right hand off the wheel to fish his wallet from the breast pocket of his jacket. A matchbook from Howard Johnson's fell out of the wallet into the area by his feet. He swore. He returned the wallet to its pocket. His tone was calm, but that meant nothing. "Find it," he said. My mother leaned across the seat and felt around on the floor among the petals and her father's black wing tips until her fingers kicked against the match cover. "Found it." The comb of matches had been torn away cleanly along with the strip where you struck a light. She turned the match cover over to the side on which my grandfather had jotted down an address. My mother read the numbers aloud, but they failed to register. She was remembering the Howard Johnson's restaurant where my grandfather had taken her one particularly fine Saturday not long before. Their nearest neighbor, Mrs. Lopes, had unexpectedly dropped by the house that day, bringing along 2 albums of photos from a recent visit to her sister in Altoona. My grandmother had shown what struck my mother at the time as remarkable if not excessive interest in the Pennsylvanian travels of Mrs. Lopes. My mother was thrilled when my grandfather, who harbored little patience for their neighbor, abruptly proposed a father-daughter outing. He drove my mother out to visit a petting zoo with goats, sheep, and an irritable alpaca named for Emma Sumac. My mother knew that at 14 she was too old to enjoy a petting zoo. She had enjoyed it nonetheless. There were no other visitors, and the animals seemed eager for company. They rushed to greet my mother and never let her out of their sight. In the enormous barn there had been a tire swing lashed to the highest rafter, and at the end of the visit the farmer had set up empty soup cans along a fence. My mother, always a bit of a deadeye, had shot all but one of them off with a .22 rifle. On the way back from the petting zoo, they stopped at Howard Johnson's, where my grandfather had consented to my mother ordering a lunch of French fries with a side of peppermint ice cream. The day was hot, but inside the Howard Johnson's, her bare arms and legs had prickled as her sweat cooled in the air conditioning. There was frost on the scalloped metal ice cream dish. My grandfather had made a comic show of disgust as he watched my mother languidly dip each fry into the pink mound of ice cream before eating it. but she could see something else moving behind his face, some deeper pain or preoccupation. After a while, he got up to go to the men's room. He came back with a pack of Pall Mall cigarettes. He was not a habitual smoker, but there were months when he would go through 2 packs a day. The lighter engraved with a molecular diagram was out of fuel, an oversight she could not remember ever having seen him commit. Their waitress had brought the book of matches in their aqua, white, and orange cover. My grandfather lit a cigarette and settled back in the booth. The look in his eyes of painful assessment appeared to have departed. He complimented my mother on her marksmanship and then, unusually, told her a story from his boyhood. It was a brief tale, but a good one. It concerned a friend of my grandfather's, a boy called Moish, who had been shot by another boy with a .22 rifle. The tale concluded satisfyingly with a bloody fingertip wrapped in a sheet of newspaper and carried home in the victim's pocket. When they got home that afternoon from their outing, the radio in the living room was playing big band Roomba music, but the house was empty. There was an envelope on the kitchen table, propped against a candlewick vase that held white peonies cut from the back garden. My grandmother had written my mother's name on the outside of the envelope. Her penmanship, improved by nuns, made every word look like notes to be played on a celesta. In the envelope, my mother found a red feather wrapped inside a letter informing her that her mother had decided, for the good of the family, to return herself for treatment at Greystone. The meaning or origin of the red feather was information my mother never ascertained. My grandfather swore again and stepped on the brake. "You were supposed to be looking," he said. "I was looking. When you drove it in reverse, the car made a sound that my mother imagined to be the whirring of her father's displeasure. My grandfather craned his head around and backed them past 3 houses with his right arm slung across the top of the seat back. He stopped in front of a house with an attic story. Its porch was hedged with bare azalea bushes. Instead of brick and siding, it appeared to have been clad in a grid made of hundreds of cut stones, brown, purple-brown, and gray. Its porch had lost or been deprived of its pillars. In their place, someone had installed trellises of wrought iron, entwined by wrought iron vines. In one of the 2 windows that looked onto the porch, my mother saw a woman's wide face before a muslin curtain fell across it. My grandfather cut the engine. My mother grabbed handfuls of the skirt of her jumper and squeezed. Her eyes burned. Tears dripped from her chin to the Peter Pan collar of her blouse. It was so quiet in the car that she could hear the patter of the tears. My grandfather made a soft click with his tongue, irritation or pity. My mother pinned her scant hopes on pity. "I have no choice in the matter," my grandfather said. "Forgive me." "No," said my mother. Her daring surprised her. Her heart was thudding against her breastbone. My grandfather opened the door on his side and got out of the car. "Fair enough," he said. He put on his gray worsted suit jacket and shot his cuffs. He straightened the knot of his gray and black tie. He studied the stone face of the house. He came around the front of the car and opened my mother's door on his way back to the trunk. My mother wiped her face on her sleeve and climbed out. She followed him to the trunk of the Crossley, which held 2 suitcases of clothes, a train case with her toilet articles and her glass animal collection, her portable record player, and a box of 45 RPM records. Among them, Wake Up Little Susie, New That Week, and Dark Moon by Gail Storm. "Let me worry about this stuff," my grandfather said. "You go ring the bell." My mother stood on the concrete checkerboard looking at the stone house. It had felt so good to say no. She contemplated saying it again, but Uncle Ray beat her to it. "No." He was standing on the topmost porch step. He was wearing a sky-blue suit piped in white and a green necktie patterned with gold circles over a gold shirt. He was taking her in, making a show of it, his arms folded across his bony chest, looking her up and down. He shook his head, his mouth turned up at one corner as though ready in a moment to smile. "Unbelievable," he said. "Impossible." My mother had not seen very much of Uncle Ray since the move from Baltimore in 1952. Since then, he had grown more outrageous, and she loved him for it. The improbability of his cars, his clothes, and of the gifts he brought her, a brown-skinned doll wearing a hat of wooden fruit and a red dress embroidered with the word Havana, a canvas sack stamped golden nugget containing a vial filled with gold dust, scandalized my grandfather in a way that paradoxically also seemed to bring him pleasure. When Uncle Ray came around, he and my grandmother would do the talking. My grandfather would just sit listening at the table or, once, on a blanket spread under the hickory tree. Uncle Ray's stories of his life featured people with suggestive or humorous nicknames and towns or neighborhoods with questionable reputations. To narrate that life's incidents and activities required an impenetrable jargon. The talk went over my mother's head so completely that nobody bothered to shoo her away. When Uncle Ray got to the end of a story, my grandfather would sink his chin into his hand and say something like, "I don't believe it," or "That's appalling," or simply, "Oi, Renard, why?" But sometimes he would be smiling. "Hi, Uncle Ray," my mother said. "Hello, dollface." She went up the steps and put her arms around Ray's neck and kissed him on the cheek. It was smoother than her father's cheek. As always, he smelled of gardenia and tobacco ash. She did not have to go up on tiptoe to kiss him. Not yet 15, she was 2 inches taller than he was. "Look at you. Nobody told me you were already done growing up," he said. "This is going to be a piece of cake. My work is done." My mother did not reply. "Right," Uncle Ray said. "I'm looking forward to this, aren't you? I guess." "Sure you are, baby. This is going to be fun." There was a flat metal mailbox by the front door with a wire bracket to hold the evening paper. The name on the mailbox was Einstein. My mother had been told that this was the name of Uncle Ray's landlady, but seeing it spelled out on the mailbox gave her an uneasy feeling. It was a name long since affixed to matters of crucial importance that she knew she was never going to understand. "You said a girl." The voice was pitched low, masculine. It belonged to the woman my mother had seen at the window. She seemed old to my mother at the time, but in retrospect my mother thought she must not have been 60. Her black hair was grained with silver. It jutted out on either side of her head in 2 fins that curved upward at the tips, the toes of a pair of Persian slippers. She was wearing what appeared to be a lab coat over a blouse printed with chrysanthemums and a brown skirt. She drew a thread of some bitter odor along with her when she came out onto the porch. "Mrs. Einstein," Uncle Ray told my mother. "This is a girl, Mrs. E. She's only. How old are you now, sweetheart?" 14. Mrs. Einstein looked my mother up and down, her hands folded across her chest. My mother decided that the odor was coming from Mrs. Einstein. Later, my mother would learn that her uncle's landlady worked as a receptionist at a veterinary hospital out in Pikesville. A smell compounded from carbolic and the secretions of animals, fear glands, followed Mrs. Einstein wherever she went. 14, Mrs. Einstein said. "Nonsense." She turned to Ray. "What do you take me for?" "I can produce her birth documents," Uncle Ray said with smoothness and assurance, worrying my mother, who was not sure she owned any birth documents. "If you really think it's necessary." The summer before, as a hurricane was about to hit the Gulf Coast of Texas, my mother had seen a picture in the newspaper of people in its path nailing sheets of plywood over the windows of their houses. A similar procedure now seemed to be undertaken by Mrs. Einstein with the expression in her eyes. "It's all necessary when you're involved," she said to Uncle Ray. "I have to take every precaution. Now, Mrs. E., when you're involved, I read the fine print." She shook her head infinitesimally as if a fuller expression of disapproval might implicate her in whatever mischief her boarder had gotten himself into. Then she went back into the house. "What did she mean? You said a girl," my mother asked her uncle. "Does she think I'm a boy?" Uncle Ray's teeth were veined with gold. When he smiled, you felt he was giving you a glimpse of the wares he planned to sell you. "No, sweetheart," he said. "She thought you were a woman." He started to ruffle her hair, then changed his mind and settled for a pat on the shoulder. Don't let her well. He was looking past my mother at my grandfather, coming up the walk with one of my mother's suitcases under each arm, holding the record player with his left hand and the train case and box of records with his right. Shame on you, Mandrake, Uncle Ray said to my mother, making Lothar here carry all your bags. He wouldn't let me help. No, he wouldn't, would he? Uncle Ray said. My grandfather kept his head down, his eyes hidden behind the brim of his hat. He tromped up the porch steps and tried to bull past my mother and Uncle Ray without saying a word. Hey, sourpuss, Uncle Ray said. He stepped into his brother's path. He waited until my grandfather looked up from under the brim of his fedora. You can't even manage a hello. My grandfather paused. He nodded without meeting his brother's gaze. Hello, he said. That's it, that's all I get. Move it, my grandfather said softly. Uncle Ray stepped aside with a show of mock alarm. My grandfather went through the door with the luggage. We're putting her in the attic, Uncle Ray called after him. Good luck getting all that up the ladder. I'd help you if you weren't such a jerk. My grandfather reminded his brother that he didn't need help. Uncle Ray rolled his eyes at my mother. She wanted to smile but could not manage it. She was already apprehensive about having to sleep in an attic. She had not been told that the attic was reached by a ladder. This worried her, too. What if she had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night? Good thing he's not sticking around, Uncle Ray said. Himself and Mrs. Einstein under the same roof. Marciano versus Moore, duking it out for the heavyweight sourpuss title. He's going to prison, my mother said, remembering now that in spite of the affection and sense of mild wonder Uncle Ray inspired in her, there had always been something about him that got on her nerves. He was not a serious person. If he weren't going to prison, neither of us would have to be here at all. Uncle Ray looked as if she had slapped him. My mother felt instantly sorry. She forced herself to smile. Anyway, she said, I'd put my money on Daddy. For the sourpuss title, definitely. How much? $5. You're on, Uncle Ray said. They shook on it. Mrs. Einstein fed them. The $15 a week she charged Uncle Ray for a room with its own bathroom on the second floor of her house did not include meals. Mrs. Einstein took no interest in food. On the rare occasions when she cooked, the results were nothing anybody would pay money to eat. Though not observant, she shopped at a kosher butcher. She would buy the cheapest cuts, all string and gristle, sear them, then submerge them in a signature brown gravy that reminded my mother of Jell-O, only salty and hot. The vegetables were boiled until safely gray. Once a week Mrs. Einstein forced herself to sit down and eat a piece of fried beef liver with grilled onions, and if Uncle Ray and my mother were around, she forced them to eat it too. Her husband and son had always refused to touch liver, and they were dead, and she was alive. On that first night, however, she served an excellent dairy supper. She had stopped at an appetizing store and brought home smoked whitefish, pickled herring, a dozen deviled eggs. She put out cottage cheese and some sliced celery and carrots. For dessert there was a marvel of a cake, a slender block frosted with chocolate that revealed, when Mrs. Einstein sliced it open, gaudy layers of pink, green, and yellow separated by ribbons of raspberry jam. Mrs. Einstein had no illusions about her table. She had no illusions about anything except maybe the tonic properties of beef liver. But she knew where my grandfather would be headed after he departed her house. She felt that his last free meal ought to be edible at least. You're very kind, my grandfather said, pushing away his plate. Not really, Mrs. Einstein said. She looked at my mother, who was just then contemplating asking for a second slice of ribbon cake. One is enough, Mrs. Einstein said. My mother nodded. She put her fork down. Maybe your brother told you I have doubts about this arrangement, Mrs. Einstein said. I have a hard time picturing Reynard looking after a child, and I worry that the burden is going to fall on me. I don't much care for children. I had one of my own. That was more than sufficient. My grandfather turned on his brother. You said it was fine with her. Fine is a relative term, Uncle Ray observed. Maybe I ought to have said, as fine as anything ever gets with this one. My mother told me that she still remembered the heat spreading across her cheeks as she listened to this exchange. A spasm of restlessness took hold in her legs, a kind of panic of the muscles. She ran through a handful of smart or angry or cold remarks she might toss at Mrs. Einstein on the subject of children and their feelings toward Mrs. Einstein. She reconfirmed with herself the certainty that she had nowhere else to go. "I don't need it to be fine," Mrs. Einstein said. "Obviously, the girl needs a home." It was not yet 8 o'clock when my grandfather took his hat from a peg in the front hall. My mother tried to stay put on Mrs. Einstein's sofa. The sofa was upholstered in pale pink chenille sealed in a layer of clear vinyl. Under her circle skirt, my mother could feel her bare thighs sticking to the vinyl slipcover, and she pretended that the adhesion would be sufficient. But in the end she tore loose and ran to her father. He suffered her to put her arms around his waist and her cheek against his shirt front. When he saw that she was not going to make a scene, he took hold of her head with both hands and raised her face to his. "If I thought you were not up to this, I would not ask you to do it," he said. "Do you understand?" My mother nodded. A tear spilled from her left eye, streaked down her temple, and chimed inside her right ear. "You're tough," he said. "Like me." He lowered his lips to her forehead and left the scratch of his whiskers on it. Hours afterward, lying on a folding cot in Mrs. Einstein's attic, trying to fall asleep, she could feel the abrasion of his kiss radiating heat across her forehead like a sunburn. It was only then, in the dark and the smell of old luggage and galoshes, that it occurred to my mother she should have asked my grandfather what he would have done if he'd thought she wasn't up to the ordeal. She lay there in the dark, picturing to herself all the bright forms his mercy might have taken if only she had not been so tough. 25 on the original charge of aggravated assault, my grandfather might have been looking at 5 years. But by 1957, New York was already struggling with the judicial backlog that, at the end of the 60s, brought its court system to the point of collapse. As a veteran and a family man with no criminal record, my grandfather was persuaded to waive his right to a trial and plead guilty to a lesser charge of simple assault. He was sentenced to 20 months in Wallkill prison. Wallkill had been built in a spirit of experiment when FDR was governor of New York. Its perimeter was not enclosed by a wall or a fence. Its tree-lined walkways and gray Gothic stonework reminded visitors of a small men's college or seminary. It had a library, a gymnasium, a swimming pool, a profitable dairy farm, a horse barn, machine and craft shops, greenhouses and vegetable gardens, an orchard, livestock, and bees. Under qualified instructors, inmates were required to learn and paid to work at manual or agricultural trades, or to put in a daily shift for making eyeglasses or plastic novelties in one of Wallkill's 2 manufactories. The warden recruited the prison guards personally to ensure that they were in sympathy with Wallkill's philosophy and methods. The guards dressed like park rangers. They carried handcuffs but no guns or batons. You had your own cell with a small outdoor terrace on which you were free to grow vegetables or flowers. You carried a key to your cell. Between lights out and reveille, you were confined to quarters, but once you had proved trustworthy, you were given a fair amount of liberty to come and go. As long as you reported promptly for work, chow, exercise, chapel, and other mandatory activities, your spare time was your own. The first night in his cell, my grandfather had trouble sleeping. Outside the window, the prison yard was flooded with light. The cell door was inset with a large peephole that let in light and noise from the gallery. The mattress crinkled. The air felt close and heavy. Sleeping inmates made a racket out of a cartoon. A barn at night transformed into a calliope of cows, pigs, and chickens playing a wheezy polka. At intervals too random to anticipate or adjust to, the prisoner in the next cell would break into spasmodic coughing. It sounded like a drum falling down a flight of stairs. It sounded painful. My grandfather lay for hours with his arms folded under his head, bothered by thoughts of his wife and daughter. He pictured my mother jostled in the grandstand of a racetrack, losing tickets snowing down around her as a crowd rose to its feet and roared. He pictured her alone at a table in the back of a pool hall in some God-forsaken place like Hagerstown, hair falling across a page of algebra or modern screen, while Uncle Ray sandbagged some dumb bastard who afterward beat him to death in an alley before raping my mother. My grandmother, he envisioned shorn and strapped to a table in a harsh-lit operating theater, plunged into tubs of ice, wound into a straitjacket, and force-fed medicated pap. He sat up, shuddering. My grandfather went to the window to look at the night sky, but it turned out that the floodlights of Wallkill abolished the stars. Returning to the cot, my grandfather determined to map the ceiling of his cell with the stars he knew to be overhead. He pretended that the ceiling could be rolled away like the roof of an observatory dome. With a clear view of the heavens, he contemplated the dolphin, the Indian, the microscope. He found the ring Nebula and Lyra. Cassiopeia and Andromeda ascended the inner surface of his skull with their uncomfortable mythology. He saw the mother crooked as an M with torment, the oblique angle of the daughter chained, and waiting for something monstrous to arrive. It was nothing he wanted to think about. He switched off the Zeiss of his imagination. The stars winked out. He rolled onto his side, and in time my grandmother returned to his thoughts. She lay naked across their marriage bed on her belly, with her legs pressed together and my grandfather standing by her feet. His gaze traveled up an arrow of shadow that pointed to the cleft in her ass. Her ass, that ripe and downy apricot. He took hold of her feet by the ankles and opened her legs. He fell asleep and was roused from a dream of a girl he'd been sweet on in high school by the blare of the bell that must have provoked it. When he opened his eyes, he was in prison. In 20 months, it would be 1959. He put on the dark blue work shirt and gray poplin trousers of the Wallkill uniform and sat down on the cot to lace up his boots. As he sat down, he happened to look out the window at the sky. Mysteriously, that turned out to be a mistake. As I no doubt have made clear by now, my grandfather was not a man for tears, and when tears did come he fought them. The last time he had allowed himself to weep freely, he'd been in short pants and Herbert Hoover had been the president. Like blood, tears had a function. They served to indicate the severity and depth of the blow you had absorbed. When your friend died in your arms, your wife had lost her sanity, or you were saying goodbye to your daughter in Mrs. Einstein's front hall, tears flowed, and as with blood, you staunched them. So what the fuck was this? A blue sky on a clear morning at the end of a Catskills summer. Big deal. A matter of wavelength and refraction. An agitation of the rods and cones. Meanwhile, breakfast was at 7 o'clock sharp. If you showed up at 7:01, he had been informed you would be shut out of the mess hall and then go hungry until lunch. The bathroom was all the way down at the end of the gallery. There might be a wait for the toilet, for the sink, for a place in front of the mirror. What was more, he needed to take a piss. Any second now he was going to stop looking at the sky and tie his boots and go. It was time to get moving. There was a knock on the door. My grandfather jumped. "Yes," he called. He cleared his throat. "Yes, what is it?" "Excuse me, I don't mean to intrude." There was something arch about the intonation. Mannered was the right word. It's Dr. Alfred Storch. On arrival yesterday, my grandfather had been examined by an internist and interviewed by a psychiatrist. Neither of them had been named Alfred Storch. The name of the warden was Dr. Wallach. "Just a minute." My grandfather knotted his bootlaces and got up off the cot. When he opened the door, he was surprised to find another prisoner standing there. He had noticed this man in the mess hall the night before. Well over 6 feet tall, gaunt, silver in his black brush mustache, an apologetic stoop from a lifetime of ducking through doorways. He wore heavy-rimmed black glasses and his eyes were a mess. The left one turned outward. It was hyperopic and swam huge behind its lens. The right eye was nearsighted, and its correction left it looking shrunken by comparison. He appeared to be wearing not ordinary spectacles, but some kind of crude device of his own manufacture that would let him see around corners or in opposite directions. Dr. Storch held out his right hand, large and long-fingered. On a piano keyboard, it would have spanned an octave and a half without stretching. "I'm just next door," Dr. Storch said. "I'm just next door." It was a German accent tinged with British instruction. It sounded pretty classy, Leslie Howard playing a Prussian count. "I wanted to make sure you—" he broke off and averted his face from my grandfather's, though the left eye maintained its vigil. "Terribly sorry. I see I'm disturbing you." My grandfather wiped his cheeks savagely on the sleeve of his work shirt. "Not at all," he said. "I was just going to wash up before breakfast." "Right," said Dr. Storch. "You know I saw your door was closed, you see, and you're new here, so I wasn't sure if you knew." "I know," my grandfather said. 7 sharp or they lock you out." "Oh, they really do," Dr. Storch said. "They are sticklers." It was worded like a complaint, but to my grandfather it sounded more like boasting. You would have thought Dr. Storch himself had formulated the policy on promptness at mealtime. My grandfather followed into the gallery and closed the door of his cell behind him. He took the key from his pocket. "Oh, nobody locks them," Dr. Storch said. "Of course, you do as you think best, but the locks are so flimsy. There's really no point." My grandfather detected a note of bitterness, as though Dr. Storch had fallen prey to pilfering more than once. "You can pick them with a playing card." My grandfather locked his door and Dr. Storch shrugged graciously. "There's no harm in it, certainly," he said. They went past the door of Dr. Storch's cell and he pushed open the door. "Same as yours in every drab particular." Again there was the note of sham complaint, as if the uniformity of prisoners' cells obeyed some principle that Dr. Storch endorsed. Anyway, it was true. Same cot, lamp, chair, table, same small chest of drawers. Same boxed ration of blue sky. No photographs. A few pocketbooks piled on the table with typed library labels taped to their spines. The topmost book was Mission of Gravity by Hal Clement. My grandfather had adored this classic of hard science fiction when it was first serialized in Astounding, enough to drop $3 when Doubleday brought out a hardcover edition a year later. In 1974, when he pressed a fresh copy on me, it remained one of his all-time favorite books. My grandfather did not acknowledge to Dr. Storch this evidence of a shared interest that might form the basis of a friendship. It was like when you dropped by the neighbors at supper time with a piece of misdelivered mail, and their house had a warm smell of carrots and bay leaf, and before they had a chance to ask you to sit down, have a glass of water, try a little of the soup, at least take off your coat, you shook your head and said, "Don't worry, I'm not staying." "Very nice," he said. They went along the gallery toward the bathroom. Most of the other prisoners had already gone down to the mess hall, leaving their cell doors unlocked or ajar. Calendar girls, some photographs of children, prisoner watercolors of fruit, Ava Gardner, the green Shawingunks, a porcelain virgin with a halo of gold wire. "I think you'll find the food quite palatable," Dr. Storch said. "Dinner was all right, beef and macaroni, hard to ruin. We do get a lot of macaroni. It's filling. And cheap. I'm a dentist, by the way," Dr. Storch said. "Not an MD, if you were wondering. And I would like to tell you the truth about why I'm here before you encounter the remarkable mythology my accent has engendered every day. A fresh outrage seems to have been added to the catalog of my mythical crimes. I feel it's imperative I tell you the truth, you see, because I think, do I perceive that you are a Jew? Yes. Well, here it is. Rest assured, I am not a Nazi. I am a German, yes, of course. But I detested Hitler, and I was never a member of the Nazi Party. I left Germany just before the invasion of Poland, and lived through the Blitz in London, where I was nearly killed on 3 occasions by German ordnance, including a V-2 rocket. It was never my job to extract the gold teeth from mouths of deportees when they arrived at Auschwitz or Belsen. I lived my whole life in Hamburg and was never near any of those places. I never conducted hideous dental experiments or operated on patients without anesthesia. I never gave anyone a forked tongue or implanted a whore's jaw with shark's teeth. After the war, I emigrated to Buffalo, where in 1953 I was arrested for practicing dentistry without a license, a felony in the state of New York, alas. And that's why you find me living in the cell next to yours. It all came out in a burst, as though Walco regulations required that confession be done promptly, before one reached the bathroom door. There was a lot to digest in Dr. Storch's confession. It was hard to know what to say in reply. "I'm a salesman," my grandfather said. As they walked into the bathroom, Dr. Storch stiffened. He sidled around my grandfather and ducked into one of the stalls. At the trough-style sink, a prisoner with a cauliflower ear and a barrel chest stood washing his hands. His forearms were blotched with dull tattoos. He closed the tap and went over to one of the continuous loops of linen towel that were mounted in white boxes on the wall. Patiently, he dried the blocks of pink marble that served him for hands. He smiled at my grandfather and said, "Hiya," preceded by a half-second of cool appraisal. It was a friendly smile. Ex-Marine, my grandfather guessed. Middleweight to light heavyweight. Good reach, bad knees. "Morning," my grandfather said. "Name's Hub Gorman." He winked at my grandfather and called out, "See you at breakfast, Al." He had a lazy Midwestern drawl that reminded my grandfather of Dean Martin's. If Dr. Storch had a reply, my grandfather didn't catch it. Hub angled his head at the stalls and rolled his eyes in that direction. "Want to watch yourself around that shitbird," he said cheerfully. My grandfather didn't reply. He had an aversion to people who winked at him. The jury was out on Dr. Storch, but he was reasonably sure he would still hate Hub Gorman a week from now. There was nothing to be done or said about it. Bad blood, pissing contests, ongoing feuds that would all constitute a surrender to Wallkill, every bit as much as would making a friend. Even if he had to serve the full 20 months, my grandfather's plan was to be always just dropping by. Gorman stepped toward my grandfather, using the lurch imparted by bad knees as a pretext to push his face in much too close. His breath smelled like a cast-iron skillet. "Word of advice," he said, arranging his ugly and genial features into a solemn mask. A pregnant pause followed. My grandfather endured it. "Never let a dentist put you under." He shambled out, whistling a few aimless notes. My grandfather went to one of the urinals. The relief of urination helped to mitigate a feeling of foreboding brought on by the interaction of Dr. Storch and Hub Gorman. Dr. Storch came bustling out of the stall. "There you are," he said, as if he and my grandfather had become separated while hiking through the woods. "Ready for breakfast." They got to the mess hall 1 minute past 7. Since it was my grandfather's first breakfast at Wallkill, the guard at the door cut him a break. "Go on then, you, and get your pancakes," he said, shoving with his shoulder against one of the swinging doors to let my grandfather in. "Don't let it happen again, all right." After my grandfather went through, the guard stepped into the doorway. The warmth went out of his voice. "You can just go hungry this morning, Doc," he said. "That's why you always say that." "Say what?" "Never let a dentist put you under," I quoted. "That's what you always say." "I do." "It's one of your major pieces of advice." "It's just common sense," my grandfather said. "I don't give advice." I searched my memory to see if I could contradict him. I found statements on the order of "get the hair dryer away from the bathtub and it will heal faster without a band-aid," and of an approaching Doberman, "he can smell that you're afraid." "So you're anti-advice," I said. "I'm not anti-advice, just there's no point to it." "Okay." They wring their hands. Should I do this? Should I do that? They get 17 different opinions. Then they do what they plan to do all along. If you give advice, they only blame you when it turns out bad. I was not entirely certain and thought of asking him who they were, pointlessly wasting his time. I decided he was in all likelihood talking about the human race. So next time a dentist wants to give me gas, I should just say, go for it. Feel free. People die every day in dentists' chairs. Poor Dr. Storch, I said. Did you get a little nicer to him later on? I wasn't unkind to him. I just didn't talk to him. I didn't talk to anybody, and I didn't want anybody talking to me. That was the plan. This did not strike me as necessarily marking a radical change in approach. Yeah, but I mean that guy Hub was tormenting him for months, a year, and then you move in right next door. And you haven't been there for the whole history of Dr. Storch getting picked on and called a Nazi and treated like shit, even by the guards, who it sounds like were basically decent to the other prisoners. They were more than decent. And you're, all muscly and tough-looking and whatever. He couldn't have known what a total, badass you were. But I bet he was maybe hoping you might want to stick up for him. Badass. My grandfather sampled the flavor of the word. It did not seem to revolt him, but it was nothing he needed ever to sample again. I bet he was hoping you'd be his friend. It sounds like he needed one. He was, my grandfather said. He did. He closed his eyes and appeared to drift for a little while, and I thought the afternoon's conversation might have come to an end. It was nearing 4. The palliative care nurse was due at 4:30. But then his color deepened and he opened his eyes. They had the clarity of pain. The meds were wearing off. Every infraction at Walkill, you got time added to your sentence. Fighting, getting into a dust-up with another inmate, they would add a lot of time. Months for one fight. The only thing worse was if you tried to escape, going over the hill, they called it. And then if you got into another fight after that, the way you probably would if you started something serious with a hard-on like Hub Gorman, they shipped you off to Green Haven or Auburn, maximum security, where they put the bad guys prison. Your mother was 14 when I went in, Mike stuck in Baltimore where she didn't know a soul. Living with a pool hustler and a grumpy old lady, stuck there till the day I come get her. And your grandmother. I know, I said. I'm sorry, I'm not reproaching you. Hey, I'm sorry, Grandpa. He was looking out the window. The moms are sat on the top of the fence, facing the ivy-tangled slope, its back to the bird feeder, making a show of indifference or surrender. It's time for your pill. I don't want it. Come on, I'm really sorry, okay? Come on, you need it. Grandpa. I said Grandpa again, but in an Eeyore voice. Then I said it in the voice of Darth Vader. He kept looking out the window at the squirrel, who was so much less trying company than his grandson. What do you want to take it with? I said. He rolled his head in my direction. Cold beer. Seriously, is that okay? He lifted an eyebrow no more than 1/4 of an inch. Just high enough to say, what the fuck difference could it possibly make? I went to the kitchen, opened a bottle of Deus Equis, and poured some into a plastic cup. I was fairly new to California at the time, and Mexican beer still held considerable allure. On further reflection, I transferred the beer from the plastic cup into a tall glass and topped it off from the bottle, tilting it so he could swallow his pill without getting a mouthful of foam. I carried the glass of beer into the guest bedroom with a certain ceremoniousness. For some reason, I was really looking forward to seeing him drink a little beer. He put the dilated onto his sueded tongue and washed it down with a healthy swallow of Deus Equis. Rock and roll, I said. He closed his eyes. In his contentment he looked handsome and severe. He said. Good, right, good. Have a little more. I passed the glass to him again and he took another long pull. He handed me back the glass. Enough, he said. Thank you, go ahead, honey, you finish it. I sat down in the chair and had a sip of beer and watched him smack his lips. The complicated bitterness seemed to linger and resonate on his tongue. Storch, what a nudnik, he said. I must have been nuts. 26 at Walkill in the evenings, your time, for the most part, was your own. The recreation room had table tennis, board games, and a monstrous console with a record player and a radio. Partway through my grandfather's stretch, Dr. Wallach, the warden, had a new Philco television brought in at his own expense and installed beside the radio, so the men could watch the fights on Friday night. The casualty rate for ping-pong balls exceeded the rate of resupply, and the records for some reason were devoted primarily to polka music or instruction in Portuguese. Many of the board games were on their fourth or fifth set of tokens, counters, and dice, improvised or crafted by inmates from spools, bottle caps, corks, modeling clay. In the case of Monopoly, the entire board had been redrafted onto a sheet of pine by some wistful or ironic cartographer who substituted the streets of Albany, New York, for those of Atlantic City, discounting all the properties by 50%. Reception on the television was dreadful, but many of the men would watch anything that passed across the screen of the Philco, furious blizzards of static, prize-fighting ghosts. Some of the prisoners, having exhausted the recreation room store of wonders, simply retired to their cells every night. Many joined a prayer circle or weekly Bible study. Most of them took up a hobby sooner or later. They painted in watercolors and oils. They carved duck decoys, built birdhouses, bent sheets of metal into napkin holders. They turned table legs on lathes and then affixed them to tabletops they had coped and mortised. They put in extra time caring for the livestock, in particular the horses. My grandfather naturally found his way to the so-called hut, where in addition to a Hallicrafter's shortwave radio and a darkroom there was a radio repair workbench. People from the towns and villages around Wallkill would bring their radios to the prison to be repaired for the price of parts. Radios went on the fritz in interesting ways and could be repaired in ways that were satisfying. It was a matter of having the right parts and the proper tools, and then ruling out the possibilities one by one. To my grandfather, that was more or less a recipe for solace. When he lay awake in his bunk at night, his own problems felt so amorphous. In his dreams, they were as infinite as mirrors reflecting one another. But in the radio repair shop, in the innards of a Magnavox, problems could be picked off, hunted down, cornered. They could be eliminated with a cotton swab, a piece of copper braid, or a drop of solder. And he had always loved the sugary tang of solder smoke, hot off the tip of the iron. Even on those nights when Dr. Storch showed up in the hut, he was easier for my grandfather to handle or to ignore. Storch would put on a headset and sit for hours in front of the Hallicrafters in the corner. He took in the news from Radio National in Brazil, from Radio Moscow, from Deutsche Welle. He monitored the chatter and technical rundowns broadcast by stargazers and weather watchers around the world, who had been recruited to record and transmit their observations during this international geophysical year. He lost himself amid the interlacing transmissions of 1,000,000 solitary amateurs reaching out to one another in the night. On the first Friday evening of my grandfather's first October at Wallkill, Hub Gorman wandered into the hut. It was not a customary haunt of Gorman's, and my grandfather saw at once that he was looking to make trouble. Gorman stood for a moment just inside the doorway. He nodded to my grandfather. His close-cropped skull was indented on one side as by the corner of a 2x4. In the crevice formed by his brow and cheekbones, his eyes glinted like dimes lost between sofa cushions. He had spotted Dr. Storch in the corner, his back to the door and the trouble that had just shambled through it. Gorman started across the lab with practiced slowness. The man took his time to do almost anything: roll a cigarette, get out of a chair, finish a bowl of chili con carne, lick the spoon. When a guard gave him an order, he pondered it. His languor was partly a kind of insubordination through indifference. It was also a manner of predation. He was an alligator sunning himself on a rock. "Gorman," my grandfather said, "see mere, look at this." Gorman stopped. He was only 2 or 3 feet from Dr. Storch. He cracked his knuckles. It sounded like a string of squibs going off. He turned with the usual show of hastelessness. My grandfather held up a gaudy gold and red box that once held 24 Romeo y Julietas. "Don't smoke," Gorman said. He pointed at his mouth with a knobby finger. "Chew gum, not cigars." The cleft between Gorman's cheeks and brows diminished. He made his way over to the electronics workbench. "Don't bring him over here, dumbass," said another prisoner who had served as a radio man on the Abraham Lincoln during the war. "What do you care if he wants to fuck with the Nazi?" "What is it?" Gorman said. Across the hemisphere of his left arm, some jarhead tattooist had mapped, island by greenish-black island, month by month, year by year, the bloody advance of the 10th Marines on the Empire of Japan. The shoulder featured a mushroom cloud labeled Nagasaki, where the 10th had patrolled the cinders post-war. "It's a radio, made out of a cigar box." It was the work of a night, completed just 5 minutes or so before Gorman's appearance in the hut. My grandfather had intended to present it as a gift for the warden's grandson, Theodore, the next time the boy visited. Theodore took an interest in science. He was bright and forthright and not in awe of the prison, its inmates, or his grandfather. Among inmates who pined for their own children, Theodore was a great favorite. They showered him with matchstick Eiffel Towers and tin can roadsters. My grandfather handed the cigar box to Gorman, who hefted it. "Heavy. It runs on a flashlight battery." My grandfather opened the lid to show Gorman the battery amid the capacitors and wires. He took out the little gray earphone on its braided gray wire, and Gorman poked it into the pleats and convolutions of his deformed right ear. My grandfather showed Gorman how to turn on and tune the radio. Gorman asked him to find the church station, and my grandfather did. Gorman grinned. "Hey," he said, "a radio in a cigar box, that's pretty neat." But Gorman did not leave to go play with his new toy, as my grandfather had hoped. He found a stool and sat, listening to a radio preacher. He stared at the back of Dr. Storch's head while the cricket in his cauliflower ear preached damnation. Then, without any apparent stimulus or cue, he stood up, tugged the earphone loose, wrapped the thin wire around 3 fingers, put the coil of wire inside the cigar box, and laid the box on the stool. The animal inside him was ready to dine. Gorman sidled over to the radio corner. My grandfather opened his mouth to warn Dr. Storch, but just at that moment the dentist's shoulders tensed, and he turned to face his looming tormentor, eyes level with Guadalcanal on the back of Gorman's wrist. Gorman crouched beside Storch and laid his arm across the man's bony shoulders. He put his mouth to Storch's ear. His lips moved. He spoke into Storch's ear for a long time, renewing his grip on Storch's shoulders every few minutes. His voice was low, and the precise text of his sermon remained a mystery to my grandfather 30 years later. When he was through delivering it, he let Storch shed the yoke of his arm. He unbent himself and looked down at Storch with a pastoral smile. "Okay," he said audibly now. "That going to be all right with you?" Storch was crying. The howls of the ionosphere leaked from the earpiece of the Hallicrafter's headset. "Alfred, I can't hear you." "How about you leave the poor bastard alone for a change?" said my grandfather. Gorman's chin, followed by his lips, was on its way back down to the neighborhood of Storch's left ear. It took a long moment for my grandfather's words to have their effect. Gorman turned to my grandfather, raising himself to his full height. He had 3, call it 4, inches on my grandfather. In the hollow of his face, his pocket-change eyes flickered. With practiced care, he reviewed the stats he had amassed and recorded so far on my grandfather. The smile that he had pasted to his face fell off. My grandfather never saw it again. Gorman raised his hands to just below his chin, getting his guard up. He agitated the thumbs. "How about I stick these things right into your fucking eyeballs, okay? And then get Alfred here to lick the jelly off them," he said. The notion genuinely seemed to appeal to him. Then I can fuck both bloody holes in your skull." Against his better judgment, my grandfather glanced at Storch, who had stopped crying but whose cheeks were fiery red. The lenses of his eyeglasses were fogged, but my grandfather could see through the fog that Storch expected him, needed him to do something, to stand up for him, to fight. He needed my grandfather to be his friend. My grandfather stared at the gaudy labels of radio tubes in their boxes ranged on a shelf against the wall and serially counted to 10, first in English, then in German, and finally in Yiddish. Even if he could survive a fight with Hub Gorman, which was far from certain, months or years might be added to his bid as a result. He might be transferred to someplace far worse than Wallkill, someplace where the fights were butchery and the sentences long. And in the end, Storch would still be a hapless nudnik of an ex-dentist, and my mother and grandmother would be obliged to stumble onward, lost and alone. Gorman picked up the cigar box, took out the earphone and poked it back into his ear. He turned the knob that controlled tuning and stopped at something that sounded like it might be jump blues, a 4/4 scratch of drums. Gorman bobbed his head in time, then winked at my grandfather. "A radio in a cigar box," he said. "That is just neat." That night the shortwave frequencies lit up with the news that the Soviet Union had used a rocket to deploy Sputnik, the first artificial satellite, into orbit around the Earth. The satellite transmitted a signal every 0.3 of a second on a frequency of 20 megahertz, and between those pulses another signal on 40 megahertz. Radio amateurs and shortwave listeners all over the world were able to tune in and listen to what struck many of them as the voice of the future itself. Dr. Storch did not hear the signals, and my grandfather did not learn about Sputnik's deployment until the next day. As soon as Gorman was gone, Dr. Storch hung the radio headset from its peg on the wall, got up from the swivel chair, and walked out of the hut without looking at my grandfather. When he got back to his cell, he swallowed 52 aspirin tablets he had painstakingly accumulated over a period of years by pretending to suffer from chronic headaches. That night a grinding sound woke my grandfather, like a key being turned in the ignition of an engine that was already running. It was the sound of Dr. Storch vomiting. My grandfather ignored it for as long as he could, which was not very long, although it felt like forever. He got up and went into Dr. Storch's cell, reeling at the rancid smell of undigested aspirin. Dr. Storch lay conscious and making a sound that was somewhere between a low rhythmic moan of pain that would not stop throbbing and a sigh of unbearable regret. "Never mind," he said to my grandfather, though he was confused and did not seem to know it was my grandfather grabbing him, dragging him out into the corridor, raising an alarm. "Never mind, never mind." After the medical staff had come with a stretcher and carried Dr. Storch off to the prison's ambulance, my grandfather got hold of a bucket and mop and did what he could about the mess in Storch's cell so that it would be all right when they returned him. They would keep him a few days, then bring him back, and it would all start over again for him with Gorman, only now it would be worse. Gorman would be encouraged by his near miss, and Storch would be more vulnerable than ever. My grandfather cleaned himself up and returned to his own cell. He lay on his cot for hours, trying to focus his thoughts on his family and on the time remaining until the day they would be reunited, which diminished every day by a greater percentage than the one before. He powered up the Zeiss projector in his skull and eagerly sought Cassiopeia and Andromeda in their courses and Cepheus, the husband and father. "That's you," he told himself. "You are Cepheus. You are not Perseus. You are not a hero. It's not your job to rescue anybody." But he could not sustain the planetarium show tonight. There was too much light pouring in from the stanchion outside his window. There was still a tang of vomit in the air. Storch was going to be kept under observation at the county hospital for 4 days. On the first day of his absence, my grandfather told the guard in charge of the grounds crew that he needed fence wire to repair the antenna of a lousy made-in-Japan radio set that had come into the shop. For a purpose directly opposed to his present one, my grandfather had earned the guard's trust. He was believed. Once inside the potting shed, my grandfather filled the rolled cuffs of his trousers with high yield. He had noticed the grounds crew mixing this crystalline white powder with water and applying it to tree stumps at the edge of the meadow. The crew called it stump killer. It acted to soften the stumps so that rain was enough to dissolve them. The active ingredient was basically chemical fertilizer, potassium nitrate. The second day and third day of Storch's absence, my grandfather devoted to obtaining a quantity of sugar. This was trickier. The kitchen kept an eye on sugar because it could be used to make hooch. The cubes were counted and doled out with tongs, 2 to a prisoner per meal. My grandfather would have to stockpile for weeks. He thought of another approach. It was foolish, dangerous, and shameless, but it would be efficient. And anyway, shamelessness was often the missing piece of many otherwise brilliant schemes. A word that often cropped up when people talked or wrote about the warden of the Walco prison, Dr. Walter M. Wallach, was tireless. For every problem that arose in the life and administration of the prison, he came up with 3 possible solutions. He was always on the move. You never saw him sitting down. He arrived early and went home late. Part of this tirelessness was no doubt constitutional or even moral. He was a good man. But you could not discount the fact that he consumed the legend varied between 15 and 20 cups of coffee a day, black and sweet. He kept a percolator in his office, on top of a low bookshelf by the door, and an ample supply of sugar. After breakfast on the second day, my grandfather begged one of the cooks for an empty drum of Quaker oats. That evening he went to the hut and built a radio inside the cardboard drum. He sank a tuning knob through the Q of Quaker and a volume pot through the O of oats. He cannibalized a speaker cone from a junked unit and cut a grill for it out of the drum's paper lid. The next day he got permission to deliver the radio to Wallach in his office. He found Wallach behind his desk standing up, as usual. There was a nice leather swivel chair, but Wallach almost never sat down in it. He stood, and he leaned on the top of a filing cabinet when he needed to jot something in his legal pad. The desk was bare except for a telephone, a calendar blotter, and a crude paper rocket, a foot high, clearly if unconsciously modeled on the V2. "Very kind of you," Wallach said, taking the radio from my grandfather. "Very clever. Theo will love it, I'm sure." My grandfather showed Wallach how to operate the radio, suggesting that the warden move closer to the window to get better reception. He moved closer to the door and the shelf with the coffee percolator. Dr. Wallach turned to face the window and twiddled the knobs. He found Mozart. He found Eddie Fisher. While his back was to the room, my grandfather leaned over and grabbed one of a dozen unopened boxes of sugar cubes on the shelf below the percolator. He reached around to grab hold of his own shirt collar, jerked it away from his neck, and dropped the box of sugar cubes down the back of his shirt. Dr. Wallach turned back and my grandfather had to put his eyes somewhere, so he put them on the rocket. A loving but clumsy hand had shaped the fins, nose cone, and sweep of the fuselage from strips of thin card around a tube left over from a roll of paper towels. The paper was crusted with dried mucilage and blotched with red, white, and blue paint, but the rocket's proportions were pretty good. There were stars and stripes and the legend USA written 20 times all up and down the thing in execrable handwriting. "Theo's work," Dr. Wallach said. "I figured. Gone space mad like all the other boys since Sputnik went up, building rockets to the moon, trying to figure out how to make them really fly. Interesting problem," my grandfather said. "I'll think about it. All you would need," he idly thought, "is a little bit of sugar." He backed out of the room, scuttled past the warden's secretary, and then hurried to his cell to hide the sugar cubes. On the third night after lights out, my grandfather sat on his cot with some tape, wire, a flashlight battery, and the guts of an old clock from the scrap heap in the hut. Working by the blare of light through the window, he ground the cubes to powder in the box and then mixed in No. 3, packing the sugar box as tightly as he could with the candy, as it was known. After an hour's patient work, he had a configuration of wire, battery, candy, and time that was both plausible and strictly Nur Zoo demonstrationszwecken. He was not sure how plausible it was that Hub Gorman would know how to construct even a rudimentary explosive device like this one, but he also wasn't sure it really mattered. The mere presence of it in Gorman's cell, once my grandfather had tipped off the guards, would likely be enough to get Gorman transferred out of Wallkill to Green Haven or Auburn or someplace where he really belonged. Hub Gorman did not belong in a prison that had beehives, a creamery, a complete Encyclopedia Britannica, and a photo enlarger. 27 Dr. Storch was returned to the prison in the ambulance on the 10th of October, a Tuesday. When my grandfather heard about it after chow, he went to the hut and looked in through the door. Dr. Storch was at the S-38, lenses glinting, face gaunt and livid as an El Greco Christ's in the glow of the radio's half-moons. He had the headset on and his movements on the dial were exceedingly fine, as if homing in on a single voice in the great megahertz chorale. My grandfather felt his eyes burn, and the muscles of his chest seemed to curl like a fist around his heart. When he first learned that the dentist would survive his suicide attempt, he had felt powerful relief. The news about Hub Gorman had added a disturbing wrinkle. On seeing Dr. Storch's gaunt, suffering face again, however, all he felt was shame. He ought to have stood up for the poor bastard in the first place. He left the hut, went to his cell, and waited for the lights to be put out. He woke to a chill touch, long, dry fingers pulling at his wrist. SHH. He sat up and looked out the window of his cell. It was never easy to judge the time of night with the floodlights spilling in the yard outside. Call it about an hour before dawn. Dr. Storch winced, to show that he was sorry for waking my grandfather. He held up both hands and made a pushing motion that said, I know, but trust me." He gestured to the doorway of the cell and then to the ceiling. He wanted my grandfather to follow him up to the roof. A visit to the roof of this particular cell block was an exploit often discussed among the Wallkill population. It was a subject of debate. Generally, it was agreed to be possible, but no one among the current crop of inmates would, or could, acknowledge having done it. A solid minority believed that the roof passage was a legend that had originated as deliberate misinformation, a trap laid by some unscrupulous guard to lure unwary prisoners into infraction. These men claimed that a guard was paid a bounty every time he caught an inmate in the act of trying to escape. My grandfather pulled on a shirt and trousers and started to put on his shoes. Storch shook his head. They went out into the corridor. They stepped softly and kept their thighs apart so that a whisper of twill would not betray them. They turned onto another corridor and went along past the doors of other men's cells to the end. There was a blank brick wall about 5 feet wide. Dr. Storch crouched down by the base of the wall. He reached into the waistband of his trousers. It was too dark for my grandfather to see what he had in the waistband, but later he found out that it was 2 heavy-duty paper clips, unbent up to the last involution, so that they made a pair of hooks. Dr. Storch slid these hooks under the bottom edge of the wall about 3 feet apart. He held his breath and let it out and lifted the bottom of the wall up and outward. It was a hinged wooden panel covered with a layer of bricks cut very thin and applied in a way that matched the course of the genuine wall. Behind it, a rectangular opening of the same dimensions as the panel led into an air duct. My grandfather afterward theorized that at one time there had been a grill over the opening, and that some clever prisoner had replaced it with the panel, camouflaged so well that, when installed, it looked as if it belonged. Dr. Storch sat down and slid his legs through, then poured the rest of himself into the hole. My grandfather heard a creak of metal, a pause, then another creak. Pause, creak, pause. The sound took on the familiar cadence of a man climbing a ladder. My grandfather hesitated. He had already taken too many crazy chances in the past week. He knew that following Storch would be tempting fate. If this exploit went wrong, it would be hard not to look back and say that he was asking to get caught. God knew he had enough on his conscience to justify that view of the matter. Inside the air duct was a smell like the taste of a new filling. My grandfather grasped the first of the rungs and pulled himself up through the darkness. The rungs had been crafted, no doubt by the same gifted engineer, from the springs of shock absorbers, likely pilfered from the prison motor pool. Whoever the guy was, he had compressed each spring between two heavy blocks of wood, clad with pieces of tire, and then allowed the spring to expand across the duct. Pressure and rubber tread held the rungs in place at the back of the duct, leaving barely enough room for the vertical passage of a man. A little under 3 minutes after they began the climb, they were standing on the roof. It was a clear night full of stars. A poignant smell of leaf smoke blew in from the backyard of some fortunate free man. "Which way?" my grandfather said in just above a whisper, having deduced what Dr. Storch had brought him to see. "Northeast," Dr. Storch whispered back. "And it ought to be soon. I've been listening all night as the reports came in." Anticipating that someone the US or Russia would manage sooner or later to loft a satellite into orbit, a Harvard astronomer and well-known science fiction fan named Fred Whipple had taken advantage of the publicity around the International Geophysical Year to organize a network of amateurs connected by shortwave radio. Upon news of Sputnik's launch, they had mobilized themselves all over the country, going out every night to watch the sky and report details of time and orientation. They stood in the cold and the dark. Far away the lights of some town glittered. My grandfather inclined his face to the vast heavens until his neck began to ache. "I was told there was an explosion," Storch said. "Hell of a thing. He was making moonshine. So goes the theory." There had been nothing left of the candy bomb in Gorman's cell, and very little left of the cell in Gorman. There was an attempt at investigation, but the scene had been so heavily contaminated by the first guards to respond to the sound of the blast that no firm conclusions were ever drawn. My grandfather couldn't figure it out either, but he was inclined to blame the detonation on some unforeseen interaction between the clockworks in the oatmeal box and the radio in the cigar box. "My friend," said the German, his voice thickened by emotion, "was it you?" "Only very indirectly," my grandfather said. He told Dr. Storch about the sugar and the No. 3 and explained his theory of the radio's detonation, which was really not much of a theory, as Dr. Storch pointed out. "I would be more inclined to blame a discharge of static electricity," Dr. Storch said, "perhaps from Gorman's wool blanket. At this time of the year, the air is so dry. I'm sure you've noticed the sparks when your hands pass across the bedclothes in the dark." "Interesting," my grandfather said. "Here's something else you may find interesting. I feel I'd like to inform you that I'm not here for practicing dentistry without a license," Dr. Storch said. "I thought you should know that. I've never told anybody else. I certainly never told Hub Gorman." My grandfather waited. "The reason I'm here is that one day I had a little boy in my chair, a very nice, well-mannered 12-year-old boy named Walter Onderdonk. And for reasons that remain beyond my understanding, I made a mistake with the gas. A big mistake, a terrible mistake." Dr. Storch started to cry softly, and even though he was a German and a nudnik and a pain in the ass, my grandfather put his arm around the poor bastard. "Oh," Dr. Storch said. He pointed to the northeast. My grandfather felt his heart leap. A star had popped loose from its constellation and gone rolling down the sky. It was falling, but it was not a falling star. It did not flare up and wink out and leave a glowing ghost mark on the retinas. It just kept falling and falling and falling, until it disappeared behind the curvature of the Earth. It was a prisoner of gravity like everything in the universe. Its orbit would degrade. It would spiral inward until it hit the air and then burn up and break apart and leave nothing but vapor and a memory. And then in time the memory itself would fade like vapor. But to my grandfather, watching secretly from the roof of the Walco prison, the passage of that chunk of radiant metal seemed to describe an everlasting arc of freedom. "Wow," he said. "Look at that." "Sputnik," Dr. Storch said with a childish glee. My grandfather thought about correcting Dr. Storch. It was not Sputnik itself, which was far too small to be seen by the naked human eye. What they had seen was a section of the rocket that had boosted the satellite into orbit, burnished by the rays of the imminent sun. He decided that for now he would let it pass. "Thanks," he said instead. "Thank you, Storch, for bringing me to see it." "Please," Dr. Storch said. "It's the least I could do." A feather of blue brushed the bottom of the sky like breath on a mirror. It was time to get back to their cells. Neither of them moved. They stood there on the roof in the darkness. "I want to see it again," my grandfather thought. "Well," Dr. Storch said, what shall we do?" My grandfather was surprised to find that he had an answer ready for this question, and surprised by the answer itself, though he saw now that it had been percolating inside him since the day of the sugar heist in Dr. Wallach's office. "How about we make ourselves a rocket?" said my grandfather. 28, I never knew my other grandfather. One afternoon about a month before I was born, he sat down with his brother Sam Chabon, my Uncle Sammy, for their weekly lunch at a midtown deli where, on every table in the place of butter, they put out a pot of schmaltz. When they had finished their pastrami sandwiches, my other grandfather walked Sammy back to the latter's offices on the 4th floor of the Lincoln Building, a couple of blocks away. One of Sammy's suppliers had just delivered a sample, a working model of the nuclear submarine Nautilus, which they were planning to bring out in time for Christmas. It was, Sammy said, a marvel. It had functional ballast tanks that operated by means of a pocket-sized circular bellows and a length of plastic tubing. A large wash tub had been brought into the office and filled with water. The salesman had been playing with it all morning. My other grandfather was eager to get a crack at it. The elevators that served the Lincoln Building's lower floors were undergoing maintenance that day. Neither brother was a patient man. They took the stairs. As he rounded the 3rd-floor landing, Sammy heard his brother, a flight of stairs below him, cluck his tongue and sigh as if experiencing a moment of regret. An ambulance was sent for, but my other grandfather died on the way to the hospital. 3 weeks later, my mother went into labor. She was 20 and made quick work of the job. 8 days after that, I exchanged my foreskin for the dead man's Hebrew name. In my non-memory of my other grandfather, he is a human Spalding, round and pink. His cheeks and pate shine as if smeared with rich fat. My other grandfather had made a living all his life as a printer and typesetter. During the 30s, he worked for a firm that printed movie posters. In the same West Side loft building as the print shop, there was a company that dealt in cheap novelties and tools for practical jokers. One day he happened to hear that the novelty company had an opening for a salesman. He passed the word to his kid brother, who got the job. Sam Chabon went on the road selling onion gum, black soap, ink-squirting boutonnieres. He had an affable nature threaded with a strand of cruelty, and like a fat chef he took pleasure in his stock in trade. But by the early 50s his career had stalled. Raises came less frequently. Promotions passed him by. His ideas were ignored or misappropriated. He went through life trying doorknobs on locked doors. One day he found a knob that turned. On a wet Friday afternoon at Jack Dempsey's in 1954, he struck up a conversation with his neighbor at the bar. The man, like Uncle Sammy, was nursing a Tom Collins. At his feet, in a pool of rain, stood a wooden sample case that might hold scientific instruments or specialty glassware. The man turned out to be a chemist for Corning. In his spare time, he had designed a process for manufacturing imitation bone from one of the new synthetic plastics that were revolutionizing every field, including cheap novelties, where they made possible gags of great realism like fake vomit and fly in ice cube. The chemist showed my uncle what was in the sample case. He stood it upright on the bar and opened it like a book. Nestled in flocked notches on the left side were a human mandible, a femur, 2 ribs, 5 vertebrae, and a patella, molded from plastic, all life-size. On the right was a 1/4 scale plastic model of a full human skeleton and a wire stand for displaying it. Sammy was enchanted by the model skeleton dangling by its 3-inch skull from the hook of the wire stand. He shook its little hand. He made it kick a maraschino cherry across the tabletop. He articulated its jaw while talking in the voice of Senor Wences. "How much do you get for these?" he asked the imitation bones man. "I love it." The imitation bones man was taken aback and a little offended. His product had serious purpose. It was intended as an educational aid for medical students' biology classrooms. It was a realistic and accurate scientific tool. "I don't think you understand," he said. "That's just a demonstration model. I made it small so it would be portable, fit in a sample case." "I don't think you understand," Sammy said, knowing a novelty when he saw one. "Make it 2 inches smaller. I'll place an order for 5,000 of them." 2 years later, he was headquartered in the Lincoln Building and clearing $2 million a year. His angle was science and educational value. The novelties he sold purported, at least implicitly, to prepare America's youth for the challenges of a Cold War future. His product list included a paper airplane wind tunnel and a pocket periscope, but the sales leader had remained the exact skeleton model, advertised in national magazines. Obviously a must for everyone's closet, shipped in the hundreds of thousands to purchasers all over the world. By 1957, however, business had begun to flag. There was competition from Japan, as accurate but cheaply made mini-skeletons flooded the market. Uncle Sammy looked for ways to lower his production costs. He ran into labor trouble, union activity. One day, a pinochle crony happened to mention that he played golf with the fellow in charge of a state program that provided prisoner labor to private manufacturers in return for vocational training. That was how the so-called bone factory had come to occupy a production floor at the prison where my grandfather served his sentence. Sammy paid regular visits to Wallkill, keeping an eye on operations. At first he stayed at an inn in the village nearby, but there was a guest room in the warden's house on the grounds, and after Sammy showed up 2 or 3 times bearing a bottle of the warden's brand of rye, he received a standing invitation to sleep there whenever he visited. He could have let his production manager handle the chore, but like many visitors, he found something soothing in the ambience of the prison with its dairying and forestry, its choral groups singing chanties and spirituals, its population making themselves useful, sweeping the winding paths between ivy-clad buildings. He had come to see himself as harried by work and hectored by his family, and when he visited the prison, he would fantasize that he, too, had been relieved of his burdens along with his liberty. He slept well in the warden's guest room, waking refreshed, and would return to the city ready to contend with the latest importunments. He was standing at the window of the guest bedroom early one morning, still in his pajamas, when he noticed a group of men walking across the oval of the running track. 2 of the men were uniformed guards, 2 were prisoners in gray, and one appeared to be the warden in a plaid hunting jacket and galoshes, walking beside a boy of 12 or so, the grandson, Theodore. One of the prisoners was a fireplug, chesty and bow-legged, humping a large packing crate. The other prisoner was tall and thin and walking backward in front of the prisoner with the big box. He was talking with his hands. Every so often he stumbled, and once he bumped into a guard, but he never stopped walking backward or talking. Even at a distance of 100 yards, Sammy pegged the guy for a nudnik. When the 5 men came to the wire fence that enclosed the dairy pasture, the guards and the warden struggled over it. The nudnik folded himself like a note and slid his body into the slot between the wires. The fire plug hoisted the crate over the fence, consigned it to the guards. It took both of them to hold it and leapfrogged a fence post with both hands. The guards gave him back the packing crate. The nudnik hung back a moment and then followed the fire plug out into the pasture. It was just past sunrise, and there was not a cow to be seen. Sammy went to his overnight bag and took out his own personal pair of powerful pocket binoculars. He saw the warden holding the boy back, the guards keeping their distance, not going much beyond the fence. The fire plug carried the box deeper into the pasture, coming right into line with the window of the warden's guest bedroom. He moved fast and the nudnik struggled to keep up. The 2 prisoners began to empty and assemble the crate's contents into a configuration that left Sammy puzzled. As far as he could tell, they had stood a long, slender cage of latticework on end in the middle of the field. It reached nearly to the fire plug's waist and seemed to have been made out of some kind of wire or narrow-gauge pipe. The 2 men anchored it to the turf with wire cleats. The fire plug removed what appeared to be a length of pipe from the box, fitted at one end with vanes. Some kind of turbine, maybe, or an anemometer. It was lowered into the latticed cage. The prisoners knelt down on either side of the thing, making adjustments. The fire plug had his back to Sammy, and his body blocked the view of whatever they were up to for a good 2 or 3 minutes. The warden fit a cigarette to his face, and one of the guards lit it for him. At last the nudnik clambered back, stumbling in a hurry, afraid, Uncle Sammy almost would have said. The fire plug rose and took 10 slow steps backward, then counted another 10. He stopped. The warden and the guards came away from the fence and crowded in behind the fire plug, who seemed to be in charge of the operation. Toward the bottom of the latticed cage, a light kindled, intense and blue. It was like the powder burst of a camera, but it was not a flash. Its light held as it grew downward toward the ground. Presently my gray tuncle caught the sound of it, even through the window glass. It reminded him of the sound of water spraying from a fire hydrant tapped by street kids on an August afternoon. It was a sound that filled him with a pleasant anticipation of mischief. With a shimmy and a hesitation, the fin tube that Sammy had taken for a wind gauge peeped its head out from the top of the latticework cage. It took 1 slow second to climb 20 feet into the air, and then 2 more seconds to streak. An arcing shimmer into the heavens, canted 2 degrees off the perpendicular. Sammy lost sight of the thing against some clouds and then, a moment later in a patch of blue 500 feet higher, found it again. His heart slipped its accustomed bonds. "A rocket," he said to the guest bedroom of the warden's house. It burst like a kernel of popcorn, sprouting a sudden white blossom that turned out to be a parachute. Thin and high, the boy's voice carried to Sammy's ear. Wow! The kid was literally jumping up and down with excitement as a rocket, floated broken-necked down from heaven. The nudnik waited for it, drifting now this way, now that way, head tilted back, a center fielder getting under a lazy can of corn. As the rocket slanted past him, he leaped up and snatched at it and missed it and fell over and lost his glasses. The rocket lay down on the grass. The parachute draped itself over the rocket. The nudnik found his glasses. He picked up the rocket and the chute and carried them back to the fire plug. The 2 prisoners shook hands without letting go, for as long as it took the warden and the guards to reach them. Pats on the back, more shaking of hands all around. Sam tried to express, in that moment, the spasm of joy passing through him as he watched the launch of my grandfather's first model rocket. "I could sell a ton of those things," he said, fogging the window pane, wiping it clean with the cuff of his pajamas. 29I was stretched out on the sofa in my mother's living room, reading 9 stories. It was a sofa of the 70s, covered in synthetic wool of lunar gray, poofy yet severe. Beyond my bare feet, a set of sliding glass doors gave onto a redwood deck. At the back of the house, the hillside fell away with alarming verticality. The trees here had been topped to permit constant monitoring, as by some fairy tale miser, of the two-bridge view in which a puzzling percentage of the house's value was felt to lie. Down below at the western verge of Oakland, car lights scrolled along the interchanges like cryptic headlines on a zipper. San Francisco was an amber radiance of fog. I can't say for sure which of the 9 I was reading when my mother came in that night, but my favorite has always been For Ismay with Love and Squalor. From the first time I read it, in high school, this story and its protagonist had reminded me of my grandfather. The scant details I'd been provided at the time about his army career, Edo, a brief stay in London before being shipped over to France, some kind of intelligence work portrayed variously as clerical in nature, or nothing too exciting, seemed to coincide with the situation of Salinger's autobiographical Sergeant X. Nobody had ever used the phrase nervous breakdown, or suggested that my grandfather had not returned from the war with his faculties intact, as Ismay puts it in the story. I had never thought of my grandfather as a man suffering from lingering effects of the condition his generation called combat fatigue. And yet Salinger's story seemed to offer an explanation for something about my grandfather that must have felt to me always like it needed to be explained. My mother came in holding a glass of scotch, which she took poured over a handful of ice. She had on an old pink nightgown, wrapped in a brown chenille robe. It was late. The night nurse had been on the job for a couple of hours, time my mother had spent combing out tangles in my grandfather's taxes. Apparently, she had found an error in my grandfather's favor that would save him nearly $1,000. That explained the tumbler of Johnny Walker. She was holding an old photo album, bound in black cardboard impressed to resemble grained leather. The spine at top and bottom had split and frayed. "Hey, I wanted to show you this," she said. She sat down beside me. Her hair was damp and she smelled of Prel shampoo. It was her essential odor, cool as mint and somehow impervious. The actual fragrance of Prel was not at all minty, but it had a mentholated color, and in the old TV commercials, a pearl would be shown descending languid and impervious through the green depths of a bottle of Prel. I never figured out what the ability of Prel to retard a pearl's descent implied about its hair-cleaning power, but the sight of that descent, like my mother, was always quietly impressive. As she sat down beside me on the Herculean sofa, the photo album snowed gray feathers of rotted paper. "This was your grandmother's." Across the album's cover in a slab serif type, the word souvenirs was stamped in gilt that had flaked away. There was a kind of fake leather strap that wrapped around the album's front edge from back to front, where it snapped into a clasp, like a diary with no lock. I was pretty sure I had never seen the thing before. "I don't know what all he's been telling you," my mother said. I thought her tone held something accusatory of my grandfather or of me for my narrative appetite, but I might have been wrong about that. "He's not telling me anything. I heard him telling you about my mother." "Well, yeah. And how I had to go live with Uncle Ray while he was serving time." "Yeah, he told me that." She had a certain eyebrow arch of her own that she could wield. I acknowledged that my grandfather, come to think of it, might have been telling me some things. "Well, I just thought you might like to see this. It was one of the 2 belongings my mother brought over with her." "What was the other thing?" "Me." "Oh, right, duh. I took it with me to Baltimore," she said, "when I went to live with Uncle Ray. I found it in the attic right before we moved. In the house in Ho-Ho-Kus. We were packing to leave. Your grandmother had already gone into the hospital. I found this and just kind of grabbed it. I don't know why, I'd never seen it before." She ran a finger across the flaking gilt legend on the cover. Souvenirs as in memories in French. She drank a little of the scotch. Her eyes widened and she let out a gasp. Whoa, easy there. All right, she said. Okay. But she just sat there looking down at the album in her lap. Want to do this another time? No, it's fine. I just haven't, it's been a while since I looked. She took another longer pull. This time it seemed to go down more easily. The funny thing is she didn't really have any photos to put in the album. I mean, she had 4. That was page 1. I tried to imagine how I would feel about the only 4 pictures to survive from the entire photographic record of my life, to date more or less the age of my grandmother. When she arrived in the U.S., they might be 4 that I had chosen for their personal value, true likenesses, moments I could not bear to lose. They might be random shots, a portrait of my acne and my orthodontia, a grinning blur that was my father's face as he turned to laugh at something out of the frame. I knew that either way they would be precious to me, but having endured what my grandmother had endured did not mean I would be able to bring myself to look at them. At first I didn't understand. If you only have 4 pictures, why buy a whole album? Then I thought, well, probably she meant to fill it with pictures of her new life here. And then maybe she forgot, or got another album, I don't know. We had plenty of other albums, you've seen them. Sure. So I decided I would take it. Fill in the rest of the pages myself. The rest of it was blank when you found it. She nodded and let out a long breath. Its turbulence wove a paisley of dust motes in the slant of lamplight. We can skip that page. No. She undid the clasp and opened the old-fashioned album to its first black page. It was the kind of album where the photos had to be fixed to the pages by means of self-adhesive mounts like little corners of black crown molding. There were 16 corners pasted to the page, neat and true. 4 labels, tan rectangles with indented corners, each bearing a legend written with a fountain pen in the continental hand I remembered from birthday cards enclosing $20 checks. Mir vingt ans, Pierre, toi et moi. Above each label, inside a rectangular space delimited by the photo corners, was a region of black paper. The pictures themselves were all missing. What? My mother said to the photo album. She lifted it from her lap to look pointlessly underneath. She set it back down. Oh no, she said. She started flipping pages and we flashed through the world in which her childhood had come to an end, recorded in grids of black and white squares, pictures unmistakably taken with a Kodak Brownie. She flipped them faster, and as she went, she was breathing through her nostrils like someone trying to hold her temper or her worst fears in check. The pages creaked as she turned them. I glimpsed a row of motel cabins, a motel swimming pool shaped like an arrowhead, a motel sign with a neon thunderbird, a beach at low tide, a beach awash in umbrellas, my mother with a bare-chested lifeguard, my mother in a poodle skirt nervously passing a hot dog on a bun to a bear on a chain, Uncle Ray looking sporting in a double-breasted suit and an open-shirt collar with a clocked foulard, my mother in short shorts and a halter top, posing beside the wooden Indian of a cigar shop. My mother, too young to drive, behind the wheel of a parked Alfa convertible. Another print of the picture my grandfather had brought with him from Florida, the one that showed my mother riding bareback in a bathing suit, holding a bow and arrow. A jockey in silks posing with a glossy thoroughbred, squinting at a man in a snap-brim hat. Other shots of horses and the fences and grandstands of racetracks. Shots that featured my mother or Uncle Ray with a zoftig little woman who had smoldering, even angry, eyes. Shots of my mother or her uncle posed beside other women with lipstick-dark mouths. My mother and Uncle Ray in front of a billiard parlor. My mother in front of the Lincoln Memorial, the gates of Pimlico racetrack, some historical palisaded fort. My mother astride an artillery cannon, like Kipling's Kim. The world before my birth, a world of infinite degrees of gray. Gray ocean, gray blondes, gray ketchup, gray pines. Apart from the horseback shot, I had never seen any of these pictures. I had heard only the dimmest rumors of the period they recorded. I wanted to stop her hand from turning the pages and sink, like the pearl in the shampoo bottle, into this gray prehistory, this evidence of the years my mother had spent running wild. The pictures flicked past. The pages flapped. On the last page there was no photograph. A sheet of paper had been glued in with a streak of mucilage. The mucilage had crystallized into sugary brown grains. The paper had been turned on its side and glued horizontally to fit it in the album. It was a mimeographed page torn from some kind of typed newsletter, yellow as the filter cotton of a cigarette butt, rusty vampire bite of a stapler, ink deepened to a bruised black shade of purple. Before my mother slammed the album shut, I had time to glimpse the words lunch menu, crabapple garnish, poet's corner, and my grandmother's name, all typed in the refined-looking 12-pitch size they used to call elite. "Well, shit," said my mother. "Did they fall out? I don't know. Were they in there before? When did you see them last?" "I don't know." My mother clutched the album to her chest. I could see that she was running through the recent history of the album's whereabouts and movements, trying to work her way back to the last time she had seen it intact. She looked stricken. I was surprised. Anyone would have been upset by such a loss, naturally. I just would have expected my mother to try to hide her distress. "I don't know," she repeated. She put down the album, got up from the couch, and went downstairs to the sewing room where I was staying. In the closet by the daybed where I slept, she kept the few old things souvenirs that she had held on to. She had always been the kind of woman who kept her balloon aloft and sailing by cutting away sandbags and throwing non-essentials over the side. Her years spent among the karmic adventurers of the East Bay lent an aura of liberation from the chains of Maya to her habit of discarding the evidence of her passage through the world. But it was not that. Sometimes, if she had an extra glass of wine, she might tell her current boyfriend or whomever she was living with that during her years on the loose with Uncle Ray, she had learned to travel light, so that when it was time to make a dash for it, there would be nothing to trip you up or hold you down. At this point, the current boyfriend was likely to sense a metaphorical drift in the conversation and consider himself warned. But it was not that either. My mother's lack of attachment to the past and its material embodiments went deeper than principle, training, or metaphor. It was an unbreakable habit of loss. "Nope," she said. "God damn it." She had been crouching in the closet's doorway, searching the shelves of a wire rack that also held her box of 45s and an old Carmen Miranda doll whose fruit hat said Havana. She had searched the floor underneath the rack, lifted the lids on her boxes of buttons and rickrack, rifled the banker's box that held all her patterns from Butterick and Simplicity. Now she sank down and sat on the floor. She pulled her knees to her chest. She covered her face with her hands. "I guess they're still at Daddy's," she theorized in a calm tone of voice from behind her hands. "In the storage space. The album was just in a box. The pictures were probably at the bottom. I should have checked. I should have dug around." "I'm sure they're there," I said. "You can get them next time." Now I understood why I had never seen the album. It must have been buried in my grandparents' storage space at the Skyview, then followed my grandfather, along with a whole lot of other crap, to Florida. When she'd gone to collect her father at Fontana Village, my mother had brought the album back to Oakland. I wondered why she had wanted it and if, were I to ask her, she would be able to tell me. "Mike, I mean, God knows when they fell out," she said. "It could have been years ago." Oh, she was still hiding her face behind the screen of her fingers. "I just feel sick. Mom, it's okay. I'm so sorry. They're just pictures. Pictures get lost." It was the kind of thing she would have said, and I knew it would not strike her as callous or unsympathetic, but I did not believe it myself. It made my heart ache to think that the only known pictures of my grandmother's life before the war had been lost. But I wasn't going to tell her anything like that. "You're right," she said. "Obviously, I haven't missed them before. Why should I care now?" She lowered her hands and sat up straight as if she had recovered from the shock. "I just really wanted to show you," she said. She started tentatively to cry. "Oh, Mom," I said. I waited. I had not seen my mother cry since the days when my father was busy setting fire to our lives. I didn't know how to console her or if she even wanted to be or could be consoled. She had given very few clues over the years to help me understand how she felt about the things that she had lost in her lifetime. "How about some tea?" I said. "That might be nice, but I don't want to have trouble sleeping. I got some decaf Earl Grey at the Lucky." "All right." She wiped her eyes with the cuff of a nightgown sleeve. "I'll have some decaf Earl Grey." I went to the kitchen to put a kettle on. On the way, I passed the guest room and heard the click of knitting needles. Lola, the night nurse, was a big knitter. She was knitting me a remarkably hideous pair of argyle socks in the colors of the Philippine flag, which for years afterward I considered to be my lucky socks, right up to the day they disappeared. I made a pot of tea. My mother came in and sat down at the kitchen table, carrying the glass of scotch. She poured the whiskey into a teacup and then topped it off with tea from the pot. The photo album lay between us. I opened it to its first page, the 4 empty frames with their French inscriptions. "Show me anyway," I said. "What do you mean? Describe them." "I can't describe things," she said. "I don't have that." "Please," I said. "Just tell me what used to be there." She closed her eyes and then reopened them, angling her head to one side, eyeing the page with a sidelong gaze of reminiscence. She pointed to the first empty space over the label that said Mir. "This one was my grandmother," she said. "Her name was Sarah. They called her Sally. Sally. She was standing on a street. There was a car behind her, part of a car, an old-fashioned, I don't know. The fender kind of went like this." She drew a swooping sign wave in the air. "A roadster." I had recently been reading A Sport and a Pastime, set in post-war France, and could not help anachronistically picturing its hero's low-slung 1952 dillage. "A convertible." You couldn't see the roof. Maybe you could see a big brick building behind her with no windows or not many. Maybe that was the tannery, I don't know. My grandmother had on a knee-length wool skirt and a fitted jacket, tapered at the waist with wide lapels and epaulets. Clothes she could describe. She had sewn her own for years until overseas manufacture made doing so more expensive than buying ready-made. Harris tweeds, maybe. Very English-looking. And a hat with a broad brim and a little ornamental bird on it. She touched the side of her head where the bird on a broad-brimmed hat would have perched. "You mean like a stuffed bird, a real bird?" I always assumed it was real. Why would anyone want to have a dead bird on their hat? You walk around all the time with a dead cow on your feet. The spiked tea or the exercise of memory seemed to be helping. My mother jabbed the empty space above the label that said Pier. "This was my grandfather Morris. He was dark, heavy. I think he had a mustache. And glasses, little round ones. The picture was posed, taken indoors, not a snapshot. It was taken in a studio. The photographer's name was on the picture here, Dumerier like the writer. In Lille, yes." She moved her finger down to the bottom right corner of the empty space. "He was wearing a pinstriped suit and a tie pin with a little chain. I remember thinking that he didn't look like a very nice man. Neither of them looked very nice or very warm. Actually, they scared me. But I was ashamed to feel that because they had been killed by Hitler, it seemed. Disloyal. Yes, I get that. It was rare for my mother to play a hand of memory with cards that the war and its brutalities had dealt her, but when she did, regardless of what was lying face up on the table, the whole card always seemed to be guilt. It was like if I didn't love them, or even feel like I wished I had known them. If I didn't feel like I missed them even though I never met them. Then somehow that had something to do with why they died. Like it was my fault. Like I thought what I did now, I mean when I was a kid, could have an effect on what happened then. I recalled that Benjamin, in his Theses on the Philosophy of History, had a good deal to say about the past and the dead and their redemption in the present by the living. I let it go. My mother probably knew as much about the subject as Walter Benjamin. I always thought it must have something to do with the tannery, my mother said. How angry and unhappy they looked, living in the midst of all that awfulness all the time, the blood, the carcasses, the stench, she shuddered. Can you imagine? I don't know, I've never been to a tannery. Neither have I, my mother said. I can imagine it anyway. I know your mom hated it, I said. I mean, according to Grandpa, he said that was part of the thing with the skinless horse. Huh. My mother closed her eyes again, and this time when she reopened them, the candle of remembrance seemed to have been snuffed. He told you about that. It was less a question than a realization of how far out of his accustomed sea roads my grandfather had elected to sail. I admitted that he had said a fair amount about the skinless horse, particularly in describing events leading up to the burning of the tree. That's something I don't think about, she said. She was not making an observation, she was stating a rule. I pointed to the third empty rectangle on the page. Tell me about this one. This was a picture of me, sitting on a stone bench at the convent. I was 2, but I still had no hair, just a little baby hair. It hadn't come in. Somebody, I guess my mother, had put me in some kind of dirndl thing over a blouse with a Peter Pan collar. It was a terrible picture. I looked upset and uncomfortable, and ugly. The 3 us. I looked like this. She furrowed her brow and pursed her lips. Her whole face seemed to collapse angrily around her nose. I laughed out loud. I was the ugliest baby in the world. No. That picture I don't mind losing. Now this one, this was. Her voice slowed and thickened as she pointed to the remaining empty space on the page. A picture of my mother and me. Obviously, I was littler in this one. Only an infant in a little white sleeper. She was holding me on her lap. In a wooden chair in a garden. A vegetable garden, things growing on stakes. Tomatoes, raspberries, I don't know, peas. It was a bentwood chair. She traced the bell curve of a chair back. She was looking into the camera and pointing at it, pointing it out to me, telling me to look at the camera, smiling. My mother was smiling at the memory. She had a real light in her eyes. She was beautiful. She was. Her tone shifted. She sounded almost disappointed in me. But I think she let it define her a little too much. It was the only thing she really liked about herself. My mother was beautiful too, though not in the same way as her mother. She was dark where my grandmother had been fair and freckled, her nose long and straight where my grandmother's had been upturned, long-legged where my grandmother had been petite. I knew my mother regarded her own good looks and the social benefit they had afforded over the years as a kind of cheat or ambiguous grace. They often came in handy, but they were a source of recurrent trouble. They were nothing of which she could be proud. Well, I said, I had never heard my mother criticize her mother even in such tempered terms. I knew she felt there were grounds for criticism, but I did not know how I knew it since she had never said anything about it. It was just a kind of weather in the house from time to time. I mean, there are worse things to like about yourself. I guess. I don't know, she was. She was overly concerned with appearances, with how things looked, how they seemed, what people would think and say about her. She heard, that she heard voices, and they used to say awful, just horrible things about her. On the outside she was beautiful, but on the inside she felt ugly. She felt ruined, and she was so afraid of having that come out. I was near breaking the rule about mentioning the skinless horse, but caught myself in time. I turned the page. There was a picture of Uncle Ray and the Zoftig woman with the hard eyes. Mrs. Einstein. Mrs. E. A picnic table in some forgotten park outside Baltimore. Sandwiches wrapped in paper. Bottles of White Rock and National Bohemian on the picnic table. Uncle Ray sitting down with his legs crossed at the knee, wearing slacks, a knit polo shirt, two-tone loafers without socks. Mrs. Einstein stationed behind him, standing, in a sleeveless summer dress that clung to the ample splendor she retained. Uncle Ray smiling, Mrs. E almost smiling. The fingers of her right hand rested all but imperceptibly on his right shoulder. "Hey, were they?" My mother pursed her lips. She looked innocently at the ceiling. "Oh my God," I said, "I so knew it. She was really in love with him." "Oh," your voice got all filled with doom. "Well, he broke her heart." She shook her head. "Fucking Renard." Her tone was not entirely lacking in affection. "He was charming and fun, but he was a liar and a cheater and a dog. He was as bad as your father. Better in some ways, worse in others. Don't you be like him." "Okay," I said. I knew that I could not have been that kind of man if I had devoted half of every day to the effort. Part of me never wanted to be anything else. "He broke my heart, too." She might have been talking to herself. "What?" I said. I felt myself sinking into the lunar sofa that was the last thing my parents had purchased together before my father's disappearance. As a boy of the 1970s, I had stood by and watched as my mother, like some patriotic young hothead after Fort Sumter or Pearl Harbor, had enlisted in the Corps of Liberated Women. Among those who served under that banner, openness was held to be the consequence, and not just the precondition of adventure. I had heard a thing or two during those years that shocked me. In time, I grew used to and even began to look forward to, I suppose, being shocked. Around the time of Reagan's election, however, my mother had settled down. I was out of practice. She sat there pie-eyed with her mouth hanging open. After a minute, I realized that she was imitating me. I closed my mouth. "You didn't, sleep with Uncle Ray, right?" I said. "He wasn't that much older than me, or it never seemed like he was." She tipped the teacup of scotch to drain whatever was left in it. "Anyway, he wasn't really my uncle." "Still," I said. "I mean, Mom, you were a minor. You were a kid." "True," my mother said, refastening the clasp that sealed up the black and white planet of her girlhood and other lost things. "It was a crime." Her voice held bitterness and affection. "The man was definitely a criminal. There was alcohol involved. To be honest, I don't really remember much, but I guess I must not have been too happy about it because the next day I shot him in the eye." "You what?" "With a bow and arrow." "Were you sitting on a horse at the time?" "I told him I didn't want that photographer taking my picture," she said. "Damn, Mom." I pictured Uncle Ray in a pair of Bermudas and a Guayabera shirt, reeling across a hotel lawn with his hands cupped around the shaft of the arrow that was sticking out of his face. I guess I was angry. I guess at that point I was angry about everything. I felt the cold bite of the arrowhead, a burst of red in my left eye. I shuddered. "I know," said my mother. "Well," I said in a more philosophical tone. I was over the shock of it now, and the more I thought about her act of retaliation, the less it surprised me. Uncle Ray had a reputation for shrewdness, but he must not have understood my mother very well, or he would never have let her anywhere near a bow and arrow. "I mean, you kind of got seriously fucked over." "I got a head start on fucked over," my mother said. "Then your dad kind of finished me off." "Same here." I held up my hand, palm outward, and after a moment she gave me a soft high five. "But I can't have been that angry at your grandpa," she said. "Or I would have told him about me and Ray, and I never did." "Maybe you didn't need to. You think he knows. There's 5 things he brings with him from Florida. That picture is one of them." I thought that was a little weird. Maybe Ray confessed at some point. Maybe knowing you shot Uncle Ray with an arrow made Grandpa feel a little better about his word, abandoning you with him. That is the correct word. I guess it kind of showed that you knew how to, handle yourself. She said. She put a hand on my arm. "Still, just in case. Don't tell him, okay? Maybe that was the only picture he could find. We didn't have much time to pack." "Okay," I said. "I won't tell him that I know that you know that he knows what nobody wants to talk about." "What's the point of talking about it?" my mother said. "Everybody already knows." 30, they arrived too late for lunch, and whatever part of it had been garnished with slices of crabapple. It was early September 1958. The afternoon lay gray and heavy over Morristown. The east was a lustrous pile of thunderheads. To the west loomed Greystone Park, another thunderhead massed against the sky. Lightning flickered in the periphery of my grandfather's vision, but when he looked straight on at the clouds, it was never there. He wondered if this furtive lightning might be happening inside him and not over downtown Newark. He had not seen, held, or fucked my grandmother in 14 months, and despite the sullen presence of their teenage daughter beside him in the car, his thoughts for the past hour or more had been of the plum of my grandmother's lower lip between his teeth, of the down on her ass, of reaching around to cup her breasts as he entered her from behind, of burying his nose in the cool salt parting of her hair as she lay with her head on his chest, and a leg jackknifed across his abdomen. He was at the wheel of a 1958 Buick Riviera purchased on Broadway 3 days before for a little over $3,000 cash. Its engine boomed up the green tunnel of elms that lined the road into Morristown. In the hip pocket of his new slacks were $500 bills, 950s, 220s, and change of a 10. My grandfather's underwear, shirts, socks, shoes, belt, wristwatch, and money clip were as new as the slacks. He had considered buying a suit but had opted instead for 2 pair of slacks, chocolate and dark navy, and a tropical weight worsted sport coat in a muted gold window pane plaid. Pale peach shirt worn without a tie, collar open. He was a free man with money in his pocket and a new hardtop coupe. He was the new minted managing partner of MRX, Inc., with Sam Chabon for a partner and principal investor, and a contract to supply Chabon Scientific with 5,001, 20-scale solid-fueled aero-high rockets. Even the bottled voltage of desire for my grandmother was a source of pleasure as it lit up his brain. He had never come closer in his life to something he was prepared to call happiness. But at the moment there was one set of Y coordinates keeping my grandfather asymptotically from intersecting with that untouchable X-axis. "Could you please just attempt to drive normally?" my mother said. "I'm going the speed limit." "You might be averaging the speed limit, but you keep doing that thing where you tap the gas, take your foot off. Fast, slow, fast, slow, fast." My mother made a fist of her right hand and pushed it forward, pulled it back. There was an unsettling likeness in this gesture to the recent trend of his thoughts. He felt apprehended. "It's like you are trying to make me vomit." "I'm sorry," he said. "I won't do it anymore." Her head was tilted back against the headrest and she had her eyes closed. She sat wedged against the passenger door, hugging her knees in their stiff dungarees to her chest, her ankles under rolled cuffs, a tale of summer written by sticker bushes, mosquitoes, and fingernails. The soles of her blue Sperry boat shoes had printed a moire of wavelets in white dust on the oxblood leather seat. Back in the new apartment he'd rented in Parkchester, on the new bed with a pink chenille spread, a sleeveless gingham sundress guaranteed by a Macy's sales clerk to be universally desirable to girls of 16 lay untried beside a pair of open-toed flats still in their box. She had not even taken the dress off its hanger. Like everything he said and did, it appeared to revolt her. The first thing she had said to him after they'd gotten the preliminary inanities out of the way was, "I thought you were supposed to be there longer." He had explained that because of his spotless record, bearing only the invisible spots of an accidental homicide and violating curfew with an exploit in the walls, his new partner, who did business with the Department of Corrections, had been able to put in a good word for him and help win him early release. Later that day, my grandfather had taken my mother to see the new offices of MRX. He had leased half a floor in a 10-year-old building on Cortlandt Street, downtown, a couple of blocks from the Aero radio shop he had managed in the mid-50s. When they got there, Uncle Sammy was just giving a tour of the premises to his brother and his nephew, a dark-eyed, good-looking kid, crown prince of his family, not yet 20 and already in medical school. His small stature, smart clothes, lustrous fingernails, and something indefinable, maybe he just looked like a hustler, reminded my grandfather of Ray before the mysterious eye patch, of course. What was the story there? The Chabon kid had that Reynardian way of looking inattentive when he was measuring someone, in this case, my mother, to the millimeter. My mother returned my father's attentive inattention with a display of her skill at striking unposed poses. After 5 minutes they had slipped out without anyone noticing. My grandfather found them out on a fire escape, smoking and just talking. Despite rulings handed down over the centuries by our sages concurring that handsome young medical students be given the benefit of the doubt, my grandfather could not help being annoyed. "You didn't even see the testing room," he had complained afterward. "You didn't see the wind tunnel. It smelled like old peanuts in there," my mother had replied. He had deposited with his brother for safekeeping a girl who smelled of lifebuoy and library paste, and retrieved a young woman who smelled of cigarettes and ban. He did not blame Ray for this alteration, however, for this strange and gawky changeling with her big bust, and her eyes passing merciless judgment on everything they settled upon apart from lap dogs and babies. He did not simply attribute the change in my mother to the glandular inevitability of adolescent rebellion. He knew that he was responsible. His failure to control his own anger on that day in the offices of Feathercombs, Inc. was the source of the anger that seeped out of her every time she spoke to him or looked at him. In the 37 hours they had spent together since their reunion, at the Schrafts on Fordham Road, he had managed to keep them out of an outright argument. But there had been these regular low-level discharges, a plasma of anger that seemed to cling to her like St. Elmo's fire. Maybe that, he thought, was the flickering at the corner of his eye. "Why did you make me eat all that food? You have to eat." "I do eat, just not breakfast. Uncle Ray never eats breakfast either. Most important meal of the day. I told you, my stomach can't handle food in the morning." He had attempted to surprise her, on their way down from the Bronx, with breakfast at the Howard Johnsons' he remembered her having loved so much a couple of years before. It had not been his intention to cajole and then effectively coerce her into eating a short stack of chocolate chip pancakes, but that was the way it had worked out. "I know, honey, you did. I'm sorry. I said I only wanted coffee. And a cigarette." "Oh, the horror," said my mother. "Oh, the everlasting shame." My grandfather was still compiling an inventory of all the unwelcome changes in his daughter wrought during her 13 months under his brother's careless care. Sarcasm and smoking headed the list so far. As they turned into the hospital's parking lot, the sun broke through the clouds and lent a confectionery splendor to the heaped-up arches and swags of Greystone Park. It was not a regular visiting day, and he found a spot close to the grand steps of the central building. He cut the engine. The clack of sprinklers filled the car. The wide, empty lawns were veiled in shifting iridescence. One of the rivulets in the flow of his imaginings that morning had been the sight of my grandmother rising to her feet on the topmost step of the main building, in the belted navy blue dress she had been wearing the last time he'd seen her. She had lifted a tentative hand, then dropped it and come tearing down the steps toward him. He would burst from the Buick, leaving the engine running and the door open, and go to her. She would leap into his arms and scissor her legs around his waist. The contact of their mouths would be the fixed point around which the world, the day, and the state hospital would rotate. The steps were empty. My mother lowered her chin and opened her eyes. She took a pack of Marlboro cigarettes from her handbag and put one between her lips. They were tipped with red paper to hide the print of a lady's lipstick, but my grandfather had succeeded, by dint of pleading that rapidly turned abject, in persuading my mother to leave her face unpainted, just for today, until they had all had a chance to adjust. "I already adjusted," she had said flatly. Automatically, he took Ornbaugh's lighter from his pocket and lit my mother's cigarette, then averted his face so he would not have to see how adeptly she handled the business of smoking it. She made a virtuous show of directing her smoke out the window of the Riviera, My grandfather saw that the cigarette was trembling in her fingers. "How is she really?" my mother said. "Please don't say, 'We'll have to see.'" As repeated by my mother, the words hung from the hooks of ironizing quotation marks, but my grandfather could find no weak points in the assessment. "Did they shock her?" "Who told you that?" "Ray," she nodded. "She was crying. He reached for her, but she pushed him away. She jabbed at the cigarette lighter, pulled it out, and before he could stop her, touched the heating element with the tip of her index finger. "Real nice," she said. She poked the lighter back into its slot. "They sold you a broken car." "They did not shock her," he said. He was reasonably certain that this was the case. "As far as I can tell, the only thing they did is give her some hormones." Over the phone, the doctor had said that a year ago my grandmother had gone into early menopause, with a consequent intensification of her symptoms. They had tried a new treatment, a drug just on the market called Premarin. "I don't know," my mother said. "I mean, if she's how she is because of the things that happened to her in her life, it seems like you would have to shock it out of her somehow." My grandfather said that he didn't know much about electroshock therapy, but he didn't really think that was how it worked. "Look at that place," my mother said, staring up through the windows at the battlements of Greystone. I can't go in. I don't want to see her in there. You go in, okay, and get her. And I'll wait in the car, please. Dad, I'm sorry I've been such a pill. I want to see Mama, but I don't want to go in there." My grandfather reached for the dashboard lighter. He did not want to force my mother to have to see her mother in a madhouse, and he did not want my grandmother to walk out of the madhouse after 11 months and see him standing there alone. He could not decide which of the two would represent the bigger failure on his part. He brought his fingertip near the element and felt the heat of it well before he let it touch his skin. There was a hiss, and the car filled with a nauseous odor like the smell of a tooth under the drill. "Fixed," he said. He moved the car to a shaded parking space and rolled the windows down. He got out of the car and slammed the door. He was almost to the steps leading up to the front doors of Greystone when he heard the scrape of her topsiders against the pavement behind him. At the bottommost step, he turned, and she was standing there. They looked up at the high oak doors entangled in vines of wrought iron and shared a moment of awe or dread, or at the very least hesitation. He felt like he ought to take her hand, he felt that he wanted to, but he was afraid that when he reached for her, as on the day they first met, she would turn him down and leave him with his hand stuck out. He was still trying to decide if he could risk the disappointment when he felt the butterfly flutter of her fingers against his palm. A woman wearing a white cardigan and white tennis shoes came out of the reception office on the far side of a sliding pane of glass. The glass was veined with wire mesh. She was not a nurse, but her short white hair had the upswept wings of a nurse's hat. She asked my grandfather to wait in the lobby for the doctor, Medved, who had been treating my grandmother. Everything was fine in the way of my grandmother's recovery, and not to worry. There was some aspect of her care that the doctor wanted to discuss. "Come, dear," she said to my mother. "I'll take you along to the theater." Her kindly manner was lost on my mother, who, on entering the lobby of the hospital, had awakened like a sleepwalker on a roof to find herself one step shy of an abyss. She was afraid to move. She remembered a scene from a movie she had seen in which a soldier trod on a land mine that would detonate only if he lifted his foot. She was afraid to speak, listen, or breathe. The lobby was very grand. It was framed by a double stairway rising to a colonnaded mezzanine. It had a crystal chandelier, a chessboard of marble for a floor, and masked by pine sol and narcissi in pots, a bloom of human feces in the air. "I don't want to go to the theater. I'm just here to get my mom." "Your mother is in the theater, sweetie," the woman said. "It's dress rehearsal for the play. She has been very involved." "But we're taking her home today," my grandfather said. "Oh yes, she knows that." My grandfather was hurt, and his face must have shown it. The pity on the woman's face was plain to see. "She only learned you were coming the other day, isn't that right? Did she know what time you two would be arriving today?" "I must have forgotten to tell her," my grandfather said. He had sent a telegram which might have gone astray, but he did not want this woman feeling sorry for him. He looked at his watch. The doctor had been promised in 5 and no more than 10 minutes hence. He gave my mother a curt nod. "Go ahead." My mother failed to take the cue. She was staring at something with an expression of uneasiness. My grandfather put a hand on her shoulder and followed her gaze, expecting some ruin of a patient, shuffling, head down, fingernails like guitar picks. He knew one instant of raw panic that the thing she was staring at, frozen in place, eyebrows furrowed, was my grandmother. But when he turned, he saw that my mother appeared simply to be staring at the wall. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," my mother said unconvincingly. "Come, dear," the woman in the white cardigan said again. This time she took hold of my mother's elbow and pulled her gently toward a wide doorway between the stairways. She told my grandfather, "Please have a seat. Dr. Medved won't be long." My grandfather sat down in a Harvard chair by the front door, watching as my mother was led away. He stood up again and called out, "Excuse me." The woman in the white cardigan stopped and looked back at him. "Yes." "What is the play?" "I really couldn't tell you that," said the woman. "I can't make head or tail out of any of it." The woman introduced herself as Mrs. Outcault. Between the entry hall and the theater, at the far end of a long series of alternating left and right turns through one of the hospital's lightning bolt-shaped wings, she punctuated the void of my mother's silence with bursts of hospital history and lore. She had a 16-year-old daughter of her own, she said. She knew the type of thing a girl my mother's age most wanted to hear about. If they passed a patient with an interesting biography or symptomology, narcolepsy, a pathological fear of hats, an inability to recognize danger, the folksinger Mr. Guthrie, she divulged it. She told my mother that the hospital had a theater because of the opinions of a wealthy man named Adolf Hill, a manufacturer of necktie silk from Patterson. It was Mr. Hill's belief that the ancient Greeks had been the sanest men who ever lived. This was due, Hill further believed, to the greatness of Greek drama, which allowed audiences and actors alike to face the frightful things inside and outside their skulls. When, in time, Hill's wife was committed to Greystone, Hill had endowed construction of the Adolf and Millicent Hill Theater. It was not true, Mrs. Outcault said, that Hill deliberately arranged to have his wife committed in order to put his theories about drama therapy to the test, but it was possible that Mr. Hill's theorizing was the thing that had driven poor Millicent insane. Around 1927, she had hanged herself in her room, not in the theater. Thank goodness, by stringing together 3 neckties made from Empire Silk Company's finest stock. Outside the theater doors, on a settee of tufted leather, sat an old man in a green 3-piece suit cut from a coarse-textured fabric the color of lederhosen, and piped at the lapels and buttonholes in a paler shade of artichoke heart. He was sitting very erect with his hands on his knees. The lily of a pocket square peeped from the breast pocket of his jacket. He seemed to be studying the opposite wall with surprising intensity, given the fact that it was a blank expanse of beige. He did not look over or break off his study of the blank wall until Mrs. Outcault reached out to touch his shoulder. "Author, author," he started, flinched, and cried out in a voice like a rusty pump. "Oh, I always spook him," Mrs. Outcault said. "I'm sorry, Mr. Casamanaka." She clasped her hands together at her breast and looked deeply sorry. "Mr. Casamanaka wrote the play." Mr. Casamanaka lurched to his feet and made another sound that did not form itself into a word or words. He smiled. He was long-shanked, and before gravity had bent him to its purpose, might have been tall once. Inside the green suit he was mostly skeleton. His palm against my mother's was powdery and cool. "How are you?" Mrs. Outcault said very loudly. Mr. Casamanaka nodded genially and made a looping benedictory gesture in the air, just in front of his face, more ornate than a cross, as if he were a priest in a sect whose symbol was the holy coat hanger of God. "Sign language," Mrs. Outcault explained. "Poor thing's deaf as a boot. I heard he was struck by lightning, though I can't say for sure." With his long, pallid fingers and his nails manicured to a moon-like luster, Mr. Casamanaka continued to draw things across the space between him and my mother. The regular rippling of a corrugated roof, the outline of a jellyfish, the downward spiral of water in a toilet bowl. Mrs. Outcault nodded emphatically. "Oh yes," she said, "I know, you're so right. What's he saying?" "I have no idea," Mrs. Outcault said through a tight smile. She kept on nodding. "It isn't real sign language at all. Just something he made up. He never learned to speak English very well, and in the past few years he's lost the ability to read and write in Italian. How did he write a play? He dictated it to your mother, which is why she has been so involved in all this, using those crazy signs of his. My mom doesn't know any sign language. Apparently, she is fluent in Mr. Casamanaka's." My mother watched Mr. Casamanaka's hands and fingers explain the behavior of skyrockets, the opening of a can of beer, and the proper means for setting a golf ball on a tee. "It looks like he's just making it up as he goes along," she said. "That is a popular theory," said Mrs. Outcault. Dr. Medv's head was a thumb upthrust from his shirt collar. Blue ink stain of chin stubble, white lab coat worn open over a summer suit the color of a manila folder, purple bow tie. Barrel-chested with a heavy gut, the body of a dockworker belied or redeemed by framed diplomas from NIU and the Chilean School of Medicine. He winced as he belayed himself into the swivel chair behind his desk. His face suggested gas pain, a hemorrhoid, maybe both. The chair's steel joints creaked. Its spring uncoiled with a clang of metal fatigue. "As I told you, there has been marked improvement," Dr. Medv said. As in the course of their brief phone conversation, there was something off in the doctor's tone, a hint of hedging or doubt. Or maybe it was only chronic heartburn. Medv set down the paper cup of water he had stopped to fill from the cooler outside his office. He yanked open a drawer in his desk and found a bottle of bromo seltzer. He unscrewed the bottle, dropped 2 tablets into the cup of water, and unbent a paperclip before he seemed to notice that my grandfather had yet to reply. He stirred the cup with the paperclip, looking up at my grandfather from under his wide-nib eyebrows. "Anything you want to say to that?" Ordinarily, my grandfather distrusted Jews who wore bow ties, but something about Medved, probably the paperclip, inclined him to make an exception. "Naturally, I'm relieved to hear it," my grandfather said. "But you've been relieved before, of course. I understand. I have to tell you, though, a future setback, a relapse should one occur. It won't in any way invalidate your present feelings of relief. In my experience, Doc, with all due respect, I beg to differ." Dr. Medv nodded. The tablets hissed and chuckled in the cup. He picked it up and glugged it down. He held up a finger, begging my grandfather's indulgence for 1 minute, then curled the hand into a fist that he pressed against his abdomen under the rib cage. His expression grew thoughtful, searching. He let out a belch that was low and resonant, a sustained note drawn across the strings of a cello. He ducked his head shyly and smiled an embarrassed little smile. "Hu boy, Mazel Tov. Forgive me," he said. "Lunch was rather heavy. Now listen. You hear me say improvement. I understand you may have some reason to be skeptical. Improvement is measured at a scale so much finer, more incremental than calamity, isn't it? And it's perfectly normal to feel apprehension about a loved one's return to so-called civilization. As a general rule, when it comes to the families, I encourage efforts to keep expectations low, to minimize the impact of the inevitable disappointment." This was more or less a praise of my grandfather's approach to existence itself. Hearing Medved formulate it, and in this particular context, undid a string long knotted inside him. "I think I can do that," he said. 31 She hangs back in the dark of the little theater. The bright stage under the proscenium reminds her of something she saw once in a Stuart Granger movie, a bonfire blazing in the maw of a stone god. She seems to be seeing faces everywhere today. Maybe she ought to take her mother's place here in this creepy joint. Above the proscenium, two more faces, masks representing the poles of mania. A woman in a gold and black striped leotard looks out from the wings, her painted face as hectic as a ballerina's. A fat man in a bathrobe plays glassy ostinatos on a Wurlitzer organ, shards of waltz from some half-familiar hole, rocking back and forth on the bench, wildly out of tempo with his music. Later, she will learn that the fat man was really a fat woman. There is something awful about this cave of make-believe with its smell of velvet and dust. It has the magic weirdness of the old amusement halls on Uncle Ray's nine-ball circuit, the back rooms beyond the pool tables and pinball machines, the penny catacombs of entertainment, live chickens in glass music boxes that dance when subjected to mild electrocution through the feet, coin-operated beheadings of tiny queens, lynchings of tiny clockwork Negroes, a life-size little Egypt automaton enacting a creaky seizure of a hoochie-coochie dance, a clockwork Lucifer with a clockwork Lear who makes predictions about your love life in racy slang rendered incomprehensible by time. She stands unnerved by the bright mouth of the stage as if it is about to render prophecy. "It's all right," the woman in the white cardigan says. "Do you see your mother, sweetheart?" No. Here and there among the seats she sees the outlined heads of other people in the audience, but none of them is right. She cannot imagine and will never discover the nature or identities of these other people. Doctors, attendants, Napoleons and mothers of Christ. She hears the clunk of a switch. In the sudden total dark, a ghostly half-moon slews across her retina. The lights come up again on a field of clover. Trefoil hands, faces uplifted toward a shiny sun that hangs above their spiky pink and white heads. A swarm of fat-bottomed bees careen in and out among the flowers. Wordlessly, they quarrel with the flowers. They dip into the flowers' faces with the bowls of big wooden spoons. George Washington appears dressed in knee breeches, a powdered wig, a greatcoat hatchet slung from his belt. He stomps around abusing the flowers and exhorting the bees to molest them for their nectar. This is not George Washington, it turns out, but a herdsman of bees. The purpose or significance of the hatchet, apparently not intended for the chopping down of a cherry tree, remains unclear. The bee herder watches contentedly as his bees fly back and forth with their ladles full of nectar from the looted flowers to their unseen hive. All of this is routine for the bee herder. He lounges on a hummock and fights to stay awake. The sun with its metallic glow goes down. Evening hoists a silvery moon into the heavens. A pair of bears, unseen by the bee herder, shamble on from stage left. They swing their heads in unison from side to side as they advance. They are shabby-looking bears, a couple of ruffians with patchy coats. They observe the traffic in nectar. When the bee herder's back is turned, they accost the plumpest of his bees. They threaten it with violence and confiscate its wooden spoon. With bearish ardor, they guzzle up every drop. At last, the cries of the assaulted bee attract the attention of the drowsing bee herder. He leaps to his feet and throws his silver hatchet at the bears. But instead of striking them, it just keeps rising, all the way to the moon overhead, where it lodges with a soft thump like a dictionary falling onto a pillow. The bee herder studies the problem. He fidgets with his wig. Then he remembers his rope. He makes a lariat, swings it over his head with an audible whir, and then launches the loop toward the hatchet with its handle protruding from the moon. The loop misses the handle and the rope falls back to earth. He windmills it and launches it moonward again. This time the eye of the rope snags the wooden handle. He gives it a tug and then starts to pull himself up the rope hand over hand. Bees, bears, and flowers raise their heads and gawp in amazement. The bee herder climbs unamazed. Darkness falls over the field of clover. Dawn breaks on the moon. Jagged moon mountains glow cool and silvery blue in the background as the bee herder, hatchet restored, strolls along unfazed by his new surroundings. He passes silver moon trees like the skeletons of cacti. He picks a bouquet of silver moonflowers. As he turns, he notices a small silver ball rolling toward his feet. A woman comes running in after it but stops when she sees him. She wears a silver gown and a silver crown. A large pair of silver wings rise up behind her, a moth's wings, billowing gently in a lunar breeze. He picks up the ball, and for a moment they regard each other. Then he tosses her the ball and she catches it. What befalls the bee herder and the queen of the moon after this first encounter, how the pantomime is meant to end, will remain forever unknown by my mother. The mountains of the moon glowing under the light of a blue gel at the back of the stage were tinfoil balls, massed and squashed into cake frosting peaks. The moon trees were a couple of branching coat racks wrapped in more foil, silver paper, my grandmother always called it. The moonflowers were clusters of egg beaters, whisks, and serving spoons planted in cake pans. It was all so ridiculous and sad. It was pathetic. And yet the foil shone in the subaqueous light, the coat racks raising their jubilant arms and the bouquets of kitchen implements had the incongruous dignity of homely things. Looking into the radiant mouth of the stage, my mother felt a strong sense of recognition, as if she had visited this world in a dream. As if, when she was a child, the fog of her mother's dreams had rolled through the house every night and left this sparkling residue on her memory. There was no way the baffling history of a spacefaring bee herder and his visit to the moon had been dictated to her mother in some kind of bogus hand symbology by poor old lightning-addled Mr. Casamanaka. The queen of the moon entered, chasing the little ball of foil in her tinfoil dress and crown, and her wobbling wings made from nylon stretched over coat hangers and glued with sequins. This was not the moon at all. It was some other world, some other mother uncharted and hitherto unknown. It was just the most beautiful thing, my mother told me. Then the bright glint seemed to startle from her the tinfoil crown and swarm the air between her mother and her, jigging and flittering, until they all flew away and left her in the dark. She came to herself on the leather settee outside the theater door, sitting beside Mr. Casamanaka, her nose rife with the smell of mothballs oozing from his suit. Mrs. Outcault crouched in front of her, frowning as if watching a doubtful cake through the window of an oven. Behind Mrs. Outcault stood a bear, 3 clovers, 2 bees, and the fat pianist in his bathrobe and slippers. Behind them stretched an expanse of wall covered in the same wallpaper that was in the entry hall, which my grandfather had caught her staring at without understanding why. The thing was that if you looked at the wallpaper one way it was nothing special, a repeating pattern of carnation pink escutcheons with white roundels, each shield supported by a pair of gold willow leaf garlands. But if you looked at the wallpaper another way, you were confronted by a crowd of bloody-mouthed faces, ass-seared and staring. "Here she is," Mrs. Outcault said. "You're fine, honey, aren't you?" My mother nodded, though she was not entirely sure. She averted her eyes from the wallpaper and found Mr. Casamanaka beside her. He had his chin in the air and was looking down his long nose at her with an air of satisfaction and calm. "Don't worry," said his eyes. "Everything is unfolding just as I intended." "I enjoyed your play," my mother told him. In reply, Mr. Casamanaka gravely unscrewed an invisible jar. My mother heard heels tapping, a rustling that was also a rattle. My grandmother came running into the small lobby minus her wings, with her crown askew, pressing it against her head with one hand. Mrs. Outcault stood up, and everyone stepped back and looked at my grandmother except Mr. Casamanaka, who seemed not to notice. My mother got up too fast. Her pulse drummed its fingers along the hinge of her jaw. "I'm sorry, Mom," my mother said. It was the first thing she could think of to say. My mother went to her mother, who slid her cool, bare arms alongside my mother's neck and scissored her between them. It was an awkward but sincere embrace. My mother's gaze strayed again to the wallpaper with its 1,000 gaping, long-eared faces, and my grandmother knew without following it what there was to see. "You don't have to look," she said. My mother turned her face from the wallpaper for good. "You have been in prison," Dr. Medved said. "Wallkill," my grandfather said. 13 months, for a violent crime. My grandfather had anticipated that from time to time, over the course of his life to come, he would be expected to give some account of events between August 1957 and September 1958. He would do so, he had decided, only when asked directly by someone who had a reasonable right to know. Employers, inevitably. Though in his present situation, since he'd been recruited by Sam Chabon, who was filled in by the warden on the very grounds of the prison, nothing had needed to be said. He would tell my grandmother about his time served, provided she asked. The details were nothing he felt a need to volunteer. As for my mother, what was it like in prison? Had been among the few spontaneous questions aimed his way during their drive down from New York City, and she had seemed content, or according to her version, she had been obliged to content herself with a one-word answer: interesting. Beyond these moments, my grandfather had estimated that he was likely to be forced into, and had therefore budgeted, ballpark 3 to 5 discussions of his incarceration between now and the day he died. He decided to spend one of them now. I attacked a man. My employer. I tried to strangle him with a telephone cord. I see. And what had he done to deserve such treatment? Nothing, my grandfather said, as far as I know. "Ha,